Chapter 301 Calgar's Dilemma, for subscription. Ryan listened to what both sides had to say. One faction wants to take advantage of the Empire's positive advantages to crush the space undead, use continuous failure to stimulate the nerves of several space undead overlords, and cause their alliance to collapse. A faction of overlords who want to use beheading tactics to get rid of the Necrons in space, speeding up the defeat of the Necrons in space. The conflict between the Silent King and the Storm King is irreconcilable. The Storm King wants to get his hands on the supreme ruling power. The Silent King, as the former head of the Council of the Three Saints, is unlikely to succumb to the rule of the Storm King. There is some truth to the remarks of both sides. Ryan did not express his position clearly, but acted as a listener. Arguments necessary to make sense. These generals may not be comparable to the Primarch, but their abilities should not be underestimated. Everyone is an imperial elite with rich experience in war. A great empire never depends on a small group of people, but on all the people in the empire. Lin knew that one day the empire would break free from the protection of the Primarch and walk alone into the unforeseeable future. Watching the changes in the holographic projection on the conference venue and the information in the information window, evaluating the good or bad of the two factions' suggestions. He didn't stand up until the argument between the two parties came to an end. Perhaps, what you all said makes sense. A frontal war will inevitably make the disadvantaged space undead mistrust each other and aggravate their collapse. The beheading operation can allow the Empire to end this war at the fastest speed and at the least cost. Each plan has its own advantages, but also has its own disadvantages. The overlord of the space undead has extremely cutting-edge technology in his hands, and it is not easy to execute them. In a frontal war, facing a disaster that is enough to extinction, each dynasty will speed up the awakening of its sleeping companions, and the Empire will most likely face an unprecedented behemoth. I don't have a good idea about this either. Maybe we should prepare with both hands. Launch a frontal war and find a way to execute those high-level people. The impact of executing the Storm King and the Silent King is very likely to affect the space necromancers. The pattern has changed, so the execution cannot be done against those overlords who are qualified to compete for the position of supreme ruler, but against those space undead who are capable but not qualified to compete. The Necrons have lost their ability to reproduce, coupled with tens of millions of years of deep sleep. Most of them have lost their minds and become soulless machines. Generals, losing a senior general is an irreparable loss for them, and the weakening of their strength is also irreversible. No one refuted Ryan's remarks, and many military commanders fell into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, Ryan's strategic vision has resolved the struggle between the two factions, and they really have nothing to refute. Of course, this plan still needs to be carefully planned. Ryan said, there is still some time before reaching the frontline battlefield. Maybe we can plan the next battle from this idea. The sharp chirping sound echoed in the glory of Makraj, and the piercing sirens echoed from the bow to the stern, from the metal tower on the top floor to the cabin on the bottom floor, everywhere. The crew all ran, driven by responsibility and human survival instinct, scrambling to get involved in the sudden emergency. The crew members who just fell asleep on shift got up from the bed as quickly as possible, put on the exoskeleton armor well trained, and checked the weapons. At this moment, except for the red alarm light, all the other lights on the ship went out. Scarlet Invasion, quick, quick, a man in officer's uniform yelled, put on your exoskeletons, hold every lane, move, quick, we can't let them take Maku the glory of Lager. A large number of attack alert information is distributed to everyone's panel through the battleship's database. The fleet encountered an ambush, and the flagship Makraj's glory was the enemy's priority target. A large number of monsters poured into the cabin through an unknown means, invading like a virus. The crew members were all armed, and the only way to survive was to expel those monsters. If the ship falls, they will die, perhaps more painful than death. In the name of the Emperor of the Empire, we must defend the glory of Makraj. The officer shouted loudly, in the name of the Emperor of the Empire, we must not fail lightly. In the name of the Emperor of the Empire. In the name of the Emperor of the Empire. Others echoed loudly. Quickly, go to the fighting cabin, we have to drive them out. The officer waved his hand, signaling the crew to speed up. The attack happened quickly. When the fleet left the subspace, it was attacked by the enemy. The other party has planned for a long time, waiting for work with ease. This time the operation should be very secretive. No one knows why the enemy guessed the coordinate area where the Imperial fleet appeared. Geller's force field has not been transformed into a deflector shield and a void shield before it is invaded by the enemy's jump gang. Even the interceptors haven't had time to dispatch. The enemy has jumped to help the Empire's battleship. Did not leave any time for the Imperial troops to react. All those who enter the battleship are monsters or dead people. Those Imperial soldiers who had already died in the war were dominated by mysterious forces and climbed up like walking corpses. With twisted strides, strike at the loyalists of the Empire. No one knows how the enemy does this. The souls of those corpses have been taken away. But the opponent still made them stand up. This may be the true meaning of cancer. Those monsters never cared about souls or anything. They rely on flesh and blood to multiply continuously. They are like normal cells contaminated by cancer cells. The dead person became a soulless corpse and launched an attack under the control of the enemy. The ear-piercing howl echoed every corner of the cabin, and the squirming flesh and blood spread like a tide. A bolt of thunder shot out from the darkness, and the hideous monsters rushed towards the defense line organized by the Empire with weapons in their hands. The automatic turret and the weapons of the soldiers made a noisy sound, drowning in this suffocating madness. Main information room. Countless information poured into the battleship and gathered here. The men and women connected to the main console sit here and listen, and give orders to the various areas according to the emergency playbook. Calgar's face was extremely ugly. The casualties of the two battle groups forced him to give up the mission of chasing Abaddon, and turn to deal with the evil forces hidden behind the Black Legion. Who would have thought that the assembled fleet was attacked by the opponent just as it jumped out of the subspace? The opponent pounced on them like a hungry wolf, trying to crush their resistance. The third cabin is lost, and the enemy is pouring in. We need more support, there are enemies floating in space, shoot them. Emergency assistance requested, emergency assistance requested. The loud siren echoed in various communication channels. My lord, according to the emergency procedures, you should leave the glory of Macrage. The captain said, we cannot let the Supreme Commander fall into the enemy's encirclement. The emergency teleportation has been prepared, please go to the safe area. No. Calgar let out a deep roar, I want to tear those apart. If the glory of Macrage is lost in my hands, then what right do I have to see His Majesty? My lord, staying here will put you in danger. A personal guard also came out, if you also fall into the hands of the enemy, or die in this battle, the consequences will be disastrous. Please leave a useful body, to be loyal to His Majesty. Calgar stared at the guard, he wanted to refuse angrily. Still he sighed, realizing that he couldn't be ruled by anger. He is not only a soldier, but also a commander. He must consider the victory of the entire battlefield, not personal glory. There is a disordered energy flow in the space. The other party has blocked the space dimension. The brain is analyzing and relocating the transmission coordinates. The monitoring supervisor made a frightened voice, my lord, the emergency transmission has been turned off. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many crew members on the bridge suddenly changed. Calgar breathed a sigh of relief. Escaping and staying are both very difficult choices for him. The glory of Macrage is the belief of the Ultramarines. If it is forced to abandon it for the sake of the overall situation, the impact on the entire warband will be immeasurable, and even the morale will be demoralized. But if he insists on staying, regardless of the overall situation for the sake of Macrage's glory, Father Jean will also be disappointed with him. Now, the enemy cut off the emergency teleportation, but made the choice for him. The order, the flagship has been blocked by the enemy, and the command is automatically handed over in accordance with the Empire's wartime regulations. When necessary, it can withdraw from the battlefield. Don't put yourself in danger for the glory of Macrage. Calgar said. Understood. The communications director conveyed Calgar's words to the other warships. A loud bang came from outside the door, followed by the sound of explosive bombs and the roar of monsters. After a while, the voice subsided again. Assembly. Calgar activated his glove and raised the thick muzzle of the bolter, the enemy is coming. His personal guards raised their shields, armed with activated power weapons, and formed a defensive formation at the gate. The gate of the bridge is protected by a protective force field, and it is made of the latest materials, so it is extremely strong. But with several consecutive loud bangs, the door was knocked open by brute force. Huge cancerous hulks rushed in and fought with the original fighters. The bolter on Calgar's gauntlet was activated like a storm, knocking a 5-meter-tall hulk into the air on the spot and hitting the thick metal bulkhead. The heart of the Empire is running at full strength, turning him into a demigod on the battlefield, with almost infinite power. The strength of these hulks is not strong, they only have the blood of the ancestor of the Hulk Dr. Calgar roared and waved his huge fists, smashing all the cancerous monsters that rushed in. Until a black thunderbolt knocked him into the air. A monster wearing a winged helmet and lightning armor came out from the end of the corridor, holding a short-handled warhammer full of cracks in his hand. I am the god of thunder, everything in this world will belong to the great Yog-Sothoth, stupid mortals, do you want to resist this doomed fate? The thunder god responded with a roar and a powerful punch from Calgar. Heart of Empire Overload mode starts. Target, cancerous creature, lightning power psychic user. The space trajectory has been locked, suppressing the target's thoughts. Lock the target space dimension and block the opponent's escape path. As the capable general of the current Emperor of the Empire, Calgar is blessed with the most advanced technology of the Empire. After the upgrade of the original casting in the third stage, he immediately upgraded it. Relying on the heart of the Empire, Calgar's power has already increased to a terrifying level. By distorting the space coordinates, he can instantly span the distance between him and the enemy. With just one punch, he shattered the opponent's hammer and grabbed the opponent's head. Monster, who do you think you provoked? With such power, do you want to defeat the human empire? Calgar hit it with a punch. The leaping electric arc shone on the glove, and just one punch shattered the opponent's head, and then made a few more punches, smashing his armored body to pieces. Calgar threw away the thunder god's body like garbage, and looked outside the bridge, where the flesh and blood corridors squirmed. His expression did not have the slightest joy, only dignified. I know you're there, come out, monster. I really shouldn't underestimate you, the gods of Asgard were killed like this. A hoarse, twisted, and extremely malicious voice sounded. The original Captain Marvel came out, followed by those twisted heroes with powerful power. The Force of the Phoenix. The second generation of Captain Marvel. There is also the ancestor of the Hulk. Each one possesses great power, and after being distorted by Yog-Sothoth, it becomes extremely terrifying. The surviving primordial warriors also gathered on Calgar's body, raised the solid shield in their hands, and stared at these cancerous monsters. Your resistance is meaningless. For the great Yog-Sothoth, it is just a trivial game. Marvel's weird face covered with squirming flesh showed fanaticism and a trace of respect for his followers. The disdain of Calgar et al. No power has ever been able to stand against them. The fate of this human empire has been sealed. The cancerous legion will destroy it completely, along with their ridiculous emperor. Surrender, you will be reborn in the eternal realm. When you gain eternal life, you will find how ridiculous everything you have been holding on to. All I saw was a group of pathetic monsters. Calgar said, do you think you are sure to win? The victory is within our grasp. Marvel slowly floated up, you will witness my true strength. Chapter 302 Omega's Plan, for subscription. Black radiance radiated from Marvel, like a demon who came out of an evil story and bewitched the world. His eyes were burning with black flames, exuding a terrible breath. Wriggling flesh endowed with a chaotic will. Those tentacles and the teeth and eyes growing in them also flowed on Marvel's twisted body, looking extremely weird and terrifying. Marvel is the first generation of Captain Marvel. He once stood up against tyranny and was called the greatest hero in the universe by many civilizations. Protect weak civilizations and prevent those powerful civilizations from acting recklessly. Before surrendering to Yog-Sothoth, Marvel had mastered unparalleled cosmic power. Freedom to survive in outer space, absorb and manipulate abilities without the aid of any equipment. One hand can lift more than 10 tons of heavy objects. Is also proficient in swordsmanship and fighting, and has excellent military qualities. It can be said that he is a perfect model and a moral standard. Is such a person, but in the end he chose to surrender to outsiders because of fear of death and fear of being forgotten. After being blessed by Yog-Sothoth, his power is even more terrifying, and he has the power to destroy the stars. He defeated those heroes. Dedicated his own native world to Yog-Sothoth. Marvel's eyes glowed, and 2 beams shot straight at Calgar. Detecting annihilation energy, starting analysis program. The energy purity is too high, the 3rd generation original casting body can't resist. Activate the anti-subspace deflection protection force field. The anti-subspace deflection protection force field is activated, the law of distorted physics is corrected, and it is being calculated and analyzed. A faint light curtain was released from Calgar's armor. Transferred the beam energy released by Marvel to the warp space, and eliminated the destructive blow that was enough to crush everything invisible. Calgar rushed up, the gloves in his hands crackling. Power arc wraps around it. It can tear enemies apart at the atomic level. Even with a body of steel strong enough to withstand nuclear bombs, it will be torn and shredded by the force field. Let your die, beast. Calgar growled, and, today you will die here, and in the near future, your will fall in its temple. Arrogance, life in the mortal world dares to be disrespectful to God. An energy lightsaber appeared in Marvel's hand, and he swung his hand at Calgar, causing bursts of energy shocks on the opponent's protective force field. Fear and despair. Calgar shut up the opponent with a violent attack, and swallowed back what he hadn't finished speaking. After several consecutive confrontations, Marvel staggered, causing him to lose his balance briefly. Calgar seized the opportunity and hit him on the shoulder bone with one punch. Marvel counterattacked with a wave of his hand, releasing a blast of energy, trying to push him back, but was blocked by Calgar's armor again. Damn! Marvel spit out sticky black and red blood, and Calgar's punch was so powerful that he was injured. Feeling his own injury, Marvel's eyes burning with black flames showed anger. How dare you hurt me? Calgar remained silent, raised his hand and pulled the trigger, releasing the large caliber explosive bomb equipped with the glove. Bolts blessed by the Mechanicum possess the power to kill the immortal. Marvel dodged the barrage attack in embarrassment. But a bomb hit his body. Shards of the explosion sliced through his body, granulated wounds writhing and trying to heal. But the explosive bombs of the original cast warriors are all made with the latest technology. When it bursts, the sharp fragments can reach the molecular level, and carry a special magnetic field, which can prevent the cut molecules from reaggregating. Is this eternity? Calgar's tone showed mockery. It doesn't look very good. Die, Marvel screamed, thrusting his hands forward violently, and energy beams gathered and burst out from his hands. Calgar is like a black hole, and Marvel's attack doesn't do anything. The light beam sank into the force field light shield, and soon disappeared. This scene made him look a little ugly. My own attack didn't work, making the big words he said before a laughing stock. As Gilliman's confidant, Calgar enjoys the most advanced resources and technology. His armor is expensive, and the protection is naturally of a high standard. Marvel must use his huge energy to paralyze Calgar's armor shield and overload his shield generator in order to attack Calgar himself. Either he has to have the power to overturn the entire warp. The deflector shield will direct the energy beam released by Marvel into the subspace, like a dam that deflects the flow of water. No matter how powerful the flood can be, the impact on the dam is minimal. The short guard did not confront directly, but skillfully removed the impact, diluting all of Marvel's attacks into the subspace. The subspace has no concept of size, and the universe is just a bubble suspended in the etheric ocean. It doesn't make sense how many attacks Marvel unleashes. If he could overturn the warp, he would not succumb to Yog-Sothoth. Just this kind of power. Calgar said, and continued to attack. The Iron Fist's offensive became more and more ferocious, and the air exploded. The extraordinary body bestowed by Gilliman and the armor made of the most advanced technology gave Calgar the capital to despise these enemies. Other Primaris fighters also wrestled with Marvel's men. You will pay for your arrogance. Marvel roared, but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Whether I pay the price or not is up to you. I have something to tell you, you shouldn't be on this ship, idiot. Calgar swung Marvel's lightsaber away, and hit the opponent's head with one punch. Half of the face was shattered on the spot. The eyeballs protrude, and the whole face is extremely frightening. Marvel let out a cry of pain. Calgar lifted it up violently, and threw it out again. The huge force hit the metal bulkhead several meters thick and dented it. Marvel tried to stand up, the broken bones all over his body made him miserable and spit out blood continuously. You may win this ambush, but I guarantee you will die here, bastard. Calgar stepped up, and the Phoenix this side tried to attack, but he was knocked away by an explosive bomb. The fragments of the explosive bomb split the opponent's body, and the whole person flew out, lying on the ground dying. It's time to end. Calgar walked across the battlefield to the collapsed Marvel. Let Abaddon go, if this guy is let go again, then he really won't be able to face his majesty. Other cancerous monsters tried to save their warlord, but Primaris warriors fought hard to hold them back. Each of them wields extraordinary strength, but Primaris warriors are also well trained and created by the most advanced technology. Calgar lifted Marvel's head and looked into the other's eyes full of hatred and resentment. I said, I will kill you. Calgar said in a word, to destroy the Empire is doomed to be wishful thinking. Calgar charged up, trying to smash the opponent's head with a punch and annihilate the opponent's soul. I want to be resurrected, in my next life. Just as he was about to make a move, an extremely terrifying shockwave set off beside him. Calgar, who didn't have time to react, flew out directly, like a fallen leaf lifted by a strong wind, and slammed into a control console. When the heavy armor-covered body fell to the ground, it made a loud noise, and fell to the crew members who were still standing on their posts. Their mortal bodies faced the impact like an egg hit by a high-speed bullet. Painful screams resounded through the bridge. Some of them were bloody, turning into lumps of rotten flesh, and those who survived by chance were also bruised and bruised. The bright light made the Primaris warrior's helmet automatically adjust the brightness. The mortal crew turned their heads one by one, not looking at the center of the light. That strong light is enough to blind people. With a stalwart body stepped out of the light. The black wings trembled slightly on the back, as noble and lustrous as if made of black gold. The noble face is unforgettable at a glance. That's a real god. The black armor flows with the brilliance of the black sun, and is made of ancient techniques that have been lost for a long time. It is covered with many runes, flowing with mysterious power. The most eye-catching thing is the emblem in the center of the chest. The emblem is outlined by countless eyes, implying that eyes are omnipresent and watch everything. It is unimaginable that the cancerous monster will have such a perfect existence. The body is like the sculpture of a master craftsman, and the face is perfect and impeccable. Marvel lying on the ground showed an ecstatic expression. He got up, and then bowed his knees. Owner. The visitor stared at Marvel, then withdrew his gaze, not caring about him. Calgar struggled to get up. He stared at the other person's face, his face changed again and again, and he uttered a taboo word. Horus. The image of the opponent is exactly the same as Horus, the biggest traitor in the history of the Empire, the only difference is the pair of black wings on the back. Impossible, you should have been completely destroyed by the Emperor. Calgar stood up, with surprise and uncertainty in his tone. The Horus you know is indeed long gone. I am the new Horus, the incarnation of Yog-Sothoth. Horus' voice was low, rumbling like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. In the name of the past, do you think you can repeat the chaos of the past? The armored medical system repairs his damaged body, and the heart of the Empire is running at high speed, but the situation seems to be very bad. The target is being parsed and cannot be parsed. Redefine, establish a data operation model, and request more calculations. The request is approved, the calculation library is redistributed, the calculation formula is extracted, the data structure model is established, and the analysis target program is restarted. Analysis progress, 1%, 2%, 30%, 40%, 99%, 0. Parse failed, target cannot be parsed. Suggestion, look for opportunities to escape. Calgar ignored the voice of the heart of the Empire in his head, recharged the armor, activated the nano repair device in it, and repaired the damaged energy and electromagnetic lines. Horus stared at Calgar with a look of interest. It's really brave. In front of me, you can still pick up a weapon. It seems that you are that guy serves. Calgar glared at him, if you want to destroy the Empire, step over my corpse. I don't mind if you insist. Horus taunted, moving, and a warhammer appeared in his hand out of nowhere. There are no fancy skills or tricks, only a simple but killing blow. The warhammer exploded out of thin air and hit Calgar. The momentum is heavy and powerful, with the potential to split the mountains. The heart of the Empire and the warframe instantly entered the overload operation mode, and each system was exchanged for efficiency and power at the cost of shortening its service life. The jumping electric arc on the glove is as real as it is dazzling and dazzling. The shield also became solid, as if it had materialized. Accompanied by the loud noise that shook the eardrums and the shock wave that sent everyone flying, Calgar flew upside down again. The huge body broke several metal cylinders with a diameter of several meters. The cables inside were all exposed, crackling, and the current shot like sparks. Poof. Calgar vomited blood on the ground, and his glove was broken. The internal organs of the whole person feel as if they have been displaced. A mysterious force stirred in his body, destroying the self-healing function of the heart of the Empire. Bones were broken, internal organs were shattered, and there were many gaps in the battle armor. The original cast body that has been upgraded 3 times is also difficult to block such a terrifying blow. The blood flow in the chest is endless, and the coagulation factor fails. Cough. 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 Calgar coughed and was in pain. He still wanted to run, but his body no longer obeyed the instructions of his brain. His roar turned into a hoarse cry, containing pain that could not be suppressed. This is the fate of arrogance, short-lived species in the mortal world, you can't understand my strength at all. Horus stood where he was just now, and said in a mocking tone. Several bombs and plasma heat rushed towards Horus, interrupting his words. The mysterious force field guarding him screeched and flickered. Several high-enrichment directional blast antimatter grenades were thrown at his feet. The annihilation of the square matter creates a black hole that shreds everything nearby. Horus' complexion changed, and he escaped from the coverage of the antimatter grenade while screaming in pain. Hurry up, protect the commander. A Primaris warrior made a mournful voice. Calgar became confused and unable to speak. His perception became fragmented. The SS and crew rushed to Calgar's position desperately, trying to take him away. Horus uttered an angry roar amidst the dense attack, and those damned mortals had no respect for him. He launched an attack like a gust of wind, swinging the Warhammer in his hand, smashing the warriors wearing thick power armor to pieces. Brothers risked their lives and died generously, just to give Calgar a chance to escape. They were killed one by one. Cancerous monsters attack with their masters. Quickly, lock us, find a way to break through the space blockade, and the commander is injured. The mechanical priest called the Celestial class warship as the backup flagship, demanding that Calgar be taken away. The warriors formed a human wall, centered on Calgar, to protect their lord. Hang on, we'll take you away right away, my lord. A voice sounded beside Calgar, excruciating pain. You must live. Horus's offensive became more and more ferocious, and the heads of several soldiers were blown into blood mist with one blow. Nothing can stop him. The fighters protecting Calgar were knocked down one after another. A body was blown into the air, and the armor bearing the imperial double-headed eagle emblem had been cracked and was stained red with blood. When it landed, it had already lost the breath of life. The battle was brutal. The warriors dragged Calgar and moved towards a safe place. The mortal crew also took up arms, ready to die for the cause to which they were loyal. Calgar coughed, and every time he coughed, he vomited blood. He is dying. The hand of death is stroking his soul, ready to take him out of the real world. I'm sorry, your majesty. Calgar's lips opened and closed, and blood foamed continuously from his mouth. No, we lost him. Take him away first. Countless voices are intertwined, pain, sorrow, and despair are intertwined like a big net, grabbing everyone's heart. Darkness enveloped Calgar. He saw an ugly and terrifying starry sky. Countless weird eyes were looking at him, and those sticky tentacles protruded from the darkness, twisting and twisting like poisonous snakes. Eerie manic laughter echoed. That was Yog-Sothoth's will. You shall be mine. A terrifying roar sounded. No. Calgar yelled, but he was in the dark, and this was the opponent's domain. My soul belongs to my genetic father, the Emperor of mankind. Distorted realm. No one listens to Calgar's voice, only the laughter of the gods. Countless tentacles entangled Calgar, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Soon, he was trapped by the tentacles. No. Your Majesty. Father. Calgar's spirit makes a final desperate cry. The sound of glass shattering sounded, and the dark starry sky was like a broken dam, which could no longer stop the terrible torrent. Light shines from the cracked gap, extremely bright. The golden and blue sun shattered the twisted darkness, the tentacles twisted in pain in front of the light, and hundreds of millions of eyes were also burned by the light, making a cry of pain. Calgar. A majestic voice sounded. Unimaginable grandeur descended from his bonds with the countless citizens of the Empire. Your Majesty, Calgar cried. The other party did not respond to him, and countless rays of light rushed towards the distorted starry sky. Get out, every human soul belongs to me, and every warrior who dies for me will be protected by me. Get out, your authority is invalid here, leave his soul world. Calgar's soul was seized by that will and escaped from that weird starry sky. Afterwards, Calgar felt a strong will to push the soul back into his body. Mechanism, repair itself. A faint voice echoed around Calgar, full of majesty. The originally stagnant battle frame started to run again, and various systems came back online. Horus, who was massacring the primordial warriors, sensed that something was wrong, and some power was being transmitted from his own defeat as the anchor. He ran, trying to decapitate the enemy before the will dragged him back to the real universe. However, the golden and blue radiance diffused from Calgar's body, forming a stagnant force field, making it difficult for him to move forward. Calgar, who had fallen, was suspended and his whole body was burning with golden and blue flames. The battle armor recovered like new, the wounds healed, and the broken bones were connected together. The cancerous monsters let out horrified cries. Horus also had a look of surprise on his face. Calgar stood in the air, the dazzling light lifted him up. Slowly turned in one direction and became upright. The monsters felt the scorching heat of the flames, but the humans didn't feel it, and instead recovered in the light of the flames. Warframe cables grow and reconnect, healing like their skin. An unbearable radiance emanated from Calgar's body, as if there was a sun inside his body. The intense light made the eyes of the cancerous monsters feel unparalleled pain. Go back and tell your subject that this place doesn't belong to him. Calgar opened his eyes, and there was light flowing inside. How is it possible? Horus gripped his hammer. Who are you? I am Calgar, the Emperor's commander, his general. I am the Ultramarine, the sword and shield of the Emperor. Horus looked into the other's eyes. A terrifying creature was watching him through those eyes. The opponent is still far away at the other end of the galaxy, but the opponent's will has come here. Don't try to scare me. Horus raised his warhammer, with infinite power surging from his body, How could he lose to a human? Yog-Sothoth's will is unstoppable. Meet the wrath of my lord, offending the great Yog-Sothoth is the biggest mistake you have ever made in this life. Horus jumped up and rushed towards Calgar. The Warhammer in his hand shone with black light. However, this time, he did not gain the upper hand. Calgar's iron fist blocks his hammer. When Horus was stunned, Calgar punched him to the floor again. With a loud noise, Horus was smashed to the ground. Calgar also followed and fell, smashing him hard. The back also grabbed Horus' ankle, and slammed it on the metal floor, making a loud bang. Then, he threw it flying and hit the wall. Is Yog-Sothoth like this? Calgar taunted, and he charged at him again. Damn bastard! Marvel shot again. This time, there was no saving him. Calgar dodged his attack, smashing the opponent's head with one punch. The original Captain Marvel ended with an ending unimaginable by the world. Horus was grabbed by countless tentacles that emerged out of thin air, and disappeared directly in front of everyone. Lost the commander, the remaining cancerous monsters were knocked down by Calgar and others, and some of them evacuated the battlefield in time. The Empire suffered huge losses in the sea battle in the starry sky. However, the cancerous legion was also damaged a lot. Was eventually forced to withdraw from the battlefield. The ambush is over. Both sides suffered casualties. Calgar repelled Horus, killed Marvel, and swung his iron fist to make a big kill. When he won and the people cheered, he fell down and fell into a coma. The matter of His Majesty's manifestation was spread by the survivors. Boosted the already low morale. The fleet is far away from Terra, but His Majesty's eyes have been on them all the time. This is undoubtedly exciting news. Terra low Earth orbit. Guilliman's flagship is suspended here, forming a binary star system with Terra. Sitting on the mechanical throne, Guilliman showed a pensive expression. In fact, he didn't pay attention to the situation on Calgar's side, but found out that someone was going to take away human souls, so he found out that Calgar was almost beaten to death. Now that there is still a shortage of people, Guilliman naturally cannot let Calgar die. After snatching him back, he directly pushed him back into his body. The opponent's container turned out to be Horus. Guilliman recalled the incarnation of Yog-Sothoth who was beaten violently with the help of Calgar's body. The appearance of the opponent is exactly the same as that of Horus, the only difference is that there is a pair of black wings on the back. Obviously, this is definitely plagiarizing Sanguinius. Fabius said in his account that he collected the genetic codes of 20 primarchs and tried to create a genetic creation that was more perfect than the Emperor's masterpiece. The guy who was used by Yog-Sothoth as a container is obviously Fabius' masterpiece. I hope it's not too difficult. Guilliman patted his head with a headache. Several space exploration teams established communication with the Empire, and he also completed the task of exploring the 5 universes. Now it's time to explore 5 galaxies. Guilliman asked the sages of the Mechanic to formulate plans, train personnel, and strive to complete the exploration mission across the galaxy as soon as possible. The subspace is extremely dangerous, beyond the imagination of the world. In the past, the Empire used subspace navigation to follow those channels with clear details. Variation in subspace is similar to sailing across the ocean. If you rashly enter an unfamiliar area, the ship is very likely to be destroyed. The unknown is the greatest horror. Mars. As the watchman, Dahlia stood on the high platform, watching the Imperial train slowly enter the station. Accompanied by the hiss of steam and the sound of mechanical pistons, the door of the train slowly opened. Heavily armed human soldiers stepped out from inside. Behind them were the prisoners in custody. Wide variety, from different races. There are even some dark elves in it. The faces of the aliens who were driven down were all panicked. I saw human soldiers in the corridor and machine slaves with weapons. The possibility of the prisoners escaping from here is almost zero. Several Dark Eldar communicate in their language. The Comoros were destroyed, and the Dark Eldar no longer had the power to confront humans head-on. Many satellite areas were breached by humans, and many Dark Eldar were captured. Even those homunculi who survived the terrible disaster in Comoros became captives of humans. Once a master sadist, now bound hand and foot, locked with other lowly aliens. What are they going to do to us? Who knew? Maybe he was caught here for execution. Human beings are always so barbaric, do they only threaten others with death? If it weren't for being a prisoner, I would have shown these idiots what is the cruel art of killing. The homunculi masters whispered. Even if they were reduced to prisoners, it would be difficult to change their arrogance. The human soldiers drove the prisoners into a huge square, and ignored them. This allowed some thoughtful prisoners to see an opportunity. Humans might just throw them here to fend for themselves, otherwise how could they not stay in the square without guards? When the bell rang, what they saw made them scream. The giant dragon made of silver-white metal crawled out of the darkness and devoured their flesh and soul. Those homunculi masters who said that human beings tortured captives were crude and unartistic, made their already pale faces even paler in fright. As old nobles, they naturally know something about the star god. Vampire of the stars, of the material world. Humans did not take them as captives at all, but as food to feed the star gods. The nether dragons quickly noticed the Dark Eldar. On the face made of metal, there was a cruel expression. At the beginning, the Eldar followed the old sages to wage war against them, but the star gods suffered a lot. Devouring the flesh and soul of these guys is far more exciting than devouring other races. Feeling the malice of the nether dragon, the Dark Eldar screamed in extreme fear, just like the screams of the dying gladiators in the arena of Comoros in the past. Dahlia stood on the high platform, watching the nether dragons eating expressionlessly. In the past, she must not be used to this practice of doing whatever it takes to succeed and sow trouble for the future. Seeing the emblem on the nether dragon, she has no confidence to object. A human emperor who can force the nether dragon to sign a slave contract, even the emperor is hard to match. What Guillemon did was beyond the imagination of people at her level. The opponent's plan is like a cocoon, intertwined layer by layer. When others are suspicious or even arrogant towards him, he has already been trapped in the net unknowingly. In the dark tunnel, a lonely figure is shuttling. The faint light flickered in the tunnel, and it could be seen that the other party was holding a book in his hand. The cover of the book has the name written in gilt font. Legend of the Dragon Slayer. Chapter 303. I will definitely come back, please subscribe. The name of the book is extremely naive, like a storybook for children. A soldier wearing power armor holding such a book, somewhat discordant, extremely weird. But if you open the book, you will know that the content is not simple. The secrets contained in it are enough to shock the entire galaxy and subvert many things. It will also sharply deteriorate the relationship between Mechanicum and Terra, and bring the entire human civilization to destruction and end. Such a secret should have been kept in the dark forever, and the best way to deal with it is not to be known by the world. The man who walks in the dark, holding the book that will set the galaxy on fire. The underground tunnel does not have any sensing and monitoring equipment, and it is the best place for those with evil intentions to conspire and formulate insidious plans. Never underestimate the evil of human nature. Even in an era of vigorous vitality, the viciousness hidden in the dark will never decrease. The man walked quietly in the darkness. At the end of the tunnel, there is a huge metal gate. The detection device installed on the door emits a faint light. Passwords and genes need to match to pass. The person used his own means to bypass the detection system and walked in quietly. Behind the gate is a bright laboratory with a large number of mechanical equipment. Silver-plated smooth steel plates are laid on the walls, which look very bright and smooth. More than a dozen mechanical priests are busy in the laboratory. Wearing professional protective equipment, the servo skulls connected to their nerves are suspended in the air, and the visual devices installed in the eye sockets assist them in various experiments. They are led by a young mechanical priest, and they are conducting shady experiments here. The computing machine made a beeping sound, and the arc in the flask twisted and twisted, struggling in it as if it had been given life. The screen in front of the researchers was leaping with massive data, and those 01s flowed across the screen like a flood. The light illuminated the figure of the Black Shadow, and the automatic turret installed on the ceiling and the ground turned its muzzle, aiming at the person coming, and the flashing infrared rays locked on the other person's body. The armed servant with half of its body embedded in the energy pipeline of the wall rotates its chassis, and the neck makes the sound of mechanical pistons turning. The heavy bolter in his hand also locked on the target. The visitor ignored these threats, walked straight into the laboratory, and walked towards the young mechanical priest standing on the high platform. A deep voice came from under the helmet, "How are you getting ready?" The leading mechanical priest walked down from the high platform he was standing on and walked in front of the opponent. "Omega, don't break into the laboratory at will. If I hadn't stopped the defense system in time just now, you would have become a piece of rotten meat now. Those things can't hurt me," Omega said. "The sound of shooting and explosion will be detected by the defense system, and it will only expose the laboratory." The mechanical priest looked at Omega, "Then, we will all die. Mars' defenses are far superior to those of the past, and those wandering drones and primordial warriors will crush everything. Even if you are a Primarch, it is impossible to resist the whole empire. Then stop talking nonsense, Carbo." Omega revealed the identity of the other party. "Finish the matter at hand as soon as possible, we don't have much time to waste." Carbo, a taboo name that was forbidden by many sages of Mars and not allowed to be discussed by the world. Like Abaddon, Calber was a constant target of the Empire to seek out and execute. Without this guy, Horus Rebellion wouldn't be such a big deal. Relying on those traitors, they couldn't put Terra in trouble, let alone set off turmoil that would shock the galaxy. 2 centuries after the signing of the Mars Accords, the ambitious Calbo became the Foundry General of Mars. Manages the most powerful forging city on Mars. Obsessed with technology, the Foundry General forsakes all emotion. Those organic thought centers that existed within his skull were replaced by synthetic synapses and logical thought conduits. Under the promise of Horus, Carbo chose to stand on the opposite side of the Emperor. Let the mechanic priests loyal to him take over those forge worlds, supplying the rebels with weapons and ammunition. Also unlock the Moravec Vault, which was sealed by the Emperor, and release the creations that contained the evil power of chaos. Let the entire Mars be polluted by chaos. The virus code paralyzed the factory of the Loyalists, and made countless machine slaves go crazy. Computer viruses filled the machine's logistics stack and computer archives, and spread to those brooder systems, paralyzing the Loyalists' armor and defense systems. Carbo set off a civil war on Mars, causing the Empire to suffer from enemies and panic. In addition to this, the Abyssal Fury used by the Word-Bearers Legion was constructed using various forbidden technologies. The 3 Abyss Fury caused the Ultramarines to suffer and suffered heavy losses. Carbo wholeheartedly supported Horus, dreaming that Horus would replace the Emperor, lift the ban on various prohibited research projects, and let Mechanicum seek the truth of this world. The end of the rebellion shattered Calbo's dreams. Horus is killed by the Emperor. The surviving Primarches organized a purge war, demanding the rebels pay the price. Carbo and others were forced to flee Mars, retreating to the edge of the galaxy and the Eye of Terror. It was safer to flee to the Eye of Terror, but Carbo chose to go to the edge of the galaxy. He longs for knowledge and does not want to be a slave to the gods. The Emperor is a lousy god, and so are the gods. They don't care about knowledge at all, they just want chaos. Carbo escaped from the coverage of the astronomical torch and formed his own kingdom on the edge of the galaxy. For the past 10,000 years, he has been collecting the technology of the Golden Age, delving into various taboo knowledge, and using various taboo technologies to extend his life to the present. When fighting against the Empire, he has always fought indirectly, never appearing in front of the Empire, to avoid being chased and killed by the Empire. Tempt those priests who are not strong enough to join him. Sometimes, he will provide weapons and equipment to those fallen people in exchange for the resources in their hands. Carbo has never appeared in these 10,000 years. He lurks in the shadows, away from the astronomical torch of the Empire, watching the Empire. Development, prosperity, decline, destruction. Every civilization is like this. Carbo does not deny the Emperor's strength, nor his wisdom. However, the prosperity and decline of civilization will not be shifted by individual will. After Abaddon broke through the Cadia fortress, Carbo planned to attack the Forge world of the Empire to obtain resources and technology. Who would have thought that Guilliman's recovery would make Chaos, which was originally in a good situation, into a state of embarrassment, losing battles along the way. Several primarchs were also arrested, Abaddon suffered several disastrous defeats, and all the wealth accumulated over 10,000 years was exhausted. Carbo was also taken aback. The Empire, which was thought to be doomed, suddenly came back to life and beat it all the way. He can only plan to continue lurking. However, the Empire's indomitable crusade covered the entire world. No longer only targeting the Astro Torch coverage like previous expeditions. With the help of the Lighthouse system, the warships of the Empire shuttle across the entire galaxy. His small kingdom was also destroyed under the offensive of the Empire. The general in charge of the expedition didn't even care about Carbo's identity. This made Carbo angry, but he escaped by chance. Using consciousness transfer technology, he seized the body of a young mechanical priest and mixed into the mechanic cult. Even came to Mars. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No one would have imagined that the guy on the Empire's must-kill list would dare to enter the solar system by pretending to be his identity. Carbo came to the solar system and witnessed those magnificent warships and structures. He knows that the Imperium of Man has become so powerful that no one in the galaxy can stand against it. If you want to destroy it, you can only do it from the inside. The Empire regards the security of the intelligence field as particularly important. It is not generally difficult to bypass the security program and put the modified Omnic code in. Carbo withdrew his gaze, and did not want to talk to Omega about those irrelevant things. I have some technologies left over from the cellar in the past, but it is still very difficult to paralyze the intelligent central control of the Empire. What the other party uses is not pure artificial intelligence. The divine brain is not just code, but a biological brain enhanced by genetic technology. The intelligence in it is only those living people who have given up the real world. Those people process various information through the genetically enhanced brain and maintain the normal operation of the system. I don't know what's the difference between the two. Omega said, but you'd better hurry up. I have been monitored several times, and the Men in Black organization realized that there is a force against the Empire on Mars, and they are infiltrating and investigating. You are the best among them, why should you be afraid? Carbo said with a hint of teasing. Alpha Legion always flaunts their infiltration capabilities. Now, they are so frightened by the intelligence infiltration organization of the Empire. I suspect that there are subspace creatures behind them. I got some news that Corax is building an intelligence network belonging to the Empire in the subspace. After the firewall is established, the subspace creatures can no longer get fear, despair, etc. from humans. Emotions. Subspace creatures have long been accustomed to absorbing the emotions of real creatures, and the firewall of the Empire has undoubtedly cut off their food sources. Corax took advantage of this and used the aliens captured by the Imperial Expeditionary Force as a reward, in order to make a deal with those lifeless people in exchange for them serving the Empire. Guilliman is really a lunatic. What Horus did is not as terrible as him. Carbo sneered, it's hard to imagine how many dark secrets that cannot be seen behind that glorious image. The struggle of human beings is meaningless. Alfarius tried to make the Emperor and end the suffering brought by the warp. The final outcome is a sad joke. The warp is suffering in heaven. If human beings want to go to eternity, only there is a way to go into chaos. It is true that Guilliman has managed the entire empire to be extremely powerful, but those are temporary. No matter how majestic the building will collapse one day, no matter how powerful the civilization is, it will be wiped out in the face of the mighty power of time. Carbo shook his head and said, let's talk about this after we're done. I'm afraid the two of us will be killed before the empire is destroyed. Don't worry, as long as it goes according to plan, the foundation of the empire will be torn apart by us. Guilliman encourages the development and growth of the Mechanikus, and teaches them those techniques. Soon, he will know how to write the word regret of. Omega handed the book in his hand to Carbo. The destruction of the belief in the god of myriad opportunities will make the two allies of the empire meet with swords. How advanced the technology of the empire is now, when the war begins, it will be so tragic. The Legend of the Dragon Slayer. Carbo read out the name of the book and frowned. He doesn't understand this book, let alone the other party's thinking. A book of fairy tales can break Mars and Terra apart. Such a thing is simply a fantasy. Read the contents. Omega said, the name of this book doesn't matter, the content is the key. Carbo opened the book, and the flow of information hit his brain. The power of the compatible computing module in the skull suddenly increased, and the visual device lost focus, pulling him into the darkness. Books are written using a special method, which contains memories. Carbo saw the Emperor, the Nether Dragon, and those distant pasts. The face inlaid with metal exuded shock and disbelief. What is this? Carbo said, why have I never known this? This secret has been kept by people. Omega said, I only learned it from Alfarius. He was committed to the balance between chaos and human beings, creating opportunities for the Emperor to become a god. He also kept his mouth shut, and he didn't tell me the news until the demon primarchs were taken away one by Guilliman. If his plan succeeds and the Emperor becomes a god, then this secret is meaningless. Facing the Emperor who has become a god, no one can prove whether he is the god of myriad opportunities. But if he fails, this secret is meaningless. Can tear empires apart. It's hard to imagine that the corpse Emperor's handwriting is so terrifying. In the Middle Ages, he planned the future and guided the way of mankind. From the Industrial Age to the Star Age, the beginning of the transhumanist movement promoted human understanding of the starry sky and science. Carbo tried to sort out the context of the Emperor's series of designs, but after a while, he gave up. This program has reached incredible scale. It traversed tens of thousands of years of human beings, ruthlessly fiddled with the fate of countless people. It is really jaw-dropping. The entire human civilization is like a flock of sheep driving towards the set goal. This secret will shake the foundation of the Empire, and it will also allow those who are dissatisfied with the Empire to find a reason to vent. What we have to do is to use your code to spread the contents of the book. The establishment of Mechanicum is a lie, but a star god's dream created the Mechanicus, and the Emperor has never been the of all machines. Omega said, some people have sneaked into Mars, ready to rescue the star imprisoned by the Empire, and the space necromancers gave us some support. Space undead? Carbo said with a hint of doubt in his tone. They are afraid that the star will continue to reveal their weaknesses to the Empire. Omega said, without the advantage of technology, the space undead are vulnerable to the Empire. So, it seems that you have been in touch with them all the time. Carbo said. Not to mention, it's just some deals. Omega said, we all have to be prepared. When your code to paralyze Mars is ready, it's time for us to act. The appearance of the Nether Dragon will pierce the god of myriad opportunities. Lies that split and crumbled the Empire. It's really a vicious conspiracy. The Empire is too powerful. It can only be destroyed if there are problems within itself. Carbo smiled, after debugging for a while, I will come up with something that satisfies you, electronic virus. You should release me, the contract has been signed, but you are not willing to let me get a little freedom. In the yellow sand all over the sky, the giant dragon roared towards Guilliman. Guilliman didn't care about this, both of them were in the spiritual realm. Ranting doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense to release you from the prison. Where can you go? Staying in the prison, you can live comfortably. As the Empire expands, you will get more and more food. Stay well, and when the time is right, I will let you out. Until then, don't say anything like that again. You just want to imprison me here forever, and let me be drained of all knowledge and energy by you like a battery. The Void Dragon's pupil stared at Guilliman, showing dissatisfaction and hostility. It's best to respect me. Guilliman whispered, lower your head a bit, you should learn how to be a qualified mount and pet. I am a god, and your lifespan is not even a fraction of mine. You still want me to surrender willingly and become your mount? Nether Dragon's voice mocked, accepting the contract is already my biggest concession, it's just a partnership, not a master-servant relationship. Guilliman took out the fragment of the star that he had snatched from the necromancer recorder Trelassen. The orb glows with flames. The Void Dragon's pupil slowly enlarged, staring intently at the thing in Guilliman's hand. Feeling the familiar breath, the imprisoned fragment belongs to the burner. His kindred. If he absorbs it, his power will become even stronger. Give it to me. The Nether Dragon said, Master. Your head is too high. Guilliman played with the ball in his hand, and said mockingly, and you, who have a long life, just beg for things from me like this. How about your dignity as a god? The humble servant begs for your forgiveness, Master. Although your lifespan is short, your strength, wisdom, and strategy are far beyond my imagination. Nether Dragon lowered his head, with a hint of flattery in his tone. But now I just want to kill you. Guilliman said with a smile, you make me feel uncontrollable threats. Last time, I warned you. Tell me whether you will be loyal. Feeling Guilliman's gaze and the threat contained therein, the Nether Dragon chose to lower his head, I will always remain loyal to you, Master. Recognize your identity, I don't want it to happen again. Otherwise, I will let you know that gods can bleed and die. Guilliman said in a deep voice, as long as I find out that you try to if you betray me, I will cut you into pieces and feed them to those who are willing to succumb to my feet. Since birth for so long, no one has ever spoken to himself in such a tone. This is the greatest contempt and humiliation to the Star God family. The Nether Dragon should be angry and kill the opponent. When seeing Guilliman's eyes, the Nether Dragon still chose to submit. The era belonging to the Star Gods has passed. Now the other party has the final say. Letting God bleed is not a joke, the other party can really do it. I am also controlled by the other party's contract. It really made the other party want to kill, giving up the knowledge in his hand, smashing it into pieces, it is really not difficult at all. I will keep it in my heart. Nether Dragon said. Unknown world. A group of corpses fell to the ground. The bright red blood flowed, outlining an extremely evil rune. Obviously, this was a cruel sacrifice. In the middle of the ceremony, Cherubel, who got rid of the demon host full of imprisoning runes, entered a brand new body to get rid of the control of the Empire. The ceremony went very smoothly. Cherubel got a brand new body. Cherubel laughed frantically. I am the Devil Prince who is high above you and cannot be desecrated. Laugh. I am free, Guilliman. Wait, one day I will make you pay, I will make you kneel at my feet and kiss my hoof. Bearing the humiliation for so long, Cherubel gained a little trust from the other party. After several strengthened slavery contracts, he got a new mission, which was to explore other universes. The contract has a certain range, and the control ability of the Book of Demons cannot cover subspace. As long as it escapes far enough, the other party cannot use the contract to control it. Cherubel will destroy all the imperial devices that he carries. Opened a crack and jumped in. With the help of the vast etheric ocean, follow those surging undercurrents and escape to a farther universe. Use unique cosmic rules to circumvent the constraints of the contract. Go to hell, Guilliman, you will never let me kneel before you again. Cherubel cursed viciously, I will endure it, accumulate strength, and prepare for revenge. When the day you fall, I swear that I will bite your soul and make you suffer all kinds of torture. In order to wash away my past humiliation. 3,000 years east of the Milky Way, 3,000 years west of the Milky Way, one day, I will return as the king and avenge my revenge. I, Cherubel, will definitely come back, just wait and see, Guilliman, I will not let you go. Chapter 304 Please be gentle and ravage me, please subscribe. Cherubel didn't know how long he had been adrift. There is no concept of time in the subspace. The highest heaven is always a chaotic existence. Anyone trying to find rules in it is out of their minds. When Cherubel re-entered the real world, he had already come to a completely different universe. A universe very different from the ones he had been exposed to. What is suspended in the vast starry sky are no longer elliptical celestial bodies, but continents. There are 4 elephants under the continent, and the elephants are standing on top of a majestic giant tortoise. The giant tortoise and the giant elephant and the mainland travel in the starry sky, just like the movement of celestial bodies. The stars are the radiance of those worlds that also move. The sun and moon hang in the sky over the continent. Rises from the east, circles around, and falls from the west. Get through the gap between the elephants and go back east again. Such a world is definitely an existence that subverts the 3 views for the scholars of the human empire. However, in the vast etheric ocean, what kind of universe is born is unknown. Vast and diverse, endless, beyond the end of imagination. Every world has the same structure, carried by giant tortoises. Each of them is far away from each other, but they have a tacit understanding and are moving in the same direction. It's like a school of fish going back to the place of birth, grouping in groups and heading towards the destination. There are also some small planets in the starry sky. They are suspended in the void, shrouded by their own sun and moon. But these planets are different from planets in other universes. Those planets are all icy celestial bodies, and the planets in this universe are the eggs of giant tortoises. The young turtle was conceived inside, and the surging magma was like the yolk of an egg, gestating the consciousness of the giant tortoise. There will be no step of breaking out of the shell. The planet will slowly grow a turtle's head and limbs. There is also a giant elephant in the world on the back of a turtle. Such evolution is the rule of this world. This is a mysterious world. The energy of the warp surges in the void, and the giant turtles feed on it. Dead giant turtles will slowly rot and return to the void. The laws of the universe restrict Cherubel from entering the real universe at will. Every universe has such a limit. A universe without limits will soon be destroyed in a demonic spree. Cosmos that can survive tend to repel demons, prevent them from acting recklessly, and protect those fragile lives to thrive. As the Devil Prince, Cherubel has his own way to get in. He created a weak clone, threw it into it, and chose a world to parasitize. Secretly observing every move of those beings. This is the world of sword and magic. The gods establish their own temples and domains, and rule the secular kingdom. Those pretentious adventurers wandered around, fighting monsters, maintaining the glory of the gods and the peace of the world. Theocracy and magic are the mainstream of this world, with technologies such as steam machinery as auxiliary. Such a world is simply a paradise for Cherubel. Relying on his rich knowledge of subspace and his identity as a Devil Prince, he will definitely be able to get along well. As for those indigenous gods, they don't have much knowledge at first glance, and at most they can deceive those ignorant mortal creatures. For a demon prince like him who has experienced the eternal battlefield, the battle of the gods, and can wander across the universe, playing with those indigenous gods is as simple as eating and drinking. It was the duel between the old man from the city and the local rich man. Sure enough, fate did not abandon him and let him come to such a world. Accumulate strength and make a comeback, just around the corner. I want to start all over again here, and one day, I will wash away all the shame. Cherubel recalled the history of his own humiliation, the endless years after becoming the Devil Prince. The humiliation he suffered was not in the slavery of Guilliman. That period of time is long. That mean and shameless guy, actually did those things to himself. It's not even allowed to laugh wildly. If there's nothing to do, he gestures with the emperor's sword in front of him, forcing him to do things against his will. I must rise up, and one day the king will return, kick the 4 gods, punch Gilliman, push the heavens across the sky, and be proud of the world. The mere human empire is not enough. Even if Cherubel is humiliated for a while, he will definitely pay back 100 times in the future. Even if he has nothing now, he is still invincible to those ignorant natives. Give him some time, the heavens and worlds will be turned upside down, blood will flow like a river. War is an eternal and heavy topic. When a war breaks out on a group of extraordinary people, it is even more a terrible disaster for ordinary people. The United Nations building World War I established the human empire over the world. In order to enhance public safety, Sanguinius promulgates extraordinary control regulations. All superheroes must be controlled, and any individual with superpowers must immediately report to the authorities for review and control. This is a violation of our human rights, this is an unimaginable humiliation, boycott them. Why should superpowers be treated like this, where is freedom and equality? Resist imperial tyranny. No acceptance, no compromise. There are a lot of superpowers, plus some of their fans, it also forms a wave. Combined with the incitement of some media to encourage those ignorant people with incomplete information and careerists who want to muddy the water and want to catch fish, the momentum is quite bluffing for a while. There were demonstrations everywhere, criticizing the policies implemented by the empire. Never underestimate human nature. Especially those careerists who yearn for the top position and power. No problem, they will create problems and then solve them as their own merit. Superpowers also continue to attack company employees everywhere. Require the empire to immediately abandon the implementation of the Extraordinary Control Act, and do not allow superpowers to be targeted. However, their resistance was not compromised by the authorities. Such methods have been tried and tested before. An army composed of ordinary people is difficult to deal with superpowers. Once superpowers riot, the social security problems will be extremely serious. Countries can only compromise, as long as the other party is not making a lot of trouble, they will let them go. The problem is that this time they are no longer facing the cowardly local regimes of the past, but a huge and cruel empire. When those huge original caste warriors appeared everywhere, the superpowers realized how stupid their resistance was. The execution order was issued directly from the court, and anyone who had clear evidence of participating in the riots or was unwilling to register with the authorities and tried to conceal his superpowers would be executed according to law. Such a cruel act made the superpowers afraid of it, and their hatred of the empire became more and more serious. However, ordinary people are quite the opposite. The support rate of the empire has been rising all the way, and countless people applaud the control regulations. Superpower crimes have always been an important problem in society. Many superpowers kill people too easily. The victim didn't know who did it until he died. Fights between superpowers will also affect ordinary people, resulting in casualties and major property losses. However, the laws governing ordinary people are extremely powerless in the face of superpowers. It is very difficult for an ordinary person to survive in this world. To have a decent life, you need to be burdened with loans. A car, a house, will make them bear decades of loans, overdraft their lives, let them endure the abuse of the boss, just for that meager salary. Their lives are carried forward under the malice of society, and they cannot stand any setbacks. A confrontation between those criminals and heroes may lead them to the abyss of despair. Don't think that only death can make people despair. When a middle-aged man looks at his destroyed house, destroyed car, and the reminder message from the bank. He has nothing, but he still bears a heavy loan for the rest of his life, and he is doomed to be unable to turn over. Whether he is dead or not, what is the difference? Heroes spoke freely in front of the camera, bragging about acts of justice. Criminals only need to spend a not-so-pleasant time in prison before they can come out again. Only those dutiful, honest, and dull good people looked at the houses they couldn't afford to repair, the cars that couldn't get insurance compensation, and the bank's ruthless threats to ask him to pay back the money, otherwise he would be put on the blacklist. His life has been ruined. Life is meaningless. No house, no car, no future, only loans. Banks and insurance have cleaned themselves up through a sound legal system and laundered themselves through public opinion. Starting a company is to make money, how can you do things that lose money? This is how the world works. You deserve it for your bad luck. Superheroes are fighting crime. They have captured criminals. Do you want them to compensate you for your losses? Criminals have already gone to prison and received the punishment they deserved. Do you still want them to sell their organs to compensate for their losses? Where have moral human rights gone? Let the government pay taxpayers' money? Let the whole people pay for a group of hot-headed superpowers who are unwilling to abide by the rules of modern society and are outside the law? The end result is that the victim swallows the loss by himself, sacrificing his own interests for the sake of social stability. Society has its own rules of operation. The duty of the police is not only to protect the safety of citizens, but also to protect the safety of citizens' property. Compensation should be made for the loss of citizens' property caused by the police chasing criminals, which is the basis for the operation of social rules. All citizens endow the government with this power, and the government has this power. The government must consider the interests of all citizens and evaluate the right or wrong of something based on the values of all citizens. Only in this way can they legally enjoy the power to fight crime and the power to deploy social resources. It is common sense in modern society that power should be given by citizens. Superheroes never accept citizen scrutiny, and never seek citizen approval. They use their own values to judge the right and wrong of a thing, not the values of all citizens. Since this is the case, why should the whole people pay for the losses caused by superheroes? Citizens have no binding force on superheroes, nor can they use their own will to make the other party lose the position of superhero, let alone make the other party pay for some wrong things. There are very few cases of superheroes serving in official law enforcement agencies, and there are almost no overall promotions for society. In addition to stopping street crime and enjoying people's cheap cheer, superheroes rarely step into areas of real value. Promote legal improvement. Call for the boundary between individual rights and public power. Promote technological development. Committed to eliminating the gap between rich and poor. Assisting innocent individuals against abused power. Lex, who hates superheroes, is not alone. Many independent-minded people often think about the social problems and social assistance they bring after seeing the brilliance of superheroes. The operation of society is very complicated, and justice has never had a reasonable standard. If a criminal is persecuted by society to the point of losing hope for the future, is this society really qualified to judge him? A man spent all his parents' savings and was burdened with half his life's loans to buy a house that would never be delivered. His beloved girlfriend broke up with him because of this. Parents died in a hurry, leaving behind a man who has been burdened with loans for half his life, and thus committed crimes and developed an antisocial personality. Is it really justice for superheroes to catch such criminals in prison and frighten others who are also desperate? Crime is never the cause of chaos in a city, but only when a city is in chaos. When the so-called law cannot protect the hard work of a good person, then it is waste paper for the toilet. When the property of an honest person can be taken away by legal means without paying any price, can such a legal standard be called justice? Does it make sense to use superpowers to stop crime? When a city is full of shootings, robberies, thieves, etc., does it need superheroes in tights? The correct answer is no. What this city needs more is a sound and perfect social system capable of maintaining social operation. Preventing this society from being persecuted by people with superpowers, eliminating the unequal status between ordinary people and people with superpowers, and allowing ordinary people to have the right to hold accountable people with superpowers is exactly the citizen equality pursued by the Control Bill. Superheroes either leave this planet and stay away from this society forever, or he can only accept such rules, transfer his power for the sake of all citizens, and accept supervision. If a person breaks away from the system of human society, then he cannot stay in human society. The same is true for people with superpowers. They enjoy the benefits brought by the modern society formed by the cooperation of all people, but they are unwilling to abide by the rules of the whole society. The Empire will not compromise with them. The Control Act requires superpowers to be controlled by the authorities. The same laws that apply to ordinary people apply to them. It's not their fault they have superpowers. But when their superpowers harm other people's interests, it is at fault. The Empire quickly suppressed the resistance of the superpowers. Facing the toughness of the Empire, those superpowers could only accept the Control Bill. At this point, there is no longer any soil for the existence of the deformed superhero. Some of the superpowers who are really eager to contribute to human society chose the police academy and became policemen after passing the examination. Some were also recruited by the Empire for the upcoming war of conquest. The Empire is determined to win the solar system. The development of civilization requires a lot of resources, and the Empire's ability to send people over is already the limit. Sanguinius must obtain resources in this universe to promote development. After discussion, this universe was named Universe 02, which is different from Universe 01, which has been corrupted by the gods and has only a small piece of the universe. As an environment similar to that of the original universe, the Empire attaches great importance to Universe 02. If it can seize enough territory, it may become a good retreat for the human empire. It is not easy to achieve such a thing. In addition to those who are willing to accept the Extraordinary Control Act, there are also a group of people with superpowers who choose to fight to the end. Using the name of the Justice League, they continue to launch attacks on the Empire, trying to subvert the rule of the Empire. Sanguinius also fought back against these actions, continuing to kill the Justice League. In the newly built headquarters of the Imperial base, relevant personnel report recent incidents of conflict to Sanguinius. A group called the Teen Titans creates a string of incidents in Metropolis, attacking Imperial militants and spreading anti-Empire graffiti. According to the relevant intelligence organization, we already know part of the composition of this organization. Among them, Beast Boy, Raven, Superboy, Wonder Girl, Red Robin and others are the leaders of this organization. The Special Operations Team launched a counterattack, killing Beast Boy, Raven, Red Robin and Wonder Girl. Super Junior is now at large. The All-Star Squadron organization was destroyed, the Rebel Alliance, etc. Dozens of small superhero organizations were banned according to law, and all relevant personnel are at large. Sanguinius listened to related reports. There are a lot of superheroes in this world. A country can find hundreds of superhero organizations, and those small-scale teams are even more numerous. There are also some superheroes packaged by entertainment companies to attract money. Superhero culture once prevailed, and everyone's goal was to become a superhero, to enjoy the luxury of life, and to be happy with love and hatred. Stronger heroes, such as Green Arrow and Batman, use the entire city as their territory. Those weak and small groups use a block, a street, to divide their territory as their main active area. The concept of territory between different superheroes is still very serious. Batman once publicly asked other superheroes not to get involved in Gotham City. It's so chaotic. Sanguinius also had to admire this world. It really echoes an old saying, the little demon in the temple is strong, and the water is shallow. Perhaps we should look for the reason behind it. Many abilities of these superheroes are obtained by accident. If we cut off their source of power, we may be able to effectively attack these so-called superheroes. Titus stood aside and said. The power of many superheroes comes from ancient technology and the blessings of the so-called gods. Perhaps, our main target should not be placed on those superheroes. Instead of cleaning up the gods who are crouching on humans and sucking blood, and then controlling the related technology, in that case, the number of superpowers will be greatly reduced. Sanguinius nodded, that's true. Those so-called gods are weak, but they are deeply rooted in this planet, affecting the fate of this planet. It is indeed time to destroy them. I suggest to attack the so-called Olympus gods first. I have checked a lot of information about superheroes, and many of them have been blessed by the Olympus gods. As long as they are removed, they can effectively weaken those superheroes. The power of superheroes. Titus handed over the data board to Sanguinius, which recorded the introduction and countermeasures of superheroes in this world. After the establishment of Lobeot Company, Titus and others have not stopped, while developing their power, while collecting information on superheroes. Especially after realizing the threat of the Justice League, Robot made an emergency response bill for every superhero discovered. Individuals born with special abilities are a minority after all, and more are created by so-called magic and divine power. Resolving those indigenous gods can at least solve most of the crises. I will leave this matter to you, Titus. Sanguinius nodded. The Olympian gods you mentioned are indeed a great threat, and gods should not have any presence in the territory controlled by the human empire. Shelter. Let all the so-called gods disappear in the human world, this is no longer their era. The Justice League's entrance is moved to Mars. Mars is the home of the Martian Manhunter. A scientist uses ancient technology to create a teleporter in an attempt to travel to Mars, but something goes wrong. The teleporter rolled the Martian Manhunter to Earth. Martian Manhunter became famous very early. His body is a weird green humanoid creature with sharp claws and an exoskeleton. Because there is no way to return to Mars, he became a superhero on Earth. Unfortunately, the Martian Manhunter was also killed in the battle at the United Nations building. The current Justice League can be said to have ushered in the most difficult time in history. The power of the Empire has given many superheroes a deep sense of powerlessness. Aquaman and Superman were captured, Supergirl and Martian Manhunter were killed in battle, Wonder Woman was severely injured, and high-level combat forces suffered heavy casualties. The entrance to the headquarters of the Justice League was forced to relocate overnight to the base left by the Martian Manhunters on Mars to avoid being attacked by the Empire. Hall of Justice. Shazam looked ugly, and it took a long time for his arm to recover. He is also known as Captain Fantastic and has the power of magic. Shazam is an inherited title. The name Shazam existed 3,000 years ago. A wizard named Shazam signed an agreement with the gods and obtained the blessings of the gods. In modern times, this power has been passed on to Billy, and he has also been named Shazam. As long as he shouts out the word Shazam, he can gain the knowledge bestowed by Solomon, the strength comparable to Superman bestowed by Hercules, the divine power bestowed by Zeus, the king of Olympian gods, and the of commerce. The extreme speed bestowed by Mercury and so on. With such power, Shazam defeated many powerful enemies. This time, he almost fell. Who would have thought that the Empire would possess a wizard whose magic power was no less powerful than his? The opponent held in his left hand a giant gun that could be used as a small caliber cannon, and a scepter that shone with electric arcs. While chanting ancient mantras, he ran and shot, and waved a scepter. It's been a long time since I've seen you. If it wasn't for running fast, I guess I would have died there with those unlucky Martian Manhunters. This battle is impossible to fight. Wonder Woman and Green Lantern are more seriously injured. One has been sent back to Paradise Island, and the other is still unconscious. Green Lantern's light ring has a problem, and the power in it is unstable and intermittent. This also caused Green Lantern to lose his near-omnipotent abilities, making it difficult to recover from that mortal wound. The entire Justice League can be said to have been completely defeated. Where's Batman? Shazam asked a companion passing by, who shook his head. I haven't seen him for several days, and he seems to be busy with other things. Now, the only person who can support the overall situation is him. Shazam shook his head. I hope he can find a way to fight against the Empire as soon as possible, otherwise we will really be finished. A secret room in the Justice League headquarters. I'm sorry. Bruce said to his fellow superhero Agni. Agni was originally an online model, but was accidentally infected by the organic energy source of flame, and gained the ability to control green flames. She is not considered a well-known figure in the Justice League, and her strength is considered average. Why do you say that? Agni asked puzzledly, looking at Bruce in full armor. In order to win, we have to pay some price. There was grief in Bruce's tone. Agni had confusion on his face. I don't understand what you mean. What price do we have to pay? Such a price. Bruce grabbed Agni by the throat. I need stronger strength to fight against that Imperial man with wings. Agni was a little caught off guard by Bruce's attack. His eyes widened. Green flames gushed out from her body, burning like a torch. A weird scene happened. All the flames of the fire were absorbed by Bruce. Don't. Agni begged, don't do this, Bruce. Don't kill me. I'm sorry, but I need more power. There was a crisp bone cracking sound, and Agni's head limply fell to the side. She died. Died at the hands of idols who have always worshipped. Green flames emerged from Agni's body, and were absorbed by Bruce. Until a moment later, the raging fire with a beautiful figure and face turned into a scorched black mummy, which turned into ashes with embers in Bruce's hands, floating in the air. Bruce had the urge to laugh wildly as he watched the tragic fire, and something in his heart was completely broken, like a flood that was out of control. In the pain, there is a trace of excitement for the killing to be satisfied, and there is a small hole in the soul, which needs more excitement and joy to fill. You succeeded. A voice echoed in Bruce's mind, as long as you keep collecting their abilities, you will be powerful enough to fight against any enemy. At that time, even Superman, you can defeat him with just a wave of your hand. Expulsion enemy, defending justice will become infinitely easier. This world should obey you, Bruce, you are the spokesperson of justice. Look at those fallen guys, it is their incompetence that allows the dictatorship of the Empire to come to this world, only you can save this world, you have to make a sacrifice, Bruce. I'm killing people, is this the sacrifice you are asking for? Bruce said. Necessary death is necessary, what does it matter if a few people are sacrificed to save the world? A small loss is acceptable for a just cause, Bruce, you must always remember this it is a necessary move. And those people did not die, but lived in this world in another way, as long as you want, you can summon them again. Bruce closed her eyes, clenched her fists tightly, and the dead fire that turned into ashes reappeared, but her eyes were numb, like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. Yes, this is a necessary move, everything is to defeat the Empire and avenge those dead. You have to collect more power, Bruce, time is running out, the Empire will definitely speed up, once they take the initiative, the situation will become worse. Choose those powerful guys to take action, the only way, you in order to get enough power. Also, find a way to capture the ring of Green Lantern Hal, I have a special method that allows you to use the power in it. Can you really help me defeat the Empire? Bruce asked, I feel like I'm changing. I don't know why. I always want to laugh out loud and laugh like a clown. I can help you gain supreme power, Bruce, as long as you listen to me, I can guarantee that any army is vulnerable to you. Remember Bruce, you are the best, your thoughts are beyond the ordinary, you were born in the darkness, and you will melt into the darkness, only you can save this world. Bruce reopened his eyes, and green flames flashed in his pupils. He strengthened his belief. This is a war. Sacrifice is inevitable. Bruce waved the fire away and walked out of the room. The headquarters of the Justice League is very large, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many heroes with superpowers. The disappearance of Agni is not worth mentioning, and no one will care about a hero who has little reputation. Especially now when the Justice League is frustrated, people will only think that the fire can't hold on and choose to quit. Who would have doubted that Batman would kill a companion? Bruce returned to the Hall of Justice, only to find that there were loud noises coming from the hall that should have been filled with pain and pessimism. Go in and see a blue figure standing in the hall. It was the arrival of the other party that made the Justice League, which had lost hope, see new hope. It is the strongest man on Earth, Dr. Manhattan, who is unknown to the world. Even Superman would be easily defeated in front of Dr. Manhattan. Dr. Manhattan was born during the Cold War. In an unexpected quantum conversion experiment, his body was annihilated and his mind was brought into a non-material realm. It is said that the power source of the Lantern Ring Legion also comes from that non-material realm. Dr. Manhattan wandered in it for a long time. It is said that there, he possessed more mysterious knowledge and saw the secret of how this world works. When he returned to the real world, he turned into a bald, hairless blue body. Dr. Manhattan's power is beyond imagination. He can copy the body, understand everything, control time and space, and can also decompose and reorganize, control time, create life, control particles, and modify reality. In a sense, Dr. Manhattan is already omniscient in a sense. He rarely intervenes in Earth affairs. Today, he appeared at the headquarters of the Justice League. Bruce knows something about Manhattan, just not much. The opponent was once used by the authorities as a whole card against nuclear powers. Batman, you are finally here, I can't find you anywhere. Shazam said, come here, Dr. Manhattan said he is here to help us. It's unimaginable that one day, the Justice League will get your help, Dr. Manhattan. Bruce walked up to Dr. Manhattan in Batman armor, I hope we can win this war, before everything can be saved, defeat the Empire and restore everything to the way it was. That's why I came here. The emergence of the Empire is a threat to the entire universe. They have made a mess of everything. We have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they go to the starry sky, no one can imagine what the future will look like. There was a rare surprise in Manhattan's tone. He has the ability to see through the future, but after the Empire came, chaos occurred in the future. Dr. Manhattan once hoped to use his time travel ability to erase the opponent. But an accident happened. When he returned to the first time when the Empire came, he found nothing, the Empire did not exist at all. He traced the entire timeline, but did not find the existence of the Empire. When he returned to the present, he would discover the existence of the Empire. Like the quantum observer effect, it's somewhere between being and not being when not observing. Only when observing, when the lid is lifted, can the other party's definite state be obtained. When Manhattan tries to use his time travel ability to trace the Empire from the past, the other party does not exist. He searched every time and space, but couldn't find any trace of the existence of the Empire. Only when he returns to the present of the other party can he observe the other party. The other party has his own timeline, which Dr. Manhattan cannot interfere with. Time travel is a very subtle ability. To understand this ability, one must know what time is. Assume that a game has its own time, and time begins to flow from the first time you enter the game. The game engine will record a save every few seconds, and even record every moment of the game in a rolling timeline save. After clearing the level, the player feels that it is not enjoyable. At this point, the player can use the archive, adjust to the time coordinate he wants, and start over from there. This is the so-called time regression. What happened has already happened, even if it is going back in time, it has happened. Of course, this is limited to stand-alone games. The situation in the Empire is a little more complicated. It is useless for Manhattan to just go back in time on its own side. The Empire is still developing. To go back, Dr. Manhattan has to go back to all the times that have intersected with this universe. This is why Dr. Manhattan chose to help the Justice League. He has a lot of unimaginable and miraculous abilities, such as modifying reality, modifying timeline, transcending time and space, etc. But these capabilities pose no threat to the Empire. Only by proving to defeat the opponent can this be stopped. Without the blessing of those special abilities, Dr. Manhattan has no idea about whether he can defeat the growing empire that beats the Justice League. Dr. Manhattan did not say these things. Formidable as he is in the face of the Empire, there is nothing he can do. The other heroes will probably fall into despair. We will. Bruce said, the Empire defeated us once, but we will soon learn from our failure and make a comeback. Dr. Manhattan, this time we need more helpers who can help us gather more people. To bring those heroes from the future and past time and space, we need a legion strong enough. Bruce asked. This proposal made many heroes excited. If Dr. Manhattan can do it, then he is really invincible. Dr. Manhattan was silent for a moment. The existence of the Empire interferes with the timeline, causing it to be difficult to see the cause and effect. The heroes of this universe may not be able to reach this time point from the past and the future, and they will be prevented. The entire universe collapsed. If I were to look for heroes from other parallel universes, maybe I could. The wall of origin is not a threat to me. I can cross the wall of origin and bring those heroes over. That would be a good way. Bruce said, then please, Dr. Manhattan, I will try my best to find some allies during this period. This time, we must not fail again. Believe me, as a qualified wizard, I have countless incantations and magic. Constantine said to the big man in front of him, I have always welcomed the rule of the Empire, and I am willing to serve the Empire. Do the work of a dog. Speaking of this, Constantine raised his hand suddenly and shouted. Long live the great Empire! Long live the great Empire! You really have no morals. Zatanna on the side saw Constantine's performance, and her forehead was a series of black lines. Is morality useful? See if those weapons are not, and we will be sublimated with just one shot. Constantine secretly pouted at the powerful pulse guns in the hands of the soldiers next to him. Sublimation? What word is this? Zatanna asked puzzled. You didn't listen to your chemistry class when you saw it. Sublimation is the process of changing from a solid to a gas. That is to say, the two of us were vaporized with a bang. Zatanna. Constantine and Zatanna entered the underground of Gotham City in order to investigate the devil in Gotham City, and were arrested by the Empire for violating the Extraordinary Control Act as soon as they came out. In front of the anti-subspace force field device, Constantine didn't dare to have a temper at all. Space teleportation is useless, the muzzle of the gun with the flashing arc is pointed at him, and one shot can send him to meet Satan again. After the neck was put on the anti-magic device, he and Zatanna were sent to the headquarters base of the Empire, and sent to a large study room with various projection devices and books. This room, is it true that the upper echelons of the Empire have taken a fancy to you? Constantine looked at Zatanna. The figure is indeed hot, and the face is considered superb. It is not unusual for people to look at you. Zatanna glanced at Constantine. Why do I think you're a little excited? Don't slander me, I'm not that kind of person. Constantine said sternly, his heart, which had been trained by the succubus, was ready to move. Sure enough, is not such a good place to go. What if the other party really likes me? Zatanna asked. Constantine was silent for a moment. I wish you happiness. Scumbag, bah. The two are indeed well-known masters in the magic world, and they can joke around so calmly in such a situation. Lex's voice sounded, and he walked in from the side of the study. So it's you. Constantine naturally knew Lex, the enemy of Superman. He thought about it for a while, and there should be no enmity between the two, and it seems that they are not desperate. After thinking about it, Constantine added another sentence. Did you fall in love with her? I have nothing to do with her. Don't get me wrong. Scumbag. Zatanna kicked Constantine, then looked at Lex. Give up, I don't like your style. Lex. Do you think I'll have a crush on you? Lex's tone was full of disgust. A woman without any connotation, only a man dominated by low-level desires will be confused by you. Please don't swear at people like this. Constantine said, you didn't like her, and you called us here. Could it be that you fell in love with me? And invited her as a bystander? Lex, you can think of such a trick come out. Hey, now my life is in your hands, I can't refuse you anymore, please be gentle and ravage me. Hearing Constantine's words, Lex got a black line on his forehead, and he finally knew why Constantine had a bad reputation among many superheroes. Is this guy really human? Can humans really be so shameless? Chapter 305 Blood God's Servant? Seeking subscription. Constantine's shamelessness made Lex amazed. At this moment, Lex admired Batman and others. How did they put up with this guy, and once let him join the Justice League? I'm not interested in you either, Mr. Constantine. Lex said, it's very important to invite you here. What's the matter? Constantine asked. I have a small suggestion, that is, when you invite, can you be more polite, and the practice of treating guests as prisoners should be changed. Or are you villains? Not by doing so, you will appear unprofessional and bad enough. Speaking of this, Constantine pointed to the enchantment device around his neck. This device limits all his magical abilities. This is a necessary move. Lex shrugged, in order for you to stand here and listen to me. Okay, what exactly are you looking for from us? Finish quickly, we are both very busy, and counting the time, it is almost time for morning exercises. I really hope to find a place to have an in-depth exchange with you. Tana, there should be some personal time of our own. Constantine turned his head to look at Zatanna and raised his eyebrows. The provocative meaning in it made Zatanna want to kill him with a fireball. She was fascinated by the handsome face of this scumbag back then. Lex's hand flicked in the air. Light like static electricity dances in the air. After a while, several information windows emitting a faint light were outlined. Constantine and Zatanna watched Lex's movements, looked at the windows. Such projection technology Justice League also has. It's just that they don't like to be public. The name is naturally for the benefit of the general public, fearing that they will cause more trouble after they get new technology. In the information window, well-known magicians in the magic world are displayed. Shazam, Swamp Thing, Zatanna, Lady Shangdu, Black Orchid, Shadow, etc. As a magician, your professional ability is not the strongest in the magic world. Lex's words immediately aroused Constantine's dissatisfaction. Fart, I am the strongest, everyone else is scum, either relying on those gods, or being born lucky, which magician can be self-taught like me? Lex didn't care about Constantine's protest, and slid with his finger. The picture also changed accordingly, and the gods in those myths appeared. Your professional ability is not the strongest. Wizard Shazam, ghosts, and other guys who master magic are stronger than you. But you have a talent that no one else has. This talent is why you were chosen. Have you already been conquered by my extraordinary charm and handsome face? Express it bravely, I know that my charm has always been great. The narcissistic Constantine was quickly broken by Lex's words. Your most important talent is that you are shameless and despicable enough. You are a top-notch master of deception. You have no awe of those gods, and even once played with them between applause and used lies to walk between them. Constantine. Listen, is this a human language? Check out my strong, perfect body with 8-pack ABS. Look at my handsome face, which fascinates thousands of girls. Look at my unrestrained and unrestrained life. Look at my Biobio again, the invincible magic. So many advantages not to mention. You must say such things. It makes sense for you to be treated as a villain, Lex. Constantine looked at Lex with a look of disgust. Why didn't Superman kill you directly? Why did you let you live here to ravage my heart? We need you, Constantine. To be precise, the Empire needs you. Lex didn't care about the change in Constantine's tone, but said solemnly, you are someone who will accomplish great things, Constantine, you will create your own legend. What do you mean? When it came to the word Empire, Constantine's tone rarely became serious. The Empire recruited me. Yes, war is about to break out. The time for the rise of mankind has come, Constantine. There will no longer be a on top who thinks he controls everything and plays with the fate of mankind. Seeing Lex's fanatical appearance, Constantine felt a little uneasy in his heart. What do you guys want to do? Kill God. Lex's words were like thunder, shaking the hearts of Constantine and Zatanna. What a profane word. Killing God? If an ordinary person said such words, Constantine would only think that the other person was crazy. But if a man who was appointed by the Empire to be the governor of the planet said this, Constantine would have to consider the authenticity. The power held by the Empire is enough to suffocate everyone. The Justice League has been defeated several times, and the superheroes suffered heavy casualties and were slaughtered mercilessly like ants. Lex's words represent the will of the Empire to a certain extent. What do you want to do? Constantine asked with some trepidation. After research, most of the sources of superpowers are related to the so-called gods. The existence of these guys has affected the stability of human society. Lex operated a few times, so that the information window displayed the gods of Olympus. The message, Wonder Woman and the like all get their power from the gods. As long as they are eliminated, many superpowers can become ordinary people again. You have been in and out of heaven and hell, and traveled in the realms of those gods. For this, we need your help. A guide who is familiar with the enemy's realm can reduce many variables in war. Constantine and Zatanna are horrified by the horrifying implications of Lex's understated words. After defeating the Justice League, the Empire set new war goals on the gods. What a bunch of complete lunatics. I will not participate in such a thing. Constantine refused without hesitation. I am a good man with integrity, and love of peace. Although those gods are hateful, I will never be your accomplice. Constantine's refusal did not surprise Lex. The human world doesn't need gods who point fingers at humans and think they are superior. If you are willing to join the Empire, there will naturally be many benefits. The mechanical hum sounded, and a suspended servo skull flew over. The mechanical tentacles grabbed a thick book with a metal cover and a chain wrapped around it. Relying on his profound knowledge, Constantine could tell at a glance that the gold-plated font on it was some kind of special incantation. This is a book that records magical knowledge. Those chains that wrap around the books are some kind of seal, designed to keep the knowledge in the books from poisoning those who touch them. Knowledge is also powerful. Those books that record profound magical knowledge have their own will. They will attempt to contaminate readers with knowledge that is unacceptable to mortals. Reading a forbidden magic book requires not only energy and time, but even the soul will be lost if you are not careful. The Empire's name for magic is somewhat different. The relevant personnel call it Chinook energy, which is a power in the non-material field. They have a deep understanding of it and have organized a lot of knowledge into a system. This subspace, the Biological Illustrated Book, is a book compiled by relevant practitioners after a long period of research on creatures in the non-material realm, and it must be very suitable for Mr. Constantine's needs. Constantine showed an expression of indifference, but those eyes that kept looking at the books betrayed him. The desire for magical knowledge made his heart restless. The matter of killing the gods is still somewhat troublesome. Constantine said, the gods are opposed to each other. If the Empire attacks the gods of Olympus, it will inevitably attract the vigilance of other gods. This subspace Biological Illustrated Book is just the beginning. As long as Mr. Constantine is willing to serve the Empire, he will not only be able to learn these systematic Chinook knowledge, but also have the opportunity to travel to other universes and learn the magic knowledge of other universes. Here refers to other universes are not parallel universes divided by the wall of origin. The parallel universe is just a scheme of those who control this world. Our universe is like a partition of a server. Each partition is the same and is controlled by the other party. If you are willing to join the Empire, you can also know a lot enough to subvert the truth of your life. I can gain more knowledge, travel to other universes, and enjoy the convenience and long lifespan brought by imperial technology, Mr. Constantine. Before Lex finished speaking, Constantine had already made a standard Skyhawk salute. Long live the Empire, long live the great Emperor of the Empire. Long live the Empire, long live the great Emperor of the Empire. Long live the Empire, long live the great Emperor of the Empire. Constantine shouted so vividly. Lex and Zatanna's foreheads are full of black lines again. Never overestimate Constantine's integrity. But think about it, a guy who can sell his soul to 7 or 8 evil gods, what integrity can he have? The war against Olympus broke out quickly. Bearing the brunt is Paradise Island. Paradise Island was created by Zeus, the king of Olympian gods. The island is surrounded by a magic protective force field, which protects the residents of the island, that is, the Amazon female warrior. The protective force field was broken by the technology of the Empire. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the Paradise Island hidden in the dimension made its debut in front of the world for the first time. The architecture on Paradise Island tends to the Greek classical style. There are temples everywhere on the island, and the light blue divine power shield is the last shelter of Paradise Island. Heavily armed Amazon female warriors hold the weapons bestowed by the gods and guard the place where they have lived for generations. You have one last chance, lay down your arms, and the Empire will mercifully forgive your crimes. Responsible for leading the extermination of the gods of Olympus, Titus issued an ultimatum to Paradise Island. Dream. Hippolyte, the 13th queen of Paradise Island, wore a battle helmet, armor, and a long sword, and rejected Titus' ultimatum. Then meet the fate of destruction. Titus wasted no words. The Imperium has shown little mercy to those who have gone astray. For individuals who are not loyal to the race, then wipe them out completely. Paradise Island is a paradise. Every building above is beautiful, with countless high walls and arcades shining in the sun. Its existence is very old, but today, it will be drowned in blood. The armies originally belonging to various countries were mobilized to participate in this war. Only iron and blood can regenerate these soldiers from different regions, with different customs, cultures, and languages, and become an army capable of conquering the stars. Fighters and artillery pried open the defense of Paradise Island, clearing out a landing field. Titus did not send out the primordial warriors, but ordered the ordinary army to go out. It's time for the people of this world to know cruelty. Paradise Island and the enemies you will face in the future are definitely not at the same level, and can only be used as a training hand. Human society can never rely on those self-righteous individual heroes, but one strong and well-trained army after another. The native generals who had never participated in interstellar wars commanded their troops to wage war on Paradise Island. Malong is also one of them. He has an oriental face, yellow skin, black hair, and black pupils. He is not handsome, but he is passable. His previous rank was major. After the Empire took over the power of the world, the boundaries between countries have been blurred. Human unity has become the mainstream of society. Malone's position has not changed, just a few more prefixes. A major like him is very different from a real major in the Empire. The major of the Empire already has the military power to destroy the inhabitants of a planet. And he, a major, has only a few thousand soldiers who have just changed clothes under his command. The soldiers were all disrupted. His subordinates come from various countries, communication is a hassle. Fortunately, the terminology and gestures are based on the standards of the Empire, so it is not too bad, and the other party can still follow his orders and ideas. The troops are equipped with exoskeleton armor and pulse guns. The bayonet is also made of single-molecule materials. Piercing steel is as simple as stabbing tofu. Compared with the previous automatic rifles, such equipment can be said to be a shotgun. However, against the enemy. After a large number of troops landed, they launched an offensive to the center of Paradise Island. Bombarded those majestic buildings with artillery. The deafening cannon fire mixed with the sound of lasers tearing the air. Buildings are on fire, and a foul smell fills the battlefield. The female Amazon warriors roared angrily, rushing towards the enemy with cold weapons in their hands. They are slender and flexible. The weapon in his hand has been blessed by the gods, and can easily penetrate the armor of soldiers. Malong's troops also advanced under his command. His mission goal is to capture a temple belonging to the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. Amazon warriors are extremely fierce. With bow and arrow, defend the temple. Don't hesitate to shoot them when you see them. Mao Long shouted in the communication, don't show any kindness, or you will die. Faced with a group of women, the soldiers would always feel pity subconsciously and want to let the other party go. As a result, they were killed by those Amazon warriors. Desecrate the halls of the gods, you all deserve to die. A female warrior accused angrily before shooting a hapless man to death with an arrow. They fight to protect their homeland. Fight to protect the faith in your heart. Fight to protect the temple of the gods. They are fearless, even though the strength of the empire far exceeds them. The Amazons also dared to fight. Long live Paradise Island, long live the Amazon female warrior. Another female warrior shouted, encouraging other female warriors to resist bravely. Mao Long fired a shot at the opponent, but missed, only hit the shoulder, and the opponent jumped to the back of the bunker. The other party has a nervous response system beyond imagination, which is much stronger than ordinary people. The powerful buildings have been completely smashed, and Malone's troops are advancing on the ruins and rubble, pushing towards their goal step by step. Deadly energy rays interweave in the sky like bright ribbons. The air echoed with the short bursts of pulse lasguns and the coherent bang of bolters. The sound of warplanes roaring across the sky, rumbling, bombing the center of Paradise Island. A feather arrow shot at Malong when he was approaching the gate of the temple, and hit his shoulder. The armor was pierced, and the feathered arrow penetrated into his body. The fatal pain made him clench his teeth. Several female warriors jumped down from the arcade of the temple, and used their sharp swords to kill those soldiers. In just a moment, the ground was full of wreckage and broken arms. The dark red blood gushed out and splashed around, staining the ruins red. Architecture. Mao Long rushed to a female soldier. Years of military career gave him the perseverance to endure pain. The monomolecular bayonet of the pulse laser gun pierced the opponent's chest. The shiny armor is as fragile as paper. The bayonet pierced into the opponent's soft chest, and Malong twisted violently, and with the opponent's scream, cut the opponent's body apart. That female warrior has a beautiful face, she can be regarded as a beauty. Those eyes looked at Mao Long, gradually lost consciousness, and finally completely lost consciousness. Other female warriors were also executed by the surrounding soldiers one by one. A female warrior tried to retreat to the interior of the temple, but was blown away by a grenade. The battle was over. Mao Long walked over the corpses of the fallen female warriors and walked into the temple. The sculpture of Aphrodite is placed in it. Malong glanced at it, and signaled his subordinates to install bombs to blow up the entire temple. The halls of the gods have a certain power, which can be regarded as a symbol or allegory. Amazon Queen, Hippolyta is in a bitter fight. The city wall fell less than an hour after the start of the battle. She was forced to retreat to the central area, and those brave female warriors defended her. The advancing speed of the empire is extremely terrifying. The gunfire blared, the ground and the air cooperated, and Queen Hippolyta lost her temper at all. They lack effective means of countering aerial attacks. Being continuously bombed by densely packed fighter planes, a large number of buildings were turned into ruins, and the defenders suffered heavy casualties due to the bombing. Laser beams, automatic artillery, and heavy explosive shells intertwined firepower, allowing the Empire's troops to crush the hard-earned defense line of the Amazon female warriors all the way. Their long swords and crossbows are too short compared to the weapons of the Empire. Only close combat can gain an advantage. Originally wanted to lure the opponent into street fighting with complex buildings. Who would have thought that the opponent's shells would drop like they didn't want money, killing all the female soldiers who were hiding. If this continues, Paradise Island may fall soon. Just when Queen Hippolyta retreated to the last temple of Zeus and was about to fall into despair, a beam of light rushed down from the sky. Wonder Woman, who was sent to Olympus to heal her wounds, appeared on the battlefield with unprecedented ferocity and sharpness in her eyes. The Excalibur shone brightly in her hands, and countless thunderbolts were attracted. With a loud shout, she turned the Excalibur sharply, and countless thunderbolts were drawn to the ground, forming a powerful shock wave, and all the soldiers who rushed up were blown away. The huge impact caused those soldiers to break their bones and tendons, and wailed continuously. How dare you invade Paradise Island? Wonder Woman said with uncontrollable anger, I will let you come and go today. She suddenly raised the divine sword in her hand, and a huge door was outlined with bright brilliance. The majestic horn sounded slowly. One army after another came out of the door neatly. That is a heroic warrior from the Olympus god realm. They are majestic, armored, and sharp. Wonder Woman stood in front of this legion summoned by the power of the gods, and a Pegasus with 2 wings appeared beside her. You have offended the gods, meet their wrath. Wonder Woman turned over and sat on the Pegasus with a heroic posture, just like an ancient general. At this time, the surrounding sea also rolled over. Warships exuding magical aura rose from the ocean. The Sea King's wife, Mara, holding a trident, standing on a huge sea beast, came to the battlefield. Obviously, this is the support from Atlantis. In ancient times, before Atlantis sank to the bottom of the sea, they had an alliance with Paradise Island. Together they fought a dire threat. Now that Aquaman, the monarch of Atlantis, has fallen into the hands of the Empire, Mara will naturally not give up. It's a pity that I repeatedly asked the other party to be released, but was ruthlessly rejected. Mira also simply stood on the side of the anti-imperial alliance. Use the unique location of Atlantis to fight against the rule of the Empire. Now that Paradise Island is in trouble, she will naturally not stand idly by. Stupid mortals willing to be the lackeys of the dictator will only lead to disaster. Mara said, holding a trident, you will die here today and pay for your stupidity. Her voice spreads across the battlefield through magic. After finishing speaking, with one stroke of the trident in his hand, terrible magic power gushed out, setting off a raging sea. Mara's power should not be underestimated. In addition to the magic of manipulating water, she also has a red light ring. Light rings are divided into 7 types, with the holder's emotion as the energy source, and it is an artifact prepared for those extraordinary people. There is a fire of anger hidden in Mara's heart, which is an important reason why she was chosen. The scene of Arthur being broken in the spine and being dragged into a cage by the Empire like a dead dog tortured her every moment. Filled her heart with anger. Today, she will be released. Let the Empire suffer her boundless wrath. She will tear every Imperial man to pieces, and let them know what happened to the man who captured her. Even if the whole world is subverted, she will never allow others to hurt Arthur. Wonder Woman returned with a heroic force, and Atlantis came for reinforcements again. Give hope to Queen Hippolyta, who was in despair. Once again, she went to a high place, raised her weapon and shouted. Fight the damned Empire and defend Paradise Island. The other female warriors also shouted. Fight the Empire and defend Paradise Island. Fight the Empire and defend Paradise Island. Fight the Empire and defend Paradise Island. The continuous shouting lifted their morale, which had sunk to the bottom, once again. The hearts of the female warriors were burning with anger, and each of them regarded death as home. Their homes were devastated, and countless sisters died tragically. Such hatred will never be forgotten. Ma Long stood on a high place watching the arrival of the heroic army of the Olympian gods and the Atlanteans. Everything that happened in front of him is definitely the most memorable in his life. Boss, it seems that some have been beaten. The communication soldier next to him came over and said, they are all ruthless characters. I don't know how many people are going to die, so why don't they go up? Ma Long looked up into the sky and saw a few black spots. Those black spots are large suspended transport planes, and they are all at an altitude of 10,000 meters at this time. The soldiers of the Empire are all inside, and the ones appearing now are all ordinary troops that originally belonged to various countries. Wonder Woman waved the long sword in her hand, kill. The heroic army behind her and the reinforcements of Atlantis rushed towards the enemies who invaded Paradise Island. Phylides appeared in the sky, burning through the air like falling stars. The moment the meteor landed, a huge cloud of smoke and dust was stirred up, and the shockwave caused by the impact sent the heroic warriors and the warriors of the Kingdom of Atlantis flying. Those giant-like nightmares wearing heavy armor came out of the smoke and dust, holding weapons comparable to ordinary people's bodies, and electric arcs danced all over their bodies. Even though they were far apart, Mao Long felt the unimaginable oppression. Jumping directly from a height of 10,000 meters is really crazy. These fighters are all moving killing demon gods. Titus also descended, and he and his personal guard fell to the Temple of Zeus, the core of the enemy's battle formation. The huge shockwave knocked everything around, and the high-speed fall formed friction with the air, and the high temperature ignited nearby combustibles. The black smoke released by the raging fire is mixed with smoke and dust. This war is watched by the whole world. Simply jumping directly from high altitude, without technical content, but full of violent beauty, can deter the enemy, and more intuitively declare the power and terror of the Empire to the whole world. Titus did not say any more nonsense. There is only one countermeasure against the enemies of the Empire. That is to destroy them. The Emperor's will is upon us, warriors of the Empire. Titus shouted, the power sword crackling in his hand, covered with light blue force field brilliance. Heroic warriors gathered to attack Titus and others. They were dressed in bright armor, looking powerful and noble, and formed a front with spears in their hands. Then, they raised those spears and released beams of light to attack. Heroic warriors have been protected by the gods and master the skill of using spears to release energy. The next second, Titus rushed into the battle formation of these heroic warriors. The long sword in his hand slaughtered the enemy like mowing grass. With the slash of the sword, those armored bodies were severed. Those spears were as fragile as rotten wood in his hands. The same is true for other original caste warriors, beheading those so-called heroic spirits. They were released into the flock like violent wild beasts, hacking and slashing with the weapons in their hands, beheading the enemy. A group of Atlantean warriors rushed over, but Titus killed 3 of them in the blink of an eye, and slammed the head of the last enemy with one hand, smashing the opponent's head to pieces. The battlefield turned into a chaotic Shura field, where the primordial warriors rampaged and killed. Those who can be transported to this universe are all first-class elite veterans. They have all received at least the 2nd original casting upgrade, and some have already mastered the powerful abilities brought about by the 3rd upgrade. Facing a group of so-called heroic warriors created by planetary gods, they have almost no difficulty in dealing with them. Titus continued to kill, and with the roar, countless enemies bloodied the battlefield. His battle armor was also quickly stained red by the splashing blood. Ripped limbs and wailing enemies all underfoot. The female soldiers who were still chanting slogans just now were shocked by the uncruel massacre. Compared to the brutal battles that erupted now, the ones just now were just child's play. Those steel giants in heavy armor have no mercy, cold and heartless. The Amazon female warriors who entered the battlefield were mercilessly beheaded. Go to hell, devil! Wonder Woman rushed towards Titus with the sword in hand, intending to kill the enemy commander. The collision of weapons on both sides created a strong shock wave. For Gillimon, growled Titus, for the Emperor. Furious battle mode activated. Injecting combat hormone, clearing redundant data, entering combat data. Building a hostile target model and analyzing it. Target, divine life form, the strength of spiritual fluctuations is level 10, the weapon in hand is an arcane weapon, with the breath of a subspace creature. Titus's eyes flooded with data, an uncontrollable rage erupted from his heart like a long-logged volcano. It's been a long time since he's had a good fight. For the great cause of the father of genes, for the ultimate salvation of mankind. He came to this strange universe, suppressed his desire to fight, and played disgusting political games with those mortals. Titus asked his heart a long time ago. Can people like him really enjoy a peaceful life? The answer is negative. From the moment he became an Ultraman, he was doomed not to be able to enjoy those ordinary lives. His future is war. No matter how much art and knowledge he learns, he can't change his heart that yearns for war. When the rage ability was activated, hormones were injected into his body along the medical needle. Titus felt the long-lost excitement. Last time, when Sanguinius was in charge, those superheroes were defeated in a devastating manner. Titus didn't use any strength the whole time, those guys just died and fled. The heart of the Empire was running at full power, and Titus's offensive was crazy and fierce, slashing at the opponent continuously. Wonder Woman blocked a blow, and before she had time to catch her breath, the next blow came without stopping. In just a few breaths, Wonder Woman was knocked into the air again. Go to hell, enemy of the Empire! Titus roared and jumped up, slashing at Wonder Woman with the long sword in his hand, intending to split her in half. A powerful red force exploded in front of Titus, and the huge impact forced him back abruptly. Mira appeared next to Wonder Woman, and the red light ring was shining on her finger, which was extremely enchanting. A servant of the blood god. Titus saw the other party's red ring, and a familiar illusion appeared in his heart. There was a pure rage to the power of that ring. But this world has obviously been investigated, and there are no sects that worship the four gods? I am the queen of the kingdom of Atlantis, imperial people, you have captured your husband and tried to kill my friend in front of me. Mara glared at Titus. I don't know how the blood ring in your hand came about, but I know you will die here with her. Titus raised the weapon in his hand and said. Chapter 306 Fulgrim's Clone. The power of the Empire heart is running to the maximum. Countless data danced in Titus' mind. He could vaguely see the flowing data deep in his pupils. The gift from Guilliman, the holy and almighty great emperor, made Titus infinitely closer to the so-called gods in mythology. The power longsword in his hand buzzed, and the pleased machine soul maximized the power of the power field, and the pulsating arcs were fine and uncountable. For my father. Titus's heart became colder and firmer, for the honor and survival of the Empire. His speed is as fast as lightning, and the heart of the Empire uses computing power to break through the space for him, moving the space coordinates quickly, reaching extreme speed. Mira, who was still trying to avenge her husband, couldn't react at all. Her weapon was split, and the protective shield created by the red lantern ring was shattered in one blow. The bumpy body set off by the armor was cut by Titus' longsword. When Mira came back to her senses, her head was already flying in the air. His undulated pupils saw his headless corpse gushing blood. Weakly fell in a pool of blood and smoke. And after the huge steel giant beheaded himself, he continued to attack Wonder Woman expressionlessly. In full view, the queen of the kingdom of Atlantis died. Died on the battlefield. The sassy and beautiful woman became a headless corpse. The battlefield is so cruel, and it will never weaken the cruelty just because of someone's beauty and status. Mara's death aroused the anger of Atlantean warriors. The magic warship rushed to the Empire, released attacks on the soldiers, and fought with the fighters in the sky. The gorgeous beams and old-fashioned artillery have terrible destructive power. The fighter plane made of alloy was destroyed under the attack of the magic ship. Paradise Island was completely reduced to scorched earth, those magnificent buildings were reduced to ruins, and there were scorched black wreckage and broken arms everywhere. Modern warplanes mixed with imperial technology and Atlantis magic warships fought together. From time to time, fighter planes and warships fell down, fell to the ground and burst into flames. Wreckage and corpses are everywhere, and the battlefield is like hell. Pillars of brown and black smoke rose from the ground and went straight to the sky. Every explosion shook the earth. At the moment when the turmoil ceased, the scorched earth was scattered all over the sky with unabated joy. The sky is full of beacon fire, the hell-like artillery fire reflects the ruins, and the light of the guns dances in the air, like the elves incarnate of death, harvesting those lives. The sound of the fighter plane echoed in the air, low and low, like rolling thunder. The Primaris warriors, wearing armor weighing several tons, slaughtered wantonly on the Paradise Island battlefield like demon gods who came out of hell. Wonder Woman let out a roar, and the radiance released by the Excalibur in her hand became brighter and brighter. Eyes are about to split, almost crazy. But her anger doesn't change anything. Titus's offensive became more and more ferocious, with deadly moves. The leaping electric arc of the power sword in his hand crackled. Wonder Woman was unprepared for one move, and Titus' blade slashed across her shoulder, cutting off her entire arm. Yin red, with divine blood spurting out, Wonder Woman let out a cry of pain, her beautiful face turned pale. The sword in his hand became weaker and weaker. A moment later, Titus' sharp sword pierced her body, and with a sharp upward stroke, it tore Wonder Woman's entire body apart. The surviving Amazons and Atlantean warriors witnessed the sacrifice of Mara and Wonder Woman. Fear and despair seized their hearts and made them almost suffocate. The demon in steel was merciless, even though both of them were first-class beauties, they did not receive the slightest preferential treatment and were ruthlessly destroyed by him. Mara and Wonder Woman died in battle, and the outcome of the battle was decided. The rest of the heroic spirits, female warriors and Atlantis warriors, were brutally slaughtered by the Empire. A massacre unfolded in front of the world. An army composed of ordinary people such as Malong is still landing on Paradise Island, attacking the temple of Zeus guarded by Queen Hippolyta. The survivors of Atlantis were forced to withdraw from the battlefield after suffering huge losses, leaving behind burning warships and countless corpses. They were powerless to avenge Queen Mara, and they were powerless to turn the tide of battle. If you continue to stay, you will only suffer greater losses, and Atlantis will be devastated. As for the allies, anyone can see that Queen Hippolyta's defeat is doomed, and the fall and destruction of Paradise Island has become an established reality. It is undoubtedly a very stupid thing to sacrifice for an ending that cannot be changed. They swore to avenge their queen and allies. But such an oath is useless. Atlantis has thoroughly offended the Empire. The crisis of destruction hangs over the head like the sword of Damocles. The strongest hero of Paradise Island died in battle, and allies were forced to evacuate. Queen Hippolyta fell into deep despair. Her guards were very loyal and resisted until the last moment, relying on the power of the temple to fight against the technology of the Empire. It wasn't until Titus led people to attack that he completely broke through the magic defense and broke through the temple. Screams and desperate cries sounded in the temple. The majestic temple was soaked in red blood. Titus led people to break through the magic-protected temple and killed those stubborn female warriors. Holding a scepter, Queen Hippolyta standing in front of the tall statue of Zeus looks extremely small. She had a bitter face, her eyes fixed on the intruder who came in. You ruined this place, demons, ruined a beautiful place. Queen Hippolyta's tone was filled with uncontrollable pain and despair. You could have had a better choice. Titus walked towards Queen Hippolyta step by step. Throw yourself into the Empire, into the arms of the great Emperor, and you won't have to endure such suffering. The heavy iron boots collided with the floor, causing the temple to resound with crisp crashing sounds. Your choice is to plunge us into the abyss, cried Queen Hippolyta. The gods have protected the world, and we will never forsake them. Your emperor is but an executioner, a murderer, a longing tyrant who rules over every star he can see. Your folly is astounding. Titus' voice came from behind the grid visor. The only blessing of the gods is to make men accustomed to suffering and despair, who create false hope just to live forever. Fool the world. Only cowards follow them blindly and feel that God is everything to them. Blasphemers. Queen Hippolyta shouted, stop your filthy and heresy talk. Those who betray the gods will be punished by the gods. You will not end well. Let them come, then, and see if they can punish me, said Titus. Your so-called gods will soon die, in their temples. There is never a good end for fools of men. Such heresy, you will pay for your arrogance. It will not be the self-proclaimed liars who will make us pay. Titus walked up to Queen Hippolyta and stared at the weak woman. The Empire will never let go of those who betray humanity. Titus grabbed Queen Hippolyta's slender throat, and the opponent's struggle was extremely futile and insignificant. Just a little force, Paradise Island will be destroyed. Titus didn't kill him. He watched the struggle, and looked at his Queen Hippolyta with hatred on his face. He made another decision. Killing a fanatic is never the best option. They will not fear death. Letting the other party watch their beliefs being destroyed is the cruelest thing in this world. When Zeus, the king of gods, wailed and died, how desperate were those eyes full of hatred. Take care of her. Titus handed Queen Hippolyta to his subordinates, looked at the statue of Zeus, destroy this place. After speaking, he turned and left, and the soldiers in charge of the blasting filed in. Accompanied by a rumbling explosion, the temple of Zeus collapsed, and tumbling dust filled the entire sky. Constantine and Zatanna are standing on the Empire's fighter plane at the moment, and they are watching the whole war. The cold-bloodedness and cruelty of the Empire are shown to the extreme. The mysterious place that has been circulating in the magic world, Paradise Island, has been destroyed. The bodies of the dead lay in those ruined buildings. The temples of the gods were destroyed, and the idols of the gods were overthrown. The wizards who serve the Empire are looking for a way to enter the Olympus realm. The real goal of the Empire is the behind it. That kind of madness makes people palpitate. Constantine felt suffocated. This is the first time he has witnessed the cruelty and coldness of the Empire. Is this the Emperor's will? Zatanna said to herself, is it really right for us to choose to help them? I don't know. Constantine said in a daze, they seem to be a group of war lunatics. The Empire's research on the subspace has become more and more in-depth. Although Titus and others are far away from the Empire, they have never severed contact with the Empire, and they can still get technical and personnel support. Finding a path in the illusory realm is not very difficult. With the beeping sound of the detection instrument, a subspace road hidden in the holy place of trial on Paradise Island was discovered. Due to the particularity of this universe, every planet with life has its own pantheon. The gods of all races live in the pantheon. The existence of the domain of the pantheon is very special. It does not belong to the non-material universe, nor does it belong to the material universe, but an independent space. It is also called the fourth-dimensional world by some scientists. The fourth-dimensional world is divided into 8 parts: Dreamland, Netherland, Apocalypse, Demon Realm, Nightmare, Heaven Realm, Creation Star, and Heaven. The gods are located in the heavenly world, which is the home of the gods. Every Protoss has its own holy mountain. Destroying the gods of Olympus means that the Empire needs to attack the heavens. Enemies in other areas will certainly not stand by, which means that the Empire may need to destroy the entire fourth-dimensional world to resolve all these battles. It is worth mentioning that the magic power of Constantine and others does not come from subspace. Instead, from the fourth dimension. To this end, their magic is used at will without fear of prying eyes from the living or not. The price is that their magical power is very weak compared to the Shinnik power of the librarian. In terms of wool, compared with think tanks, it is even more of a world. Constantine has dealt with many gods. He will be the guide of the imperial army, leading Titus and others through the complicated area, going straight to the heavens, and eliminating all the gods. Witnessed the atrocities committed by the Empire against Paradise Island, Constantine regretted accepting the commission from the Empire. But he has no other choice. He has heard about the fate of betraying the Empire. Death, which everyone fears, is the most relaxing of the many tortures in the Empire. The machine slave whose brain lobe was removed and used as a hybrid of human and machine, or the guinea pig who was thrown into the laboratory as an experiment, no matter which one is extremely desperate and sad. Under the watchful eyes of many imperial troops, Constantine saw the light door in front of him, showed a wry smile, and then walked in. As soon as Titus waved his hand, the ready-to-go imperial troops began to advance slowly and entered the light gate. Solar system. The power of the Empire made this the safest place. Dorn's war in the webway, Terra's last hidden danger will also disappear. Witnessing the countless miracles brought by Guilliman, Verner, who had long been numb, thought that he would not be surprised by anything anymore. But when he saw the booty brought back by the expeditionary army, the strong and powerful heart still betrayed him, beating fast, making his blood rush to his limbs at a faster speed than usual. Damn traitor! Valeno said in a deep voice, even if you are just a copy of him, you are still damned. I am not a traitor. Clone Fulgrim tried to break free from the guards controlling him, but the prison ring on his neck made him powerless, and he could only make an angry voice to protest the other party's humiliating speech to him. Valinor frowned, and the end of the halberd in his hand slammed at the opponent. Thanks to the strength of the Primarch's body, Valerian's blow was enough to break the steel, but it could only make the clone Fulgrim lose a few teeth. Be honest, if the Emperor didn't want to see you, your head would be cut off and hung on the city wall. Valinor said in a low voice. Fulgrim's clone struggled violently, throwing a fist and trying to hit the opponent. But he was firmly controlled by the Imperial army behind him, and he was directly pressed to the ground. You'd better be honest. The Emperor only said he wanted to see you, but he didn't say he wanted to keep you intact. Valeno kicked the opponent again, and ordered someone to pull him up. Fulgrim's clones are furious. A small Imperial guard dared to treat him like this, dared to humiliate him like this. But he can only be aggrieved and can't do anything. The Forbidden Army has been strengthened several times. Subduing a Primarch who has been put on a prison ring and suppressed his strength is as simple as crushing an ant. The battleship responsible for transporting the Fulgrim clones docked at a port outside the solar system, and was escorted to the Emperor by the Imperial guards. Valeno didn't have any mercy on this so-called clone, and let his subordinates keep forcing him to kneel on the ground to humiliate him. Chapter 307 Beautiful? Cruel? Seeking subscription. Even if you get off the transport spaceship dedicated to the Imperial Army, Fulgrim was also forced to kneel all the time. After entering the starship port attached to the Supreme, the flagship of the Emperor of the Empire, Valinor used his authority as the Marshal of the Custodian Army to call an anti-gravity hovering airship. Let Fulgrim's clone kneel on the platform of the airship, so that officials and people in the port and along the way can see it clearly. The cloned Fulgrim was shaking with anger. What a shame. As a Primarch, such an act was worse than killing him. The perfect body writhed in grief and pain, and those eyes full of hatred seemed to pierce Valinor's body in golden armor, take out the opponent's heart and crush it. Valinor didn't care, and even enjoyed the vicious gaze. Compared to the heinous crimes Fulgrim once committed, what he has done is not worth mentioning. Even if the other party is just a clone, it still has original sin. The blood of the traitor is flowing in the body. In the past, this alone would have been enough to kill him. It is impossible to be sent to the Emperor. Fulgrim's disgrace lasted until he was delivered to Guilliman's throne. On the mechanical throne several kilometers high, the new Emperor of the Empire looked down at the criminals under his feet. The cloned Fulgrim watched the scene dumbfounded. The former king of the 500 worlds has now become the supreme ruler of this empire. And he, the Phoenician who used to boast that he was stronger, more perfect and more beloved by the Emperor than Guilliman. The status of the two parties is very different now. One is already an extremely human emperor, mastering thousands of worlds, and a single thought can make the galaxy tremble. One became a prisoner, bowed his knees, suffered humiliation and looked down upon. The cloned Fulgrim inherited the powerful body and wisdom of the Primarch. Guilliman looked down at the Fulgrim clone, silent. The clone Fulgrim was created by Fabius and given to Trelassen the Infinity. Terrasen gave some evidence that this clone Primarch was not tainted by chaos. He once swore that he would never betray like the main body, and would not point the blade at his brother. Of course, Guilliman would not use these things to judge a person's quality. The other party is still a copy of the original body, with powerful power, and the damage it can cause is unmatched by other creatures. Fulgrim's crimes can never be forgiven. Those humans who suffer because of the Emperor's children in him are debts that need to be paid. Guilliman, the clone Fulgrim yelled angrily. It seems that you have memories about him. Guilliman's tone was indifferent, and his face did not change from the beginning to the end. How dare you humiliate me like this? You stole the supreme power of your father, do you still want to kill all loyal people? The loyalist. Guilliman laughed. A clone made of the blood of a sinner deserves to be called a loyalist. If not, you still have some uses. The only thing that can come here is your head, sinner. That's the crime of my predecessor. I never threw myself into chaos, so why should I be called a sinner? The cloned Fulgrim shouted. The blood of sinners flows on your body. Guilliman said without a word, your only value is to be executed in front of the palace and in front of countless publics on Terra. Warning to all people in this world, what a heavy price to pay for betraying mankind. You can't do this. Clone Fulgrim's face became extremely ugly when he heard this. The reason why the Empire didn't kill him on the front line was to pull Terra back and kill him in front of countless people. Such an ending was unacceptable to him. He would rather have his head cut off by Ryan the moment the seal was lifted. Is absolutely unwilling to accept such an ending. It was the ontology who betrayed, why should he be punished? It's not fair. Unfair. I can do this, and no one can stop me. I hold such power in my hands. It only takes one thought of mine to decide your life and death. Guilliman said cruelly, you will die without honor, is like a wild dog that bites people by the side of the road and is beaten to death, and is cast aside by people and becomes a topic of conversation after dinner. You can't do this. Roared the cloned Fulgrim. You bastard, how could you treat your brother like this? Even though I'm just a copy, didn't you also be born from a laboratory? Why do you treat me like this? Brother? You are just a useless clone. Your predecessor will betray you, and so will you. Executing you is the best solution. A trace of sarcasm emerged from the corner of Guilliman's mouth, showing a mocking and sarcastic expression. Loyalty to the Emperor is only a temporary illusion. Your heart still longs for the power of the gods. I can even smell the disgusting soul rotting and emitting a stench. Even if it is not eye-catching now, it has already signs. You are slandering me, you can't do this to me and judge me with a crime I haven't committed. Facing the yelling and madness of the Fulgrim clone, Guilliman's face was extremely calm, without any waves. He waited patiently for the other to stop. Language is a very subtle art. If you want to make people work for you, you have to use this art well. Execution of Fulgrim's clones is undoubtedly a waste of resources. But the other party's subtle identity is also doomed to not be able to recruit the other party in an ordinary way. Otherwise, what is shaken is the foundation of the entire empire. Guilliman wanted to use this duplicate body to hunt down those traitors who were still wandering and had not been executed. Especially that Lucius who escaped from several times of siege by the Empire by chance. That guy is the same as Erebus, the most twisted guy in the center of the galaxy. On the 3-star planet of Istvan, Horus, Fulgrim, Angron set out to clean up the royalists of the Legion. Lucius was originally on the side of the royalists, but he betrayed the loyalists, causing the loyalists to collapse. After the Horus heresy ended, Lucius fled to the Eye of Terror. This guy has been blessed by the Prince of Pleasure. Anyone who feels joy when killing Lucius will be taken away by Lucius. Lucius was captured by the Empire several times, but escaped because of his strange ability. The Empire even lost several loyal warriors. Let the clone hunt this guy, that scene must be very exciting. Admit it, there is corruption and depravity hidden in your heart, just a few small lies can deceive you and make you walk on the path of depravity in the body. Guilliman did not speak until the clone of Fulgrim stopped in exhaustion. I will never. The purple eyes flashed with anger, I will never be him, I will not kill my brother, and I will not betray my father. That's because you think those actions are not perfect. As long as you think that a certain path can lead you to perfection, you will not hesitate to abandon your past vows and promises. You and the main body have the same essence, and you yearn for perfection. Make it more important than anything else. Fulgrim's clone was startled. He opened his mouth, trying to say something to refute Guilliman's words, but he couldn't say anything. Guilliman saw through everything as if he had a pair of insightful eyes. Fulgrim's clone is spoken silently for the first time. Guilliman also remained silent, staring at the clone. I am loyal, I am the Emperor's son, the purple phoenix of the Empire, not the plaything of the gods of chaos. The clone was pale, and said every word, tears streaming from his eyes, I am loyal, you can kill me, but you can't slander me with a crime I didn't commit. What's the difference? You're bound to do it anyway. I won't. Guilliman did not speak, and the sarcasm he showed was the greatest sarcasm for clones. I'm not a traitor, and I'm not a plaything of the chaos gods. The clone roared in despair, as if this would atone for his inherent crimes. When you put perfection above your innate mission, your loyalty to mankind, and your love for your father, you are doomed to be a traitor. Guilliman never said mercilessly, no matter how much you quibble, you can't deny this. Screaming in rage, the clone stood up, and he rushed to Valinor. The reaction speed of the Imperial army was very fast, and the halberd in his hand was raised instantly, and the mixed brilliance of arcane magic and force field reflected on the almost perfect face of the clone. Valinor's halberd pierced the clone's eyes, trying to crush the opponent's head. Guilliman stopped him. In an unquantifiably minute timescale, Guilliman steps down from his throne and grabs Valinor's halberd, preventing him from killing the clone. The damage caused was irreparable, a shocking wound was left on the handsome face of the clone, and one eye had already exploded. The war halberd in Valinor's hands has arcane properties that specifically target subspace creatures, and such wounds cannot be repaired. Even the Primarch cannot use his extraordinary physique to repair it, and can only endure the pain caused by the wound. You shouldn't actively seek death. Guilliman looked down at the bloody, horrific clone. I would rather die than endure your humiliation. I was born from the genes of my body, but I did not commit those crimes. Could it be that your body has the same blood as those sinners? Then you have is it the same crime? Is it your fault that your father committed the fault? Smart words. Valinor withdrew his halberd. He couldn't be presumptuous in front of the Emperor, but he was very displeased to see that the clone was still saying that he was innocent. I speak the truth. Words are powerless, only actions can prove it. Guilliman smiled, seeing your pathetic appearance, I can choose to give you a chance. 500 goals, 500 blessed by the gods. The first level of this goal, if you can complete it, I can consider rectifying your name. Guilliman walked slowly around the clone, giving him a goal. There are many traitors who betrayed the Empire, but there are very few strong individuals who can be blessed by the gods, which can be described as rare. Hunting and killing 500 individuals blessed by the gods is undoubtedly an extremely difficult goal to accomplish. The clone's eyes widened. Those individuals who have been blessed, not to mention their individual strength, often have powerful military power. Hunting and killing 500 of them is as difficult as climbing the sky. It's hard, isn't it? Guilliman said, a true loyalist is one who is desperate for the future but still loyal. Such a task will make you die under the wrath of the gods. You can choose to give up, accept your identity as a traitor, and be executed, at least that way you won't be so powerless, and after fighting hard, you will inevitably lead to the despair of failure. Guilliman climbed up the platform step by step, when he took the third step. I am willing. The clone's voice sounded. Guilliman did not look back, but showed a smile. That's how it should be. When he turned his head, the smile on his face disappeared and returned to that calm face. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. The clone raised its head, and the broken face showed determination. Don't let me down, and don't dream of escaping from the Empire, or you will be reduced to ashes. A burning pain came, and the clone lowered its head, and found a gold and blue flame emblem on the back of its hand. A small insurance measure, I hope it won't be useful one day. Valeno, take him to see his body, let this guy know what kind of price he will pay for betraying the Empire. The clone was taken away by Valinor, go to Terra, and see how those guys in Heroes Square are treated now. Guilliman sat back in his seat, the clone was just a trivial matter. The reason for such scheming is nothing more than to use a loyal Fulgrim clone to attack those traitors of the Empire who are fleeing everywhere. Compared with the great cause of the Empire, the role of clones is minimal. The Imperial firewall endpoint system is slowly gaining popularity. A more glorious era is opening. However, the development of civilization is like a circle. The more it expands, the more developed it is, and the more unknowns it comes into contact with. The exploration teams of each universe have sent back messages. Many terrifying forces that appear in movies and novels are being seen by the Empire. Many of them are not like the four gods. However, it is difficult to say whether it is an enemy or a friend. Divide the entire universe into different regions, create parallel universes, and keep those civilizations and creatures in captivity. Those different parallel universes develop according to the plot set by the creator. Continuously create various major events, making people die, despair, cry, and howl, in order to harvest. Such a method seems to be much gentler than that of the four gods, but it is actually extremely vicious. The cruelty can only be discovered by those who have a deep understanding. Those parallel universes that did not meet the requirements were ruthlessly destroyed by the creators, and all the lives in them were also wiped out. In the eyes of those creators, those lives are no longer life, but the food they grow. Chapter 308 I just want to be the boss, what's wrong? Seeking subscription. The cruelty of other universes and the viciousness of those behind the scenes playing with the fate of all creatures in the entire universe reminded Guilliman of a book he had read. There is a dialogue in the book that he still remembers deeply. The scientist who is about to inspect the water drop detector sent by the alien civilization and his students are standing in a place that used to be a tropical rainforest, but it has become a desert because of human beings not paying attention to environmental protection. Human beings in the book are interfered by the enemy, unable to conduct research on the quantum field, resulting in stagnant basic science. The scientist asked his students, do not consider quantum uncertainty, assuming that everything is deterministic. Knowing the initial conditions, you can calculate the state of the cross-section at any time in the future. If there is an alien scientist, give him information about the Earth in tens of years. With all the initial data from hundreds of millions of years ago, can he predict the existence of this desert today through calculations? His student shook his head, of course not, because the existence of deserts is not the result of the natural evolution of the Earth. Desertification is caused by human civilization, and the behavior of civilization cannot be grasped by physical laws. The scientist showed a miserable smile. Then why do we physicists try to explain the state of the universe today and predict the future of the universe through the deduction of physical laws? Teacher, this is already something outside of physics. The goal of physics is to discover the basic laws of the universe. For example, although the desertification of the Earth cannot be calculated by the formulas of physics, it is also done through laws. The laws of the universe is eternal. The scientist laughed wildly when he heard the student's words. Like a poor creature who sees the abyss, laughs to hide his fear. I always comfort myself like this. In the great feast of physics, there will always be a table of dishes that no one has touched, but is it really possible? You think interference only exists when the enemy is unwilling to let it go? Is it the field of human exploration? Is it only that one civilization that creates the illusion? The other fields of the universe are as pure as virgins. At the end, the scientist roared like a madman. There is no physics from beginning to end, it's all a lie. We stand on a ruin that has been altered and distorted by other civilizations, pick up a few charred stones, and just think it's the truth. The story conveys a kind of despair. Every scholar is eager to find the eternal truth. It turns out that the so-called truth is just a little girl who can be dressed up. The more information he got, the more Guilliman could understand the madness of the scientist in the story. When everything they know is subverted, how many people can accept it? The so-called gods, the so-called truth, the so-called multiverse. When these unattainable things are unveiled, people are often disappointed. Every universe that the Empire touches reveals bone-chilling cruelty. The more you discover the Emperor's greatness. He saved the Imperium of man from that fate. Even though they have suffered a lot, they have always insisted on fighting, rejecting the fate that the Chaos Gods want to arrange for mankind. If the Emperor fails, the galaxy will probably become the pasture of the gods. For more benefits, they may also compromise and make small changes. Create a seemingly beautiful and peaceful scene, but in fact there are constant struggles. Human beings become puppets and slaves in their hands, and develop according to their ideas. Those ugly demons will be painted into a beautiful image, those so-called heroes will be fooled by them, and will continue to challenge the minions of other gods. One war after another will continue to break out, the fear and despair of the dead like harvested grain. The universes that the Empire touched looked beautiful, peaceful, and full of hope. Truth is an unbearable burden for those who live in ignorance. Who would be willing to accept that their life is just a set script? My own suffering is just to let those creators get a better harvest. Being controlled by those so-called fates, I can't help myself. Their pain, their joy, their sorrow, and their despair are all things that those behind the scenes want. Those guys seem to have freedom and happiness, but it's just a set script. Fertilizing the crops in the field is just for a better harvest. Guilliman paced back and forth, thinking about the Empire's next plan. The task of exploring the 5 galaxies is expected to be completed in the next few years. By then, the knowledge of the third stage will be digested and transformed into productivity. Now the Empire has invested a lot in the DC universe, fighting across universes, which has made the Empire's finances a little tight. It costs more to send a person to the DC universe than to send an army across the galaxy. The harvest is also huge. The genetic technology of the Kryptonians, as well as the weird technology mastered by many superheroes, can all bring some reference to the Empire. There is no way to apply it to the military, but it can also be applied to the field of people's livelihood. Those that can be used by ordinary people to use the speed force to transport goods and so on are simply not too convenient. From the analysis of existing data, the DC universe is obviously just a farm. Those so-called superheroes are just growing leeks, and big events are just arranged. The parallel universe is a piece of divided farmland. Why does the Supreme God behind the scenes allow those parallel universes to develop in the same way? It is nothing more than the standard adopted by industrial production. The subspace is a space dominated by emotion and will, and with enough nourishment of life, one can become a so-called god. Isn't that the world of superheroes? Create a batch of heroes to make people crazy. Use big events again and again to make people struggle back and forth between the two extremes of despair and hope. Even if it is destroyed, it is just a restart. Such an approach is no different from raising pigs. Humans build pig houses and provide refined feed. Does it mean that humans love pigs? Wrong. It's just that people want pigs to grow fatter and sell them at a better price. Knowing the existence of the 4 gods of chaos and Yog-Sothoth, Guilliman once imagined whether there are 2 camps, one is order and the other is chaos. The 2 may fight against something. Now, he knows one thing. The camp is all wolves. If there is such a camp, you have to consider the tricks in it. The current Empire has no way to eat the entire DC universe. It is good enough to get a foothold. As for the counterattack the enemy might make, Guilliman was not very worried. Even those so-called omnipotent beings cannot completely control a universe. Although the Ming dynasty is strong, will it send millions of legions to go on an expedition for a small village on the border that has been invaded? Flat out impossible. Even if the Emperor wanted to do that, the princes of Gungun would not allow such a waste of money. The same goes for invasion between universes. At this stage, the Empire has only invaded a galaxy, which is really nothing compared to the vast universe. Even if 1 or 2 parallel universes are captured, the other party's attention will not be very strong. The vastness of the real universe is really beyond imagination. Superman is very strong, but if you let him fly from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy, he will not be able to fly if he becomes a skeleton. With the database knowledge of the 4th stage, Guilliman is confident that he can occupy a place in the DC universe. As for other universes, there is not much to worry about. Most of the Empire's current work is focused on exploration. It may take a long time before a large-scale invasion is officially launched. The cross-universe tunnel is the key to projecting the Imperial army. Relying on the natives of different universes to form an army, capturing 1 or 2 galaxies may be the limit. What the Empire needs to worry about most at the moment is the homeland. Yog-Sothoth's avatar parasitizes Horus created by Fabius and summons a cancerous legion, becoming the most terrifying threat to the Empire since Abaddon. Guilliman repelled Yog-Sothoth twice. Both times are the incarnation of the opponent, not the real body. Even if it is just an avatar, it is still a difficult opponent for other people in the Empire, and Guilliman needs to take action in person. If the opponent does not steal the soul, it will be difficult for Guilliman to detect the opponent's invasion. The preparations for attacking the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom need to be accelerated. After such a long unyielding expedition, it is time to end. Guilliman was thinking about how to completely solve the Eye of Terror areas that are deeply integrated with the subspace. The human empire wants to have absolute control over the galaxy. Such is the mission of the Indomitable Crusade. When the Eye of Terror is closed and the Empire gains control of every star, the Indomitable Crusade will come to an end. The Day of the Necromancers has been defeated, and the war to encircle and suppress the green-skinned orcs is about to start. The next biggest threat is the Eye of Terror. Solving there will make Yog-Sothoth lose its stronghold, and it will also weaken the interference of the 4 gods in the real universe. It will also be a heavy blow to traitors and those who want to betray the empire. Facing the empire's siege, they will no longer have a safe nest, and can only passively face the empire's hunting. Breaking into the Eye of Terror will be the first step of mankind's counterattack against subspace. The financial foundation of the empire is the many chambers of commerce loyal to Guilliman. They are responsible for the economic operation of the entire empire, and the manufacture, transportation, and sales of goods are all under their supervision. No merchant can survive against the will of the Chamber of Commerce. And Guilliman's will is the will of the Chamber of Commerce. After Guilliman woke up, he immediately grasped the economy and the military tightly in his hands. Cleaned up a group of nobles and businessmen who wanted to secretly poke against him. In Macrage, when Guilliman proposed to take full control of the economy for the first time, even in his identity as the Primarch, the approval rate did not reach 50%. Ziller was the first one to swear allegiance to him at that time. For this reason, he also gained a lot of benefits. The Chamber of Commerce led by has become stronger and stronger, and has become the most powerful economic bloodline of the empire, with influence radiating over half of the empire. When Guilliman had just recovered and was about to take power, Ziller was in his prime, full of vitality and boundless energy. In the blink of an eye, 2 centuries have passed. The empire is booming, and the army is sweeping all directions. The future of mankind is bright and limitless. He was already very old, Twilight was old. He had several life-extending surgeries. Empire medical treatment is advanced, but human lifespan will eventually have a limit. Coupled with Ziller's high-intensity work over the years, his physical condition has become worse. This meeting is likely to be the last time he will attend. Life extension surgery is not a panacea. Physicians proposed the treatment method of blood exchange, replacing human blood with synthetic fluid to delay the aging of cells. Ziller rejected this proposal. He has lived long enough. I don't want to make myself look like a human being or a ghost in order to continue living. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. Everyone will return to the embrace of the Emperor. Sleeping in the body of will constructed by all human beings. The Chamber of Commerce that Ziller belongs to originally only controlled the transportation and trade business in the Ultramar region. After swearing allegiance, the Chamber of Commerce continued to expand following the Indomitable expedition. Reshape the recovered worlds according to Guilliman's will, incorporate those small chambers of commerce, and accept the legacy of those nobles and chambers of commerce who are unwilling to obey Guilliman. At that time, Guilliman had not yet entered Terra, and even the status of regent had not been recognized by Terra. The launch of the Indomitable Crusade shattered Chaos' ambition to destroy the human empire. The initial success of the Indomitable expedition, in addition to the sacrifices of the imperial soldiers, the role of the Chamber of Commerce in it cannot be underestimated. It is the existence of the Chamber of Commerce that allows those recovered worlds to have the funds to quickly restore order and reorganize social development. The merchants restore the industrial capabilities of those paralyzed planets in a short period of time, providing the Imperial Legion with a steady stream of weapons, ammunition, and personnel. They are the gear lubricants of the huge machine of the Empire. They may seem insignificant, but they are indispensable. High-ranking officials of the Ministry of Finance and representatives of numerous chambers of commerce gathered. Such gatherings are rare. So far, it has only been held a few times. The topic of discussion is also very serious. This time the topic is about the next century plan. How they should promote the development of the Empire's economy. The process of the meeting was orderly, and the popularity of Godbrain gave them comprehensive data for analysis. At this meeting, more than 600,000 professionals sorted out the data for the reference of these big figures who can determine the future of the Empire. The total economic output of the Empire has maintained an average annual increase of 120% in the past 200 years. Such an economic miracle has never occurred in human society. However, this improvement is not permanent. As the Empire, the army controls more and more planets, and the potential of the galaxy will be gradually tapped out. It is estimated that in 50 years at most, the Empire will control all regions of the galaxy, but the economic growth will be reduced to 20%. Such a number is also a terrible number for people in the past, but for the Empire, for the great Emperor of the Empire, such numbers are not what he had in mind. There is an information window floating in front of Ziller, and he is speaking to many officials of the Ministry of Finance and representatives of the Chamber of Commerce. The development of the intergalactic river will be a huge economic growth point. Imagine, if we can have another galaxy, what kind of enhancement will it be to the economic volume of the Empire? The Emperor of the Empire has issued an order to mechanicism, asking them to form a strong enough expedition team to go to other galaxies. Our actions must also keep up with the Emperor's pace, and send advance caravans to explore and test. If there is civilization, we can pretend to be trade, obtain information, and do a good job for the Empire's conquest and colonization. For this reason, I suggest that in the next 100 years, 3,094 trillion imperial coins should be provided to the Galaxy Exploration and Development Project as development funds. Of course, it can't just be cash, but technology, building materials, and personnel. Come to pay, speed up the progress of the development of the galaxy, and strive to make the Empire's colonization of other galaxies a reality within 100 years. Ziller's words set off a discussion among everyone. The number 3,094 trillion is enough to make people suffocate. The current income of a person in the Empire is only 30,000 imperial coins a year. It is enough to guarantee their medical care, education of offspring, housing, and the needs of a comfortable life. The price of a civilian suspended airship that can enter space is only about 50,000 imperial coins. If the requirements are lower, as long as the hovering airship that can fly at low altitude is only 10,000 imperial coins. The highly developed industrialization, the development of stars, and the development of energy technology have made many expensive industrial creations of the Empire cheaper. Such a huge number, ordinary people dare not even think about it. Is that too radical? The population of the Empire is not enough to quickly expand to other galaxies. A financial official said, the economy should serve civilization, not civilization serve the economy. Another Chamber of Commerce representative stood up and retorted, the problem of population expansion is not difficult to solve. The human gestation cycle is 10 months, and the maturity period only takes 15 years. If the speed of the Empire is fast enough, after 10 months, it will allow the population to grow explosively, and after 20 or 30 years, the population of the Empire will reach 3 to 4 times its current size, and we will have enough young people to supplement the Empire's army and labor shortages in various fields. That has no respect for women and the descendants who are born. They should not be reproductive machines, and those ignorant babies who have no right to choose should not come into this world for our ambitions. Another I refuse to vote on such a proposal, the representative said. The Empire has assisted pregnancy technology. This technology can allow fertilized eggs to grow in the mechanical womb without harming women. They will be cared for by mechanical teachers to ensure that there will be no defects during the development process. Wait until those after the fertilized eggs become children, they will be taken back by their parents, and of course, in order to reduce the burden, those parents can also entrust an auxiliary agency to let the children grow up to 3 years old. This kind of practice is a blasphemy to human beings. The mechanical womb has always been a gray area of the imperial law. Children should be born and raised by their parents. Only in this way can they have a sound personality. There is no way to agree with this statement. The mechanical womb is a good thing for the Empire. It can better control the population of the Empire and ensure that the Empire is on an upward trend of steady expansion. We can't stick to the tradition too much and ignore the changes. With the efforts of the Emperor, the education level of the citizens of the Empire is steadily improving, and women have more choices. They no longer regard reproduction as their mission, but it is to pay more attention to the realization of self-worth. Are we going to use orders to require them to have offspring? Use an iron fist to tell them that the equality and respect we once preached are not worth mentioning before the continuation of civilization and tradition. Ziller glared at those who opposed the use of mechanical wombs to breed human offspring. Everyone, don't forget why we are here. And don't forget what the original intention of the great Emperor is. We fight to protect the survival and future of human civilization, those warriors in armor fight on the battlefield, and we fight against invisible enemies, use the invisible hand of the economy to push the entire huge empire to run normally. The popularity of the mechanical womb is subversive. It will have a strong impact on the previous social structure of human beings. However, we cannot reject it because it has risks, but we must find out the risks and solve them. My words are very cruel, but I have to say that maintaining the continuation of the empire and the continuation of civilization is the first thing we think about, and other things are secondary. No matter what kind of moral impact the mechanical womb has on human society, does not affect this technology will allow us to better regulate the population of the empire, and enhance the quality and knowledge of the citizens of the empire. During the period of rapid development of the empire, the problems that have emerged should not be underestimated. Some of the citizens of the empire have extremely bad qualities, which have caused an indelible psychological shadow on the young children they raised. This situation has led to many children growing up. A certain degree of anti-imperial mentality, if taken further, can even develop into a traitor. Promoting the development of the mechanical womb will allow the empire to take more initiative. Those parents who want to raise their children must go through relevant verifications, examine their loyalty and accomplishment, and ensure that they have sufficient ability to raise those children. In this way and it can also prevent betrayal to the greatest extent. Ziller finally convinced these people. Such a large amount of funds will serve the needs of the empire to expand and colonize beyond the galaxy. From equipment production to personnel training, this funding will play a role. Next, several other topics were discussed. Development of different universes and handling details of the empire's newly recovered planets, as well as formulating new processes and assessment standards. After all the topics were over, Ziller stood up again. Years of work has also been recognized by many people and won their respect. Being able to have the current status is beyond his imagination in the past. Everything has an end. Ziller looked around at the people present. This will be the last time he stands here. Wait until the next time a meeting of this level is held again, his soul is already with the great emperor of the empire. Being able to work with my colleagues is the greatest honor in my life other than serving the emperor. I have witnessed how this fragmented empire was reborn, and witnessed how the great emperor inherited his father's great cause and continued its glory and glory. Our achievements are not as dazzling as those brave soldiers, but everything we have done here has contributed to the birth of this great empire. Remember our mission, colleagues. Everything we do is not for himself, but for the countless citizens of the empire, and those who have not yet come to this world. Don't forget your original intention. A little bit of our greed and willfulness will cause countless people to suffer. The great human empire will surely rule the stars of the world, and the great human lord will also achieve unimaginable feats. Even if I can't see it with my own eyes, I have witnessed that day, but I have absolute confidence in that future. Ziller bowed. Everyone, goodbye. Several high-ranking officials and Chamber of Commerce representatives also saluted Ziller to express their respect. Planet Annihilation. This is a planet completely occupied by greenskins, and the ecology of the entire planet has been changed. By virtue of their unique abilities, the orcs have created a world that belongs to them. Fungal spores establish a completely self-sufficient ecosystem. Fungal forest, fungal grassland. With the help of photosynthesis, countless green-skinned orcs were fed. They have a complete social system, producing guns and warships just like human industrialization. Even though it looks crude and barbaric, it is powerful. With their amazing fecundity and innate technology, the green-skinned orcs are only as threatening as the Necrons. The number of green-skinned orcs is extremely large, possibly even surpassing that of humans. Their reproduction methods are too perverted. Every living orc is a mobile planter, which will continuously release spores. When it dies, it will release countless spores, which flutter in the wind, waiting to grow new orcs. It's true that the wildfire is endless, and the spring breeze blows and it regenerates. Empire Temporary Base. The screams of the orcs became louder and louder, extremely ear-piercing. The overwhelming green tide hits like a flood. The comprehensive encirclement and suppression of the Empire actually made these green-skinned beasts explode with stronger potential. Orc Warlord, Bonebreaker is likely to evolve into an Orc Emperor in the near future. For this reason, the Empire has continuously dispatched several battle groups such as the Black Watch to hunt down the Bonebreaker, trying to kill the opponent in the cradle. Meanwhile, green-skinned orcs from all over the galaxy are gathering for Armageddon. An unprecedented war is about to break out. Andy, who has been promoted to general, led Sarah's corps to clean up the Nihili galaxy and the outer theater. The orc fire came crashing down, shaking the shields of the Empire. Andy in the parapet is holding a data board, which shows the picture taken by the drone at high altitude. Outside the base of the Empire, there was an overwhelming green tide. Those orc boys were extremely crazy, coming from all directions, trying to completely destroy the human stronghold at all costs. Andy's prosthetic eye kept turning, examining the data inside. Half of her face has been replaced with metal. There are also several data cables plugged into the scalp, connecting to the nerve replacement device built into the skull. During a battle with a traitor from Chaos, she shattered half of her face. According to the doctor, her skull was shattered at the time, and the white brains were looming. Everyone thought Andy was going to die, but no one thought she would survive. Install a nerve replacement device to replace a part of the necrotic brain lobe, and go to the battlefield again, at the cost of losing the ability to laugh forever. The green tide was repelled again and again, leaving behind a large number of corpses, layer upon layer, like fallen wheat grass. General, the 053 Regiment requests to attack. A guard walked to Andy's side, saluted and reported. Reject, it's not the time yet, their leader hasn't appeared yet. Andy said without looking back, let him continue to stick to his original position. But his tone was very agitated, saying that we are just wasting time doing this. The guard said. Tell the head of the 053 Regiment that if he dares to attack without authorization, I will definitely send him to a military court and expel the 053 Regiment from Sarah's establishment. Andy looked at the guard, his tone was flat, the half-metal face and the electronic prosthetic eye that flashed red light, and the sense of oppression in the only remaining eye made the guard feel a little terrified. Andy is a legend of Sarastar. Followed the Emperor of the Empire to conquer the East and West, and made illustrious military exploits. Also stood with Khan in the Plague War, facing Mortarion and many plague fighters. Said the famous sentence that has been sung by countless passionate young people in the Empire. A hero of the Empire is never alone. Many military achievements made her the most dazzling star, and her identity as a woman inspired countless girls to join the army and fight for the great Empire. I understand, I will convey it immediately. The guard didn't dare to look directly into Andy's eyes, and hurriedly turned and left. Andy turned his gaze back to the data pad in front of him, frowning slightly. Those damned green-skinned orcs, how could they be so abnormal this time? In the past, those bosses would jump out immediately and shout. This time it was extremely weird. After fighting for several days, the other party didn't even have a shadow. Is there no orc leader or orc warlord on this planet? Observe for another 2 days. If it still doesn't appear, we will attack by force and give up the beheading tactic. Andy silently made a decision. She can't keep wasting time here. The final battle with the orcs will start soon. She doesn't want to miss this great battle. Damn, these shrimps have a grudge against me, and they are specifically targeting me. UFO hid behind a tall ancient giant, watching the Imperial army in the distance, hating that it was gnashing his teeth. He was formerly the minor boss of the orc warlord, the arsonist. Holding the dream of becoming the boss, he traveled all the way. However, wherever he goes, the Empire will surely come soon. Just killed the leader, just became the boss, and before he was satisfied, the big shrimp of the Empire was parachuted. After the arsonist died, he went to vigilante again, but within a few years, the Empire came again. Fleeing here, finally saved up this family property, and prepared to come to a Wa'ak expedition, but the Empire came again. I just want to be the boss, what's wrong? Why do you treat me like this? Chapter 309. It's time to reveal the truth, seeking subscription. Now Zaimai is still on the defensive, relying on the camp to fight fiercely with the orc boys. But Wufo knew that all this was just an illusion. The shrimps are waiting to show up. Those guys are as bad as hell. Those big shrimps and those big, Wa'ak steel giants hiding in the shadows didn't show up. But they will definitely not be absent. Those guys just waited for him to show up, and they would drop into the air, or jump out with rays of light, and directly encircled and beheaded him. As long as they die, the whole planet will be theirs. I will not be fooled. Uffer stroked the big gun on his waist with a large caliber and a barrel that could fit a fart, thinking silently in his heart. He won't be as stupid as other warlords, hitting the muzzle of human beings. The big gun is his previous one, but it has been upgraded several times. Bigger, thicker, more Wa'ak. Every time he touches the big gun, there will be a hint of excitement in his heart, and some desire to fight. UFO's size at this time has far surpassed other orcs. It is more than 10 meters tall, like a moving steel statue, extremely huge, just like the mountain giant in mythology. Every step will shake the ground, and there will be a huge foothold on the solid ground. A fist inlaid with steel can easily smash a tank and smash the armor of those shrimps into scrap iron. It also has thick and sharp teeth like a tree trunk. Each one is worth a lot, much more precious than the teeth of other orc boys. If facing other enemies, UFO can easily blow them up with such a size, step on the opponent's feet, humiliate them, and let the opponent feel waiaic. But facing the current Zaimai, he lacks confidence. It's not that he is timid or lacks courage, but that Zaimai is too perverted now. The mighty arsonist who founded an orc empire was decapitated by the big blue guy with a single blow. Those bad Zaimai and other orc warlords on Vigilance Star were beaten by the good Zaimai all the way, causing heavy casualties. When the roar of those giant steel beasts appeared in the sky, it was the time of death. Ufer witnessed a batch of bad shrimp burnt to ashes in a few minutes, leaving no bones. The whole world was set on fire by those shrimps, and those orc boys screamed and screamed. Human beings are now worshipping that big and blue prawn, whose fighting power is unbelievably fierce. Why didn't I paint the gun blue? Didn't it become more powerful? Uffer stroked his big gun, unable to figure out the problem. Or convert to that big blue guy. Now the two gods of Mau Mau didn't respond, and the orc kid was beaten violently, and he didn't even appear. Uffer considered a change of faith. Now that the orcs are pulling their hips like this, it must be because of Mao Ershan. Look at that big blue guy, it is because he is so fierce that humans can be so fierce. Uffer felt that his clever mind had discovered the truth of the matter. It must be that the two gods of Mau Mau are not as strong as the big blue guy, so the orcs will be beaten violently by humans. Forget it, Zaimai has already arrived here. Uffer thought about the mess for a while, then looked up into the distance again. It's useless to stay here by yourself. No puny shrimp here. Those powerful shrimps will soon use orbital bombing to wipe out life on the entire planet. The entire planet will be burned, charred. Uver has seen it many times. Humans like to do this, so that the orc kid can no longer grow out of the soil. All orc boys, big techs, and grits are dead. If you stay here, you will die. Thinking of this, Ufer made a very wise decision. Continue to use your strengths and retreat. Think of yourself as a boss after escaping from the empire of the arsonists. After the vigilante retreated, he found this planet and became a small warlord. This retreat will definitely become a big warlord in the near future. The orc emperor is not impossible. When the time comes, kill the bone crusher with one shot, and the emperor will be himself. I am so happy. Why throw your life here? Keep charging, boys, and smash those shrimps. Uver yelled, Waiaic! 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 The orcs next to them all roared excitedly. Waving their knives and guns, howling and screaming, they rushed to Zaimai's position excitedly. Ufer stepped back. He prepared the few big fighters who had been following him to prepare for retreat early on. In order to become the future orc emperor and lead the orc clan, he must not die here. Waiaic! Waiaic! Countless loud roars sounded, resounding through the sky, making people's eardrums hurt. A group of greener, bigger orcs mingled with other orcs and attacked the empire. They are 5 or 6 meters tall, wearing heavy armor, wielding huge guns comparable to adults, and rushing towards the human position. When they run, they can really be described as shaking the earth. Andy remained unmoved by this, and stood at his original position, observing the entire battlefield motionlessly. Through the unmanned surveillance drone, she saw an orc leader growling. That guy is like a moving steel colossus. One arm of the heavy battle armor mounts a battle cannon, autocannon, missile launcher, flamethrower, and other weapons. It's like a mobile firepower fortress. The other hand wields a mace as tall as an adult. Wears patchwork armor with a blue pattern tattooed on his face. A group of tall orcs also with blue patterns followed. Facing such a monster, Andy didn't have the slightest fear on his face, but rather disappointed. The other party was not what she was looking for. She stared at every huge orc, but the result disappointed her. The cunning beast still did not appear. It must be hiding somewhere, commanding other orcs to attack. I have never seen such a cowardly orc warlord who dare not take the lead. Sharp lasers pierced through the air on the battlefield, and the soldiers in charge of the defense line sniped and killed the orcs who tried to charge the defense line. When the orcs rushed through the firepower net, they were greeted by knights and mechs. In addition to the original armor-piercing effect, the shining power gun also gained powerful potential energy under the high-speed charge of the knight mecha. A charge, the power gun is like a skewer, stringing the orcs into a string. Heavy bolters fire like drums. The orcs hundreds of meters away were directly smashed by the powerful explosive bombs, and the wreckage flew around. The artillery fire roared, setting off a huge cloud of flame mushrooms on the ground, destroying all the orcs within the range. Andy stared at the battlefield. There is no point in fighting like this. If the warlord leader does not come out, they are just fighting a meaningless war of attrition. The orcs' amazing fecundity is enough to quickly replenish the battle damage. Such a war of attrition will only stimulate the growth of orcs and allow them to develop stronger technology. Order, the whole army will attack. Since it won't come out, then dig it out. Andy looked at the guard at the side. Hearing her words, the other party quickly turned around and went out to convey Andy's order to the various ministries. Andy pulled out a custom-made power sword from his waist, holding a reduced version of the bolt gun. She walked to the trench, her figure was particularly conspicuous on the battlefield shrouded in artillery fire. Several servo skulls floated next to Andy, and the loudspeaker function was turned on. Through these machines carefully maintained by followers of Mechanikus, Andy's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. For the sake of the Holy Empire, for the great Emperor, the son of Sarah, the time has come to test us, attack, the whole army. Andy raised the power sword in his hand, and the blue arc jumped. The double eagle flag of the Empire was raised high. The Imperial soldiers who had already suffocated their anger rushed out of the trenches. They all wore exoskeleton armor, and the golden emblem shone brightly under the sunlight and artillery fire. They uttered a battle cry, continuously pulled the high-energy pulse guns in their hands, and charged at the orcs. Fist-sized beams of light gushed out, piercing through the bodies of the orcs, leaving scorched black wounds emitting heat. The knights are also charging. Their enemies are bipedal mechs adorned with orc skulls. The mechs of the orcs looked tattered, their mechanical arms were waving freely, and the hydraulic pipes were arranged in all sorts of strange ways. After taking 2 steps, electric sparks appeared, and it looked as if it would disintegrate at any time. The knights did not relax at all. They directly activated the cannons on their shoulders to suppress firepower, commanded the missile gunboats to bombard the designated targets, and finally launched a charge to harvest the defeated enemy. The orbital bombing is also started simultaneously, to carry out the extermination work on the entire planet. The thick clouds in the sky were illuminated by thick beams of light, and countless Imperial warships carried out saturation bombing on the ground, wiping out all the camps and metal cities where the orcs gathered. Each beam of light falls will set off a series of explosions, and then a glazed ground with a diameter of several hundred meters will appear on the ground. Missiles equipped with enriched nuclear warheads exploded all over the world, and tower-like nuclear flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky and making the whole world look like blood-stained. Whether it is the side facing the star or the side facing away from the star, there are rumbling explosions on the surface of the planet, mountains and rivers burst, and rivers collapse. The Empire violently unleashes violence on the whole world, melting the rocks, scorching the land, and killing everything. The extermination battle continued for several days until there were no living orcs left on the planet. Andy led the ground forces to search the entire planet and found some clues about the orc warlord. However, when she led the troops to follow the clues to hunt down the orc warlord, the other party has already fled. Andy's face was slightly ugly, but he still led the army to continue the mission to encircle and suppress other orc planets outside the battle zone. The Battle of Armageddon is about to break out. Orc warlords from all over the galaxy will gather to meet their emperor. It is conceivable that this will be a battle comparable to the destruction of the Orc Empire during the Great Crusade. Imperial Celestial class warship the Fury of the Empire. The restaurant in the upper area belongs to the generals of the Astrum Militarum. The decoration of the restaurant is very luxurious, with a string of portraits in gold-plated frames hanging. All of them were left by well-known star generals. Wearing a neat uniform, wearing rows of ribbon medals. The corps ordered to encircle and suppress the orcs are coming from all directions. The interstellar battle group has already set off from its own monastery and reached the outskirts of the Armageddon galaxy. Several warbands have been hunting down the Bonebreaker, trying to prevent him from becoming the Orc Emperor. However, the opponent's whereabouts are extremely secretive, and several times of encirclement and suppression have failed. The Imperial command was also somewhat disappointed, and could only focus on the Armageddon battlefield to prevent the orcs from taking back the planet. The world of Armageddon is of extraordinary significance to the orcs. The history of it can be traced back to the Great Crusade, and even before that. The Emperor launched a great expedition, and there are countless powerful enemies in the galaxy, among which the orcs are the most terrifying. The Orc Emperor Urg has ruled the entire orc race and established a powerful orc empire. The Emperor's royal conquest, Horus, Angren, Hung Elis, Mortarion, Magnus, Jagatai, Lorgar, Dorn, and Fulgrim are supported by multiple primarchs. Finally beheaded the Orc Emperor and defeated the entire Orc Empire. Olaner was burned by the Emperor, killing every spore. During the Beast War, the Terra Council always believed that the orcs were weak. 6 orc warlords comparable to the Primarch appeared, attacked countless isolated imperial planets, and took back the ancient homeworld, Ulaner. The orc warlord built a combat satellite and collected materials to transform the entire Olaner. In the end, the Beast War ended with the Empire winning. Although the orcs have risen, they have not been able to shake the rule of the Empire. In the original plan, Olaner should be destroyed. The Mechanikus violated this order. In order to study the art of the orcs, they secretly sent Ulaner to another star system and named it Armageddon. Several wars broke out around this planet, also known as the First Battle of Armageddon, the Second Battle of Armageddon, and the Third Battle of Armageddon. For the first time, the Empire of Man was at war with the Traders of Chaos. Angren appeared on the battlefield of Armageddon, causing the entire world to be corrupted. The Space Wolves and the Imperial Guard stand firm, waiting for the Grey Knights to drop in. After the war, the Space Wolves clashed with the Inquisition and the Grey Knights because they couldn't understand the Inquisition's execution of all the people and guards who had faced chaos, and finally ended with the Moon of Disgrace event. Since then, several successive wars have broken out one after another. The second time was launched by the Orc warlord Bonebreaker. The main battlefield lasts for 2 years. Blood Angels, Salamanders, Ultramarines, and many other interstellar battle groups gathered to fight the orcs. Empire's most prestigious political commissar, Yadarek also stood out in this war. The imperial military system at that time was extremely corrupt and incompetent. The corps led by Yadarek lacked weapons, ammunition, and guns, and even failed to be fully staffed. In order to resist the attack of the orcs, he moved around in the hive and negotiated. Although during the negotiation, he was made things difficult by many nobles and bad words from gangs, and was even pointed at the head by a bolt pistol at one point. Arik still organized a force composed of low-level hives to defend the Empire's territory. Bonebreaker personally organizes his own men to attack the hive capital defended by Yarek, and uses orc vehicles such as Gujuji and Gonger to launch a devastating belt on Yarek's troops. Yarek relied on his wisdom and bravery to lead his troops to defeat the orcs' attacks over and over again. He organized the people to a high degree, ambushed the greenskins in every corner of the hive, and transformed super heavy tanks. Under his influence, countless people volunteered to use improvised weapons and suicide bombs to launch a common attack on the orcs. Arik even personally attacked, hunting down the Chinook boy, and preventing the orcs from using Chinook energy to break through the city's defenses. They persisted until the arrival of the Blood Angels. Chapter leader Dante brought people to support the Armageddon battlefield, and with the cooperation of multiple friendly battle groups, defeated the Bonebreaker. The third battle of Armageddon was even more tragic, and continues to this day. Bone Crusher captures his nemesis, Arak, early in the invasion, only to let him go for more interesting Yaik. Arak, who escaped, vowed to make Bonebreaker regret his choice this time. He regrouped his troops, sought support from the Empire, formed a high-speed mobile force, and tried to hunt down the Bonebreaker and settle their grievances. Pressed the other party into a desperate situation several times, but was always escaped by the other party. In the Battle of Ghost Abyss, Arak was only one step away from completing the mission of hunting the Bonebreaker, but because of the occurrence of the Great Rift event, the opponent escaped again. A more complicated situation has also ushered in the Armageddon battlefield. Demon armies poured out across Armageddon, joining the melee. The imperial reinforcements who arrived to help found the surface of Armageddon changed. Full half of the planet has been transformed by the warp into something resembling a demon world. The scene of engulfed this war-torn Kaido world. The Salamanders, together with the Space Marines of the 9 chapters, successfully terminated a chaos ritual that was supposed to completely transform Armageddon, preventing further deterioration of the situation. As the Primarch of the demon was captured back to Terra by the Emperor, the activity of the demon in the real universe decreased a lot. But the traitor war gang, the Chaos Cult, are still active. Green-skinned orcs also came from all over the galaxy to participate in this feast of war. The scuffle of various forces made the situation on the battlefield of Armageddon even more chaotic. To completely eliminate the threat of orcs, this battle is not that simple. Many Star World Army regiments gathered here. Many high-ranking generals discussed and decided on a supreme commander to coordinate and command all the Astral Army regiments. I recommend Hawk to command. He comes from the Ultramar Star Field. He has grown from an ordinary worker to a general of the Star Militia Army, relying on his military exploits established on the battlefield. It is perfect for him to command. The commander of Vestria's eldest son army said, I think none of you present has a lower starting point than Hawk, and a higher achievement than him, right? Vestria's firstborn army is very famous in the Empire. This world was originally a pure forge world located on the border of the Empire, ruled by a council called the Technological Triumvirate. It is a mixed system society using Mechanicum management and traditional imperial government. All residents swear allegiance to Mechanicum, and strive to achieve production targets for life. During the Russian Revolution, the Empire asked Vestiria to shift their efforts from production to military and join the cause against Horus. This order was rejected by Vestiria's council on the grounds that they should focus more on production than combat. After the Horus incident, Guilliman put Vestiria on trial, and their actions most likely constituted treason. In order to avoid destruction, the Vestria people agreed to Guilliman's atonement plan, and sent the eldest son of each Vestria family into the army to make up for the mistakes they made during the Horus rebellion. After Guilliman woke up, the Vostrians firmly declared that they supported all the actions of the Lord of Ultramar and avoided repeating the mistakes of the past. For this reason, Hawk, the general who was born in the Ultramar starfield, fought side by side with the current emperor of the Empire, and climbed all the way to the top of the Star Militia Army, became their object of support. This proposal is very good. General Cadia said, I support the proposal of the Vostrians. Arik is the most suitable candidate. He has resisted the Bonebreaker many times, and he was only one step away from ending the opponent several times. He knows his enemy well enough. The general who was born in Katachan proposed a different candidate. Katachan is a world of death. The whole planet is completely covered by dense jungle. The local ecosystem is hostile to humans. The only export commodity in the world of Katachan is its population. Soldiers who have survived the survival of the fittest in that dangerous world and become tougher and stronger are the best source of soldiers for the Empire. Katachan's generals maintain their iron-blooded style. Even their uniforms are different from the generals in other worlds. He wears a red turban around his head and a coat with a double-headed eagle tattooed on it. Under the coat is a short sleeve, exposing strong and powerful muscles. The world of Katachan has also produced a saint, and that is Sly Marbo. A super strong man who is said to have smashed the Tyran tyrant to death with a grenade, and is also the living saint of the Empire. He is currently following Chagatai to destroy the demons who are trying to destroy in the different universe passage. The Katachan Legion has been active on the Armageddon battlefield, and they know a lot about the orcs. Hawk's resume is really good. But now, what they have to deal with is the orc who is about to have the Emperor. The men of Katachan believe that an experienced man should lead them. I agree with the proposal of the Katachans. The Iron Legion of Armageddon stood on Katachan's side and supported Iraq. Years of battlefields have made Armageddon very desolate, and the whole world is a barren wasteland. The residents who remained in Armageddon had to learn how to fight and defend the Empire's territory from the moment they were born. Arik is too old, and it is too reluctant for him to be the head of the Star Guard. Amordian protested, his natural lifespan has long been exhausted, and now he relies on mechanic to technology is sustaining life. Yarok has created many legends, however, his mortal body is destined to have limits. The Battle of Ghost Abyss is his last glory. Had it not been for the Great Rift, he might have ended the Bone Crusher himself. Time is not forgiving. Even if it is a legend, it is difficult to stop the ravages of time. The Empire's medical technology has been greatly advanced, but it is not an easy task to extend the life of a veteran who has already half lain in the cemetery. Arik's injuries were too severe. More importantly, his soul is not immortal. Perhaps it was because he wanted to kill the Bone Breaker himself, which made him persevere until now with great perseverance. But anyone can see that, if nothing unexpected happens, Commissar Arak will usher in his own end in this battle. All the famous generals of the Empire gathered here. The protagonists of their argument, Hawk and Arak, sat silently aside. Hawk is over 200 years old, which is a very long lifespan. He spent his life fighting for the Emperor of the Empire, fighting for humanity. With the medical resources he can get, it is not difficult to live another life. Arik is showing his old age. Before Hawk rose up and the current Emperor of the Empire was still sleeping in Makraj, he made great military exploits and made countless feats. Even so, Yarok is weak in the face of time. Until now, he has lived for more than 300 years. To continue to live, he has to give up his mortal body, accept a mechanical body, or accept genetic modification. However, the current empire has a default unspoken rule, that is, generals who have lived for 300 years will no longer hold frontline responsibilities, and must be transferred back to the military academy to train recruits, or transferred to some unaffected idle positions. This approach is cruel, but in order to keep the fresh blood of the Imperial Army, it has to be done. With the development of life-extending surgery, human life expectancy will also increase. Those Imperial generals lived for hundreds of years in occupied positions, and the grievances at the grassroots level will inevitably grow bigger and bigger as time goes by. For this reason, no matter what kind of position it is, those who exceed a certain lifespan must quit. The Empire also introduced another solution, which is to choose death. Death now is very different from death in the past. The Emperor of the Empire will reclaim the souls of all the citizens of the Empire and store them in the firewall network. Wait until the critical moment, these souls will be awakened again and put into the battlefield. Death is not an end, but a long rest. Faced with the debate between the two factions, Yarok finally stood up. Stop arguing, I'm already old. I'm afraid I don't have the energy to spare for the position of head of the Star Militia Army. For this reason, I suggest handing over this position to Hawk. Yarok's words silenced the generals of both factions. All eyes turned to Hawk, who was sitting silently. Then let me be the commander-in-chief, and Yarok as the deputy commander. Hawk didn't look ashamed at all. He came out of Natal, and even he himself can't remember the fights and battles he has experienced. The millions of soldiers who enlisted in the same batch as him are still alive today, and there are only a handful of them. There was not a single spot in his body that was not injured. As the commander-in-chief, he is confident that there is no problem. The battlefield is not a place for modesty, and the Battle of Armageddon is not a place for sophistication. Only a grand victory can be worthy of the Emperor's attention. The speeches of the two competitors determine the final direction of the meeting. Hawk served as the commander-in-chief of the Star Border Army, and Yarok served as the deputy commander of the Star Border Army. This result was barely acceptable to both sides. Mars. Undercurrents are surging, and some incorrect and disunity remarks are circulating in private. The judges and law enforcement agencies quickly noticed these remarks and conducted an investigation. The results of the investigation were shocking, and all the evidence and news had to be blocked. Legend of the Dragon Slayer. Mechanicus scam. Craziest liar ever. Seeing these violent books, judges and law enforcement officers were once terrified. A cleansing storm is going on under the auspices of Karen and other sages to cleanse those believers who are not loyal enough. However, an operation is also going on in secret. In the prison where the Nether Dragon is held, as always, aliens are transported to provide food for the Nether Dragon. Today, there were some accidents in this process. A group of people hijacked the train transporting alien prisoners, entered the prison of the Nether Dragon, and launched a riot. It's time to tell the truth to our fooled colleagues, brothers. A mechanical priest shouted, knocking down two guards with the radiation gun in his hand. Chapter 310 Ragnarok, for subscription. The corridor responsible for transporting the alien prisoners was first attacked by mobs. The mechanical priest who sneaked and shot the guards. With the powerful power of the radiation gun, a beam of light penetrated instantly, roasting those unsuspecting guards. The scene was once very chaotic. Even the guards never imagined that someone would start a riot on Mars, a heavily guarded planet. With the Empire's conquests over the years, there is also the advancement of technology. Many people have an illusion of good times. Think that the war is too far away and has nothing to do with them. There are signs of laxity in many places. Omega becomes the messenger of death in the dark night, slaughtering those guards who don't respond in time. He walked silently in the darkness, and before the guards could scream in terror, he had harvested their lives. The Alpha fighters who infiltrated into Mars no longer disguised themselves at this moment, showing their true appearance, and cooperated with the rebellious mechanical priests to attack the guards of the prison. With the help of some insiders, the Alphas successfully sneaked into Mars and got the weapons. Alpha's ability to infiltrate is not insignificant. Terra and Mars are such important Empire hearts, and they can find opportunities to infiltrate. If the heart of the Empire wasn't too buggy, Alpha warriors might turn into Primaris warriors. Omega tried to implant the Alpha Warrior into the heart of the Empire. Those attempts ended in failure. An Alpha fighter implanted in the heart of the Empire will unconditionally swear allegiance to the Empire. The mentality of loathing the Empire and humans will be changed in a very short period of time. The attempt to implant the heart of the Empire led to some Alpha fighters directly defecting to the Empire. Surrendered to the Imperial Inquisitor, betraying their former partner without hesitation. Caused several mass casualties. It also caused the Alpha's infiltration work to suffer from Waterloo. Facing consecutive failures, Omega could only give up the practice of implanting the heart of the Empire and infiltrating into the ranks of original warriors. Choose other more secure ways to infiltrate the Empire. After this period of time and Carbo's efforts, Omega weaves a web of complex relationships, secrets, lies, and bought loyalty on Mars. And he is like a spider in the center of the web, sensing the movement of the Empire through the touch of the Empire on every thread. This big net will also catch those who are not determined enough, become stronger and cover a wider range. Omega dare not underestimate Guilliman's strength and wisdom. There are no plans to deal with Guilliman either. Going to find trouble with Guilliman will only be worth the candle. It is also possible to fold yourself in. What he is doing now is to shake the foundation of this empire. Not everyone who followed Guilliman was that powerful. This kind of strength is not only the strength of combat power, but also the soul, persistence and faith and so on. The best way is to start with those short-sighted mortals. Guilliman aspires to a fair and just social system. Such belief is lofty and full of brilliance. Those who followed him were far less noble. Faced with the temptation of money and power, they often make small compromises to their beliefs. It was these compromises that allowed him and Carbo to form a team that could attack the prison. The weapons they use are the same as those used by the Imperial Army, if not superior. After all, the planet he is on is Mars, which is the core of the Empire's industry and technology. Various new technologies will be sent to other casting planets after they are verified and practiced here. With the help of those with ambition and desire, Omega acquired weapons powerful enough to kill Primaris warriors. Even the prison map and information about the prison where the Nether Dragon was imprisoned was obtained by him. How many guards are there, what are the contingency plans, etc. Omega knows everything. Several simulations were carried out in advance, trying to solve everything before other departments of the Empire discovered the anomaly. The soldiers in charge of guarding fell one after another. They were knocked down before they could resist. The peaceful and comfortable life has worn down the will and skill of these ordinary guards. In the past, what they had to deal with were only those aliens who were shackled and unarmed. Just drive them into the Nether Dragon's food plate and the job will be done. Now they are facing a group of fanatical believers and chaos warriors. Before they had time to react, most of the guards were killed and injured, and the rest had no courage, and retreated to the positions of other friendly troops in embarrassment. Omega, Carbo interfered with the communication, and rushed to the depths of the prison. Several fanatical mechanical priests control the huge biped walker, and the high-speed rotating molecular chainsaw sword is covered with blood and fresh minced meat. Behind them, the corpses of the Imperial guards were broken and broken. Faced with such horrible crimes of betraying their compatriots and race, there was no remorse on their faces, only fanaticism and excitement. For us not to be fooled, for our faith, we can only be brave and kill the enemy. A priest shouted frantically, and his voice echoed in the corridor through a loudspeaker. His companions followed suit. They are moving towards the truth. The creation of the Mechanicum was a shameful fraud. A sleazy crook has twisted the fate of an entire planet with outrageous deceit to further his insidious agenda. Such a scam is shocking and has changed the fate of countless people. Now is the time to be revealed. This empire is built on deceit. These great pioneers will let this twisted, disgusting thing burn. The great Mars will be freed from the control of Terra and the hypocritical master of humanity. They will be truly free. The actions of the thugs also gave the captured aliens a chance. They rushed past the understaffed guards, snatched their weapons, and tried to escape. There was chaos, and the sound of fighting was everywhere. The smell of blood is mixed with the smell of engine oil and the ozone smell of mechanical friction. Dahlia stood on a high platform, and the suspended servo skull played a turbulent picture to her. She watched the madness of the thugs, the death of those innocent guards. Several primordial warriors stood beside her, holding weapons, silent like ancient sculptures. The sound of fighting did not affect them. Are we going to take action? A guard next to him said, the enemy has approached the core area and will be here soon. Dahlia shook her head. Some things need blood to be remembered. As the core of the Empire, Mars was organized to launch a riot. What's even more funny is that the other party is still holding our weapons. Imagine that the screening process of the Empire has appeared. What a mistake. The comfortable life has caused many people to forget the real situation of human beings. Death can remind them that this world has never been safe. Dahlia found that he was slowly beginning to have the cold cruelty of the former emperor who ignored human life. It was as if those screaming soldiers were not living beings, but chess pieces. Her first thought was not their life or death, but what impact would their death have? What can I do? What can be achieved? At this moment, Dahlia suddenly understood the coldness and ruthlessness of the emperor. When you focus on the rise and fall of the entire race, the entire civilization, the life and death of an individual has no meaning for it. The moral terms of benevolence, goodness, and kindness that ordinary people think of are not applicable to rulers. A qualified ruler should be like a cold machine, ignoring the individual and focusing on the overall situation. Dahlia looked towards the dome, and she smiled. The Emperor of the Empire, who controls the firewall and has multiple intelligence channels such as the Men in Black, the Court of Justice, and the court of assassins, cannot be unaware of this riot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to push human civilization to this height. Underestimating a man who dared to declare war on the gods can no longer be described as arrogance, but can only be described as reckless. Up to now, none of the violent institutions of the empire have come to stop this atrocity. The only explanation is that he is condoning this riot. Use the blood this time to warn the world that the danger has never left, and the darkness has not been eliminated. The enemy is lurking, like a poisonous snake in the grass. Once they have a chance, they will show their fangs and poison everything again. Politics is such a disgusting thing. Human nature is like the boulder pushed by Sisyphus to the top of the mountain. If it relaxes a little, it will slide into the abyss. It takes constant whipping to make people sober. Survival is not a power bestowed by God, but a spoil of war for the entire race. Occam could feel the vibration of the bomb hitting the armor shield. The burning flame distorted the air and blurred his vision. The alpha warriors next to him were all wearing emerald green power armor. The shoulder armor is inlaid with bronze gold rims, and in the middle is the terrifying three-headed Hydra logo. Such a mark will never pass the review. The Empire is extremely wary of any iconic emblems and designs of traitors. Allowing alpha fighters to wear such armor into a heavily guarded prison, there are already major problems with Mars' censorship system. Occam's tall form was dyed blue by the light of the plasma ion explosion. The visual sensor on the helmet showed a flame like bright red. A Primaris warrior jumped out of the smoke. He is even larger in size, holding a huge battle axe in his hand. The momentum is heavy, and it has the potential to split Hwashan. A bright blue-white plasma light shone in the air, and it only took a moment to turn the original warrior into fly ash. The latest weapon from the Mars factory is so powerful that Occam was surprised. Replacing them to fight against the forged warriors would only cause unnecessary casualties. Primaris warriors far surpassed space marines in their reaction speed and strength. The gap between the two is as big as the gap between a space warrior and a mortal. Even with the blessings of the four gods, it is difficult to fight against. If it weren't for these powerful weapons, the alpha fighters would not even be able to break through the first line of defense. The traitors were unstoppable and charged all the way. The machine servants with broken backs, the technicians and guards who were cut to pieces, fell in disorder in the corridor. Aliens are also howling, attacking the guards of the Empire. They are all different and from different races. The only thing in common is that they all share the cruelty and cunning of human beings. When they realized that there was a slight chance of escape, they made a decision without hesitation. Many races in the galaxy have habitually used the power of the warp, using the waves of the warp as a vital part of their race. Some of them are imbued with the power of the highest heavens and possess spiritual talents. Individuals who are born with supernatural nerves can feel the darkness and terror of this place. Humans use them to feed certain horrible monsters. Those damned apes have done the same thing as those warp demons. A series of psychic impacts knocked the guards of the Empire into the air, distorting their shapes into twists. Before reaching the first gate, Occam selected 3 servo skulls hanging on his waist like grenades. Their serpentine surface is plated with metal, and the suspension device is a small anti-gravity thruster. Like a child winding up a toy, the servo skulls' built-in combat commands were activated. The technological creation of the Empire is really convenient. Occam said in a mocking tone, the lethality is huge, whether it is against the enemy or the friendly army, it is so ruthless. Let's give them a little color and let them recall the fear we once dominated. Another alpha warrior said in a low tone, they thought they had wiped us out, now it's time to tell them, cut off one head of Hydra, 2 heads will grow, and we will never be wiped out. 2 high-energy explosives were glued to the alloy gate. Diddy's rapid reminder sounded, and after a few seconds of countdown, a booming explosion sounded. The heavy metal alloy gate was blasted open, and billowing thick smoke enveloped everyone. Guards in armor and uniform rallied and pulled the trigger. A series of bursting beams shot through the smoke, intending to stop intruders. Amidst the hiss of submolecular conversion, a plasma ball of the sun as hot as a scorching sun passed through the smoke, leaving traces of hydrogen ignition along the way, shining with a brilliance that cannot be seen directly, and vaporized all the guards along the way, erasing their existence. The people standing next to them also made horrified sounds. Their armor issued a high-temperature alarm, which ignited their uniforms and melted the mechanical armor made of high-temperature resistant alloy. There were piercing screams, and the whole scene looked like with blue flames rising. After all the guards were dealt with, a figure jumped down from the ceiling. Omega joins them. He was holding a head in his hand, the incision was smooth, and it was obviously a one-hit kill from behind. Blood dripped from the head, the face with the helmet stripped off was exposed to the air, and the anger was carved on the face of the dead, even if he didn't breathe, it never subsided a little. Where's Carbo? Omega threw his head away casually, and asked Occam. They chose another path, and it is estimated that it will take another 120 seconds. Occam glanced at his panel and replied. Going in from here is the goal of our trip. Omega pointed to an alloy gate deep in the hall, the foundation of the Empire's establishment will collapse with the opening of the gate, and an unprecedented deception will be revealed. Terra a war with Mars will be unprecedented, not even the Horus Heresy. The roar of the bipedal walking machine sounded, and the mechanical team led by Carbo came from another passage. Using his advantage of mixing with Mechanicues, Carbo got a lot of good things. The biped walking machine and the atonement mecha are all the latest models, with great power. Even Primaris warriors who were hailed as demigods would be torn apart by that terrifying firepower. Guilliman really did a good thing, using those new technologies to create so many new equipment. Carbo said a rare good word. Unfortunately, these behaviors will only push him to death and make the human internal organs even more terrifying. These technologies from the Nether Dragon will become a sharp weapon for humans to kill their own kind. Omega was expressionless, he knew what was about to happen. The emergence of the Nether Dragon will definitely lead to turmoil in the Empire. Guilliman's imperial power will be shaken by the lies left by the Emperor. An unimaginable bloodbath will break out. Countless humans will die in this coming storm. It's worth it. Omega thought silently, the possibility of humans defeating chaos is zero. Embracing chaos, and even becoming a member of it is the best way to continue the race. The gods need the support of the mortal beings, and the extinction of human beings is of no benefit to them. Don't look at the fact that the minions of the four gods have caused so much damage to the human world every time they invaded the human world, with blood flowing like rivers and corpses piling up like mountains. As long as they really control the galaxy, they will be much gentler. Like those races who have always regarded chaos as an indispensable factor for the development of civilization. Instead, they formed a symbiotic relationship with chaos and continued their own civilization. On the contrary, it is human beings who are extremely resistant to chaos that lead to so many invasions and large-scale casualties. You can't beat it, so why not just change your posture and enjoy it? Alfarius once planned to make the Emperor a god, and make the subspace a battlefield where the gods restrain and confront each other. Humanity maintains a delicate balance in these confrontations, and thus has been able to continue. Even if the Empire is torn apart, the human race can survive forever. Who knew that the Emperor was so decisive and valued Guilliman? In order to pave the way for Guilliman, he tried his best to gather countless heroic spirits and severely injured the four gods. It doesn't matter now, the Emperor is gone, and Guilliman can make up the numbers by then. Human beings need a god, and it doesn't matter who this is. Omega is not a believer in those so-called gods, he is loyal to chaos itself. Continuous chaos and struggle should be the norm in this world. Desperation and pain and reincarnation should be the fate of all living beings. Terra and Mars went to war, the Empire was seriously injured, and Guilliman was forced to become a god. Everything is just like the Horus Rebellion thousands of years ago. Several mechanical priests stepped up and stretched out their huge mechanical arms to cut the final seal that imprisoned the Nether Dragon. The last door has a protective force field, and the explosion will be weakened, making it difficult to break through the huge metal wall. I don't recommend you do that. A voice came, and many Alpha fighters held weapons and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Dahlia came out of the darkness with her guards. Omega subconsciously activated the weapon in his hand. He looked at the other person, and could feel the unparalleled strength from the thin female torso. Protector. You can call it that. Dahlia said calmly. Are you trying to stop me? Omega raised the weapon in his hand, and the jumping electric arc reflected on his handsome face, which was as perfect as the other brothers. I can't stop it. Dahlia said, I can only advise you not to open it. Want to speak for your master? Omega mocked, stop me with those righteous principles. Dahlia shook his head, I'm doing it for your own good. Although you were born in the same laboratory as the current emperor, the difference between the two of you is like clouds and mud. Do you think he will let you rescue him without any precautions? A prisoner strong enough to shake the empire. Omega's face under the helmet became a little ugly. Alpha Legion has always been considered weaker than other legions. This incident became a heart disease of the Alpha Legion. To this end, the Alpha Legion has been working hard to prove that they are superior to other legions. Especially stronger than Ultramarines. Guilliman was the one who accused the Alpha Legion the most. If you have nothing to do, criticize the Alpha Legion, saying that this is not good, that is not good. It is still publicly said that it is not as good as Guilliman. It's a great shame. He didn't know anything about this attack. Omega retorted, I erased all traces of myself, I know his minions have been trying to find me, but they are not my opponents, they are so stupid that they will be killed. I played around with the applause. Now, those idiots are probably still looking for clues to the explosion thousands of kilometers away. Cultivating plank roads brightly, crossing Chenkang secretly, as the original body, you have wisdom beyond our reach. Dahlia smiled and said, but what I said is also true, otherwise, the one who is now the new master of mankind is you. He's just a lucky cunning liar. Alpha raised the gun and pulled the trigger, the bullets were blocked by a golden light curtain. Dahlia took a step back, and the figures of the group disappeared into the air. Obviously left using the teleportation device. Omega looked at the heavy metal gate with serious eyes. The Emperor's hidden secrets are behind the door. The Mechanic of Mars was born in the dream of the Nether Dragon, and the Emperor is not of all machines at all. He is just a pure liar. Omega raised his hand, then swung it down violently. Blow it up, and soon the world will know Guilliman's hypocrisy. Amidst the sound of the explosion, gravel splashed and smoke and dust billowed. A strong will makes people almost breathless. All kinds of machinery issued a hasty warning sound, and the capacity readings rose all the way, exceeding the highest peak value of alert. Carbo and Omega exuded excitement. Not only the machinery in the prison, but also the entire Mars system has disordered codes. That terrible will has the ability to affect all mechanical life. The mechanical priest felt that his body was out of control, the machine slaves were shaking all over, and the sound generators screamed meaninglessly. Carbo couldn't suppress the ecstasy on his face when he saw the disordered code jumped out of the walker mech he was controlling. He had a premonition that an unprecedented chaos was about to erupt. Even if he opened the crypt at the beginning and released the chaos code, the damage caused by it would never be as great as the damage caused by the Nether Dragon's escape. Not only for the machine, but more for the soul. Come out, the ancient gods who have been sealed for a long time, Bring your anger and resentment, and come to this world again. Carbo shouted excitedly, the body of all opportunities, the eternal omniscient, the void dragon. Silver rays of light projected from the broken gate. The vision of the thugs has changed drastically. In their eyes, the light appeared distorted. Also or not distorted, they just see another dimensional light. Light always stays in a straight line. But now, they see a phenomenon that subverts common sense. Light twists and marches through the formless air. Distance becomes a lie, and the structure of space-time is just a grand deception. They see geometric structures that humans cannot accept. The silent roar shook their minds, and that silver light was part of a magnificent consciousness. A life form formed by ancient evil thoughts and extraordinary primitive power. Such beings should not be given names. What's the point of a name for a being that inadvertently creates or wipes out civilizations? From the moment of human birth, go back hundreds of millions of years. Before eons unimaginable to mortal life. This indescribable thing already exists. Devouring the hearts of many stars, he is revered as a in countless galaxies in the universe. It is the Eternal One, the Infinite 10,000, the Supreme Almighty, and the bound prisoner. Just the concept of existence has almost burned the brains of the thugs. Omega felt the pressure, his extraordinary brain was running fast, trying to understand the existence of the other party. But this work is doomed to be futile. Omega gets nothing but headaches. Stupid mortal, I have finally gained my rare freedom. The light converged and turned into a giant dragon with wings and covered with silver scales. The huge dragon pupils are like an abyss, if you look at it, you will fall into it, lose your mind, and become a soulless puppet driven by it. Omega stared at the dragon, with a glimmer of expectation in his heart. What kind of expression must Guilliman have when he sees the nether dragon out of trouble and the mechanicum out of control? Shocked, wailed like a fart. It's really exciting. You have gained freedom, go, there are countless lives in the outside world for you to harvest. Omega turned to look at Carbo, our mission is completed, now, let's go. Many mechanical priests look fanatical, and the nether dragon represents the essence of the universe and the truth knowledge they can reach. The of all opportunities they should serve should be the dragon in front of them, not the lyre of the emperor. Boom. A giant claw fell, blocking the way Omega wanted to leave. Stupid mortals, your mission is over, but my mission has just begun. If I let you leave, how can I explain to the great emperor of the empire? If you betray him, if I remain indifferent, wouldn't it be the same? Want to bear the name of betrayal? The nether dragon didn't speak, but his voice echoed in the minds of the thugs. The excited faces just now turned pale. Omega's face changed several times, and he turned his head in disbelief to look at the huge void dragon covered in silver scales. Alfarius, are you human? You let your brother jump into such a big pit? Hydra does not pit Hydra. The emperor has fallen, you are free. Carbo's tone changed, and he lost the excitement just now. Emperor? Stupid mortal life, you don't even know who I am loyal to, and dare to lift my seal? I serve the great and holy all-knowing and omnipotent Emperor, the savior of mankind, the conqueror of all worlds, the only one in the galaxy Lord, Lord of the will of the stars, God's lair, destroyer of civilization, the man in the golden and blue armor, his name is Robert Guilliman. The voice of the nether dragon was like a hammer, hitting their souls hard, making their hearts feel like the ocean of ether, setting off turbulent waves and unable to find peace. Omega's eyes were wide open, and he was startled by the other party's words. He also thought that his plan would play Guilliman into applause. I was a clown from the beginning to the end, and the other party didn't even bother to be my enemy. The nether dragon is loyal to Guilliman, so what is Guilliman? The so-called truth that can defeat the Empire and make Mars and Terra swords meet, I am afraid that it will have the opposite effect. Not to mention strengthening Guilliman's rule, it is possible for Guilliman to get the title of God of myriad opportunities. With the endorsement of the nether dragon and the Emperor, what Guilliman said is true. Escape! Omega shouted. The next second, the void dragon pressed down with one paw, and Omega was pinned to the ground. The huge force caused a huge pit to appear on the metal floor of the prison. Do not doubt the power of a star god. If they weren't strong enough, the old sage wouldn't have suffered a crushing defeat back then. Captured the primarch who had been on the run. The silver claw slashed in the air, and a silver light emerged, which became the entrance of the dimension pocket. Nether dragon throws his Omega into it. Now Omega is missing. The nether dragon didn't want to try his weight in Guilliman's heart. See if the opponent will kill himself for a dead primarch. As for whether Omega will escape, the nether dragon is not worried at all. Even Omega has 3 heads and 6 arms, it is difficult to escape the dimension maze in the dimension pocket. After finishing off the primarch, the nether dragon looked at the other thugs. A face covered with scales, exuding a touch of cruelty. No. An alpha warrior was bitten, and with a slight force of sharp teeth, the solid armor was bitten through like paper, and bright red blood spurted out. After chewing it twice, the nether dragon swallowed it directly. What a wonderful soul, full of pain. The nether dragon showed a satisfied expression, and then rushed towards the other thugs even more excitedly. I knew it would be like this. Why would they be so stupid to think that a ruler who dared to declare war on God would know nothing about their little tricks? Dahlia watched the atrocities of the nether dragon. As a guardian, she didn't know how the current emperor subdued the nether dragon. But she has already seen through the fate of Omega's failure. No one knows where the backhand is. Omega himself may not even think of the person he painstakingly rescued, and he has already become the person of the other party. The emperor's net traps everyone, even the various insidious tricks carried out by those careerists and conspirators are probably also in the plans of the other party. What should we do now? Let the nether dragon go back? Asked the warrior on the side. No, the nether dragon's coming out must have been his instruction. Let's go. There is no need for a guard here. There was a trace of relief in Dahlia's words. If she stood in front of Omega, she would probably be a corpse now. Got the Medal of Honor from the Empire and a huge memorial service. Other than that, nothing. Guilliman hadn't revealed anything to her. Didn't tell anyone, the nether dragon has been subdued. He doesn't care whether everyone here will die, and he doesn't care whether she, the caretaker, will die. Cold is a heartless machine. Consider from the perspective of maximizing benefits. Dahlia learned something about Guilliman from others. Behind those brilliance, all she felt was the cruelty and coldness of those in power. This is not the first time he has done this. Breakdown on Magnus, Battle of Vigilus, Battle of Red Earth, and more. Ignorant people serve a trap that draws the enemy in. Their deaths themselves were all part of that trap. Daria turned and left. Her bodyguard followed. After a while, the emergency troops arrived in a hurry. The nether dragon was taken aboard the Emperor's flagship, the Supreme, and was given a seat next to the mechanical throne. It just looks a little humiliating, and can only lie down beside Guilliman like a pet. The mob's raid on Mars also shook the entire solar system, setting off a turbulent sea. Traitors like Alpha can also go deep into Mars. If the other party goes one step further, what can they do? Attack on Terra? Assassinate the Emperor? Just thinking about it makes many people sleepless. Valeno was ordered to investigate the ins and outs of the whole incident and execute any personnel involved in it who helped Alpha and Carbo. The storm was coming, but Guilliman didn't care much about it. He cares more about Omega and Carbo. The crimes committed by these two guys during the Horus Rebellion are simply beyond words. When the time comes to light the torch at the Imperial Heroes Square, there must be two of them. On the other side of the webway, Dorn is about to finish repairing it, and will soon be able to penetrate the section from the City of Miracles to Terra. At that time, Magnus will not be of much use. It doesn't make much sense to keep it closed all the time, and it's a waste of rations. Guilliman plans to build a Terra attraction, build a machine to extract psychic energy, and turn those famous traitors into torches. Drain their Shinnick energy to light the torch. On the one hand, it can generate income for Terra, and on the other hand, it can also warn the world what the end of betraying the Empire will be like. The heavens, Mount Olympus. The thunder flashes, the divine power dances wildly, and the shouts of killing shake the sky. The previously peaceful god's domain is now full of corpses, and countless gods and spirits have been killed and injured. The golden double-headed eagle flag fluttered in the wind. The warriors of the Empire advanced steadily, smashing the realm built by the gods. Constantine followed the Empire into the heavens where the gods lived. The Olympus Protoss is completely finished. The scene here is beyond the imagination of even the craziest artist. The gods bleed, and the ancient spirits lay dead. The realm of the gods is torn apart and is about to be buried. The gods of Olympus suffered heavy casualties, the blood of the gods flowed, and the end time has come. The Empire holds weapons capable of killing gods. Even more frightening are those female warriors whose bodies are engraved with prayers and are called Sisters of Silence. They are extraordinary black holes. Divine power, magic, and superpowers all fail in front of them. Those heroic spirits and servants serving the gods were slaughtered in front of them like weak mortals, and they had no power to fight back. Even the gods could only rely on their own martial arts to fight against them, and they had no way to use their divine power. Those goddesses who did not know martial arts were massacred all the way by those silent nuns. The whole palace was stained red with the blood of gods, and there were corpses everywhere. Mortal, do you know what kind of consequences your behavior will have? God King Zeus roared, his whole body has been turned into thunder, and his eyes are sprayed with blinding lightning. The domain of the gods was destroyed, and the gods were almost wiped out. He hates it. If it was in the past, he would definitely launch a doomsday disaster for mankind. Let human beings know what it means that God cannot be insulted. Offend the gods, the end of mankind is already doomed. Zeus roared, I swear you will pay the price. Titus showed a cruel smile, you live first, false god. The atrocities you have committed are enough to sentence you to death. I am a god, and mortals are not qualified to judge gods. Zeus shouted, raising his hand, the thunder condensed in his hand, turned into an electric spear, and struck Titus. In other places on the battlefield, the battle is still going on, the guns are fired, and the shouts of killing are loud, and it looks like it was extremely tragic. Humans fell in batches, but were quickly filled up and continued to attack. From time to time, gods would fall down and be swarmed up by human soldiers, dismembering them with swords and guns in their hands. The gods are doomed to be defeated, and they are just doing the final battle of trapped beasts. The army of the Empire continued to launch fierce attacks on the temples it defended, blowing up the entire domain of the gods into ruins. Human attacks forced the gods to fight on their own, defending an area, persevering, and waiting for the impossible opportunity. The device in reality is also playing a role, cutting off the source of belief of the gods, and preventing them from continuing to draw strength from human emotions. Combined with the Sister of Silence and the anti-subspace device, the power of the gods is continuously weakening. Quickly, continue to launch shelling. Mao Long shouted with a command knife in hand, the target, Ares, the god of war, don't let him have a chance to breathe. The madness of this world made Mao Long no longer want to think anymore. Malong's 18 generations of ancestors, Malong's parents, and Malong himself may not have imagined that one day he would become a member of the god-killing team. A large number of troops are still being put into the battlefield. Their task is not to face and kill the gods, but to serve as some auxiliary tasks. Deploy devices that can establish stability in the domain of the gods, important nodes, cut off the power source of the gods, organize artillery bombardment of the gods, and cut off their servants. Malong never thought that those gods are real, and never thought that gods really bleed and can be killed. Chapter 311 The most beautiful god empress. This story Hera has to tell. Subscribe. No one knows where the world is going. The future is chaotic, and no one can predict it. Even it cannot see the intertwined destiny of countless universes. Only one thing is certain. That terrible tyrant is trying to erase all gods that are not him. What is even more frightening is that he has such power. Those ignorant people turned into a sharp sword in his hand and pierced the chest of the gods. The gods lay dead, and all spirits bleed. He desires to conquer, and desires all things to submit to him. The worlds are doomed to burn. A terrible fate will hang over every living being. Every time and space that the golden double-headed eagle goes, war and death will follow. Until the whole universe falls under the tyrant's feet. The long river of time extends into the fog of future time and space. I can't see the future scene clearly, but I can see the flames and blood shining there. In that terrible and dark future, only that tyrant rules the world. The sanctuary collapsed, and the gods died. My sister has died under the tyrant's knife. And I'm sure I'll end up doing the same soon. Olympus Protos, goddess of fate, Lachesis was left behind before his execution. Olympus god's domain. On the most magnificent mountain, watching the battlefield shrouded in flames of war. The body was pierced by a spear, and Hera, who had to withdraw from the battlefield, withdrew into the main temple of Olympus under the protection of the divine guard. Here you can see the entire Mount Olympus. Seeing the flames of war ignited everywhere, the tribe continued to die tragically. Hera cried uncontrollably, pitiful and helpless. Despair grabbed her heart like a vine. As the god empress, she felt powerless and frightened for the first time. She imagined the moment of the end many times, but she never thought that the Olympus Protos would be destroyed by the hands of humans. Those once stupid apes blew the horn of destruction in the sanctuary of Olympus. They entered the Olympus domain from Paradise Island, and launched a series of brutal massacres and battles. The artillery fire was overwhelming, and the rumbling sound was endless. The ground was shaking, and the dust that was raised was mixed with the stumps and broken arms that had been torn apart by the artillery fire. The temple collapsed in the sky-high flames. The terrifying shockwave lifted countless heroic spirits and divine guards, turning them into ashes. Hera's eyes looked helplessly at the burning of the entire divine realm. Even her husband was fighting desperately. Fight against those fearsome maniacs covered in armor. They use technology to gain power comparable to gods. The weapon in his hand carries a curse on God. Every attack leaves a wound that cannot heal on their immortal body and soul. Is this the end of the Olympus Protos? Hera murmured. No, we have faced so many difficulties before, how could we be defeated by human beings? A waitress said confidently, I believe that the great God King will lead us to defeat the enemy again. Hera showed an ugly smile and looked at her maid. Just woke up and said something, but was interrupted by a sudden accident. No. A scream resounded through the sky. Hera followed the voice, and her face, which had improved slightly just now, suddenly became extremely ugly. The voice comes from Athena, the goddess of wisdom, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. She is extremely beautiful, possesses incomparable wisdom and strength. Not only the goddess of wisdom, but also the goddess of war and art. Is the protector of girls during their unmarried period, as well as the protector of women's labor and childbirth. She is the daughter of Zeus and Metis, the original goddess of wisdom. It is said that Athena was swallowed by the terrified Zeus before she was born. Zeus was worried that his children would overthrow him like he overthrew the previous king Cronus. Unexpectedly, after swallowing Athena's mother and daughter, he would have a splitting headache. It was not until Athena in armor broke through his head that he was relieved. Among the gods of Olympus, apart from Zeus, the king of gods, Athena is among the most powerful gods. Now, even Athena can no longer protect herself. Her temple was shattered. The corpses of countless heroic spirits and divine guards were mixed with human corpses, scattered all over the ruins. Those warriors wearing heavy armor and taller than ordinary people united to besiege the goddess of wisdom. Wearing a divine ring, Athena, who showed a huge body like a mountain, held a battle shield and a spear, trying to kill those mortals who approached. The huge divine body is shining like the sun. Sacred and solemn, not to be offended. Hera was once jealous of Athena's beauty, and there were many troubles between the two. Now, Hera no longer has those moods. She saw that Athena's beautiful face was bleeding profusely, and there were many gaps in the armor on her body. Those warriors in heavy armor took their weapons and chopped Athena. Every attack will weaken Athena. The gods have been cut off from their source of power. Those damned humans somehow prevented the gods from drawing power from mortal humans. What the gods consume is the divine power accumulated in the past. Once the divine power is exhausted, the fate of the gods can be imagined. The gods of Olympus did not travel to other planets to develop believers. Doing that would start a war. Every living planet has its own gods. The act of fighting for territory is likely to lead to the intervention of the Green Lantern Corps and some cosmic forces. For this reason, the gods of Olympus have not expanded outwards. After another period of time, Athena's resistance became weaker and weaker. One of her arms was cut off without paying attention. Athena made a painful sound. She tried to rush out of the encirclement, but was forced back again. Original caste warriors with knives and axes rushed forward, cut off her divine weapon, and cut out terrible scars on her armor-covered body. Finally, under Athena's desperate, terrified eyes, her head was chopped off by a tomahawk with a flashing arc. Hera watched Athena's head beheaded, and the headless body crashed down, crushing the dilapidated palaces and setting off bursts of smoke. Hera didn't blink her eyes, her mouth was half opened, and she couldn't say anything. A major dies. The dark red blood of the gods spilled out, staining the ruined buildings red. The heavens and the earth are shaking, mourning the loss of a goddess. Those humans swarmed up and hacked Athena's body with their weapons to prevent her from being resurrected. Heavy tanks crushed the flesh and bones, and the flames released by the huge fuel torches burned the corpses, burning them to ashes little by little. Hera just watched the atrocities of human beings like that. She couldn't say anything. I can only look at it like that. A huge fireball fell from the sky and hit the sacred mountain, setting off a big fire. The sun chariot crashed. Apollo is impaled by a lance on his scarred and devastated sun chariot. Through the blazing flames, Hera saw Apollo in armor and lying on the chariot, holding a broken sword and a broken shield in his hand. The armor on his body is full of wounds, and there is no intact place. Humans armed with weapons aimed at the gods flocked to the surviving gods from all directions, looking for opportunities to kill the gods. No can escape this catastrophe. Olympus Mountain is destined to have no gods after today. A strong shock wave erupted from the temple where Demeter, the god of agriculture, was located. Amen was forced out of the temple, using divine power to fight against the swarming humans. The warrior in heavy power armor was knocked into the air by her. I am the Mane of Olympus. Demeter roared, mortals, do you know what kind of existence you have offended? She wears a circular crown made of golden wheat ears and holds a huge sickle. Wherever the sickle swung, even time and space were split. She locked the time and space, and wanted to kill these humans who dared to offend her. The primordial warriors used the heart of the empire to break through the time and space confinement and escaped from the attack range. The sickle failed to hit them, but cut a palace open. Demeter violently released his divine power, and the scythe in his hand was slashing faster and faster. Some soldiers were affected by her, and the powerful divine power tore the ordinary people involved. Minced meat and blood mixed together, like a blood rain. Demeter looks very strong, but unfortunately, she is not a who is good at fighting. Apollo, Athena, gods with powerful combat skills, have all fallen. How long can she last? When Demeter was berserk, a Primaris warrior seized the opportunity. He took 3 steps in parallel, activated the flight module, and jumped up. The arcane spear in his hand shone with crackling brilliance, and under the full acceleration of the warrior, it easily sank into Demeter's body. Except for the part held, the spear pierced into Demeter's body. So did the other warriors, who seized the opportunity and stabbed Demeter with their weapons. The plasma burst beam and ion plasma also poured on Demeter at this time. Demeter let out a painful howl like a beast. She reached out and slapped the humans. Caught a guy trying to pierce her eye. Demeter wanted to crush it directly, but the opponent's armor had a special force field shield. Burned her hand like a flame. The harder she tried, the more painful her hand was. There is no way to pinch the opponent to death. She could only slam it to the ground, watching the man covered in steel smash the roof and smash the stone pillars inside the palace. The soldier lay there dying, unable to move. Demeter was so angry that he slashed down with the sickle in his hand. The opponent escaped by using space movement. She missed out. Demeter became even more irritable, slashing with the sickle in his hand, but his record was pitiful. Those human fighters would always dodge at critical moments, and then seize the gap to hit her. After a while, her body was covered with scars. Go to hell, mortals, you. Demeter wanted to say something harsh. A leaping warrior held a tomahawk, split her skull from behind, and used his body to forcefully break it open. Pain the god of agriculture, Demeter screamed. A spear pierced her mouth just like that, and an explosion exploded, blowing through her throat. Several primordial warriors also swarmed up, slashing at Demeter's vitals with the weapons in their hands. She fell down and was pinned down by humans, who kept attacking her. Demeter stretched out one hand to the sky in despair. At first, she could still resist. But after a while, the hand stretched out to the sky became motionless. The immortal soul is like a dry pine needle that is ignited, quickly turning into fly ash. Those human weapons bear curses on the gods. How vicious! Athena died in battle, and Apollo also died in battle. The main gods of Olympus are dying one by one. The despair and grief in Hera's heart became more and more intense. Olympus is hopeless. She looked desperately at where her husband was. Zeus is located in the center of the battlefield, where he has the most enemies. The dark clouds are dense and dense, layer upon layer. He roared continuously, summoning thunder and lightning, splitting those humans into coke. Zeus' anger is like a doomsday volcano. His divine body became brighter and brighter, like a sun made of thunder. The dark clouds in the sky also formed a spiral shape, spinning continuously. Thunderbolts shone in the layers of clouds, and the rumbling thunder made people's eardrums almost unbearable. Zeus attacked violently, like a demon who destroys the world. God's punishment. His voice was full of majesty, giving people the illusion of surrendering and kneeling unconsciously. Hundreds of millions of thunderbolts are intertwined together. Form a huge, dazzling giant lightning. Even if you don't do anything, you can see the static electricity dancing in the air with your naked eyes. Zeus used his divine power to guide the thunder to fall, illuminating the entire battlefield. Witnessed the tragic death of his lover, child, and family members. He's gone crazy. Today, he wants to kill every human being here. Then kill all the humans outside. Humanity must bear the consequences for the heinous crimes it has committed. Spatial coordinate modification. Redefining the position of friend and foe. Received the command, the space coordinate model is established, and the original coordinates of the host are modified. Panning 6 units, modifying space-time parameters. The space-time parameters have been corrected, and the space coordinates have been modified. Amidst the continuous prompts from the heart of the Empire, Titus' figure flickered. Appeared behind Zeus in the next second. This ability looks similar to teleportation in extreme speed, but it is actually more advanced. Just like the character coordinates in the game, through some deceptive means, give the game engine a new coordinate. The game engine will generate that character at that position. Spatial coordinate modification is also the same. It's instant. Unless the opponent has more powerful space technology, it is impossible to intercept and predict the trajectory and coordinates of the user's movement. The long sword in Titus' hand exuded the light of arcane and power fields. Zeus hasn't reacted yet. The long sword pierced his chest from behind. Fear that the enemy will take advantage of the weakness of his huge body to attack. 1. He kept fighting Titus at a height of 5 or 6 meters. The opponent's long sword pierced from behind, and the blood-stained blade could be seen from the chest. No matter what you want to do, you must first live the false god. Titus said cruelly, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands, and violently stirred it, causing Zeus to scream incessantly. Another primordial warrior held a hammer, and when Zeus screamed, he made up another blow. Directly on his knee. There was a crisp bone-cracking sound. Facing the dual combination of arcane and technological weapons, even gods are hard to resist. The kneecap was smashed hard. Zeus lost his balance. A generation of kings knelt on the battlefield just like that. Hair is disheveled and messed up. The originally noble, neat armor is now full of blood stains. It seems that there is no majesty of the father of the gods. Why did you do this? Zeus twisted his face in pain, and turned to look at the human who pierced himself with a sharp sword. Zeus didn't see the face, but only saw a helmet covered with marks of knives and axes. The helmet eyepiece revealed a scarlet light. Zeus coughed a few times, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gods deserve to die. Titus said in a cold tone, only my emperor can bring salvation. What kind of lunatic is it that can cast a demon like you? Zeus had a kind of sadness in his heart. He is the king of gods, above tens of thousands of people, and countless believers have crouched in front of him, begging for his mercy and forgiveness. Now, he is about to face his own death just like a mortal. To be crushed by the wild ambitions of others. What's even more tragic is that the other party probably doesn't even know of his existence. The opponent may just sit on the throne, frowning, and he will be killed by soldiers loyal to the opponent. Destroy him, he has nothing to do with it. Redemption. Zeus looked at Titus with a bleak smile. He will bring brand new changes to this world, and the new era will replace the old one. Titus said, and you are precisely the existence that new era cannot tolerate. I only see that lies can be deceived. Zeus always coughed while speaking, and a lot of blood foam kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. You are hostile to the gods, but you regard your emperor as a god, don't you think it is absurd? Titus was indifferent, but retorted flatly. He is the Redeemer, not comparable to you false gods who fool the world. Ha ha ha, Redeemer, how cruel and cold is it to destroy a Protoss, slaughter gods and heroic spirits for a new era of bullshit, such a tyrant deserves to be called a Redeemer? Your emperor will not succeed, this once you win, but you won't always win. Kill me, I will wait for you in eternal nothingness. Your emperor will definitely fail, and his ending will be miserable by me. The last 2 words of Zeus were punched back by Titus. The strength of this punch is unimaginable. The face of God King Zeus was smashed, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. One eye was also smashed alive, turning into a lump of meat sauce. Zeus howled, his face showing pain. Covered the place where Titus had hit with his hand, blood kept flowing out from his fingers, and soon a large area was stained red. Don't let me hear any words that dare to blaspheme my emperor. Titus warned, otherwise, you will know what it means to live without seeking death. Zeus was defeated and everything was settled. The noble became the prisoner of the empire. Was imprisoned in a cage, and was stripped of all divine power by the anti-magic field. Hera was like an ordinary weak woman, sitting helplessly in the center of the cage, her face terrified, and she no longer had the arrogance of the old queen. Many gods were killed, but some gods were allowed to live. Don't think they will get any preferential treatment. The fate of these gods is to be sent to the laboratory for the empire to dissect and study, so as to perfect the extraordinary system of human beings. Mao Long couldn't help feeling sorry for Hera. Such a beautiful beauty is about to be sent for slicing. As the queen of the gods of Olympus, Hera's beauty stunned every man and woman who saw her. Facial features, figure, and temperament, all of which conform to all human definitions of beauty. In addition to Hera, there are also the 3 goddesses of fate, the of love and beauty, etc. The appearance of these goddesses is far beyond that of ordinary people. Mao Long thought that those imperial people might pick 1 or 2. Who would have thought that the imperials would have no interest in this, and they would all be stuffed into cages and sent to the laboratory? What a waste. Mao Long shook his head looking at the lovely and pitiful goddesses in the cage. Paradise Island was captured. The Olympus divine realm was destroyed. The heavens where the gods live are blocked by the empire, cutting off the connection with the mortal world. These incidents caused a lot of turmoil in the entire society. The beliefs of the empire have been promoted for a long time, but they have not completely replaced the old beliefs. The believers of the old gods protested against the cruelty of the empire. Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Christians all criticized the cruelty of the empire. Is to replace their original beliefs with imperial beliefs. Also spread rumors everywhere, inducing others to say that this is the disaster of the dead. Inspire the world to stand up and rebel against the empire. The Olympus god realm was breached by the empire, and the heavens were also blocked. There was also an earthquake on the side of the Justice League. The power of many superheroes comes from gods, the most famous representative of which is Shazam. After the Olympus mountain was breached by the empire, his magic quickly disappeared and he became immortal. The more frightening thing is yet to come. There is news that the empire is preparing to block the entire fourth dimension. By that time, there may not be many superheroes left in the Justice League. Chapter 312 Research on the Lantern Ring, for subscription. Wonder Woman's death has saddened many superheroes. As one of the founders of the Justice League, Wonder Woman has won the favor of many heroes with her beauty and strength. Her tragic death plunged many superheroes into grief and hatred. Many heroes swore to make the empire pay. However, they have not had time to mourn their dead companions. The empire's continuous big moves made them feel that the end was coming. Those rumors that could not be confirmed were quickly confirmed by the empire. Huge towering structures will soon be erected on Earth, even in low Earth orbit. It is so majestic that it extends from the ground to outer space. Those tall towers can not only point out the direction for the Empire's warships to navigate in the non-material space, but also radiate the will of the Emperor, connecting every human being living outside to the whole of the Empire. What is even more frightening is that the tower creates an area that cannot be affected by the fourth dimension. Many superheroes derive their powers from the fourth dimension. The Flash, Shazam, and more. Their powers come from fourth-dimensional beings or structures. Shazam has been blessed by Zeus, Hercules, and other gods, which is the main reason why he is called Captain Fantastic. The gods of Olympus were defeated, and the title of Captain Shazam was lost in name only. The power of the Flash and these speedsters comes from the Wall of Speed Force. The Wall of Speed Force is also known as the Wall of Origin. This wall is said to seal Petua, creator of the multiverse. Is also the boundary that divides the parallel universe. Each parallel universe has its own Wall of Origin. The abilities of many superheroes, as well as the mighty power of the gods, and even those magical items are inextricably related to the Wall of Origin. The Wall of Origin has an extremely mysterious power. Anything in the universe will be stuck to the wall as long as it touches it. If there is life, it will be fixed there unconsciously like a vegetable. The Wall of Origin is also located in the fourth dimension. Once the Empire blocks the fourth dimension, the end of the gods and heroes will come. Many will lose their strength and become weak mortals. Heroes no longer have extraordinary size and strength. In the radiation range of the tower, many superheroes can no longer exert their superpowers, and they are no different from ordinary people. Before, such a device only appeared in Robot Building. Now, the entire planet and even the nearby void area are shrouded. The behavior of the Empire made many superheroes of the Justice League panic. Without superpowers, how can they fight against the Empire? Of course, not everyone lost their power. Some wizards obtained through their own hard work and learning can still use their power normally. The towers of the Empire limit more superheroes who suddenly gain power in adventures. They don't know anything about magic and their own power, and they only get the power because of some luck or accident. Now that the Empire has taken away those superpowers, they have nothing to do. Shazam, who became immortal, sat in his seat with a frightened and uneasy face. The power of magic that could be easily used in the past, but now I can't feel it at all. There is a sense of emptiness in the soul, empty. Even the power of the first Shazam was only obtained by the blessing of the gods. It is not those powers that are mastered through self-study. With the defeat of the gods in the hands of the Empire, those granted powers naturally disappeared. Heroes who borrowed the power of the gods like him, too, all lost their power. They are the worst. As long as the other heroes are not close to the radiation range of the Empire Tower, nothing will happen. Don't worry, Green Lantern and Dr. Manhattan have already gone to find reinforcements. Soon, we will be able to return to Earth and defeat the Empire. A superhero comforted Shazam and said, at that time, we will find a way to get yours back. Strength. Hal has been away for a long time, and there is no news. Is it because the Green Lantern Corps is unwilling to interfere with the affairs of the Earth? Impossible. The Green Lantern Corps is an organization responsible for protecting the peace of the universe. Each of them is a noble person with justice and benevolence in their hearts. They would not do that. Several superheroes kept talking. Batman stood aside, hearing what they said, his face was expressionless, and he didn't speak. Hal's lantern ring is on him. When Hal said that he would go back to rescue soldiers, he planned to assassinate the other party and seized the ring. With the help of that cryptic word, Bruce uses the ring of light to connect to the immaterial realm, stealing power from across the emotional spectrum. He can feel that his soul has been sublimated, and an indescribable and terrifying power is waiting for him to pry. He watched these superheroes and felt their weakness and incompetence. Without their super strength, they are useless. To fight against the Empire, we can only rely on him. When will the next step be? Bruce asked in his heart. At any time, the great king of Gotham, the whole world will surrender at your feet. That so-called empire can be destroyed with just one thought from you. A strange voice echoed in Bruce's mind. The goddess of love will protect you, Bruce, as long as you serve her sincerely, you can get everything you want, 10,000 kingdoms that obey you, 10,000 beautiful maidens, resurrect those lovers you care about. If you want it, you can get it. I have no interest in God. Bruce frowned and said, your God and I are just allies. Such a discussion is meaningless, whether it is an ally or a believer, it is the same. Let's get started, I can't bear the cowardice of these guys anymore. Bruce said. No. How can you do such a thing? Sea King Adam roared in despair, howling like a raging lion. His wife's body was brought back by those damned Imperials. That beautiful face no longer had the slightest expression. The shocking wound told Adam silently how she fought desperately at the last moment of her life. No. Adam cried. Superman on the side showed grief, he saw too many companions who were killed. Watching them being put on the anatomy table, they were dismembered little by little, and became samples for Imperial research. How many good things do those damned demons have to take away before they are willing to give up? Imperial researchers were unimpressed by the murderous gazes of Aquaman and Superman. They amputated Mara's finger and removed the ring that was bound to her flesh and blood. Several mechanical priests used equipment to scan and analyze it. Chapter 313 The Destruction of the Justice League, for subscription. The research base is very large. Rows of industrial lumen strips are arranged on the ceiling, and chain transport vehicles connect different laboratories to transport test samples and instruments. Superman and Aquaman, as well as some captive superheroes, are all locked here. The Empire tries to get more things from them, so as to enrich the technology tree of the Empire. The superheroes are in various laboratories. Like a mouse, it was sent back and forth by a transport vehicle, and handed over to those mechanical priests for dissection and sectioning. Clark was desperate to escape from this hell. Every time he was sent away, he could observe something. Even if there are not many things observed, is also enough to make him feel hopeless. Even Superman can hardly escape from this secret prison. The base is huge and has extremely complicated passages. Like a honeycomb. What's even more weird is that those passages are very tortuous, and even extend to some weird places, which has completely subverted modern geometry and common sense. Even with a super brain, Clark couldn't memorize the complicated road. Those passages seem to have their own consciousness, changing every moment. Even if he just remembered it, the picture in his mind was always changing. It was very weird, as if a high-dimensional memory had been stuffed into his brain. The base has a lot hidden in the dark. The rumbling underground operation layer contains the entire underground honeycomb-powered reactor foundation, air purification device, and water treatment device. As time went on, Clark became more and more desperate. Who can stop this terrible empire? The mechanic priests ignored the Sea King's roar, manipulating the mechanism and the flasks in front of them, inspecting Mara's cellular structure. The red lantern ring has been removed. Several emerald green light beams scanned the ring, the meditators beside him hummed, and the nutrient solution rolled out a large number of bubbles. Projection installations outline complex models. The mechanical priests were hunched over, busy. Inlaid metal faces are hidden behind the distorted image of the magnifying glass. Each technician keeps an eye on their complex projects. Being illuminated by the light of the instrument, he remained silent. Their expressions are so solemn, almost devout. Mechanikus attaches great importance to knowledge that others cannot understand. They thank the great emperor for allowing them to study a whole new universe. The power of those superheroes is not worth mentioning, but the principle of operation behind it can inspire the empire. In the field of science, a little inspiration is extremely rare, and it is very likely to promote the development of an important technology. Discover the power of subspace, but there are not so many impurities, it has been purified. A mechanical priest stared at the light curtain in front of him. Inside is the test report obtained by the cooperation of various departments. After checking for a while, after confirming that there is no problem, the mechanical priest reached out and clicked upload, and printed out a paper report, then turned and left the laboratory, heading to where Sanguinius was. The power of the Empire allowed Constantine to enjoy many benefits. For the first time, he felt how cool it was to have someone behind him. The creditor who used to chase after him to collect debts, now fears him and avoids him, for fear that he will lead the Empire over. The Olympus gods were wiped out, and the surviving gods became captives of the Empire, and were used as test subjects for various experiments. The image of the Empire in the hearts of the gods at this time has been associated with terms such as the end of the gods and the natural disaster of the gods. Don't talk about debt collection. As long as Constantine doesn't lead the Empire over, the evil gods will want to call Constantine Papa. Considering Barbados who had broken free from the seal, after thinking about it, Constantine decided to seek the support of the Empire. Thinking of the Empire's army that swept across Olympus, Constantine also had a sense of illusion. A mere demon can only be destroyed with a flick of a finger in front of the Empire. To wipe out the Olympus Protoss and block the fourth dimension, Titus wanted to work harder to clear away the false gods of the fourth dimension. Constantine's request and the mechanician's report forced him to abandon this plan and focus on the Justice League. Prepare to completely eliminate the Justice League. Today's Justice League is not enough. Lost so many superheroes, even the headquarters moved away. Many people think that the Empire does not need to waste any more time on these guys. Even Titus thinks so. Those tight-jacketed, posturing guys are totally unqualified as opponents of the Empire. They have no organization, nor do they know that they must die, but they will also go forward with the spirit of sacrifice. However, the existence of that demon Barbados made the Empire have to turn its attention to the Justice League. Barbados will absorb the pleasure he gets from achieving a certain purpose, and draw strength from these special emotions. Such ability is obviously related to Slaanesh. The ring worn by the woman commanding the Ocean Clan can also amplify herself with endless anger like the Blood God. These coincidences made many high-level officials of the Empire vigilant. This universe is not hidden, it is located on the road built by the ancient races. As long as the minions and believers of the gods can enter that way, they will definitely be able to discover this universe. In this way, it is not surprising to find the traces left by those guys. If you want to know how powerful those evil gods are infiltrating this universe, you can only catch Bruce. Interrogate him from the demons in him, maybe you can know more. The four gods are pure concepts, and the demons are just their fragments. Some have pointed out that their realms exist in the depths of the warp. Break through their territory, and maybe you can win. There are also some scholars who believe that those fields may only be fragments. The fragments of the evil are like fungi that can cause food corruption. They will grow in every conditioned universe, corrode the entire universe, and then continue to expand until they swallow every universe they can touch. Only when you lose will you go to self-destruction. Catch Barbatos, maybe you can get some answers. Titus's actions were not hindered much. Apart from Sanguinius, few people in this universe could restrict his actions. Sanguinius has to deal with the affairs of several other universes, and they are inseparable. Regarding the special existence of Barbatos and Titus's attack on the Justice League, he absolutely has no reason to refuse. The four gods are the eternal enemies of the Empire, and this will not change. The Justice League's entrance is located on Mars. This is not a big problem for the Empire. Not to mention battleships, with the current technology of the Empire, even teleportation can be teleported there. Chapter 314 Anti-espionage work in different universes, subscription required. The words were flat, but there was a kind of cruelty that chilled the heart. The fate of a dynasty is decided in these few words. An ancient dynasty that lasted for hundreds of millions of years will be overthrown by a young civilization that has existed for less than a fraction of the history of the dynasty. The ancient king who has been sleeping for tens of millions of years, I am afraid that he never thought that he would end in this way. The endless one Terrason stood beside Ryan, silent. If he took a narrowly racist standpoint, what he did was tantamount to betrayal. Terrason showed no guilt. After waking up, seeing those companions who had lost their minds, Terrason knew that the Necron tier had been torn apart, existing in name only. Necrons are just a memory of the past. Many dynasties only exist as a piece of past memory data, with no future. The real self was already devoured by the star during the transformation of the living body. As a scholar, he chose to do what he likes. Even though it cost some dignity, he didn't care about it. Continuing to improve the museum is far more precious than that poor dignity. The museum that records all the historical events of the galaxy has always been a dream of Trelassen. No matter what race they are, he will reserve a place for them in the museum without discrimination. During the 10,000 years of waking up, he has been busy with this matter. Run around and use the dimensional maze to catch creatures. Fix those historical moments. This is Trelasson's only hobby. For this hobby, he has repeatedly stolen treasures from other dynasties. Wage war on those races that are unwilling to provide him with precious samples. Sneaking and abducting, burning, killing and looting, just to get those things he thinks worthy of being remembered by history, and expand his museum. Terrason also actively joined in the Empire's attack on the Sotek dynasty. It was not out of loyalty to the Empire, nor out of hatred for the Sotek dynasty. He just took a fancy to the innumerable collections of the Sotek dynasty. Before the Sotek dynasty underwent biological transformation, it was already the third-ranked dynasty among the Necron tier race. This dynasty has many things that can be remembered by history. Terrason felt that his trip would definitely be rewarding. For those precious collections, showing weakness to humans is not an unbearable thing. Do you have any suggestions? Ryan looked at Terrason aside and asked casually. Imhotep lives in the past, trapped by his former glory and dignity, he will not surrender. He will even resist until the last moment, but I believe that under the leadership of your great commander, victory is not difficult. The demise of the Sotek dynasty is a foregone conclusion, even if they master the time technology, it will not help. Terrason's metal face showed a smiling expression, and after adjusting the vocal system, he said in a flattering tone, in the omniscient and omnipotent under the gaze of the Holy Emperor, the Sotek dynasty is like an ant, completely ignorant of the power of the Empire. Ryan smiled, and then refocused his gaze on the information window in front of him. It can be seen that the lion doesn't care what the Endless One said. The military force under the opponent's command has been emptied, and the control agreement has been taken away by the Empire. Warriors and ships have been reprogrammed and are no longer controlled by Terrason. Even if you still have an immortal active metal body, there is no way to pose any major threat to the Empire. Lien naturally wouldn't deliberately set up something. Simply a question. The order for war was issued, and the army of the Empire began to operate like a sophisticated machine. Huge battleship groups are located in different coordinates. Formed a huge encirclement circle on the Mandela Galaxy. As the order to go to war came, the silent battleship restarted its thrusters. Brilliant jets of plasma gushed out, forming a huge thrust and pushing the huge hull towards the Mandela Galaxy. The war between the two sides started on the outskirts of the Mandela Galaxy. As an existence capable of competing with the Silent King for the position of supreme ruler, the Sotek dynasty possesses considerable military power. When the outer systems fell, the defenders of the Sotek dynasty had already begun to strengthen the defenses of the Mandela system. They have deployed a large number of Gaussian beam silos, doomsday obelisks, matrix annihilators, and other defensive firepower turrets in the outer space of the galaxy. In addition to this, there are satellite-level pyramid fortresses. They fashioned the entire Mandela galaxy into a deadly turtle shell. By harnessing the energy of the vacuum rift that surrounds the crown world, the Sotek dynasty possesses a near-infinite source of energy, and if they fight a protracted war, they can consume it forever. In order to defend against the Empire, the top military officials of the Sotek dynasty also used the deadly radiation released by those vacuum rifts to form powerful harmful radiation in the Mandela galaxy through amplification and refraction. These radiations incapacitate, sicken, and eventually kill life in close proximity. Those radiations are so intense that they can be observed tens of light years away. The brilliant radiation can be seen with the naked eye. The Sotek dynasty also laid out a large number of obelisks in the exorcism death zone. Suppressed subspace activities in the surrounding 10 light years. Not even demons can enter this area. Individuals with soul and flesh and blood entering this area will also weaken visibly to the naked eye. Necrons are different from the hodgepodge of human empires. They are more inclined to use energy Gauss weapons. Gauss weapons are far more powerful than pulse beams and burst beams. Once it hits the target, the Gaussian beam will form a pulsed magnetic field at the subatomic level, stripping off the atoms that make up the target. Because of this, it is common to see slain imperial soldiers turn into steam, or a cloud of dust on the battlefield. It is because their molecular structure is reorganized by Gaussian beams. Gaussian beams are able to peel away anything with ease, even the highly squeezed neutron star materials and strong interaction materials currently commonly used by the Empire are also stripped by Gaussian beams. Emerald green light shone in the void, and the defense system of the Sotek dynasty fired at full force, preventing the invasion of the Empire. The void shields of the Imperial ships are flickering, and every time they turn from dark to bright, they will transfer those Gaussian beams into the subspace, and annihilate them with the help of the strange characteristics of the etheric ocean. The Empire is also launching a counterattack. Projected force fields propelled Titan-sized cannonballs to 99% the speed of light, firing into the Sotek dynasty's defensive positions. The core of the projectile is filled with antimatter bound by a magnetic field. When they are hit, the magnetic field will be invalidated. Prose and antimatter will collide, releasing the power and light of a nascent star, enough to destroy all protective shields. Those towering obelisks and Gauss weapon platforms suspended in space were annihilated in the explosion, broken down into the most basic atoms. The resistance of the Sotek dynasty was extremely fierce. However, the technology displayed by the Empire made many commanders of the Sotek dynasty despair. An Imperial ship was destroyed in the intensive bombing, the energy pile exploded, and the hull drifted around. After just a few seconds, the burning flames disappeared, and the flying hulls also disappeared without a trace. The destroyed ship was restored to its original appearance again. At the request of Guilliman, the Mechanic has already mastered part of the time technology. In a lab setting, go back in time up to 3 days. Move to the battleship, it can go back 12 hours or 16 hours. The backtracking of the battleship is not aimed at the background of the big universe, but only at the original anchor object. It is similar to the reset function of a computer. Set a certain node. Wait until something goes wrong, then you can restore to the state of the set node. This is the ability of the backtracking device. Give the warships of the Empire a chance to start all over again. In the past, the Empire watched the Necrons show off their technology with a look of despair. When the Necromancer ships encountered a war, were besieged by the Empire, and fell into a disadvantage. They often use pocket dimension technology to escape the battlefield. Enter an unknown space, after the repair is completed, it appears on the battlefield again. Such an approach is a very rogue tactic in the eyes of the Empire. The Necrons always use this to tease the Empire, calling the technologically backward Empire an ape. Now the positions of the two sides have undergone earth-shaking changes. Many generals of the Sotek dynasty tasted the helpless despair of the old humans. With the help of time technology, human warships can go back to before they were destroyed after being destroyed. In this way, even though the Necrons paid a huge price in the battle, the Empire can use this technology to reappear unscathed. As the chief prophet of the Sotek dynasty, Orikan did not like the rule of the Storm King. The former pope of Sotek died in a deep sleep and failed to wake up. The awakened crowned general, the Storm King, took over the ruling power and became the new French emperor, preventing the Sotek dynasty from falling apart. Orikan chose to serve the Storm King out of consideration for maintaining the unified Sotek dynasty and continue to perform his duties as the chief prophet of the dynasty. Witnessing the powerful offensive of humans, Orikan was surrounded by despair simulated by the processor in his skull. The large-scale application of time technology has given humans an absolute advantage. When those magnificent ships are about to be destroyed, they will be backtracked by time to the time when they were intact. Such technical means are simply shameless. Orikan couldn't imagine what kind of power could destroy this human army. Today's human beings already have technological means that are even more terrifying than the old saints of the past. Unless the various dynasties can restore their previous unity and get the help of those star gods. Only by doing so, they have a slight possibility of defeating the human empire. Orikan seemed to hear the death knell of the end of the Sotek dynasty, which lasted for hundreds of millions of years. Failure is a foregone conclusion. Orikan possesses profound time technology, able to travel back to the past and change fate. But even if he travels to the past, what's the use? The all-out war between humans and space undead broke out within tens of thousands of light years. One person's efforts are too small. In front of the rolling wheel of time, it seems extremely insignificant. The Storm King, Imhotep, was silent. He has a wealth of battlefield experience. Facing the decline of the Sotek dynasty, he naturally saw it clearly. Barring a miracle, his reign will soon be coming to an end. Imhotep's face was calm, without any waves. He has long been bearish on death. He sat calmly on his throne, facing the final death. Humans want him, the overlord, to kneel down to them like other dynasties, then they think too much. The Storm King will never kneel. Several huge black pyramid fortresses are suspended next to Sotek's crown world. They orbit the crown world like satellites. Those pyramids are extremely old. Judging from the meteorite impact marks and frozen marks on them, the history of these pyramids is as old as the Sotek dynasty. The size of the pyramid is comparable to that of a satellite, suspended in the void. Like a loyal guard, protecting the crown world. When the empire approached, the pyramid released a large number of fighters like a honeycomb to defend the crown world. In order to win the final victory, the Star Knights and several other war groups launched a gang battle against these pyramid fortresses. A round of volleys paralyzed the outer defenses of those majestic pyramids. The powerful Primaris warriors used space teleportation to enter the fortress of the Sotek dynasty. Accompanied by flashes of teleportation, warriors in power armor edged with golden double-headed eagles rushed towards the enemy with battle roars. For the great emperor of the empire. Lothar let out a deafening roar, as did the other fighters. The roar contains a majestic ability. Many fighters merged into an unstoppable torrent, destroying all enemies along the way. The team formed by Lothar and others cleaned up one by one from the outer area, sweeping away the defense force composed of the metal undead of the Sotek dynasty. Through the transparent outer tunnels, the fighters can see that the battle in the void is still going on fiercely. The continuous explosions illuminated the dark and cold vacuum world. Burning ships, blinding clouds of gas, shells, and beam rays coming and going. Those lights illuminate the battle between the jumping gang troops and the pyramid defense troops. No matter where it is located, the battle is equally fierce. The Necrons charged at the imperial troops from all directions, the Gaussian beams continuously lit up in the dim corridor, and the emerald green light shone on those energy lines. The fighting in the claustrophobic spaces and cruel. The team is constantly scattered, rushing to different goals. The rumbling explosion sound from the new type of explosive bomb shook the metal corridors covered with electromagnetic lines. Considering that the enemies the Empire has to face are getting stronger and stronger, the weapons used by the Empire have also been upgrading. The same goes for the bolters used by Primaris warriors. Today's explosive bombs are not just as simple as using high explosives. There are different types for different enemies. Antimatter bombs, gravitational field bombs, high-enrichment nuclear bombs, and sacred bombs blessed by the state religion, etc. There are many types. Primal warriors continue the image of extreme violence as always. Antimatter bombs were used to attack the Sotek dynasty. In addition to the original propelling gunpowder part, this explosive bomb uses a brand new warhead. The shell of the bullet is made of brass as always. There is no gunpowder filled inside, and the warhead is completely vacuum. The warhead has a small but powerful magnetic confinement field. This force field anchors a few milligrams of nearly invisible particles of antimatter in the very center of the vacuum warhead, preventing it from coming into contact with the shell. Once the antimatter particles contact the shell, an annihilation explosion of positive and antimatter will occur. Such an annihilation explosion is enough to tear apart the solid active metal body of the Necrons, and it has a miraculous effect on dealing with the Necrons. The pyramid was soon filled with sounds of destruction and death. The active metal shell was shattered, scarabs emitting electric sparks were everywhere, the undead warriors were turned into pieces, and huge metal structures were paralyzed in the corridor, making the sound of electric currents. The fallen metal body and the dead are piled up together. The necromancer general in charge of defense quickly fell into despair. Imperial warriors stormed every vital hub and shut it down. Humans have the help of star gods and traitors, and they have mastered the weaknesses of various military facilities of the dynasty. They tried their best, but it was difficult to defend the pyramid. Can only watch one area after another fall, and eventually humans will take control of the entire pyramid. The senior officials of the Sotek dynasty are watching all this. They fell into despair, destruction was approaching little by little, but they could do nothing. They watched the pyramidal fortresses of the void fall one after the other. It's like a crab's feet are peeled off one by one, leaving a bare body to be slaughtered. The symbol representing the fleet keeps dimming. The siren of the data processor never stops. It took a lot of time to completely destroy the void defense of the Sotek dynasty. Mainly because it is too large. A pyramid fortress is as huge as a satellite, and it takes a lot of time just to travel. The fortress fell, leaving gaps in the undead space defense system. This gap was quickly expanded by the Empire until the entire defense system was torn apart. Defending ships are either disabled or destroyed. The sky is full of burning wreckage, shining like stars. The Empire got the air supremacy of the Sotek dynasty. When the flames of war fade to silence, the embers fall into darkness. The densely packed warships are suspended in the low Earth orbit of the planet just like that. The Storm King saw everything in the sky through the observation matrix set up around the world. Many high-level officials of the dynasty were beside him, waiting for the final judgment of fate. They won. A high-ranking dynasty said, "The void defense system has been declared to have fallen. My suggestion is to give up resistance. At least for the continuation of the Sotek dynasty, even if everything is lost, at least it can be left for the future." Seed. Seed. General Zandrek, wearing the crown, said in a slightly absurd and mocking tone, "Are you joking? We have failed." The high-ranking dynasty said, "Do you think we can block those humans with surface defenses? We are alone and helpless, and there is only a dead end if we persist. Save the useful body and save it for later." Zandrek laughed, "Do you think humans will give us this chance? Do you think that surrender means that we will return to the tomb world? Humans are not the ancient saints, and they are not so benevolent. We are no longer the necrophobes of the past, biological after transformation, we no longer have the ability to reproduce. Orokin stood aside and did not speak. Zandrek, who usually looks demented, was right. How could humans give them a chance to make a comeback? Once surrendered, the Empire will definitely take various restrictive measures. Necrons can no longer reproduce. So what if he survived? It's just lingering in humiliation. One faction of high-level officials wanted to resist until the last moment, to welcome the death of the dynasty and themselves calmly. The other faction thinks that as long as they live, there are other possibilities. It is not unacceptable to bow the knee to humans. Orokin couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong. Both have their own considerations. Some things cannot be simply attributed to greed for life and fear of death. Sometimes, it takes more courage to live than to choose death. He looked at the Storm King on the throne, waiting for the final verdict. We have no chance. Looking at the dispute between the two factions, Imhotep said, the cunning and cruelty of human beings are far beyond the old saints of the past. Even if they choose to surrender, they will guard us strictly and treat them as expendable used by the armies. I understand the thoughts of some of you, thinking that we voted for the star gods in exchange for victory in the battle against the ancient saints. Why can't we vote for humans now, and when the time is ripe, we will betray the Empire again? But do you think that idea is realistic? The human empire is backed by the assistance of the star gods. I don't know what kind of agreement the two have reached, but I know that the star gods will never make us stronger again. I don't want to either. Deprive you of the right to choose. If you are willing to defend the honor of the Sotek dynasty, you can choose to stay. If you choose to surrender, you can leave now. Imhotep's words silenced the surrender faction. After a while, the two senior executives turned around and walked out. The other senior executives hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Fear of death is not unique to human beings. Creatures of every race have an instinctive fear of complete extinction. These upper echelons have been around for a long time, from the far-off Battle of Paradise to the present. Long career makes them feel boring and uninteresting. But in the face of real death, they still have fear. Imhotep was expressionless and didn't care about those guys leaving. Under other circumstances, he would have executed those guys without hesitation, to let them know what the consequences of betrayal would be. This time is different. The victory of mankind is already doomed. Even if the Silent King brings other dynasties to the rescue, the Sotek dynasty is doomed to collapse. Choosing to live or die generously is a personal choice. Orokin hesitated for a moment, but still chose to turn around and leave. He still has his own work to do. It would be somewhat reconciled to die here. He has been conducting research on reverse biotransition. Now there are some eyebrows. If he dies here, the Necrons are truly hopeless. Imhotep and a group of generals eager to defend the Sotek dynasty chose to resist to the end. They launched the last defense, fighting the last desperate battle. Millions of metal undead are activated. They walked out of the ground with neat steps, and the dim green will-o'-the-wisps shone in their eyeballs. Countless turrets, doomsday obelisks, and giant war vehicles are all activated. When humans tried to land, dense light beams filled the entire sky, intertwined into a deadly trap. But even so, the Sotek dynasty was defeated and fell to the ground. The commander of the empire patiently peeled off the shell of the Sotek dynasty, revealing the fragility inside. After that, it was a concise and powerful attack. A primordial caste team, led by Ryan, penetrated into the core of the Sotek dynasty. They knocked down the French Emperor's guards who were more sophisticated than ordinary metal undead, and walked into the metal hall where the Storm King Imhotep and many high-level Sotek dynasty were located. With the fall of the last personal guard, the resistance of the Sotek dynasty is also declared over. The Sotek dynasty holds several fragments of the Star God. But these fragments can't change the situation of the battle. The French Emperor of the Norwalk dynasty once did that, but was easily taken away by the Empire in the end. Imhotep watched as the human warriors slaughtered his men. Human commander, one of the most honorable Primarch figures in the Empire, Ryan followed the ladder step by step towards himself. The heavy armored boots collided with the metal steps, making a crisp sound. I have brought the final verdict. As you wish, I will step over your corpse. Ryan did not deliberately speak loudly, but his voice was still full of majesty, rumbling in the air. Imhotep's expression remained unchanged, he stared at the other party. The other party has the surging vitality that he had given up in the Battle of Heaven. It made him a little jealous, everything that humans have that the Necrontyr has never had. The Sotek dynasty is just cold metal carrying the past. Mankind has an infinite future. Yes, you succeeded. Imhotep said calmly, the galaxy belongs to you, and human beings will be the new overlord of the galaxy. You said it wrong. Ryan patiently pointed out the error in the other party's words, human beings will be the overlord of the universe. This correction made Imhotep fall into a longer silence. Kilian is very patient, he is not in a hurry to solve the other party. Your arrogance is amazing. A race that has only been on the starry sky for tens of thousands of years is trying to control the entire universe. Imhotep stared at Ryan and said. Arrogance also has enough strength to support it. You could have survived, but unfortunately you made the wrong choice. Ryan drew out the long sword, and the dancing arc flickered in the air, crackling. I've lived long enough, and I'm not interested in witnessing the arrogance of a race. You may succeed or you may fail, but what's the point of that? Maybe your future will be the same as ours, lasting a long time after a period of time, it was destroyed by a stronger and more potential civilization. We used to think that if we defeated the old sage and the star god, we would be able to survive forever, but later the spirit race rose again, and then you, this universe will never lack challengers, the old and the new are changing, and there will always be in this way. Ryan waited for him to finish before speaking. Your words are very philosophical, but unfortunately you are destined not to see the day when human civilization is replaced and destroyed. Now, you have a choice, be killed by me directly, or take out your weapons and choose the final battle. Imhotep chose the latter and activated the phase weapon he used. The final ending has not changed. After the sound of weapons colliding, Imhotep's head rolled from the high platform and rolled down the steps one by one. The headless metal body fell to the ground, and some coolant flowed out. There is one last one. The lion withdrew his weapon and stood on a high platform overlooking the hall controlled by humans. The Sotek dynasty was declared destroyed. Now, there is only one silent king left of the Necrons. After the opponent is eliminated, the threat of the Necrons can be said to be resolved for the most part. This matter is not difficult, after such a long period of frontal attrition and raids. The military power controlled by the Silent King has also been weakened a lot. Many high-level military officials were killed by the raid squad, and a large number of troops were dispersed by the Empire. After weakening the Necrons to a certain extent, Ryan chose to attack the Storm King. Even if the Silent King unified many dynasties of the Necrons without a competitor, it would be useless. The Necrons have been weakened too much, and a large part of them surrendered and were controlled by King Suotai. Even if the Silent King is unified, facing the army of the Empire, it will be just a mantis arm in a cart, and it will be easily crushed to death. Ryan thought about how to completely resolve this long-lasting war. Mordo Galaxy. This is the military forbidden area of the Empire, the degree of defense is second only to Terra. Only with the permission of Terra can one enter it. The Men in Black organization has been active on various planets, choosing various identities, and becoming the eyes and ears of the Emperor of the Empire, assisting him in ruling the vast territory. With the expansion of the Empire to the different universe, some evil beings want to use the different universe to develop their careers. Infiltrated the different universe project of the Empire, taking advantage of the fact that the road connecting the different universes located deep in the subspace, stuffed those corrupted individuals into the exploration team without anyone noticing, and let them go to different places. The universe spreads those heresies. With the vigorous development of the development project of different universes, the anti-infiltration of humans in other universes, and the work of anti-cult spies are imminent, and have been put on the agenda by many high-level officials in the Empire. Quinbies got off the transport ship and followed the crowd towards the huge tunnel entrance. Chapter 315 The God of Laughter, Selego, for subscription. It was an incomparably magnificent building, towering into the sky, and the highest point even extended into the void. The golden double-headed eagle that represents the Empire alone is extremely majestic and huge, like a huge golden mountain, glittering in the sunlight and glow of void ship engines. In front of that tunnel, the individual appears very small. The massive volume of the tunnel entrance cannot be measured on human scales. If it was before, Cumbies would think that such a building can only be built by gods. Those magnificent buildings abound, as if they were built for the mythical titans. Each building is so majestic, and the aircraft that can carry hundreds of people shuttles through those majestic buildings, as small as flying ants. Each building has its own mission. Some buildings are like spheres, exuding dazzling light, as if a newborn star with vigorous vitality is imprisoned in it. Some buildings released brilliant radiance, and those radiances enveloped the whole world like soft tulle, setting off like a fairyland in mythology. The most conspicuous building, the most conspicuous and impressive building, is the meditator array composed of the brain array. From the aircraft, you can see the mouths of the huge heads that have been genetically modified, opening and closing in uniform, as if doing some kind of calculation and analysis. One component has a huge pipeline the size of an ordinary person connecting those buildings to transport energy or some special materials. The most shocking thing among those magnificent buildings is the huge tunnel entrance. It is constructed of countless metals with complex electromagnetic patterns, and it is extremely huge. They form a huge portal, located in the center of countless buildings, connecting the sky and the surface, like a mythical bridge to the sky. The entrance of the tunnel is filled with golden and blue light, giving people a very sacred feeling. Soldiers in military uniforms and technicians in scarlet robes bustle about in hover vehicles, maintaining the massive portal. The suspended drones and servo skulls schemed the air, scanning the complex metal structures with sharp roars, ensuring that there would be no problems in their operation. The aircraft is docked on a huge platform. Cumbies was surrounded by a huge flow of people and stepped out of the aircraft, step by step towards the huge tunnel entrance. He looked around in the middle of the crowd, and there were heads everywhere. At the end of the square are several huge doors, made of black stone, rock and metal. The holographic projection floats above the door, reminding people of the ticket number in their hands, and if there is any number left, go to the door. Crowds of people enter different portals according to the ticket numbers they get, and they are divided in turn. The people who were sent to Modo had a complex composition and each had their own tasks. Part of it is to be transported deep into the tunnel to speed up the progress of the tunnel project. The other part is to go to a different universe to build the local area and prepare for the large-scale immigration and conquest of the Empire. Comes in the crowd squeezed to the portal he was going with all his strength, and followed other people in the same direction. In order to fulfill his mission of supervising the operation of the Empire, he will not be disturbed by any external factors. The identity of the man in black is strictly confidential. The information they provide will be sent to the Emperor through special channels. Except for the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor, no one is qualified to know their names and appearances. The only thing that can be queried is their number and merit. The intelligence system avoided the possibility of leaking the identity of the man in black through an extremely complicated procedure. It also prevents them from enjoying too many privileges. In more cases, they can only go through the process like ordinary people. The tunnel is extremely large and is divided into different areas and levels. People walk in different areas according to their ticket numbers. The popularity of the Empire's personal terminal system has made such work easier. Through the calculation of the brain matrix, the station manager can accurately arrange the whereabouts of each person. A light mist that seemed to be composed of countless light spots was stirred as the crowd moved forward. Combis followed the prompts of the terminal and walked in the corridor of his own area, and followed the signs on the wall to the train station. The radiant mist was deposited below the knees, disturbed by his moving steps, forming small vortices one by one. Those light and mist are colorless, tasteless, ethereal, and uncertain. Walking in them, people have a feeling of walking in a fairyland. Combis followed the prompts and walked all the way, and finally found the train station. The train to be taken is crawling on the track and standing still. That train is definitely a manifestation of the strength of the imperial industry. The width of the car body is more than 100 meters, and the height reaches more than 30 meters. Such giants are no longer trains, but moving metal mountains. The appearance of standing still there is like a behemoth made of steel, full of strength and oppression. When Combis stood on the platform, he looked around and found that he couldn't see the end of the train at all. It is hard to imagine how amazing its length has reached. Combis looked at the terminal, and the floor height showed 4/10, which was in the middle. I looked up and saw that there were several floors above, all of which were full of people. The same is true below, also full of people. Combis guessed how amazing the passenger capacity of such a train was. What is even more frightening is that such a train only occupies a part of the huge tunnel. Other areas are reserved for those warships to pass through. Combis learned the size of the tunnel entrance from the discussion of some people on the platform. It is said that the tunnel can accommodate the passage of imperial battleships. One can imagine the scale of those tunnels. Individual existence is too small in front of such a magnificent building. After waiting for a while, the light on the platform changed from red to green. The hydraulic device started to work, the sound of metal colliding mixed with the hissing sound of high-pressure gas being released. The sound was booming, like the panting of a giant beast. The isolation door of the platform and the cabin door of the train are opened synchronously. Soft white light diffused from the train, and the fog at the station was blocked by some invisible force, unable to enter the train. Please complete the identity verification in an orderly manner. After boarding the train, find the location according to your own number. This train goes directly to the Empire No. 01 Alien Universe base. Passengers who are assigned to maintenance stations along the way, please pay attention to the terminal information, and go to the designated handover compartment in time. Get off the lander. Please complete the identity verification in an orderly manner. After boarding the train, find the location according to your own number. This train goes directly to the Alien Universe base No. 01 of the Empire. Passengers who are assigned to maintenance stations along the way, please pay attention to the terminal information, go to the designated handover compartment in time, and take the train. Get off the lander. The voice of the announcement sounded from inside the train. Combis stood at the front, and soon it was his turn. When the previous passenger finished the inspection and walked into the compartment, the green isolation light beam in front of Combis turned red. Combis can feel the threat emanating from those beams. Don't try to get past the security check and break into the car. Those light beams are not decorations, they will really kill people. Those beams can cut an entire human body into pieces at the molecular level in a matter of nanoseconds. Combis walked to the designated place, and a golden light beam scanned his whole body. Wait until the identity detection is completed, and the confirmation sounds. The red beam turned into a harmless green. Combis stepped in and looked for his location according to the bus number he got. The seat design is quite user-friendly, which is equivalent to a private seat, dividing into small houses. Reserved enough rest space for passengers, not only can sit, but also can be laid flat, allowing passengers to lie down and rest. Beside the seats, there are several lockers. It seems to be for passengers to store personal belongings. There is a cabinet that contains medicines and a few injections, as well as a few books produced by the state church, which are very thick, and all of them are gilded letters praising the great emperor. In addition to these, there is also a small bathroom and some necessities. Combis looked around and sat in his seat. As soon as he sat down, an information window popped up on his seat. Holy Light, Omniscient and Almighty Emperor of the Empire, this train has been authorized and will go to the Empire No. 1 Cosmic Outpost Station. You can take the landing plane to get on and off the station along the way. In order to ensure the safety of passengers, this announcement is made in accordance with the Imperial Special Management Act and the regulations of the Tunnel Management Department, the Ministry of Security and other departments. When boarding the train, please strictly abide by the regulations and the administrator's orders. Deliberate sabotage is very likely to be regarded as a betrayal of the Empire and humanity, and thus be sentenced to excommunication. According to the special law of the Empire, the train administrator has the right to execute, imprison, remove the brain lobe, and cleanse the memory of those who deliberately sabotage the train operation and those who violate the train regulations, including the above but not limited to the above punishments. Relevant penalties will be recorded in the Imperial Special Act Judgment Regulations. If you have any doubts, you can apply for administrative reconsideration after getting off the bus, or submit an objection proposal to the trial court. It is not allowed to use any excuse to create riots on the train, otherwise it will be regarded as deliberately breaking the rules of train operation. In order to ensure the operation order and protect your personal physical and mental safety, Please strictly abide by the following rules. Article 1. The train staff will wear uniforms with gold and double-headed eagles, pendants with the images of the 2 emperors of the empire around their necks, and carry servo skulls that can sing imperial hymns. If you find a staff member who does not meet the characteristics, you can press the button on the seat and consult the management room to see if there is such a staff member. Article 2. The seats are equipped with a complete sanitation system, which is sufficient to support your short-term living needs. Unless you need to get off the train, do not leave your seat at will, let alone wander in the compartment, so as to avoid misunderstanding by the train administrator. Third, passengers who choose to get off should strictly follow the ground instructions and icons, and do not change the route at will to avoid unnecessary danger. Article 4. Food and water will be provided by the train. You only need to order food at the order window and staff or drones will deliver it to your food cabinet. The train only provides fully cooked food and sterilized pure water, with a certain bitterness. It is normal that it is difficult to swallow, and it is not a pleasant thing to always remember to eat. If you eat delicious food and bring food that does not meet the train standards such as maggots and crystal powder, please contact the management office as soon as possible. Article 5. If you feel that the journey is boring, you can read the sacred history of the emperor's holy words, or sleep, and don't indulge in any behavior that can bring pleasure, such as sexual fantasies, gluttony, or immersion in games, etc. Article 6. If you see military personnel appearing with weapons, please don't be overly surprised, and don't ask. Please sit in your seat and keep quiet. Article 7. Don't trust any passengers wandering in the train, and don't listen to any of their statements about the truth, etc. If you encounter such a situation, please report it to the management room as soon as possible, and you will get a certain reward. Rule 8. Do not accept the invitation of other passengers to go to the seat of each other, and do not invite any passenger to enter your seat. If you have anything to say, you can save it until you get off the car to talk about it. Article 9. If there are tall and thin figures, strange whispers, old carriages and other hallucinations that do not conform to common sense, please contact the management department in time, and they will send a doctor to diagnose you. When necessary, they will arrange for you to get off the car for treatment. Article 10. It is not allowed to recite any religious prayers that are not certified by the state religion, point to the omniscient and omnipotent Holy Emperor, and the Great Emperor in the carriage. Article 11. The compartment is forged from a special alloy, without using any genetic technology, and there is no tissue such as wriggling flesh or moving organs. Article 12. If the train stops halfway, please obey the train administrator's order. Before you get the order, please stay quietly in your seat. You are not allowed to make any anti-imperial, anti-emperor, or anti-state religion speeches, and you are not allowed to instigate others, or team up with others to attack the train order. Article 13. This train has comprehensive security measures. If you encounter any accidents, please believe in our professionalism and seek help from the train management personnel who meet the requirements of Article 1 in time. Article 14. During the ride, if you find that people around you disappear for no reason, and you are alone in the dark or surrounded by strange lights, do not move around at will. If calling the staff is ineffective, you can use the medicine on the seat fall into a deep sleep. Article 15. Please maintain a healthy sleep. If there are bloody, cruel, and dark dreams, you can use the psychotropic drugs in the medicine cabinet. If the drugs are useless, please seek help from the train management department. Article 16. Tunnels and trains are fully enclosed. Under normal circumstances, you cannot see the outside world. If you accidentally see strange scenery such as the starry sky and the moon with a smiling face, please notify the train management department as soon as possible and use drugs. Deep sleep. Article 120. Please always keep in mind your identity as a citizen of the human empire, and your mission and responsibilities. You can only worship, believe in, and follow the all-knowing and omnipotent emperor of the empire and the great emperor. Other existences are evil gods and heresies that represent lies and deceit. This announcement has been reviewed by the Imperial Legal Department, the Imperial Government Affairs District, the different Universe Development Department and other departments, and all regulations are true and effective. Quinby's checked the passenger regulations in the information window, which revealed a lot of information. The Empire's protection of tunnels is not perfect enough to completely prevent enemy penetration. Before the mission, Quimby's got some intelligence documents about the tunnel. The evil gods born from the biological emotions of the real universe have been bewitching the citizens of the Empire in the tunnels, trying to get those weak-minded into their arms. The construction materials of the tunnel are very special, which can effectively weaken the enemy, but it cannot completely isolate the influence of the subspace. According to the information obtained by Quimby's, when the train is running, passengers often have mental breakdowns and are dominated by those strange things. Several sites have also been closed due to those who were dominated. Quimby's reached out to close the information window, lay down on the chair seat, and thought about his next task. The Men in Black organization is affiliated with the Divine Light, the all-knowing and omnipotent savior of mankind, the great emperor of the empire. As an intelligence organization dedicated to the emperor, it stands to reason that the Men in Black should have great power. However, the facts are quite the opposite. The Men in Black do not exist for the huge administrative system of the empire. There is no official file and naturally no power. They will not interfere with the administrative management and military affairs of any place. They will only hide in the crowd as ordinary people, collect local intelligence, and submit it to the few big figures in the empire. Individuals who are selected to join the Men in Black must abandon the pursuit of personal desires. Every man in black will receive a double stencil on his mind and soul. The process of becoming a man in black is irreversible. Even if it is polluted by chaos, it will remain absolutely loyal to the Emperor and mankind. They will also implant the Imperial heart, but it is different from the combat version used by the Imperial army. The heart of Empire implanted by the men in black is more focused on espionage capabilities such as camouflage, shape-shifting, infiltration, and stealing intelligence. Quinby's mission this time is to go to the No-02 universe that the Empire is developing, lurking in it, and looking for those potential human traitors. Gathering intelligence on their attempted subversive campaign against the Empire, and shadowing those officials to make sure they didn't misinterpret the words of the Imperial Emperor. Quinby will not forget how he became the man in black. The strength of the Empire has inspired countless people, but there are huge hidden dangers in it. In places where the Emperor of the Empire does not notice, there will always be darkness. The damage caused by the reckless actions of small officials in power is comparable to those crazy human traitors. The Escher family is a prime example. The status of members of a family is not high, they are just law enforcement officers at the bottom of Terra Hive. They are able to form a huge power network through the connection of interest networks, making the areas where their influence radiates oppressive and terrifying. With the help of the tough laws of the Empire, they can easily ruin the future of a rebel. Those who have been wronged have nothing but despair in the face of those guys. Those low-level law enforcement officials are not difficult to deal with. But they symbolize the Empire, and dealing with them is equivalent to fighting the Empire. Faced with such a situation, no matter how clever the ruler is, he will feel helpless. Humans' inferiority has accumulated through a complex and sound system, turning into a darkness that ordinary people cannot afford. This official did some trivial evil. If that official turns a blind eye for a moment, it will lead to corruption and ineradicable darkness in the imperial bureaucracy. Countless low-level people will suffer for this. The man in black was established under such circumstances. They are to be the eyes of the Emperor, observing the impact of every act, policy, and regulation promulgated by Terra on society. Be the ear of the Emperor, listen to the complaints, dissatisfaction, and complaints of every citizen, and ensure that the Emperor's information is comprehensive and will not be deceived by his subjects. Universe 02 is far from the eyes of the Emperor. If someone tries to use Universe 02 to organize forces against the Empire, it will be a very dangerous thing. Even if there is no resistance, the behavior of local officials who misinterpret the Imperial Emperor's orders out of self-interest will also lead to a decrease in the local citizens' sense of identity with the Empire and hinder the great cause of the Imperial Emperor. Quinby's journey was fairly smooth. Of course, that didn't mean there was no danger. On the way, he saw heavily armed military personnel running back and forth several times, and even saw the emblem of the judge. Obviously someone was contaminated during the trip, and the train management staff dealt with it. After arriving at the outpost of Universe No-01, Quinby used his pre-disguised identity to mix into the material team going to Universe No-02. That part of the journey was more dangerous. The road protection across different universes is not perfect. Some people in the material team were polluted by chaos, resulting in terrible mutations, and were executed by the accompanying judge or priest. After going through a tortuous journey, Quinby was able to enter Universe 02 to carry out his latent work. As soon as he arrived, he got a piece of breaking news. A team said to be composed of the top powerhouses in the parallel universe is heading towards his planet, preparing to launch a counterattack against the Empire's colonial team and take back their world. Those guys call themselves the Injustice League. Terra. Dorn, who captured the City of Miracles, has made preparations and is ready to launch the crucial battle of the Webway. Capture the part of the Webway from the Miracle City to Terra, so that Terra will no longer be threatened with destruction. After several military maneuvers, it was finally decided to launch an offensive from Terra and the City of Miracles, annihilate all enemies in one fell swoop, and regain control of the Webway. Valinor was ordered to take the Sisters of Silence, the Imperial Army, the Grey Knights and other troops from the underground passage to the throne room where the seal is located. Guilliman also left his mechanical throne and sat in charge himself. Prepare to draw an end to the Webway issues left over from 10,000 years ago. The Imperial guards in golden armor held their halberds and walked into the throne room in array. Valinor didn't know how the war 10,000 years ago started. How those ancestors who were willing to die bravely rushed into the Webway under the leadership of the Emperor, to win that slim chance for mankind. The Grey Knight and the Sister of Silence remained silent, using the eyepiece device of their helmets to observe the throne room they had never entered. Those roaring machines are still running. The technicians in charge of maintenance are still working hard to maintain those devices to ensure that they can run smoothly. Different from the past, the sarcophagus used to absorb the soul and power of Psychers has been empty for a long time. The current seals are all about extracting the power of the traitor Magnus. Behind the sound-blocking barrier, the twisted face and silent screams of the other party all proved how cruel the Golden Throne is. No one will sympathize with Magnus. He is only paying the tip of the iceberg of endless sins. The Webway gate occupies the entire wall behind the Golden Throne, like half-closed grey eyes, continuously exhaling white mist. It no longer displays the complex, bizarre vision of the non-physical universe, nor does it change to the original color of the sandstone walls. The Golden Throne can only suppress it and let it exist in a state of low-power operation, but it cannot completely shut it down. Guilliman stood in front of the team, glanced at Magnus on the Golden Throne, and then looked at the suppressed Webway entrance. He calculated Dorn's speed. Make sure you open the Webway entrance at an appropriate time. The Nether Dragon, which was cast like silver, turned into a miniature shape and coiled around his shoulders. When the bell rang twice in a row, Guilliman raised the Emperor's sword in his hand, and golden and blue intertwined flames emerged from the blade. Those demons once drank the blood and flesh of those martyrs. They arrogantly smashed the heart of human beings longing for salvation, trying to treat us as playthings, as sad pawns. Today we will tell them that human beings will never succumb to their desires. For all our suffering, all our failures, we shall return with vengeance. Guilliman glanced at everyone, his eyes were calm, but exuded an almost suffocating majesty. Today, we will take back everything we lost, and we will bring despair to those who claim to be immortal, telling them that human beings will not surrender, nor will they forget the hatred of the past. The third bell rang. This is an agreed voice. Guilliman swung down the long sword in his hand, and his whole body was glowing with light. Countless machines roared, and alarms blared. The golden throne, which has been sealing the dimension gate, burst out with a sharp and ear-piercing howl. White mist turned into golden light, rushing from the webway gate to the throne room, like a flood breaking a bank. Those twisted creatures that should only exist in nightmares manifest in light, sweeping toward reality. Today, mankind will take back everything. With a deafening roar, Guilliman slashed into the air. A violent flame flew out of the blade, turning all the monsters that emerged into ashes. Kill! 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 Countless angry voices shook the throne room. For mankind, for the great emperor of the empire. A knight controls the mech, activates the thick power spear, and rushes towards the endless tide of magic. Valeno charged with the imperial army and the Nun of Silence, just like 10,000 years ago. Take everything back. The returning Grey Knight Supreme Mentor Diego also roared, his whole body was glowing, and he rushed towards the monster like a wild beast. The soldiers roared, venting their long storage anger. Mankind has waited so long for this day and paid such an unbearable price. Countless men and women turned to ashes to fill every gap in the gears of time. The great emperor chose to leave in order to prevent mankind from going towards the final doomsday. The empire is lingering under the threat of traitors and aliens. The soldiers fought in despair and fear, just for this race that came out of the earth to survive in the cruel universe. Countless lives were exchanged for the continuation of the empire day after day. So cold, so cruel. Today, they will settle the hatred left in the past. To recapture what humanity lost in the past. The sword points at the gods and burns all demons. Countless warriors rushed from both sides of their emperor, facing the malicious filth with swords in their hands. Halberds are swung, spears are stabbed, heavy axes are chopped, explosive bombs are roaring, beams of light are piercing the air, and the lifeless are exiled and harvested one after another. The blade tore apart the ugly flesh, and the corrosive blood dripped like rain in the air. The slain monsters turned into ashes, floating in the air. The whirling air of flying ash set off a little bit of cold light and roar from the heart, witnessing the fierce counterattack of human beings after thousands of years of grief. They conveyed an immortal faith to the gods. Mankind will eventually return, and mankind will eventually have revenge. Those dark, hopeless days are over. Mankind has shed too much blood and tears, and accumulated too much anger and unwillingness. At this moment, they were all released. The great emperor of the empire will forge a brighter future than ever before. Countless warriors shouted the name of the emperor and rushed into the demonic tide as if they were dying. The howls of the demons before their annihilation were so pale and powerless before their battle cries. No monster can escape the sweep of the imperial army. Guilliman didn't make another move after he slashed the first sword. He stepped through the ash-piled webway, walking among his warriors. Its existence alone has given countless people the belief that they must win, filling them with endless courage and hope. Those demons were driven by the master behind the scenes, screaming frantically in countless languages that have been submerged in the long river of history, rushed towards the legion of the empire, and then smashed themselves into pieces. After entering the webway, the ancient traces left over thousands of years ago greeted the eyes. Circuits of Martian metal combined with bone material of alien races and carefully cultivated Chinook plastic. Such a structure is extremely crude, forming an ugly combination. In the time of 10,000 years, this section of the road has been dilapidated, and decay can be seen everywhere. Everything the emperor did was too hasty. He knows how sharp the conflict between himself and the gods is. He wants to solve some problems before all conflicts erupt. It's a pity that he is not a real god, and he doesn't really understand the technology of the old ones. Building is always more difficult than destroying. Whether in terms of material payment or technical requirements. The Empire's army is advancing, repairing the gap in the webway. The special metal liquid material can solidify in just a few seconds, repairing complex dimensional walls. Of course, the materials of the Empire are very different from those used by the old ones, the Eldar, and even the Emperor. The former is stronger and more durable than the latter three, and has the function of self-healing. In the webway, there are traces of before the 10,000 years war. There are dilapidated bones and scattered mechanical parts everywhere. Even with such a long time interval, people can still feel the tragedy of the past. Countless heroes fell here. He gave his life for the great cause of mankind. In some places, the defense line reached tens of thousands of people, and the corpses were piled up in layers. There are Skitarii, Titan Legion, Knights, Martian Guards, Sisters of Silence, and Custodians. Most of them have turned into dry bones, rotting inside the decayed armor. There are also some corpses that seem to have just died. It seems that there is a special magic in the webway that keeps them in the state of death. Thousand-year-old vehicles were scattered on the battlefield, and Guilliman could recognize their models at a glance from their decayed steel bodies. Anti-gravity Rhino, Land Raider, Chimera, and more. Guilliman thought for a moment, then issued a new order to the army that came in behind, to collect the bones of the dead and bring them back to Terra. Those who died gave their lives to protect the future of mankind. Forgetting their achievements is undoubtedly a kind of betrayal. If the faithful are not sung, people despair of selfish preservation. Dorn's army is also marching in the direction where Guilliman is. The two armies smashed the demon in the middle like hammer and anvil. Wait until the last big demon is brandished by the soldiers of the Empire and hacked to death with knives, the victory will belong to humans. Don walked up to Guilliman, and he knelt down on one knee. The other warriors, the Titans also knelt down on one knee. Holy Light, the all-knowing and almighty Emperor of the Empire, Rogdorn has fulfilled your entrustment, and the webway from the City of Miracles to Terra has all been recovered. Guilliman smiled, and he helped Don up. You are not like a general who announces the good news, but more like a hooligan who intentionally ransacked his own brother. You have made unprecedented achievements, Dorn. You let mankind get rid of the long-standing cancer, and you also made your father's wish come true. Your achievements are destined to be recorded in the history books, so please do not use such etiquette. You are still my brother, not a subject. Don revealed a bit of cunning and said, I am Robert Guilliman's stubborn brother, the Lord of Mankind, and the most loyal general of the Emperor of the Empire. Then I will talk to you in the name of Robert Guilliman, Dorn. Forget about my identity as the Emperor of the Empire and the Lord of Humanity. Guilliman patted Dorn on the shoulder. We have obtained I won the victory of the webway, but this is not the end, I still have a task for you. What task? Dorn asked. The fall of the world of Cadia created a big rift. The engineers of the Empire tried their best to completely repair the wounds of this real universe. Countless demons and traitors always came when the Imperial army was slack, causing a lot of property losses. After discussion, I decided to use troops against the Eye of Terror and destroy the nest of those traitors. Guilliman paused before speaking again. The most difficult part of the webway has passed. If you are put here again, I am afraid that your talent will be buried, Dorn. For this reason, I decided to let you recover the world of Cadia Fortress. After recovery, the galaxy supplies from all over will be sent there in preparation for the Empire's Eye of Terror expedition. This task is very difficult. The Eye of Terror belongs to the territory of traitors and demons. They occupy the initiative there. Entering the time and space of the Eye of Terror is easier than entering and exiting the webway. It can appear without any rituals. This kind of task is just right for me. Dun said with a smile, let me share my worries for the holy, bright, omniscient and omnipotent Emperor of the Empire. Guilliman also smiled, shook his head, and ignored the lengthy title in Dun's mouth. I look forward to your good news, Dorn. The recovery of Cadia is definitely unimaginable good news for the people of the Empire, and they will be crazy about it. I'll bring them the good news. Dorn said. The work of clearing the webway is not that simple, and there is no way to complete it in such a short period of time. Dorn has just opened up the situation and recovered the section of the webway from the City of Miracles to Terra. The rest of the work only needs to be pushed all the way with firepower and industrial capabilities. For the original body, it can be said that there is no difficulty. For Guilliman's new mission, Dun naturally readily accepted it. The Cadia Fortress world has become a demon fortress world. Dorn will prove that not only can he build forts, but he can also demolish forts. The end of the webway war has come to an end. The mission of the Golden Throne is also over. Guilliman, who returned from the webway, had Magnus, who was like a dead dog, pulled down from his throne. At this moment, Magnus' body has been scorched black, but the vitality in it is still surging. Obviously, it can burn for a long time. Guilliman kicked Magnus, who was like a dead dog, and had him stuffed into a prison cage. Let the engineering department speed up the construction of the Imperial Torch, these traitors should do something for the Empire to make up for their mistakes. Guilliman has not forgotten his project to increase Terra's income. The property losses caused by these traitors are incalculable, and they still have to eat and drink when they are caught. How can there be such a good thing? Don't pull it out to make some contribution to Terra's GDP. After talking about this, Guilliman just wanted to say something more. A big clown wearing a mask, still much taller than other Eldar, walked out of the webway surrounded by many Eldar. Their status as allies allows them to travel through the heavily guarded webway to the throne room. Guilliman saw Evran, the leader of the Death Army who had met him once, Eldrar, the Elder Prophet, and Nax, the Elder Prophet who had assisted him. The Phoenix Lord, Thousand Sons and many other senior leaders of the Spirit Clan. They surrounded the masked buffoon and walked in front of Guilliman. Guilliman was also watching them, and his main gaze was on the buffoon who was taller than the other Eldar. He felt the surging power far surpassing other Eldar from the armored body of the opponent, as if a star was trapped in his heart. The nether dragon wrapped around Guilliman's shoulders also spread its wings, making a threatening gesture. Obviously, the visitor was an existence he was familiar with. Holy Light, the all-knowing and omnipotent Emperor of the Empire, the great Lord of Mankind, the Savior of the Galaxy, please forgive me for coming before you without your permission. I am your humble follower, a person abandoned by the time's-old ghost, a coward who has survived cowardly, you may call me Selego. The gigantic buffoon performed a salute respectfully, saluting Guilliman like a courtier. A god? It's amazing to show such respect to the Emperor of the mortal world. Guilliman looked at Selego. If I remember correctly, the other party should be the only remaining Eldar who can still move freely. God of laughter, Selego. Chapter 316 Friends, do you know the Salvation Society? Seeking subscription. Laughing God is one of the gods in Eldar mythology. Also known as the Great Harlequin, it is the core belief of the Harlequin Eldar. Is also the only recognized leader of the Harlequin troupe. He would often join a theater troupe and play one of the roles. The Eldar pantheon is destroyed. Many gods were devoured by the god of desire. The only one who survived was the god of Warcane, who was smashed to pieces. The goddess of life Aisha, who was taken away by the god of plague. The god of laughter, Selego. If you count the of death, who has not yet awakened, there are still 4 gods who have not been swallowed by the of desire, Slaanesh. The god of laughter does not focus on strength, he has other talents. When the ancient saints were on the verge of extinction due to the fierce offensive of the star god and the turmoil in the subspace, the Eldar became the main force against the space undead. The god of laughter keenly sensed the fatal flaw of the star god. They are too hungry and thirsty, always looking for food. For this reason, Selego dismembered the truth into pieces, and used those pieces to confuse the star gods. Compared to stars and flesh and blood creatures, clansmen who are also gods are the best source of food. The star gods who listened to these words broke out in war and devoured each other. The silent king of the Necrons also led the tribe at that time and betrayed the star god. The star ended. At the time of the great fall of the Eldar, the god of laughter was able to stay away from the corruption of desire because of his mockery of fate and all things. When Slaanesh rushed to the Eldar pantheon, killed the father of the gods Asurion, and fought the of Warcane. Selego escaped from the pantheon with the help of the webway, avoiding the fate of destruction. In the depths of the webway, a clown theater troupe was formed to protect the black library left by the old saints, and secretly planned and promoted the plan to fight against the of desire. He will always find a way to get back the souls of those worshippers who have been taken by Slaanesh. In many cases, he will fail. Sometimes, he will succeed several times. Guilliman does not question the existence of the god of laughter, Selego. Those ridiculous myths often have a part of the truth. The only thing he was confused about was why the other party wanted to find him. The gods are hypocritical and hateful, but their arrogance is not groundless. To see such a mortal life like myself with such a respectful attitude, there must be something to ask for. Your wisdom and power have brought hope to the dark universe again, and the long-fixed future has changed again, and all these variables are due to your existence, your majesty. Selego does not have the pretensions of the gods in the legend. It may be that Selego knows what Guilliman is and what the Lord of Humanity has done. Take the identity of it to suppress Guilliman. Selego is really afraid that the opponent will strike with a sword. Guilliman's identity as the master of mankind is destined to not compromise with any existence. In many cases, he no longer represents himself, but the entire race. Don't be so polite. Guilliman was silent for a moment before speaking again. Tell me why you came, god of laughter. Your majesty can call me Selego. Selego didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Guilliman. Everyone in the world thinks that he is with an eternal and immortal soul. Only from his point of view, can you understand that the high god is not without troubles. Sometimes it is more like walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss forever. The powerful gods recorded in books only exist in the imagination of ignorant creatures. People are always full of imagination about things they know nothing about. Only when they experience it for themselves will they understand that the so-called is just a ridiculous poor creature played by fate. Guilliman looked at Selego before turning his head to look at Valno and the others, and said, "You guys step back first. Your Majesty, is this too dangerous? The Imperial Army cannot let you live alone with a foreign god." Valinor, holding a war halberd and looking wary, spoke first, "Please let me guard your safety here." The other custodians and warriors expressed the same thought. Guilliman is more important to humans than anything else. Without Guilliman, who can take over this huge empire? Who can lead this race forward in this universe surrounded by enemies and filled with evil gods? Of course there are still a few primarchs, but no one thinks that they can stand at the height of his majesty today. In the hearts of many people in the empire, Guilliman's achievements have surpassed the former emperors, and he is the greatest savior in human history. "It's okay, he can't hurt me," Guilliman said. Selego has absolutely no such intention. The god of laughter hastily expressed his opinion. Assassinating the Lord of Humanity in the Holy Land of human origin, Selego doesn't think it's a good idea. Humanity's current enthusiasm for Guilliman is indescribable. Once Guilliman is lost, mankind will inevitably go crazy, and an unprecedented revenge expedition will erupt. Selego can imagine a group of desperate and angry humans erupting with a crueler and colder anger than the Kern believers, pushing the entire universe to the doomsday scene of destruction. Don't doubt that such a scenario will happen. The new Lord of Humanity has become an indispensable part of human beings today. Those fanatical followers would set the universe on fire just to be buried with him. Valinor was extremely reluctant to let his lord stay with a foreign god. But this is Guilliman's will. No one can violate the supreme authority of the Lord of Humanity. Every citizen of the Empire must obey the orders of the Lord of Humanity unconditionally. The Imperial Army is also in that ranks. He must obey, as always. The majesty of the Emperor does not allow any form of challenge. Everyone retreated, only Selego and Guilliman stood in the throne room. Removing the Howling Magnus, there are only machine slaves who have lost themselves. No one will divulge the conversation that follows. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Guilliman glanced at Magnus on the golden throne, thinking about what kind of torch is suitable for this demon Primarch. As Primarches, Magnus and Lorgar et al. Deserve a gilded torch. Guilliman felt that they would appreciate him. Even the punishment frame is made of gold, shining. Selego heard about His Majesty's great achievements, and came here to pay his respects. Selego said respectfully. Guilliman laughed. He wouldn't think that Selego was frightened by his arrogance. As soon as he showed his domineering aura, so bowed down and offered his wealth and his daughter willingly. Those things only happen in novels. In reality, who would think that they are worse than others? Everyone feels that they are the protagonists who have not yet been favored by the goddess of luck. I feel that I am the golden scale who has never encountered the situation. For a guy who exudes domineering, it is no good to fish, which fool would accept his head and worship? Will only say something stupid in secret, and have to stab him twice if he has the chance. The world is all about profit. Water is doomed to flow downhill, and intelligent life is also doomed to only establish a relationship that benefits itself. Solego has been fooling around in the webway for so long. It is only now that I come out, so I must have something to ask myself. I still have a lot of work to do. If you don't want to talk about it, then wait until you are willing to talk about it. Guilliman said. Solego looked at Guilliman and knew that he couldn't hide his thoughts from the most outstanding ruler in human history. Your Majesty, please look at the alliance between humans and the Eldar, and assist the Eldar to rescue the goddess of life Aisha and regain the Crone's sword. Only in this way can the alliance between humans and the Eldar have the power to fight against the evil of chaos. Solego said his intentions. The 5 Crone swords of the resurrected god of death have all been found, but one was taken away by the great demon of Slaanesh, Shalasi, and placed in the realm of the god of desire. There are only 2 ways for the Eldar Reaper to be born, one is to kill all the Eldar, and the other is to gather all 5 Crone swords. Solego and many Eldar seers are unlikely to accept the former. For this reason, the resurrection of the of death must take back the last sword of the Crone. The goddess of life Aisha was taken away by Nurgle when the Eldar pantheon was destroyed, and locked in the other party's old house to experiment with the boiled plague. Both the god of death and the god of life are important combat powers of the spirit race. If they can be awakened and rescued, the situation of the Eldar will definitely be greatly improved. Sadly, the Eldar today are divided. The death god army was targeted by the Slaanesh demon, and suffered heavy casualties for a time, and its influence became weaker and weaker. The Dark Eldar were flattened by the human empire. The Wilderness Eldar have given up the concept of civilization. They have long forgotten their history, and it is difficult to unite them. The Arc Spirit clan works independently, even if they are all united. If they invade the realm of the god of desire, they will be beaten by meat buns, and there will be no return. Recapturing the old Crone's sword and rescuing Aisha can only be done with the help of the powerful military power of the human empire. They have repaired the webway and solved the crisis of destruction on Terra. The traitor was hit hard again, and the rampant 4 gods were forced into the subspace again, and their influence was greatly reduced. The Zerg has now been defeated and was forced to withdraw from the galaxy. The current situation of the space undead, either defected to the Empire, or was directly destroyed by the Imperial Legion. So far, the many overlords who resisted the Empire have been completely destroyed, leaving only the head of the 3 Saints Council, the King of Silence. Solego knew that the Lion had set out to deal with that fellow, and it must not be long before the glory of the Necrontyr who started the Battle of Heaven was truly over. Humanity will rise, and the entire galaxy and even the entire universe will be theirs. Breaking into the realm of the god of desire and the god of plague, only they can do it. The Nether Dragon opened its wings and mouth, revealing its sharp and fine teeth, making a threatening gesture. If it wasn't for Guilliman being here, I'm afraid he would have rushed directly. Solego and the mini Nether Dragon watched, full of vigilance, guarding against the sudden attack of this former enemy. They fought against each other many times during the Battle of Heaven, so they must be regarded as sworn enemies. Fate is always full of irony. The former enemy is now a servant of the ruler of the young race, and the other is humbly begging that young race to save them. Guilliman stared at Solego, not caring about his conflict with the Nether Dragon. He pays more attention to what Solego proposes. There was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Do you know the concept of attacking the realm of Chaos God? The Empire needs human lives to pile in. Do you think I will sacrifice so many lives just because of your words? Getting help from the 2 spirit gods will greatly increase the strength of the alliance, and it will further increase the chances of winning the final battle. If this is the case, then there is no need to stimulate those chaos evil gods for the sake of 2 so-called gods. They will not enter the real universe with all their eggs in one basket, and will reserve more time for the Empire to develop itself. Kiri Man said indifferently. He stared at Solego. Solego is a of wisdom, who likes pranks and tricks. When dealing with him, it is best to have a few more eyes. Sacrificing the warriors of the Empire in order to make the Eldar stronger, Guilliman would not do such a loss-making business. What does His Majesty want? Solego asked. I heard that the Black Library records the knowledge of the entire universe. Guilliman brought the topic to another matter, and Solego instantly understood. It seems that the other party wants to hack the library. If Your Majesty wants to enter the Black Library, there is no problem. Solego agreed without hesitation. If Ahriman, the chief wizard of the Thousand Suns, was here, his eyes would turn red with envy. He has always wanted to enter the Black Library. But there has never been a chance. Now, Guilliman can make Solego take him in with a single word. Guilliman smiled. I don't want to go in, I want all the knowledge inside. I will help you save the goddess of life and get back the Crone sword. What you have to do is to use yourself as the Black Librarian, the status of helping the Empire to obtain all the knowledge. Solego froze. Startled by Guilliman's words. He has never heard such a request. The Black Library is the legacy of the Old Ones. Records the knowledge created by all civilizations since the creation of the universe, including space dimension, time structure, supreme sky, cosmic reincarnation, and many other fields. The most frightening thing is that the Black Library has been automatically collecting knowledge. Use a device that reads data from the subspace to continuously absorb knowledge, write it out, and enter it into the library. He thought Guilliman just wanted to go into the library and look up something. Who would have thought that he would blackmail all the knowledge in the book? Selego once thought he had heard wrong. He had speculated that Guilliman might be more mad than the Emperor. Now it seems that the Emperor is not even close to him. The Black Library is useless to you. The Eldar have lost most of their industrial production capacity. Even if they have knowledge, they cannot transform it into a practical creation. Handing it over to humans is completely different. The Empire has a strong enough productivity, that knowledge will soon be absorbed, transformed, and then armed with weapons and ammunition. Besides, even if I promise you to send troops, it's okay to fight against the gods of chaos at the level of the real universe with the current strength of the Empire. After entering the depths of the subspace, do you think we can still have such an advantage? Using the power of the Black Library only by arming the Empire with knowledge can we have a greater chance of winning. Selego fell silent. Guilliman was also very patient, waiting for him to make the final decision. After pondering for a long time, Selego spoke again. Yes, but you have to make an oath and never abandon the alliance between the two races. The people of the spirit race will have the same legal rights as the citizens of the Empire. Of course, they have to pay their obligations. Is this a promise? If you want more preferential treatment, there is no way to achieve it. Kiriman smiled and said, I hope you can understand one thing. If something is handed over on your own initiative, it is a bargaining chip. If you hand it over after becoming an enemy, then it is a spoil of war. The universe is like this, either it is a partner with the same interests, or it is an enemy. Selego could hear Guilliman's warning. It is best not to have the idea of blackmailing humans through the Black Library. When they turned their backs, humans would fight the Eldar as if they were wild monsters on the roadside, and after the fight, they would explode with loot all over the place. After killing the Eldar, the Black Library is also human. Yes. Selego said, I promise to assist you in obtaining the knowledge of the Black Library. The Empire seizes the Crone's sword, saves the goddess of life Aisha, and allows the people of the Eldar to enjoy the same rights as human citizens. Then wish us a happy cooperation. Guilliman smiled. The alliance between the two races will inevitably be praised by countless people after thousands of years, and it has created a beautiful beginning. I hope so, said Selego. After talking about the business, maybe we should talk about some gossip. Can you tell me what happened when the spirit race pantheon was destroyed? If His Majesty wants to hear it, then Selego will naturally be willing to say it. Guilliman brought Selego to a reception room not far from the throne room. It will take a while to spell out the fall of the Eldar pantheon. Standing in the throne room all the time, somewhat disgraceful. A private reception environment is extremely necessary. It is different from the cooperation just now. Regarding the fall of the gods of the Eldar clan, it is not worth concealing too much. Guilliman let Verner, Manjago, Diego, and others join in. Those stories may be able to give them some inspiration, let them know how dangerous the future that human beings want to create is. The strength of the Empire made many people feel confident, and it also gave many people the illusion that the Empire was invincible. Arrogance is the greatest obstacle to the survival of civilization. The reception room is very simple, without those exaggerated artworks. Several servants poured wine for these noble figures. I'm very surprised that in the mythology of the Eldar, Asurion, the father of the gods, possesses invincible power, surpasses all existence, cooperates with his younger brother, the god of war Cain, and there are many other gods who cannot resist the god of desire. After Guilliman finished speaking, he took a sip of wine by the way. The cup he used was extremely large, like a horn of abundance. There is a gap between the story and the reality. Now, all the people of the Empire call you the Holy Light, His Majesty the All-Knowing and Almighty, but are you really all-knowing, omniscient, and master of everything? Selego sat next to Guilliman. There was a trace of bitterness on his face. After the Horus Rebellion, the Primarches slowly left the Empire, and you also have your own mythology. Those humans are saying that you can easily travel among the stars and enter. How many of these stories about entering stars naked, smashing a planet with one blow, and creating countless miracles are true? Guilliman thought for a while. Well, it's all fake. You must know that he was stabbed by Fulgrim before and sent to the intensive care unit to sleep for 10,000 years. Although he claims to be omniscient and omnipotent now, the embarrassing things in the past tell Guilliman all the time that he is not the so-called god. That's really surprising. As gods, are those legends also watery? Guilliman said, or, those records are just legends, not real. Even in an era, ignorant people will have a wrong perception of a thing due to various reasons, not to mention the fact that the truth has long been lost after so many years. To be honest, the gods of the pantheon just like the Primarch created by your father, there is not much difference in essence. If your father succeeds, he may also be called the father of the gods by future generations of humans, and you will also be regarded as a member of the gods. Probably to gain more trust from Guilliman. Selego tells something very secret. Origin of the Eldar gods. The destruction caused by the battle of civilizations is too terrifying, and the original and complete rules of the universe have also been distorted and destroyed. Wait until many civilizations calm down and choose to leave or go silent. The old sages began their governance work. Sort out the chaotic subspace, suppress those weird lifeless people, and establish a webway. In order to stabilize their achievements, the old sage cultivated different races in the galaxy and built pantheons belonging to different races. The reason why the Primarch was favored by the gods was because some very special techniques were used to create the Primarch. These technologies can be traced back to the old ones and beyond. When the ancient sages created the gods, they generally used those technologies and created a group of creatures that can move in the real world and the subspace, that is, the so-called gods. Under the efforts of the old ones, the war-torn universe was able to recuperate and slowly recover. Until the Necrontyr challenged them. The intervention of the Star God made the efforts of the Old Ones all in vain. Battle of Heaven, the main reason for the failure of the Old Ones was not actually the Necrontyr and the Citan, but the subspace. It's like the Horus change after the establishment of the Empire. The threat posed by Horus only needs the Emperor to take action, and it can be quickly resolved. Even if Horus was the War Master, it would be difficult to make any waves. The Emperor was trapped by the golden throne of his own creation, and besieged by the gods, unable to leave for a moment. For this reason, the Horus rebellion will intensify. The Old Ones were in as much trouble as the Emperor at that time. They try to solve the problem of the universe thoroughly, and prepare to shape the subspace into a paradise for soul creatures. Like the Emperor trying to build the webway to free humanity from the warp. Both are too anxious. I was so anxious that I didn't reserve any buffer for myself. Once something goes wrong, he will confess himself. At a critical moment, the Necrontyr and the Star God joined forces to attack. Part of the gods also collaborated with the evil of chaos to launch a rebellion, destroying the Warp Space Project, making it impossible for the ancient saints to escape to solve the war waged by the Star Gods and the Necrontyr in the real universe. The plans of the Old Ones finally collapsed. The entire race was slaughtered, only a few fled to other universes. The great fall of the Spirit Race Empire was inevitable to some extent. The failure of the Old Ones has already doomed the end of all races. All civilizations have become the playthings of chaos. In addition to some secrets about the Old Ones, Selego also said something about the Eldar fall. The gods of the Spirit Race were actually dragged into the abyss by the lustful people of the Spirit Race at that time. Believers' beliefs have the power to change God. The bond between the gods of the races and the races is unnaturally strong. When believers indulge in indulgence, their gods will also be affected. When the ethos of the Eldar clan gradually degenerated and corrupted, the gods were also polluted by the Eldar clan empire. This is why the Eldar gods cannot resist Slaanesh. During the long orgy, the Eldar gods have long been polluted and become part of the god of desire. Under such circumstances, how could they defeat each other? When Slaanesh came to attack, the Eldar pantheon was easily swallowed up. Manjago, Diego, Valeno, and the others all fell silent. The demise of the Spirit Race gods made them vigilant. If one day, human beings are also immersed in the so-called freedom and desire, will the tragedy of the Spirit Race be repeated? Guilliman was concerned about another matter. Do you know the details of the ancient saints reshaping subspace project? As soon as these words came out, Selego froze for a moment. What did he think Guilliman might have thought about the plans of the Old Ones? Know something, Your Majesty, are you going to restart that plan? Selego asked. Guilliman smiled. He has been preparing for war with the gods. In addition to the ultimate deterrent plan that is being created, it is enough to blow up all living things in the subspace. There are also projects like etheric phasers that can drain the warp. But these plans have their own drawbacks. I won't talk about subspace bombs. It exploded, and humans can't stay anymore. The etheric phase engine will devour the power of the subspace, allowing human beings to ascend collectively and become creatures of the subspace. Guilliman spoke with the Dark Watch at Stonehold. Ascension is not the best way out. The race will most likely stop there. Guilliman wants to take a look at the ideas of the old sages, maybe he can get some inspiration. I just want to know, you tell me everything you know. The reincarnation game connects countless time and space. It is divided into different nodes, and under the nodes are partitions, and under the partitions are various worlds. Kaihoken's world is numbered as World Ya 1102402072. For every world selected into the reincarnation game, its world creatures will be selected into the game to become players. Players only need to complete the trials of the corresponding levels to gain experience, props, talents, and so-called evolution points. The performance of game players is related to a world ranking. Worlds with low rankings may be eliminated, invaded, and destroyed by other worlds, and then sow new seeds of life, and when they develop to a certain level, they will join the reincarnation game again. For this reason, each world needs a large number of births to ensure the number of players. Otherwise, the world may be obliterated because of its low ranking. A large amount of information was sorted out and sent to Chu Chen and several high-level Empire officials. The information they sent back was carefully studied by the Empire, and Terra asked them to collect enough intelligence and cultivate organizations belonging to the Empire to infiltrate the reincarnation game. The reincarnation game is more about survival tests, and the designer's original intention is to squeeze the player's emotions to the greatest extent. The most intuitive one is the so-called Deadly Island Trial, which requires living for 10 days and fleeing to the altar in the center of the island after 10 days. Trial Island is a sea-level ghost survival dungeon. There are a large number of unkillable monsters in the dungeon. They will use various cruel methods to kill the players who enter the game, unless those players can solve the riddles before dark and find out the so-called a safe house to spend the night safely. The designer cleverly used all kinds of monsters and riddles to scare the players, and left them a chance to escape, constantly making the players struggle back and forth between despair and hope, especially when the correct answer to this riddle is revealed. Only when night falls, it will be revealed after the monster comes out, and the players will wait for the night to fall in a state of extreme panic, which will arouse people's various emotions to the greatest extent, such as anxiety, panic, pessimism, despair, ecstasy, and so on. The collected information also fully proves the fact that this universe is treated as a breeding ground. It is the same as Universe 02, but the two adopt different methods. This evolutionary game is more cruel and cold-blooded, but more efficient. It's just this method will intensify the collapse speed of the universe, drain the universe in a short time, let it collapse, and be completely occupied by the evil of chaos. The mechanical priest introduced various information and data at hand. The Empire has given a lot of technical support. Universe No. 02 gave the Empire a lot of things it didn't need. These things are not as advanced as the Empire, but if used in other universes, they can hide the existence of the Empire very well. Chu Chen was sitting at the meeting, and there was an exchange window floating in the information window in front of him. Junior Kryptonian Template, 100 Salvation Points. Intermediate Kryptonian Template, 10,000 Salvation Points. Advanced Kryptonian Template, 100 million Salvation Points. The Ultimate Kryptonian Template, the Salvation Point is 1 quadrillion. Batman Armor Basic, Batman Advanced, Batman Upgrade, Batman Ultimate. In addition to these, there are fire abilities, freezing abilities, and magic types, such as Magic Hands, Stealth, Shadow Spells, and Fire Spells. In addition to this, there are some magic item exchanges. Are all things created by knowledge obtained by the Empire from other universes. The different universe development department even built a factory in Universe 01 to produce these things. The organization formed by Chu Chen and others is called the Salvation Society, and the common currency is the Salvation Point. It is completely copying the format of other people's reincarnation games. Members who enter the Salvation Society, after choosing to exchange, will be directly implanted with the corresponding ability modules. The rich experience of the heart of the Empire makes this kind of implant surgery extremely simple. If you install a magic stick, you can just throw it in front of the machine and take a photo. The frame is also very full. It seems that they are all at the same level than the reincarnation game. After the reincarnation game completes the level, we'll return to the reincarnation space first, and receive rewards from a huge light ball in the reincarnation space. After everything is over, you will be sent back to your own world. When exchanging abilities, they will also be illuminated by the light ball for a few minutes. These external things are not difficult for the Empire. The photosphere is not difficult to make, and it is not difficult to complete the corresponding implantation with just one photo. After all, nano-implantation is now a matter of inhalation of nanorobots, and no surgery is required. It is easy to fool those who are still in the primary information age. Chu Chen is now regarded as a big shot by those players who joined the Salvation Society. If it weren't for the imperial regulations not allowing him, he would have had such in-depth exchanges with those female players that he couldn't walk. Look at those interfaces that glow in your head. Look at those awesome exchange items. Behind the Salvation Society must be a supreme power that can be compared with the evolution game. Crush all worlds with a flick of a finger, so powerful that you can lift the universe with one hand, and you can be invincible in all worlds. Every word and deed will resonate with Deo, the kind that doesn't work or shines. Chu Chen was too embarrassed to tell the truth. The emissary in the eyes of those players is still discussing the plan like a hard-working social animal. Hold a small notebook to write down the requirements of the boss. The gap between reality and imagination will be so large that it is unimaginable. At this stage, our work has achieved some results. More than 3,000 players have joined our organization, accepted the brand of the Empire, and become important personnel in our collection of evolutionary games. Of course, these achievements do not allow us to submit a satisfactory answer to the Empire. Our ultimate goal is to allow the Empire to colonize and conquer this universe. To this end, we need more efforts. Now we are targeting the dungeon mechanism of the evolution game. The operation has already had preliminary analysis results. After the research of the technicians, we have found that the copy operation of the evolution game is carried out in the space dimension. I have already applied to the Empire for the support of technical experts who specialize in the study of the space dimension. If we can master the cracking the copy of the evolution game without triggering the alarm and giving the members of the Salvation Society external support will inevitably lead them to a higher level, and it will also allow us to grasp more intelligence information. Kaihoken looked at the high-level talks of several Empire leaders at the meeting, and already had the illusion of a company meeting. If the players of the Salvation Society see the scene, I am afraid that the three views will be broken. What about your detached style? What does it mean to have a meeting with the company? The meeting lasted an hour. Comprehensively analyzed the existing data, shared some publicly available intelligence, and adjusted the tasks and positions of the personnel. Chu Chen's position has not changed, his task is still to lead his project team members, find ways to attract players of reincarnation games, and broaden the information channels of the Empire. In order to complete this task, he also chose to become a player, observe those potential seeds in the game, give them some help, gain favor, and then gently ask them in their ears. Friend, do you know the Salvation Society? The reason for this is for the secrecy of the imperial infiltration. All Salvation players are of one world. One is caught, and the old roots of the Empire will be pulled out. After the meeting, Chu Chen opened his eyes. The meeting is carried out in other spatial dimensions in the form of a thinking body. His body slept on the original bed as usual. Just after waking up, the evolution watch in Kaihoken's hand vibrated. Click to see, it is a game notification. He has to enter the game. Instance name, Hongyi Mental Hospital. Chapter 317 Persimmons need to be squeezed soft, please subscribe. Hongyi Mental Hospital. Kaihoken recited in a low voice the name of the dungeon on the interface. He reached out and clicked on the information in the interface. Another interface was opened, and a poster introduction about the dungeon popped up. Each copy will have a brief introduction. Let players have a mental preparation for the upcoming trial. It may also be to further squeeze the players and let them spend the time waiting for the game to start in panic and anxiety. Many players will vent their fear and anxiety in various violent ways after the game prompts. The information interface opened, and the first picture that came into view was full of blood and cruelty. The hospital, which was supposed to be clean and orderly, looked dilapidated, dirty, and decayed. Shocking blood splattered everywhere. Dilapidated, mold-covered ceilings, and several corpses in hospital gowns. Some had half their heads bitten off. Some internal organs flowed out, and a section of intestines and liver hung on the tattered corpse. Others had their limbs cut off, bleeding continuously. Gives people a feeling as if a tragic massacre has taken place. Behind the corpse is a deep corridor. Several pairs of weird eyes lit up in the dark, exuding malice. It's another level of ghosts. Kaihoken thought about the information about Hongyi Hospital. Some information about this level has flowed out on the internet. Extremely brutal. It is said that there are several ghosts active in the mental hospital, which is very scary, and people are scared to death every time they pass the level. Game information is limited to customs clearance experience. The clearance requirements for each copy of the reincarnation game are different. Don't think that you can pass the customs safely after getting the information. That will only kill you. Clearing the level is not difficult for Chu Chen. He has been in the foggy world for so long, and he has already learned how to survive under the threat of those weird things. In addition, he also has various props from the Empire, as well as things at the bottom of the box to save his life. The aspect of survival is directly full. The instance of Hongyi Psychiatric Hospital has not been opened many times. Some information can be obtained from the information exchanges of previous players. Kaihoken has compiled some information about Hongyi Mental Hospital. So far, he knows that this dungeon has been opened 6 times. The first 4 times were for players to survive for a few days. Ghosts kill those who break the rules. On the last day, the surviving players need to escape to a certain location. Successful escape is regarded as customs clearance. There was also a werewolf killing game like guessing who is the ghost. Guess, the game ends and the player wins. If you can't guess, kill 1 player a day. It can be said that it is a copy that handles human nature to death. After reading the message, Chu Chen reached out and closed it. The dungeon will open in a day, please prepare accordingly. After this message popped up, the evolution watch remained silent. Chu Chen originally wanted to wait until the dungeon was opened. After a while, he still got up from the bed. You have to look like a normal player. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if someone found out that he had a problem. Pushing open the door, Chu Chen came to a garden balcony. The balcony is very grand. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, and there is gurgling water. The environment is extremely good. As a player, Kaihoken enjoys the most abundant resources in this world. The identity of this world is determined according to the player's level. The higher the level, the more respected the status. Ordinary people who are worthless are the lowest. Stepping on the shadows of those players will be considered an offense. It is not surprising that they were beaten to death. After stretching his muscles and bones, Chu Chen went to eat. Servants are respectful. Kaihoken still found a few excuses to beat them. Tyranny is the norm for players. This society has been extremely distorted. So are the values of those servants. Beating them will only make them easy, at least they will not be killed for no reason. Kaihoken would find reasons to beat those servants from time to time. But for many ordinary people, his manner is still the most beautiful one. Walk out of the manor and enter the bustling city, that is the real on earth. Even though he has seen it many times, Chu Chen still feels palpitated by the atrocities and brutality happening in this society. Even in the misty world of despair and doomsday, it is not as depraved and unbearable as this world. The extremely high death rate puts players under tremendous psychological pressure, and they often use various crazy ways to vent their repressed emotions. Players who kill ordinary people are not counted as crimes, they only need to compensate some props or game points. Players' bullying and humiliation of ordinary people is the default unspoken rule of the whole society. Even the schools that teach children import such views into those children. Everything is inferior, only players are superior. A classical carriage decorated with various luxurious luxury goods passed by Chu Chen. The carts are not drawn by horses, but beautiful girls and princess dolls. In the car stood a man with a maniacal smile, holding a naked, charming, and beautiful woman in one arm, and holding a barbed whip in the other. The man's expression is extremely tyrannical. When enjoying the woman in his arms, he will beat the girls with a whip and urge them to pull the cart faster. Obviously, destroying beautiful things little by little can make him feel excited. Scenes like this can be said to be distorted, depraved, ridiculous, and unsightly. But such a scene actually happened. Fictional film and television dramas need to be logical, but reality does not. This world is so distorted and exists in an extremely unreasonable way. Snapped. Snapped. The whip kept falling on a beautiful girl, leaving her and groaning in pain. After another whip, the girl finally couldn't bear it anymore and fell down. The player showed no mercy and signaled his pet to get rid of the girl. The gigantic liger jumped out, bit the fainted girl, and started chewing. The sound of flesh and bones being torn and bitten was mixed with the girl's scream. Others were indifferent. After the player left, a few cars came to clean the blood. Nobody cares about that dead girl. This is how the world works. The player is located at the top of the entire pyramid, overlooking all living beings. All are their slaves and vassals. With the help of reincarnation games, the technology of this world remains at its original level. Some aspects are even better. Productivity has been greatly improved, and limited land can be used to feed more people than before. It is reasonable to say that society should derive a suitable system with the development of productivity, and enjoy the happy life brought about by the improvement of productivity. The existence of reincarnation games has deformed the entire society. The powerful power of players breaks the balance of society. Non-players are simply powerless against them. Coupled with the cruelty of the reincarnation game, it is difficult for players to pass the level, and they will fall if they are not careful. It also resulted in no powerful players being able to establish an effective rule. Coupled with malicious struggles between players and morality with no lower limit. When the reincarnation game first started, players often took other players' relatives as hostages, and cases of extorting props and game points continued to occur, which also led to the collapse of various social emotions. After entering the reincarnation game, the player will directly cut off from the past to avoid being exploited by others. Some aggressive players will even kill their parents directly. Keep them from being exploited. It is not uncommon to create cursed objects using blood, which can easily curse and kill an advanced player. Don't think that high-level players can protect their families. As long as the weakness is exposed, those crazy players eager to live will swarm like sharks smelling blood, and bite that guy to death. People become more and more depressed, and the whole society is cruel and indulgent, and human life is cheap. Under the pressure of survival, the whole society has fallen into an abyss beyond imagination. Women who have no way to become players have become reproductive machines, constantly breeding offspring like chickens and ducks in captivity. Men are reduced to slaves, and their lives revolve around the player. The saddest thing is that those people will never be able to overthrow such a world. Just because the lawmakers who forged this universe are not ordinary enemies, not some crazy empire that will inevitably collapse and collapse. The era created by the reincarnation game belongs to immortal beings. They have the power and longevity far beyond the life of the mortal world, and control everything. Endless suffering and pain are destined to continue until the day the universe collapses. When one race is destroyed, another race will be replaced. No one wants to die, so this cruel end system can only be maintained continuously. In the endless torture, linger until the end of the universe. Screaming screams came from a huge square that exuded a pungent smell. There are several huge cages placed on the square. Each cage contained dozens of screaming, tortured people. They were tied to iron posts, and the bruises and bloodstains on their bodies undoubtedly showed the long-term torture. The blood-stained instruments of torture were placed in the cage. Also installed a huge flamethrower. Every once in a while the flamethrower will turn on as the prisoner screams. The high temperature melted part of the iron pillar, and the molten iron flowed down to the prisoners. They screamed in pain. There was despair and pleading in his eyes. Pray that I can die quickly instead of being tortured like this. Outside the cage, there are hundreds of corpses hanging. Both men and women. The hanging corpses were all hung with a rebel sign. This is the ultimate fate of any rebel who tries to overthrow the existing system. Players use the cruelest, most brutal and most inhumane means to declare to the world the consequences of rebelling against them. Walking on the street, the more Kaihoken saw these depraved scenes, the more he understood what the existence of the empire meant to the human beings in the heavens. Cold, cruel, regard human life as currency. Does not hesitate to consume countless people in order to achieve goals. A regime controlled by a tyrant has unbelievable technology, but is full of primitive brutality and cunning. But in this desperate universe full of tragedies and malice, the empire is the only regime that Kaihoken knows that truly belongs to humans. In the empire, men and women will still love each other, and are entitled to pursue their own dreams and future, raise their own children, and dedicate themselves to the great cause of fighting evil gods and saving other tribes. When the empire faces darkness, their emperor will lead them to rise up and resist, never compromise. Most importantly, the empire has something that no other universe has. That is hope. The future is dark and the road is tortuous, but countless people of the empire have hope. Looking for death, how dare you insult me? Not far away, two players clashed. One of the players is clearly not high enough level. Was beaten by another player. The low-level player tried to escape with a teleportation item, but the high-level player directly broke through the void and stepped on him. The high-level player took out a sharp sword, and with a flash of cold light, the arm of the low-level player was cut off. This is a lesson for you. If you tell me what to do next time, I will kill you. The truth is that the world is powerful, and everything I say is right and right. The low-level player's face was distorted in pain, and the severe pain of losing an arm tormented his nerves. The high-level player kicked the low-level player away, causing him to break through the goods in the nearby shop, and then turned and left. Infighting between players is restricted. If you kill someone, it will bring some troubles. It's just a hassle, you need to pay more props and game points. After strolling around for a while, Chu Chen shook his head, turned around and went back to his home to stay. If you want to change the world, you must first solve the reincarnation game. I just hope that the speed of the empire can be faster. Sooner or later, these players who shouted that power is everything will feel for themselves what real power is. I hope that when they face the imperial judges, they can still shout out domineeringly, those who humiliate me, kill. One day passed quickly. As the countdown of the evolution watch ended, Chu Chen was enveloped by a white light beam. He felt that his whole body was integrated with the beam. The body soared into the sky at a high speed, rushing to the sky together with the light. In addition to him, in the bustling city, there are also rays of light rushing from the surface to the sky. All these rays of light fell into a special dimensional space and disappeared. When the light faded, Chu Chen was already standing at the door of a hospital. A dim yellow light flickered on the side of the road, providing them with a little light in the dark. Darkness squirmed on the edge of the light, as if alive. A strange sound came from it. Chu Chen could even see strange shapes wandering in the dark, as well as those monsters covered with scales and feathers. Obviously, lights are the safe zone. Without the protection of lights, what will happen is self-evident. Kaihoken withdrew his gaze, ignored the monster in the dark, and focused his attention on the environment of Hongyi Mental Hospital. The hospital occupies a vast area and has several buildings. It looks a bit in disrepair, and the door is covered with rust. Even the big characters of Hongyi Psychiatric Hospital on the emergency building in front of the gate are flickering, and the lights in the courtyard are sometimes turned off and sometimes turned on. After observing for a while, more and more players appeared beside Chu Chen. Standing in 2 rows, 10 people in a row, exactly 20 people. The watch vibrated, and a holographic interface appeared in front of the player. The copy of Hongyi Mental Hospital has been opened. Background introduction. Hongyi Psychiatric Hospital is a modern comprehensive hospital integrating psychiatric treatment, prevention, and scientific research. Under the leadership, centering on the service tenet of science and technology benefiting mankind, we will serve patients with brand new equipment technology and reliable service quality, and build a modern new hospital that the public can rest assured and patients can be satisfied with. New Times Daily February 16th, Hongyi Mental Hospital is suspected of illegal treatment, using hypnosis equipment to modify patients' cognition, abusing psychotropic drugs, and requiring family members who visit patients to sign multiple confidentiality agreements. The hospital has not made any reply as of press time. Frontline reporter, Mo Xiaoxiao will continue to follow up the report. New Times Daily March 25th, Hongyi Psychiatric Hospital was investigated, involving cult activities and criminal cases. The local law enforcement department refused to disclose relevant details to the media and asked the relevant media not to publish unverified related remarks. Frontline reporter, Mo Xiaoxiao will continue to follow up the report. New Times Daily April 1st, the Hongyi Mental Hospital was closed. The local army blocked 3 nearby streets and issued an emergency notice to evacuate the local residents. Intense gunfire came from the direction of the Hongyi Mental Hospital that night, and the local government declared a state of war. Frontline reporter, Mo Xiaoxiao will continue to follow up and report. New Times Daily, May 7th, the military issued an emergency notice requesting the city residents to evacuate. The plague created by the Hongyi Mental Hospital can no longer be stopped. Frontline reporter Leia will continue to follow up and report. Hint. 1. Please keep yourself in a bright environment at all times. 2. Don't attack hospital staff. Dungeon task. 1. Investigate what happened in Hongyi Mental Hospital. 2. Find the missing frontline reporter, Mo Xiaoxiao. 3. Escape from the mental hospital. Participating in the mission requires 10% completion to clear the level. Kaihoken glanced at the relevant information, then walked in and released the proton observer at the same time. The proton observer is smaller than an atom, and it is usually embedded in Kaihoken's nerve structure, pretending to be an atom of his flesh and blood nerves, and avoiding the detection of the reincarnation game. Unless the reincarnation game disassembles the atomic structure of each player, it is absolutely impossible to find the proton detector. If you do that, there will inevitably be a situation where the revenue cannot cover the cost in the reincarnation game. To disassemble the atomic structure of each player, and then restore it after inspection, the cost is beyond imagination. Using the ultragiant accelerator, protons are expanded from 2 dimensions to a large extent, and complex integrated circuits are etched on its surface, so that it can freely convert the spatial dimension, so as to achieve the purpose of surveillance. Kaihoken used the proton observer to observe the Hongyi Mental Hospital without any blind spots. Protons also have their own limitations, and there are some places that cannot be observed. Those places are filled with the power of the warp without exception. Ether has the power to distort the rules of the real universe. Can effectively prevent the snooping of physical means. Chu Chen didn't care, the existing information was enough for him to analyze a lot of things. After entering through the gate, it is the lobby of the mental hospital. It is dilapidated, decayed, and full of traces of profanity everywhere. The walls smelled of mold and blood, and the flickering lights reflected the dried blood, adding a touch of eeriness. The corpses of several players were hung on the cross by barbed wire, and blood continued to flow from their bodies, just like the suffering Jesus. The soul is still imprisoned in the dead body, and the howling from the soul stimulates every player who walks in, revealing to them the fate of failing to pass the level. Death is just the easiest way to punish the reincarnation game. Only a very lucky few can enjoy it. Life is worse than death, tortured, and finally distorted to become a member of the monster, which is the saddest thing. New patients, please register here. A soft, pleasant voice came from the side. The players followed the sound, and their already terrified hearts almost collapsed. The woman who was stitched into a human centipede stood behind the front desk of the hospital, and the voice was a female head with golden hair. The face of the head is very beautiful and flawless, like a work of art carefully carved by God. When he speaks, he is as clear and sweet as a lark. She also has a sweet smile like the girl next door. Such a perfect thing is embedded in a rotten, maggot-covered human centipede, forming a strong contrast. It's like a pool of stinking, smelly sewers, but with a layer of oil that looks colorful and beautiful in the sun. Scenes like this are hard for players to accept. Perfection and rot are brutally combined. The creator of the dungeon mixed the good and the evil in human hearts to stimulate people's fragile nerves and make them express more fear and despair. Kaihoken walked over, reached out, and picked up a blood-stained admission registration form. This beautiful lady, I don't know how to go about the admission process. watching Chu Chen accost a sown human centipede monster. Many players were a little confused. Wow, this player is a bit too awesome. Ning Kechen is not as good as him. People just ride female ghosts. This big brother doesn't even want to let this female monster go. Everyone was complaining in their hearts, and each of them pricked up their ears to see if they could get any useful information. You only need to fill in the form, and then the doctor will evaluate and divide it into no treatment, mild, severe, etc. According to the different symptoms, you will be assigned to different wards. The sound is as good as ever. If it weren't for the weird body of the human centipede, just based on this voice, Chu Chen would have considered the task of clearing the NPC in the dungeon. Even if there is no body, it is not impossible to have only one head. True love will never care about these things. Thinking about it, Chu Chen still shook off the idea of extreme disloyalty in his heart. Start the customs clearance auxiliary module. Kaihoken said in his heart. The customs clearance assistance system has been turned on and is scanning to read the corresponding information. The data analysis model has been established, and the data is being stolen from the Hongyi Mental Hospital. The estimated time is 23 hours. Please wander around in the mental hospital as much as possible. Broaden the sources of data to speed up the theft. It is recommended that the host fill in as a critically ill patient, and take the opportunity to go to a closed area for investigation. It is detected that there are superstandard ether fluctuations in the underground of Building 5. It seems that there is a subspace gap. Please go to check and collect more information. The assisted customs clearance module continues to integrate the collected information. A 3D hologram was created in Kaihoken's mind, marking all potential monsters with red dots. Before the official customs clearance, he already knew the entire mental hospital like the back of his hand. Those places with dimensional gaps and those places with potential dangers are clearly marked. Brother, aren't you afraid of death? A player next to Chu Chen walked up to Chu Chen and asked in a low voice, I see you are quite sure. Kaihoken glanced at the other party, but ignored him. Instead, he handed the completed form to the monster. Following the rustling sound, a head with a stethoscope stretched out from under the severed neck like spider limbs, and trotted out all the way as support. What a nice patient, a typical critically ill patient, you will enjoy the highest standard of treatment and services in our hospital. The head said with a strange voice like sandpaper rubbing, this is your ward key, the above with the number, go to your ward first, you will like it there. Kaihoken took the key from the opponent's hand, turned and left, and went to the side of the player who was asking the question, and then whispered something. Because I will not die, I have a backer behind me, and I am different from you grassroots players, understand? As soon as the words came out, the player was stunned for a moment. Then he felt that Chu Chen was a lunatic. People still say they have a backer these days? The reincarnation game also pays attention to human relations and sophistication, so it is not possible to use such words to fool people. Chu Chen didn't care about the other party's expression, and left directly. He really didn't lie, the other party will believe it or not. Universe 02. After the destruction of the Justice League, another rapid expansion is ushered in. A large number of warships and colonial ships have been built, ready for large-scale immigration and expansion. The heroes brought back by Dr. Manhattan formed the Injustice League under the proposal of the escaped Bruce. Because war is injustice in the eyes of many heroes. Peace is the most justice. But the Empire cannot be defeated in a peaceful way. So they have to use unjust means to fight against the Empire, so as to win justice. Call on heroes and other civilizations to fight against the invasion of the Empire. The Green Lantern Corps, which has never heard of it, also joined their team at this time. Is Hal really dead? Sinestro, the head of the Green Lantern Corps, looked at Bruce in front of him and asked again. Yes, I saw him die at the hands of the enemy with my own eyes, and even the body was torn apart. Bruce nodded firmly, with a trace of sadness on his face. I believe you, Hal once said that Earth's Batman is a trustworthy partner, and you have been through a lot together. Hal's death made me suffer too. If possible, I would rather be the one who died. Bruce said, the Justice League has been destroyed, and those invaders are fooling humans. We will defeat them. Golden Superman interjected from the side, full of confidence, we will help you restore peace in this universe, and every criminal will be brought to justice. How could we fail? You must know that we are the protagonists. Superboy Supreme also spoke. Superboy Prime comes from a special parallel universe. There, most of the superheroes and villains are comic book characters. Superboy Prime is from a higher dimension than the other heroes, if some ignorant folks are telling it. Bruce looked at the righteous Superman Supreme, and the voice of Barbados sounded in his mind. A dark soul, I really like it. Dark souls? Bruce asked calmly. Yes, make good use of him, Bruce, he will be the key to our capture of this universe. Look at his speech, how righteous his words are, but his past is so unbearable. What should we do next? Capture the emotional spectrum, we can use that thing to reshape the entire universe. Let these idiots go to war with the Empire, we just need to do our thing. Bruce was talking to Barbados in his heart, while listening to many heroes discussing plans. Empire is not a hero, a villain that a team can fight against. Even Dr. Manhattan, who possesses the power of a god, has to admit that he feels powerless when facing the Empire. Many of his abilities are not a threat to the Empire at all. The Injustice Alliance needs a legion strong enough to have a chance of winning this war. The creators of the Green Lantern Corps used some special means to summon the Green Lantern Corps from several other parallel universes. In addition, several superheroes also went to different races to form alliances with them and get help. Even Apocalypse, some people went to visit, seeking help from the new god. An army of unprecedented strength is slowly being assembled. While everyone was nervously preparing for the battle, Bruce was also preparing his plan. He knew very well that in front of the Empire, these superheroes were like mantises, destined to be crushed. Only he can stop the Empire. In order to complete your mission, stop the Empire's brutal expansion, and save mankind and even the entire universe, the necessary sacrifices are worthwhile. With his hard work, he finally got a chance. He and Superboy Prime were sent to OA to seek more help from the creators of the Green Lantern Corps. The emotional spectrum that Barbados wanted and the lantern to power the ring were in the hands of the creators of the Green Lantern Corps. Traveling across hundreds of thousands of light years is no simple matter. Even after a long time of preparation, the expedition fleet responsible for the exploration of extragalactic galaxies still encountered many crises. This universe used to have many civilizations and races. The Battle of Civilizations destroyed most of the civilizations, and those who survived chose to leave this universe that was reduced to ruins in the war. So many deaths naturally caused a large number of warp space storms, as well as strange lifeless people. After learning about the Eldar Pantheon from Selego, Guilliman returned to his mechanical throne to handle the corresponding government affairs of the Galaxy Exploration Team. After years of hard work, the exploration team sent back investigation reports on different galaxies to the Empire. Even if it is only in the peripheral area, the information obtained is very rich. The Milky Way and Andromeda are the two largest members of the local group of galaxies. The local group of galaxies has a radius of 3 million light-years and is composed of 50 galaxies, the largest of which are the Milky Way and Andromeda. The local group of galaxies belongs to a Virgo supercluster with a radius of 100 million light-years and about 500 galaxy clusters. The scale of the universe is unimaginably huge. It is almost impossible to have complete control. This is why Guilliman dared to invade other universes. From the perspective of interests, those controllers of the universe will definitely not go to war for a few remote corners. Whether it is Universe 01, Universe 02, or the universe that is still being attacked. The scale of an imperial invasion is nothing more than a planet, a galaxy. With such a scale, even the Empire would not react so quickly. Not to mention those guys who occupy the entire universe. By the time the Empire has occupied enough areas, its strength has also increased. Even if he really wants to fight, he is not afraid. Actually, it is reasonable to say that the size of a galaxy in an empire invades other universes, which is a bit strange. The roads to other universes are all left by previous civilizations, allowing the Empire to travel to other universes without much effort. Colonizing other universes is less difficult than colonizing other galaxies in the original universe. This is also a strange phenomenon that occurs after the universe is highly developed and then declines again. It's like some worlds of the former Empire. If you ask the local indigenous how to calculate the mathematical function, he must not know. But he uses plasma guns, cannons, and antimatter technologies that are beyond their cognitive level. This is the weird scene that only happened after human beings once prospered and then declined. The two companion galaxies of the Milky Way, the so-called satellite galaxies, are equivalent to the relationship between the Earth and the Moon. From the existing clues, it can be seen that there used to be some civilizations that were weaker than the Empire. The problem is that those civilizations have been eaten by the Tyranids. Both nebulae have been eaten by Tyrannos, and there is no surviving civilization. Drive the Tyranids away, and the two nebulae are the property of humans. After the intergalactic terminal is built, the colonial army can be continuously transported. The only harvest is that the relics left by humans in the Golden Age were found on a planet, and there is also a complete colonial STC. Obviously, the humans of the Golden Age have left the galaxy and left their traces in other galaxies. Tragically, they were also eaten away by Terra. As for why he didn't return to the Milky Way, it might be because he felt that there was no way out for the Milky Way. In addition to the large and small Magellanic clouds, the Empire's exploration team also explored galaxies such as Canis Major, Ursa Minor, and Sagittarius. Basically, the Tyranids can be seen. The whole universe really not over and over again. There are also some civilizations that are still resisting. Most civilization levels are equivalent to the Tau in the past, and they pose no threat to the Empire. The work of the exploration team is still going on, paving the way for the colonization of the Empire. With the promulgation of the Assisted Reproductive Act, the Empire only needs a short period of time to complete the population import to other galaxies. Guilliman has just finished reading the exploration report on other galaxies. The auxiliary elves who had been silent all this time also jumped out. Congratulations to the host for completing the fourth phase of the certification task, exploring 5 different universes and 5 galaxies. The fourth phase database has been automatically opened, please check the host in time. Please note that the 5th stage certification task not only needs to meet the hard conditions of productivity, but also needs to declare war on a multiverse level force and start an all-out war. Complete this precondition to activate the 5th stage certification task. Declaring war on multi-level cosmic forces. Guilliman was silent for a moment before asking, will declaring war on Yog-Sothoth count? Forget it, the auxiliary elf advises the host not to do such a thing. After a full declaration of war, it is very likely that the opponent will target it with all its strength, and it is very likely that it will lead to the destruction of civilization. He has already invaded me, how could the situation be worse? Guilliman was speechless immediately. Yog-Sothoth has brought someone to me, in this case, can't declare war? Plundering and frontal war are not the same concept. In multi-level frontal war, the opponent will launch attacks from multiple fields such as spiritual level, concept of existence, cosmic data, and time data. The enemy will try to completely destroy and wipe out the imperial civilization, erasing traces of the existence of the imperial civilization from the root. When necessary, the data of the universe will be eliminated, and the civilization will lose the chance of reincarnation. It is recommended that the host choose a multiverse-level force that is far away from the universe and not strong enough to declare war. After the civilization level is improved, it will declare war on a powerful multi-level force. Are you teaching me to cheat? Guilliman slandered. The certification task is only to promote the host to actively open up the way forward, to promote civilization to become a pioneering civilization, rather than to allow the host to seek self-destruction. For this reason, it is only necessary to complete the requirements for declaring war on multiverse forces, that's it, without choosing an overly powerful target. Is the Empire's odds of winning against Yog-Sothoth so low? Guilliman asked again without giving up. It's not low, but the Empire will be destroyed. The years of Yog-Sothoth's existence have been immeasurable, and its will has long been transformed into a multiverse-level conceptual existence, and the universe-born will know its name. It is recommended that the host upgrade the civilization level and increase the population of civilization before declaring war on it. What about declaring all-out war on the four gods? Guilliman asked about another target. It is not recommended to do that. Eliminating the evil gods of chaos is a long and arduous task. It is necessary to start from the core of civilization, improve the ideological awareness of the civilized population and strengthen the corresponding force, otherwise no matter how hard you work, it will be in vain. Chaos gods are constantly resurrected from twisted emotions. If you want to quickly deal with the evil of chaos, unless the host kills every living creature with emotion and soul, including the subjects it rules. Guilliman sighed and could only accept this fact. The Empire is still not big enough. Declaring a full-scale war would not dare to find those guys who bullied their own door. Suppressing the sense of loss in his heart, Guilliman checked the knowledge in the database of the fourth stage. It is necessary to turn this knowledge into productivity and combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Then absorb the black library left by the ancient sages to enhance the strength of human civilization. Chapter 318 The Diary Recording the Truth, subscription required. Exchange the knowledge of the black library with the bargaining chips for rescuing Aisha and Reaper. It is definitely an extremely cost-effective deal. Even if this transaction is likely to sacrifice many people. Politics is so nasty and dirty. To sacrifice some people for the whole. Guilliman has a deeper understanding of the dirty hands of politicians. This is original sin. This world is fair. Nothing comes without a price. For mankind as a whole, obtaining the knowledge of the black library is the most important thing. Translating all that knowledge into productivity and combat effectiveness is of great benefit to the Empire. The benefits brought by it far exceed the batch of imperial soldiers who sacrificed to reach the deal. Attacking the domains of Slaanesh and Nurgle can also accumulate some experience. Prepare the Empire for the complete destruction of Chaos God, and more importantly, it can also strengthen Guilliman's power. There are two types of power. One is to use genetic modification or leverage the power of the subspace, which belongs to the individual. So-called magic, comprehension, superpowers, etc., all belong to this category. Another kind of power is the power obtained after using social rules to restrain groups. The former is more free and can do whatever they want, but there is a limit to a person's power after all. Even if more power can be leveraged, there is only one person after all. In the case of the latter, the power that can be leveraged is far greater than that of the former, and the responsibilities that can be assumed are also more, and they are bound by rules. You have to consider the interests of the whole, and you can't do whatever you want. Guilliman's power belongs to the latter. Whether it is inheriting the power of the Emperor or the power of domination, it is closely related to the human race. The stronger the race and the larger the population, the stronger the power he can control. There is no limit to this improvement. As the population increases, the power will increase. No need for self-cultivation and training. The power brought by the belief in the human race increases, and civilization will also provide another power. Simply put, it is power. Many people think that power is not as good as magic, or personal power. Just because their perception of power is not clear enough. In the bureaucratic system of the Empire, an official with military power only needs to sign a war document to completely destroy a planet. This is also a kind of strength. Sometimes, it even overwhelms those beings with individual strength. Strengthening the entire empire will do more good than harm to Guilliman. He can become stronger. Allow him to do many unimaginable things like a god. Guilliman wants humans to gain more knowledge. In addition to the knowledge provided by the system, the knowledge of other civilizations must also be absorbed. The system is very strong, and it also helped Guilliman out of trouble in the early stage. Even so, Guilliman could not completely trust the existence of the system. He also can't put all his chips in one basket. To put it in an ugly way, an honest man who stays alone in a boat is either driven off the boat or thrown into the river to drown. A scumbag with 100 boats on his feet can often find the best boat to reach the other side. Placing one's future in the hands of others is undoubtedly the most stupid thing. The initiative should always be in your own hands. Guilliman checked the database of the fourth stage, and the knowledge in it is already very advanced, involving concepts such as the rules of the universe and mathematical laws. If all the knowledge is thoroughly understood, the Empire can even forcibly distort the mathematical rules of an area and cut off the development path of a civilization. It can also redefine the dimension of space like stacking blocks and shape it into what you want. The Empire will undoubtedly be reborn again, and it will become easier when attacking other universes. After absorbing the database of the fourth stage, those so-called miracles will be trivial projects for the Empire. Those gods in the eyes of mortals are ants in front of the Empire, and they will be easily crushed to death. After reading it and getting a general understanding, Guilliman closed the database. It will take some time for the knowledge of the third stage to be fully digested. It is the best way to slowly release this knowledge after the Empire personal terminal system is fully promoted. Guilliman already has a detailed plan for the future of the Empire. Administrative management and economics must rely on the spiritual network formed by every human being, that is, the subspace firewall against the gods. This spiritual network will open a super information age, which will not only allow human beings to communicate conveniently, but also upload and download information, and build a spiritually interconnected information world. The lighthouse system will continue to be optimized, striving to be miniaturized, or even implanted. In this way, even if the local lighthouse system is destroyed, it can still be connected. For the military, Guilliman plans to use the characteristics of the heart of the Empire to build an intranet dedicated to the military for communication in military warfare. The most important point is to ensure that the soldiers of the expedition can return to the firewall network built by humans after death, so as to avoid falling into the hands of evil gods or other hostile existences. Calgar's soul was almost snatched last time. That incident set off alarm bells for Guilliman. Calgar is still in the galaxy, he can still rescue and expel the other party. The future battlefield of the Empire must be in different universes and extragalactic galaxies, which are hundreds or tens of millions of light years away from the Empire. On such a scale, many technologies can be said to be useless. When a crisis like that of Calgar breaks out again, Guilliman also has confusion and doubts about whether he can rescue him in time. Strengthening such construction should also be included in the Empire's next century strategic plan. Some necessary and harmless genetic adjustments and nanoengineering to enhance survivability should also be included in the universal security system. Human fragility is obvious. Diseases and accidents will always make many people lose the ability to continue working. Even if they get some treatment, the sequelae will continue to torture them and greatly reduce their work efficiency. It is also very important for human beings to have a certain self-healing ability, which can automatically repair hidden diseases of the body, and enable them to resist most of the discovered disease sources. Absorb the database knowledge of the fourth stage. Build the military intranet and optimize the lighthouse system. Try to use genetic optimization to upgrade the flesh and blood of all human beings, and implant nano-repair systems into newborns to enhance their survivability. Encourage fertility, increase the population of the Empire, and colonize other galaxies. Let the different universe exploration teams strengthen their exploration efforts to find multi-level forces that can declare war in an all-round way. Prepare for an all-out campaign against the Eye of Terror. Establish a controllable hyperspace intelligence organization. Strengthen the development of personal terminal systems and enhance the ability of ordinary people to obtain information. Thoroughly unify the galaxy, so that there is only one unified civilization in the galaxy. Those aliens that can be absorbed as allies are temporarily vassals of the Empire. Those who are not qualified will be destroyed. Guilliman listed all relevant matters. As the ruler of mankind, many things do not require him to do it himself. As long as he proposes an idea, a large number of officials will come up with proposals. It's just that some things need to be concealed, and other plans need to be used to complete and cover up. For this reason, you have to spend some thought to ensure that the people under you will not guess your true purpose. Hongyi Mental Hospital. Darkness has always shrouded this eerie place. Darkness has become the norm in this world. In the darkness of the invisible, countless strange things squirm. Like the world of fog, this is also a world invaded by weirdness and darkness. The sun radiates black light, and sometimes shows a weird smiling face. The two moons exude blood-colored light, and sometimes show ferocious crying faces. Ominous and weird has become the norm in this world. The reincarnation game sends players here. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as a trial, but more like a sacrifice. Failed players will be sacrificed to Hongyi Mental Hospital. Sitting on the roof of 3 hospitals, an oil lamp has been lit. If you look closer, you can see that the wick of the oil lamp is made of dry human skin, and the lamp oil is sticky blood that exudes a pungent smell. The light of the oil lamp is very stable, and it is particularly conspicuous in the dark Hongyi Mental Hospital. Chu Chen, who was wearing a hospital gown, was sitting on a chair, holding a cup of steaming black tea in his hand, crossing his legs, sipping tea leisurely. Under his chair, a howling ghost exuding a pungent smell was firmly suppressed. The weird curse pattern centered on the ghost, spread in all directions, but was suppressed within a small range. The ground was covered with ominous bloodstains, and there were still hideous scratches on the floor, and only the remaining flesh and blood tissue could be seen. The evil ghost's eyes were extremely scarlet, and it made a strange sound. But it was difficult to break free from Chu Chen's control. Why can't this thing be thrown away? A terrified voice sounded. Desperate, terrified. With a bang, a floor of the 4th building next to the 3rd building exploded directly. A woman rushed out wearing a transparent cover. His face was distorted in horror. Countless scarlet lines spread out behind him, exuding a decayed and dilapidated atmosphere, rushing towards the escaped player. It's wonderful, a mental hospital is like this. Kaihoken took a sip of black tea, and immediately felt warm all over his body. The ghost under the chair kept trying to use the curse pattern to erode Chu Chen, but was blocked by an invisible force. The player noticed the abnormality with his keen senses. When he looked up, he found another player sitting on the roof of Building 3. The other party was tasting tea. When the eyes of the two met, the other party raised the teacup and said hello. This scene made the female player shrink her eyes. Hongyi Mental Hospital is a B-level dungeon. The ghosts among them are even more weird. possessing the regular ability to instantly kill B-level players. Why is the other party so calm and relaxed? A stab of pain brought her back to reality. Countless strange lines came together to form a scarlet spear that pierced her shoulder. The gushing blood pooled together and intertwined into a ghost whose body was rotten and half of his head was smashed. The female player was very decisive. She directly cut off her shoulders and her entire hand, and turned around and rushed to the roof of the third building out of thin air. Those weird lines change with the player's flight trajectory as if they were alive. Help me! The female player shouted, I can pay any price. Kaihoken looked at the other party. The obscenely large hospital gown, under the high-speed movement of the female player, set off the proud figure. The face looks very small, like a cute lily. The majestic mountain is about to emerge. Obviously there is nothing in the hospital gown. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to have this perception. The exposed fragrant shoulders are round and smooth, and the skin can be broken by blowing. Excessive blood loss made the already fair face even paler, and the messy hair had an impulse to make people feel affectionate. The shaved arm squirmed with granulation. Obviously, the woman has some special props on her body that can restore her arm. Excellent, really excellent. Chu Chen gave the highest evaluation based on his years of experience. Help me. The female player shouted again, I can promise everything you ask. In the hearts of players, in order to survive, there is no moral bottom line that cannot be broken, and there is nothing that cannot be traded. Body, game points, props, dignity, loyalty, everything has a price. As long as the price is right, you can sell it without hesitation, just to survive. To be alive is everything, to be able to enjoy the life of a superior person in powerful power. When you die, you have nothing. Then do you know the divine light, the omniscient and omnipotent savior of the world? Chu Chen took a sip of black tea and asked slowly, are you willing to follow him, spread his teachings to the ignorant world, and follow his instructions to make more progress? Contribute to a great cause, even at the cost of your life. The female player froze for a moment when she heard this. Looking at Chu Chen in hospital gown, he felt a strange sense of absurdity. As a player, he still believes in religion, which is simply unbelievable. Gods are nothing but creatures with great power. The reincarnation game has infinite possibilities, and those advanced players even have a way to become a god. I can give you props and game points. The female player said, I don't believe in any gods. The weird patterns kept attacking the female player's shield. The shimmering protective cover has begun to corrode. Countless lines of curses surfaced on it. I don't lack such things. Chu Chen said, I only want to spread the teachings of the Lord. He is the Lord of the Savior, and he is the light of hope. By reciting his name and accepting his brand, you can gain his protection. The female player looked at Chu Chen and felt that the other party was a lunatic. Propagating teachings and reincarnation games. She looked behind, the source of countless weird lines. When she was in Building 4, she stole a key item and provoked this ghost. The two fought for a long time, and when she realized that she could not win, she fled. But seeing Li Gui's appearance, it is obvious that he does not intend to let him go. Li Gui's limbs twisted at an anti-human angle, like a reptile, with its head up and its back, quickly crawling along the wall. High speed. Within a few breaths, he had climbed to the same height as himself. Scarlet, a strange curse emanates from it, like a flood, intertwined, forming a terrifying net, trying to catch the female player. The female player glanced at Li Gui, and then at Chu Chen. It seems that there is no way to persuade the other party. Unless you become a follower of that savior and accept the brand, the other party will never save you. Ghost knows what that savior is. Maybe it was a trap set by some advanced players, using faith to perform some weird forbidden techniques. When there is no danger, use small favors to bribe people's hearts. When it comes to critical moments, sacrifice directly. Looking at the ghost being controlled by the other party under the chair, the female player hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took out a blood-stained concentric lock prop. This is an A-level regular item that she has spent a lot of time borrowing from the faction she belongs to. It can tie the lives of two players together and share the damage together. Sorry, I don't want to be that so-called believer. But our cooperation can be carried out in another way. The concentric lock releases two rune chains connecting Kaihoken and himself. Help me through this crisis, and I can pay you a satisfactory reward. The female player said, otherwise, the concentric lock will transfer the damage I received to you. I don't like to buy and sell by force. Chu Chen looked at the female player and said calmly, you are beautiful, that's the only reason I recruited you, and what you are doing now makes me completely disappointed in you. Target, reincarnation game player, B-level, name, Elena. Possessed props, dust-free shield, B-level, strange concentric lock, A-level, doll puppet, B-level, dark hymn, B-level, jumping pocket watch, C-level. Target camp detection, chaotic neutral, with serious violent tendencies, no dedication to others, so it is not recommended to recruit. The reason why Kaihoken recruited the other party was because of his good looks. The Salvation Society also needs one or two decent appearances. Appearance is also a scarce resource. Unfortunately, the other party didn't appreciate it. He also tried to use props to tie the two together and coerce him into making a move. The Holy Light, the all-knowing and omnipotent Emperor of the Empire, as an excellent frontline worker of the Empire, how could he accept the coercion of these ants who are unwilling to believe in the great Emperor and the Emperor of the Empire? I'm sorry, but I will make it up to you. After Elena finished speaking, she even licked her tongue, the seduction was self-evident. There is no need to make up for it. In the name of the Lord, you can make up for your mistakes as long as you die. When Chu Chen said this, his figure became blurred. By the time he reappeared, one hand had already sunk into Elena's chest, and when he pulled it out, a heart was also taken out. Elena's beautiful eyes revealed disbelief. She looked down at her chest. There was no wound, but her heart had already disappeared. The protective shield and many defensive props did not respond, and her heart was taken away. Ignoring defense, is it a space talent? Why? She is so beautiful and has such a good figure. Isn't the man in front of you a little bit excited? You must know that those so-called high-level players in the past would choose to help her for a night of spring dinner. Why is this guy so ruthless? No matter how beautiful a woman is, the heart is so ugly, and the despair before dying is so consistent. Chu Chen casually threw the heart to the spreading curse lines, and witnessed it being swallowed quickly, only a little blood fall to the ground. Elena's eyes became crazy. You will die too, your life and mine are bound together. This thing is useless. Chu Chen took out the concentric lock that was still in the woman's hand just now, and it exploded with a light pinch. Exploded. The woman stared at the scene dumbfounded. Mouth opened wide. In the next second, his eyes went dark, and his fiery body became limp. Even a B-rank player cannot survive without a heart. Being able to last for so long is the reason why the player's physique is far superior to ordinary people, and there is also the auxiliary effect of props. Falling halfway, the corpse was rolled up by intertwined curse lines. Li Gui used broken, and he could see the head of the white brain turn to Chu Chen's direction, and saw that the other party was looking at him with great interest, and he was shocked. At a faster speed, he climbed back along the original road. The rule killing of the game mechanism has ended with the death of the female player. If you stay any longer, you will be asking for a dead end. Facing this powerful player, it can only use its own power. Those intertwined lines of curses retracted 4 buildings like frightened tentacles. The broken wall also squirmed, repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, there was no trace of the damaged place. Even the gravel bricks that fell to the ground disappeared without a trace. Chu Chen landed beside his chair. The ghost who was trapped by him just now has escaped. Chu Chen didn't care about Li Gui's escape. He took out 2 props obtained from killing female players, and put them into his storage space. There is also a customs clearance item belonging to the reincarnation game, the Diary of the Crazy Dean, exclusive to the game copy, and the copy cannot be taken out. Kaihoken sat on his chair and flipped through the diary. July 8, 2016. I became an intern in Hongyi Mental Hospital, which is really a happy thing. This mental hospital is the only mental hospital in the city, and the treatment is said to be much better than other hospitals. I will try my best to find a way to stay. My biggest threat is that Zhao Dong. I will not be worse than him. July 15, 2016. Damn, I heard that the list of regulars has already been decided by default. Zhao Dong has a relative who has connections in Hongyi, and he has already helped him talk about getting better and becoming a regular. Labor and management are just going through the motions. Damn, this kind of blatant black box operation. There is still fairness in this world. One day the power will be in hand, and the backdoor dogs will be killed all over the world. August 10, 2016. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Zhao Dong to be a scumbag, and he would abandon a girl all the time. He is simply a scum. Even if someone asks for hundreds of thousands of dowry gifts and needs a garage, you shouldn't abandon them. In order to assert justice, I anonymously directed his girlfriend to go to the hospital to make trouble. Such a scumbag should not end well. This unlucky guy was dismissed by the hospital, and my job as a regular worker has been stabilized. September 8, 2016. There is something wrong with this hospital. People from the government often go in and out, and there is a huge underground space that connects 5 buildings. There must be a big secret hidden. Thinking about it makes me a little excited. Work harder, maybe I can participate in the secret experiment of the government like in the novel. Maybe even get superpowers. January 3, 2017. Are these guys crazy? Damn, this is not a mental sanatorium at all, this is a research institute. They are using the alien space of those psychiatric research bullshit. As a righteous person with a high moral bottom line, I will never join forces with these guys. I'm going to collect evidence and get ready to expose this hospital. It is our duty to uphold justice. March 9, 2017. Dean's words are very reasonable. For the sake of human scientific research, what's the point of sacrificing these people? They have no way to survive in human society. Now, just let them have a little peripheral vision. Tomorrow, I will be able to get the director's exclusive office and house. I am really happy. I have been promoted to director after only 1 year. Hongyi is my home, everyone loves it. June 7, 2018. Hey, the life of the director is comfortable. A new intern asked me to help her become a full-time employee. Hehe, I'm not afraid of you begging, but I'm afraid you won't beg, little sister. June 17, 2018. Damn, that idiot boy, it's none of your business to help that little girl become a regular. Want justice? Why don't you go to your mother to ask for justice? Shit. Labor and management climbed to this position to uphold justice for you. The brainstem is not fully developed. So many things come up. If it weren't for helping the dean with so many things over the years, I'm afraid it will be over. Being a dog has its benefits. Someone can help at critical moments. The dean is my real father. March 6, 2019. The public opinion was very noisy, and someone leaked some experimental details. During the meeting, the dean said that someone should take responsibility. What does this mean by looking at me all the time? Did he want me to take the blame? I knew something was wrong with this bastard. I want to strike first. April 12, 2019. I anonymously sent some dean's corruption and bribery records to a reporter named Mo Xiao Xiao. Old stuff, let's see who is more ruthless. April 16, 2019. The dean is dead. Was hit and killed by a big truck at the intersection, and the body was smashed to pieces. The outside world said that he committed suicide in fear of crime. Hey hey. Money is really a good thing. May 7, 2019. It was settled, and after spending so much money on me, it was finally okay. From now on, Lao Zi will be Hong Yi's dean. Old man, you may rest in peace. I will manage Hong Yi well. June 8, 2020. My goodness, there really are souls. Those mental illnesses have made great contributions to scientific experiments. The experiment was successful. Labor and capital need to be successful and famous, shit, developed. September 7, 2020. The project is confidential and cannot be disclosed to the public. It seems that the dream of success and fame is broken. The government wants us to continue research to see if we can weaponize souls. What a bunch of lunatics. However, I also took this opportunity to meet many bigwigs and established a network of relationships. Hehe, even if I fail to gain fame, I will be as stable as Mount Tai in the future. December 9, 2020. Something has happened, there are things behind those souls, they are approaching our world. Several colleagues in charge of the research died, as if they were torn apart by something. The patients who participated in the research also showed abnormalities, crazy, and some weird performances. You have to find a way to fool those family members. January 6, 2021. More and more people died. There was a problem with the experiment, so it had to be stopped, but the military was unwilling to stop. They felt that the monsters following the dead were the weapons they wanted. Someone noticed the abnormality of Hong Yi. A reporter is following me. February 18, 2021. Those are now looking for a scapegoat. New Times Daily has already targeted Hong Yi. They want to kill me and make me a scapegoat. I knew it was going to happen. Are a bunch of heartless bastards. Wait and see, I can't live, everyone has to die together. March 29, 2021. Filing a case for investigation, want to mess with me? Dream it and die together. I'm going to open that gap tonight. I'm having a hard time, so please leave it to everyone. Kaihoken looked all the way down until the time prompt popped up on his watch. Shows that it's time for him to take his medicine. Kaihoken took back the notebook. Now, he is still a patient and needs to take medicine with 3 meals a day. These are the rules of the game. If you violate it, you will be killed by Li Gui's rules. Rules can't kill Kaihoken. The problem is that the performance is too prominent, and it is very likely to be flagged by the game. Before he suppressed Li Gui, it was all without triggering the opponent's rule to kill. Many players can do it. It's just a matter of time. Otherwise, if the ghost comes out, there will be no solution, so which player can clear the instance of Hong Yi Mental Hospital? The game of reincarnation is to cut the leaks for the greatest benefit, not the roots. The female player made herself so embarrassed because she took the diary and triggered the rule kill. Kaihoken put away the chair and oil lamp and walked towards the entrance of the stairs on the top of the building. His ward is on the top floor of building 3. Just walk down the stairs on the top of the building. The corridor was in a mess, with scattered medical carts and blood-stained medical sheets everywhere. The mottled walls exude a faint stench. When he walked to the exclusive ward, the scratches on the door were clearly visible. It is hard to imagine how insane it is to scratch such marks with claws. Chu Chen just opened the door and walked in. A strange voice sounded. It's time to take medicine. Chapter 319 Alliance, for subscription. At the door of the room, a strange black figure stood there. Filled with black mist. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the other party's appearance clearly. An hot nurse with bloodstains on her clothes. If you don't look at the head, it's quite okay to glue it. Her head swelled like a balloon ready to burst. Wrapped in bandages. No human facial features can be seen at all. The only facial features are the jaw and teeth. From time to time, their bodies would twitch and writhe violently, as if every joint had independent consciousness and wanted to break free from this body. The part below the head is astonishingly beautiful, full of the temptation of primitive hormones. The low-cut nurse uniform exposed a towering snow-white chest. The nurse's skirt is only up to the thighs, and the slender, fair legs are exposed to the air. The hot figure is set off by the tight clothing at a glance. The voice like a royal sister makes people imagine. The monsters in Hong Yi Mental Hospital all have this characteristic of coexistence of madness and sexiness. Teases the most primitive human emotions. Fear and sex. They are the embodiment of the most essential fears and desires of human beings. The nurse pushed the rusty medicine cart, on which there were various medicines with their labels torn off, blood-stained cotton swabs, blood-dripping needles, and a garbage bag oozing black blood. Kaihoken didn't see the monster's face, only saw the bandage, but he could feel the prying eyes. You came on time. Chu Chen chose to place his gaze below the opponent's head. Your medicine. The nurse did not answer Chu Chen's question. Instead, he numbly took out a tray. There is a glass of cloudy water and a few moldy medicines on it. Take medicine every day. When can I leave the hospital? Kaihoken took it over and took the medicine on the spot in front of the nurse. The nurse watched Chu Chen's every move closely, and didn't find any problems. Before pushing the cart to the next ward, did not answer any of Chu Chen's questions. Kaihoken shrugged, turned, and closed the door. The medicine and water he had swallowed just now were thrown into a corner of the ward. The action of taking the medicine just now is just a simple misplaced trick. After confirming that the nurse had left, the notebook he got from that unlucky player just now appeared in Chu Chen's hand. Opening the diary from the mark left just now, I found the place I saw. With the help of flickering lights and an oil lamp that uses blood as lamp oil, Chu Chen continued to read the diary. April 3, 2021. Haha, those fools are regretting it now, thinking that they can decide my fate because they are superior. What kind of big shots, go eat shit. Now that everyone is dead together, the crack has been opened, no matter who you are, everyone will die, and no one can escape. April 8, 2021. That reporter, she stole my research diary, looks like she's trying to get into a mental institution to close the rift. She won't succeed. Because I will stop her. I'll tear that apart, bone by bone. Let this world be buried with me. Who told you to me? I just want to be a master, what's wrong with me? Chu Chen checked the diary, and in the end it was all messy, distorted and chaotic handwriting. Filled with obedience, true God, wonderful, new world and other words. Beyond that, there are some weird symbols and numbers. For other players, it must be confusing to read the Dean's diary. The clues in the notes were not enough for them to piece together the truth. Chu Chen already knew what happened to this copy of the game. Empire's guidance to frontline staff is still in place. Not only the daily training of various high-tech equipment, but also the learning of theoretical knowledge. Including the common sense of the subspace, it is also within the scope of learning. Hongyi Mental Hospital has been conducting so-called soul experiments. They discovered the existence of souls and opened a special space. Kaihoken guessed that they should have opened the subspace crack. Human souls will return to the subspace after death, be accepted by the vast etheric ocean, and become a part of it. Individuals with faith may be attracted by their gods, become part of the nourishment of the gods, or become heroic spirits or something. The souls of the people of the Empire will be recovered by the Emperor, sleeping, waiting to be awakened again. In the absence of a clear understanding of the subspace experiment hastily started, and the outcome of the Hongyi Mental Hospital is inevitable. Was invaded by weirdness, distorting the rules of real space. The living are transformed or devoured by warp monsters. The inanimate will never let go of such a good opportunity. As the enemy that the Empire needs to be most vigilant about. The destructive ability of the inanimate is extremely terrifying. It can easily cause the entire world to collapse, distort everyone's cognition, and transform all life. Those ghosts are likely to come from this way. The species of the inanimate born from the nightmares of intelligent beings is innumerable. Demons, ghosts, false gods, etc. Various. With the help of the information revealed in the diary, Chu Chen analyzed the mission of the Hongyi Mental Hospital. Explore the truth, find the dead reporter, and escape. These three tasks are not separate, but continuous. Only when you know the truth can you know where the dead reporter went. Find the reporter, and then you can use the knowledge of the other party to close the so-called crack and escape. After reading the diary, Kaihoken casually threw it on the bed, not caring whether it was an important prop for customs clearance. Getting the diary was just an accident. Kaihoken's task is to recruit people into the group, not to enter the game to decrypt. Things like customs clearance must be cheating. The hard work of hundreds of thousands of researchers in the Empire. If you don't use it, how can you be worthy of their hard work? If it wasn't for the female player who wanted to trick him, Kaihoken wouldn't have killed her, let alone get the diary. Relevant data of Hongyi Psychiatric Hospital have been successfully stolen, and a task analysis model has been established. Please follow the prompts to clear the level. It is detected that the host has successfully obtained the diary and knows the ins and outs of the Hongyi Mental Hospital, and is skipping the pre-selection and entering the second stage. Please take good care of the diary, go to Building 5, and enter the laboratory with the authorization card of the attending physician. A series of reminders sounded in Kaihoken's mind, guiding him how to pass the level. Kaihoken picked up the diary, but thought of something, and asked in his heart. Don't always call me the host, I don't care, can I change the name? The title of the host is the default title, which can be reset. As an agent lurking in the enemy camp to collect intelligence, please call me 007. Chu Chen remembered an old stalker, and made a handsome horoscope with his thumb and index finger on his chin. The user's new name has been successfully entered, 007. Perfect. Chu Chen silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. After solving this trivial matter, Chu Chen focused on his own business. He found a good seedling. This time the task can be regarded as relatively satisfactory. Sometimes, you may not be able to find a suitable target after clearing a dungeon. Those players are corrupted too much. Their thoughts and values have been completely distorted by the reincarnation game. Just like that female player. Falling endlessly. The dark abyss never ends. It represents sin, a sin that will never be forgiven. Falling endlessly, Davin fell in a room. The woman's scream echoed in the dark room. The mob's panting and lewd laughter were mixed with the woman's bitter cry. The thugs chopped up the man on the chopping board with a kitchen knife, and disemboweled him in front of his wife and daughter. The most terrifying thing is that the man is still alive. Hanging his life by weird props. Watching himself being cut into pieces bit by bit, those desperate eyes made the perpetrator laugh out loud. Davin screamed like a madman. He rushed forward to push down the perpetrators, but the kitchen knife was still chopping. The desperate man looked at Davin and questioned him painfully. Why didn't you cut off the relationship? Why did you let us suffer like this? The mother who was entangled in the wire was dripping with blood, gathered together to form pools of blood. She was crying helplessly. Not only for himself, but also for the humiliated daughter and the tragic death of the husband. She muttered to herself, her weeping eyes fixed on Davin's soul. Why didn't you cut off the relationship? Why did you let us suffer like this? The humiliated woman begs the mercy of the mob. Begged them to spare themselves and their families. In exchange for endless humiliation and tyranny. Dawn saw her lying naked in a pool of blood, her once beautiful and innocent eyes revealed monstrous hatred. Those eyes looked at Davin and locked him inside. Countless screaming voices questioned Davin. Why didn't you cut off the relationship? Why did you let us suffer like this? Davin sat up suddenly with a scream. That room has disappeared. He is still lying in the ward of Hongyi Mental Hospital. The rancid smell flooded his nostrils. Even though he was in a hospital where ghosts were rampant, Davin cried as if grabbing a life-saving straw. He would rather be buried in the mouths of those ghosts than to relieve the nightmare just now. The cruelest thing in this world is not death. Instead, I will give you countless beautiful things, and tear them up in front of you bit by bit, revealing the cruel nature. Pain and annoyance are like black holes of nothingness, devouring you bit by bit. Make every day of your life worse than death. But I have to live. If he could choose again, Davin would never choose to become a player, let alone be greedy and arrogant. In the world of reincarnation games, players' emotions are a weakness. No matter how powerful they are, emotion is a luxury for them. Every player will decisively choose to sever the previous kinship. Make family members worthless. This approach is heartless, but it allows them to live well. Davin also knew this rule. And he arrogantly thinks he can subvert this rule. People always have a sense of illusion. I feel that I am the protagonist in the novel and can hold everything. Davin's methods are also very cruel, and he is arrogantly threatening those players who are about to move. Touching his family is taunting his Nilan, and he will do whatever it takes to make their lives worse than death. Davin thought that as long as he was strong enough, he could make his family live a better life. Can protect them from being violated. Reality taught him a wonderful lesson. No matter how powerful he is, it's useless. Those players have already become crazy in the game. The words used to ridicule the capitalists are also very correct in the reincarnation game. If there is a 50% profit, the player will take the risk. With 100% profit, players dare to trample on all rules. With a profit of 1000%, he dares to commit all crimes, even if it smashes his soul, he will not have any fear. In a world where the hierarchy is strict, women are treated as reproductive machines, and men are treated as cheap consumables. There will still be people who bravely break the rules and choose to fall in love because of the throbbing in their hearts. Dawn is the crystallization of the love between his father and mother. In order to improve the efficiency of social operation, some non-player men and women who stand out will be able to get rid of that sad fate, enjoy some superior treatment and the privilege of not having children. Davin's mother is such a woman. Relying on her talent for physics, she managed to get rid of the sad fate of the reproductive machine. Then, the mother met the father who was a maintenance worker. In order to ensure the functioning of society, non-players who stand out are often deprived of the right to reproduce. In the dark, there is no human rights and fair society. Players have great power and occupy all resources. But their control over society is not as good as those of mortals. In countless corners, the seeds of resistance to them are bred. Mother and father fell in love, and gave birth to Davin and his younger sister without anyone knowing about it. This is against the rules. However, no one paid attention to it. The two children grew up smoothly, and Davin even became a player. Davin is very talented. Has the potential to be a strong player. There are some rules between players that bind them and prevent them from killing each other. Avoid weakening the overall strength of a world. But these regulations are too weak for a group of desperados who have today but no tomorrow and still have powerful combat power. Dawn promoted quickly, and got several very good props in a row, becoming the top group of players. Most importantly, he hasn't cut ties with his family yet. Nostalgia for those so-called kinship. Such a fat sheep, who would not want to take a bite. How bad is the situation? It's dead anyway, so why not give it a try? Once you get game points and props, you might be able to survive in the next dungeon trial. After getting the ransom, he left this world directly, immigrated to other worlds, and still got along well. No matter how strong Davin is, can he turn over the entire reincarnation game? Father was dismembered by the cruelest means, put in a box and delivered to Davin, asking him to pay the ransom for his mother and sister. As a player, Davin naturally knew that he could not compromise with the other party. He threatened the other party and raised a ransom. After locking the coordinates, kill the opponent directly, let the opponent feel the feeling that life is worse than death. The ending is the mother who was tortured to death and the sister who died naked in her arms. They didn't plan to release him at all, but planned to tear up the ticket and run away after getting the ransom. Davin killed all the players he could catch. But what's the point of that? Killing those lunatics has no way to save the lives of their own family members. This is the cruelty of reincarnation game, it subverts everything. Players are like lunatics, doing whatever it takes to survive. Looking at the dead body of his family, Dawn once wondered if he was wrong. It was his arrogance and his greed for family affection that led to the tragic death of his family. If he breaks off the relationship according to the rules, they can still live on. Davin wanted to die very much. Use death to atone for your sins. But because several players escaped without punishment, he had no choice but to commit suicide. He can only suffer in pain and despair, looking for the murderer who killed his family. Every day that nightmare would torment him. Repeatedly replaying the death of family members and their questioning in front of him again and again. Guilt drives him almost insane. Pushed him to the edge of the abyss, bewitching him to use killing and madness to vent the hatred and pain in his heart. When he first entered the game, he wondered if he should be a little crazy. That might not make myself so uncomfortable. A man found him at this time. What is wrong is not you, but this world. What is wrong is not our desire to pursue beauty and happiness, but our fate played by the game of reincarnation. It wants to deprive us of all good things and make us its slaves. Bread, kneeling at its feet, begging for the poor gift. You still feel pain for the death of your family members, and you are still doubting whether it is worth it, then you still have hope. The time to resist has come, friend, are you still willing to sink into this world? Let that game plays with your life and your future. Embrace the arms of the divine light, the all-knowing and all-powerful savior, raise the banner of resistance, and speak out to those monsters who try to distort. If you are born as a human, then you are free, not their plaything. At that time, Davin looked at each other as if he was looking at a lunatic. The other party didn't pester him too much. It seems that you are still not firm enough. It will take some time to clear the customs. At that time, you can reply to me again. After saying this, the other party left. Davin stared at the decayed, moldy ceiling. Thinking about what the other person said. He didn't know if the other party was a lunatic, or a big man who really had the ability to change everything. Think of the things that only gods can do in reincarnation games. He is more inclined to the former. What kind of existence can fight against reincarnation games? That guy is probably out of his mind. I imagined a so-called savior to keep myself going. Thinking of his nightmare, Davin became confused again. Maybe it's good to have a faith. I have already lost everything, and it seems that there is no harm in resisting the reincarnation game. Thinking of this, Dawn thought that he didn't seem to have the other party's contact information either. If you can still see the other party at the event tomorrow, then go ask. At this time, the sound of ticking water came from the dilapidated bathroom. The sound of high heels walking rattled outside. Dim lights flickering. Blood with a pungent smell seeped in from the crack in the door. Countless weird lines covered the wall like shadows. The strange voice startled Dawn, and an obscure gossip mirror with scratches appeared in his hand. After taking a photo of the door, it showed the scene outside. A terrifying monster stands behind the door. Slender, skinless legs wearing a pair of scarlet high heels. The upper body is a combination of worms and snakes, with unevenness. If it is covered with a layer of white and smooth human skin, it must be a beauty. The head has no facial features, and is full of densely entangled maggots. Davin's face changed a few times. Judging from the other person's body shape, he looks like a nurse delivering medicine. Davin seemed to have thought of something, raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was almost morning. After completing the exploration and setting up defenses, he fell asleep. I haven't woken up after falling into a nightmare, and I forgot to take my medicine on time. As an old player, such a novice-level mistake shouldn't be made. It seems that I still haven't been able to adjust well. For those obedient patients, the ward is absolutely safe. Don't hang out during breaks. Thinking of these two hospital rules, Dawn's expression changed. I didn't take the medicine myself, so I obviously didn't meet the condition of an obedient patient. It is already early morning, and it happens to be the break time. Wards can't stay, and can't hang out. Isn't this a dead end? He took out a stand-in doll, wrote his name with his own blood, and put it back in his pocket. A strange wind blew in the sealed room. The sound of the bathroom ticking became louder and louder. Blood slowly trickled in, as did the weird lines. The room also became cold. The red rope that Dawn wrapped around the room became tense, and the copper coins hanging on the rope also became hot. The rope became more and more tense, and then reached a critical point, making a sound of being overwhelmed. Was directly broken by the tight rope. With a bang, the door was also opened. The monster showed a cold smile, stood at the door, and looked at Davin like that. A howl sounded, and he rushed in suddenly. The sound of melee continued for a moment. Davin was grabbed and tore his arm. The sharp claws pierced his chest, crushing his internal organs. In just a few breaths, a man's body was torn apart by the monster. But after a while, the monster sensed something was wrong again. Looking down at the shattered corpse, it turned into a large rag doll again. And the target it hunted has disappeared without a trace. Dawn, who appeared 300 meters away from the room, immediately covered his mouth and nose to prevent himself from screaming. His one-time prop doll has the effect of surrogate death, and will also send himself to the nearest safe location. But the pain will not weaken in the slightest, and it will be fed back to him. The pain of heart digging, tearing to pieces, crushing bones, etc. all fed back on him. Dawn, who was hiding in the dark, held his breath, not daring to make a sound. For fear of attracting the ghost just now. It seems that you are in trouble. A line of words suddenly appeared in Dawn's eyes, as if suspended in the air. Davin was taken aback. He stretched out his hand and waved it in the air, but he didn't feel anything, and the words didn't change in any way. It's like not interacting with the world. You look surprised. Don't be surprised, this is just a small prop. Let me tell you, several ghosts are coming towards your coordinates, you have to get out of there. If you don't want to die because of triggering the rules, just listen to me. Who are you? Davin lowered his frightened voice. This weird handwriting appeared in such a terrifying and gloomy environment, it was difficult for him to keep calm and think. I am the one who recruited you today, you have been watched by the great savior, listen to me, you can safely escape the crisis caused by the trigger rules. Don couldn't hide his shock. He once thought that the other party was a lunatic. Now it seems that this so-called salvation organization is full of mystery. It is incredible to be able to use this method in the reincarnation game. Could it be that there is a supreme power hidden behind them? Okay, what should I do? Davin didn't have a choice, he made such a low-level mistake and put himself in a dead end. After the countdown is over, rush out, rush to the corridor on the right, run according to the arrow I gave you, don't look back. After the words in the retina dissipated, a big 5 appeared. Followed by 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Don didn't have time to think about it. Without taking the medicine, he was already in a dead end. Now we can only fight together. He rushed out of his hiding place and rushed down the corridor to the right. An arrow appeared in front of him, like a suspended 3D hologram. The monster's scream sounded, hurting Davin's eardrum. But he didn't dare to stop at all, but rushed along the arrow. It's just right every time. As soon as he ran over, the monster rushed out from the corridor or room on the side. Don rushed out of the building he was in, and rushed to the 3 middle buildings. The weird moon with a smiling face is suspended in the sky. The mist and scarlet light are intertwined, making it look extremely strange. Whispers sounded in the dark corner. Hateful apparitions appeared in Davin's path from time to time. The windows of Building 3 are dilapidated, like the entrance to hell, filled with endless deep darkness. Don could only bite the bullet and rush forward. Entering the inside, I was surprised to find that the inside was not as dark as it looked outside. Flickering lights provide faint illumination. Don didn't dare to stop, but continued to run along the arrow. The posture of the arrow has become a little weird, not just a straight line, but a bit curved. Davin, who followed the arrow, didn't feel that he was going back, but went all the way forward, which made him feel very confused. It seems that the information received by the eyes and other senses conflicts. When he reached the top floor, Davin was pulled directly into the room by a hand. Strangely, there is another Davin running in the corridor. The ghosts also followed it to the other side, and ran out from Building 3 again. Davin, who was dragged into the room, was almost frightened until his heart stopped beating. If the other party hadn't firmly grasped his hand and prevented him from using the props, I'm afraid he would throw the props out all at once. It's scary. While running, he was pulled in by someone. Don once thought that he was going to be torn to pieces by the ghost. Knowing that he saw the other person's face, he was able to calm down a little. It was the strange man who recruited him today. Take a deep breath. Chu Chen said, don't think about anything, take a deep breath. Yes, take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Again. Davin took several deep breaths according to the other party's gestures and words, before the trembling of his body subsided. The players of reincarnation games are not as strong as people think. Faced with those unexpected events, they will also fall into extreme fear. Your psychological quality needs to be strengthened. Chu Chen said calmly. Come and try it. I ran here from Building 1, and then you dragged me here. It would be good if I can still move. If you are timid, I'm afraid you will scare me to death. Davin retorted subconsciously. It's not that he's timid, it's mainly because he was too sudden. No one's heart can be tossed like this. Who are you? Davin asked the question he wanted to know the answer to. I'm just a poor man serving the Lord of the Savior. Chu Chen said, you have passed the review and are eligible to be my companion. I don't want to serve the Savior of the world, I'm not interested in him. Davin said, it sounds too much like a pyramid scheme to deceive people. Such an evaluation is too hurtful. Chu Chen suddenly felt powerless to complain. You are not interested. Actually, the Emperor of the Empire is not interested in you either, he might not even know who you are. The Salvation Society is not some pyramid scheme. Its purpose is to save us who are sinking in hell. I've heard of many player organizations, but I've never heard of a Salvation Society. Davin thought it should be an organization founded by a certain player, and felt a little disappointed. The move just now gave him the illusion that the other party was a hidden boss. Now it looks like a pyramid scheme. Forced to drop suddenly. It's normal that you haven't heard. This organization is newly established. Our mission is to collect information for the Divine Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Savior, and make preparations for his coming. We have no time to delay. The Salvation Society has already prepared invite you to be one of them. Davin, you have to make a choice, whether to continue living in a daze, or bravely raise the banner of resistance. Do you think we can resist? For a game that can draw us into this weird space at will, can we really resist? Davin looked at the other party and asked word by word. That's why we need the help of the Divine, Light, Omnipotent, Benevolent and Great Savior. We will fight in his name until the moment of death. This world will eventually be redeemed, as long as we don't give up fighting. Davin tried to see some hypocrisy and confusion in the other party's eyes. But nothing. The other party is very firm. Can't see a trace of confusion and self-doubt. Looking at the other party's appearance, Kaihoken asked again, isn't the death of your parents and sister enough to make you resist? You still have to put the fault on yourself, hate yourself for being powerless, hate yourself for not giving up. Is this distorted world compromising? Torturing yourself with the death of your loved ones, telling yourself over and over again that you are wrong, not the world. Hearing this, Davin fell silent. After a while, he looked at Chu Chen. Show me your abilities, overthrowing this dark world can't be done with a single passion. If I don't have enough strength, why should I follow you to do such a thing? Aren't those just now enough? Chu Chen asked. Not enough. Unfortunately, I have no way to show more to non-organization members, which will increase the probability of exposure. I am only responsible for intelligence work, not combat. But I assure you, joining the Salvation Society is definitely the most correct choice for you. Looking at Chu Chen's appearance, Dawn fell silent. Even if it is wrong, it is nothing more than joining a player organization. What does this matter? Thinking of this, Davin nodded, okay, I am willing to join. If this organization goes against my original intention, don't think about the sacrifices I will make. Kaihoken showed a smile. When you understand the true meaning of this organization, you will regret what you said today. You are welcome to join, Davin. After the voice fell, the flame pattern lit up on Davin's hand. A double-headed eagle made of golden and blue patterns appeared on his hand, and quickly disappeared. Don't leak any information about the organization, otherwise, you will die. This proton detector is given to you. It can help you do many things, provide more vision, and make your customs clearance easier. Out of the game, you slowly study its benefits. Your task is to collect everything about the game, develop offline, strengthen the organization, and promote the anti-game concept. Everything you do will be rewarded with points according to the degree of contribution, and you can exchange for corresponding rewards. Of course there are some rewards that can only be given to you through in-game methods. Chu Chen talked about the purpose of the Salvation Society. Is to develop members and collect intelligence without revealing one's identity. Assist in customs clearance. Redeem for rewards. It sounded like another reincarnation game, and Davin felt as if he was involved in some extraordinary event. Could it be that he will witness the war between two reincarnation game-like forces? That would be unbelievable. Because of his hatred for the enemy, Davin has a feeling of disgust for the entire reincarnation game. If the reincarnation game crashes, what kind of expressions will those high-ranking reincarnation players have? It must be exciting. Let's go, it's time to clear the level, we can't waste time here. After explaining all this, Chu Chen was about to open the door and leave. Do you have a way to clear the level? Davin asked. This is also one of the benefits of being a member of the Salvation Society. We can use cheats to pass the level. After all, our task is to develop offline and collect intelligence, not to really clear the level. Chu Chen's words gave Dawn a little more confidence, who just thought that the Salvation Society was like a pyramid scheme. Being able to cheat in the reincarnation game, even if the strength of the Salvation Society is weaker than the reincarnation game, it will not be so weak. Take the diary and enter the 5th building, and enter the underground laboratory along the secret passage of the 5th building. The body of the missing frontline reporter Mo Xiaoxiao was found in the underground laboratory. The other party has become a spirit body, but it is a kind of spirit body that is friendly to humans. Under the guidance of Mo Xiaoxiao, they found the switch and saw the strange monster incarnated by the crazy Dean. Guard the Dean away, turn on the switch, close the crack, and another passage will appear. Dawn was dumbfounded the whole time. It's like clearing a level with a strategy. Just run according to the prompts, just take things easy, no difficulty. Kaihoken and Dawn completed the customs clearance, and the fate of the remaining players is to be sacrificed. Of course, before that, Hongyi Mental Hospital will still squeeze them to the end. When the surviving players realize that no matter how hard they try, they will not be able to pass the level. They are just playthings of the hospital and fall into despair. This is the best harvesting moment. These things have nothing to do with Kaihoken and Dawn who left. The essence of the reincarnation game is like this. The purpose of its construction is not to allow players to obtain props and abilities, but to simply squeeze them and harvest them as leaks. The task of conquering different universes is destined to be a long-term investment that will not pay off in the short term. The process of galactic unification is very gratifying. After the fall of the Sotek dynasty where the Storm King belonged, only the head of the Trinity Council King of Silence remained. Even if the remaining space undead who want to resist humans are united, they will face the terrifying Legion. The Silent King didn't have any confidence in his heart. The surrender of the Nether Dragon made many of Necromancer's killing moves useless. Bright Star Map, Stellar Matrix, Dimension Bomb, and other mass killers have all been cracked by humans. Relying on conventional forces to fight against the human empire, it is also doomed to defeat. The Suotai dynasty has mastered the control agreements of many dynasties, and they stand on the side of human beings. The offensive formed by these traitors alone is already very difficult, not to mention that there are humans involved. To win, unless a miracle happens. At this time, Marvel, the top executive of the Cancer Legion, suddenly came from the subspace to visit the King of Silence to discuss the alliance. Calgar, who suffered a great loss, mobilized a force far exceeding several times that of the Cancerous army, and carried out a large-scale siege. Every cancerous planet was exterminated and purified. Recently, a Primarch named Dorn joined the siege team and tried to capture the Kadian stronghold that fell in the Eye of Terror. Once the Cadia fortress is recovered, the human empire is likely to take this opportunity to repair the large rift that traverses the entire galaxy. After Yog-Sothos suffered a loss in the hands of Guilliman last time, he also realized that the Avatar could not win the opponent. Only when the main body is dispatched can it crush Guilliman. But that is an impossible thing. The body traverses the endless universe. It is impossible to come to this universe for a battle that cannot reach the level of the galaxy. The act of dispatching a large number of soldiers from the cancerous universe and sending them to this universe also requires a price, and the price is not small. Under Calgar's comprehensive siege and extermination purification, the cancerous legion of the expedition didn't gain any benefits, and almost lost money to Grandma's house. It has always been a loss-making business. This also forced the original cancerous legion to adjust its strategy, preparing to unite the natives to kill the human empire first, and then expand the erosion to eat the entire universe. In addition to the Necrons, the green-skinned orcs, the top forces in the galaxy, and even the expelled Tyranids, and those small alien civilizations, they all sent people to discuss alliances. Chapter 320: A weapon that can seriously injure the omniscient and omnipotent, seeking subscription. The royal court belonging to the Trinity Council is located on a magnificent pyramid. Below the pyramid, there are countless undead warriors and immortal legions. On the steps of the pyramid, there are the 3 holy guards who are absolutely loyal to the King of Silence. Having come from afar, Marvel, who is the representative of the Cancer Corps peace talks, was received by a metal undead holding a scepter. Marvel tried his best to suppress the disgust in his heart, avoiding showing any emotions that would affect the peace talks. The bodies of those metal undead do not have any soul fluctuations in their bodies. Means they are merely echoes of past memories. The existence of these metal undead is undoubtedly the greatest desecration of life. Marvel saw the immeasurable metal undead standing in the open space in front of the pyramid through the eyes covered by the corrupted flesh. None of them made a sound, and none of them made any subtle movements. It's like a sculpture made of metal. An invisible force keeps them consistent. Under the guidance of the guide, Marvel finally came to the huge pyramid, and walked along the stairs to the throne of the Silent King. That is an obelisk-shaped temple. The highest point exceeds 40 meters. The suspended metal giant ring rotates slowly. Has a weird sense of solemnity. The throne of the Silent King is placed there, cast from black and shiny metal. The edge of the throne is adorned with gleaming golden runes and emblems. From the bottom of the long ladder to the top. On the steps, the elite warriors of the Necrons stood in rows. Ranked higher than those of their kin, and enjoyed a position closer to their kings. Next to the throne are those masked nobles. They were as silent as the soldiers. Only from the precise texture and clothing on their bodies can we see their status. Gleaming statues of alien gods stand on the building's plinth. 2 of them hold their arms high, forming a vault when they reach the top. Bow your head in a bowing and pleading pose. It means that the gods should also submit to the monarch on the throne. Marvel walked to the open space and looked at the 3 metal undead sitting on the throne. The one in the middle is the target of his visit. The strange-shaped body made of active metal is more precise than other metal undead, full of cold power. Every movement of his hands and feet possessed vitality that other undead did not have, and his body also carried the well-proportioned strength of muscle tissue. Also wearing a simple but very elegant dress. Kneel down. The metal undead to the left of the throne spoke. Marvel twisted his twisted, cancer-covered head. He is not the man I serve, and I will not kneel. The erstwhile Captain Marvel can only rely on the great Yog-Sothoth and cannot kneel to anyone else. Not just a matter of loyalty, but also some secrets about Marvel's immortality. Kneel down to someone other than Yog-Sothoth, and he will be abandoned by that moody master, and even die suddenly. In the previous battle with the Empire, he had been killed once by the Imperial Marshal named Calgar. It was resurrected under Yog-Sothoth's will. The metal undead glared at Marvel. Marvel also stared at each other. The metal undead didn't continue to speak, but turned around and knelt down to their monarch on one knee. Then the masked nobles, their entourages, and the pyramid steps, and all the Necron warriors in front of the pyramids chose to kneel. Give allegiance in all to the sovereign who sits on the throne. Marvel is unimpressed by this. He looked at the Silent King at the top. I came here with the sincerity of an alliance. We need to join forces to fight against the human empire. Only in this way can we have a chance of victory. The Silent King's eyes inspected the twisted and bloated Marvel. As the king who once participated in the Battle of Heaven and the battle against the star gods, he naturally knows a lot about subspace. Obviously, the guy in front of him is a monster corroded by subspace and distorted by chaotic creatures. The inanimate of the warp is not only the mortal enemy of human beings, but also the mortal enemy of the Necron tier. The exorcism death zone across the entire galaxy was built to fight against the warp. Join hands with your group of polluted alien creatures to fight against human beings. The attendant next to the King of Silence questioned, isn't that introducing a pack of wolves to drive out tigers? The Silent King never speaks. His will is conveyed by attendants. Either side has no way to defeat the human empire alone. My suggestion is the best. Only by clearing out the most powerful enemy can we have the possibility of victory, otherwise the human empire will win without a doubt. In that case, you will not even have a chance to compete with the wolves, and you will be killed by tigers. Marvel looks at the Silent King, stating the pros and cons of it. It is not the first time Marvel has participated in the battle to conquer the universe. Compared to the previous smooth sailing and violent war against the natives of different universes, the Empire is too tricky. Until now, a stable channel has not been established. Using the method of paying the price to the subspace to transport the troops of the Cancerous Legion, the cost is unimaginable. Faced with the extinction-style purification of the Empire, it is also difficult to replenish the strength of the Cancerous Legion by fighting to support it. In the current battle situation, the Empire has the absolute upper hand. If you continue to send troops from the original universe, you will only continue to expand your losses. Based on this situation, there was a scene where Marvel came to find the enemy of the Empire, the Space Undead Alliance. Marvel felt the anger in his heart burning violently, and he had never felt so aggrieved before. The first time I was beaten to pieces by the natives. Both of them were killed by the opponent in the battle. Many cancerous heroes were beheaded by the Empire, and some were captured as experimental samples. The battle damage ratio is unprecedentedly high. The Silent King is also evaluating the advantages and disadvantages of the alliance. The current situation of the Necrons is not good. The Empire is pressing hard. Lion Ryan and the traders of the Sotai dynasty are sweeping away the outer outposts. So far, most of the news on the battlefield has been lost. The Storm King has died in battle. If there are no accidents, the next one should be my own. The Nether Dragon had no shame and surrendered to humans, making many killing moves of the Necrons useless. The Empire is pressing every step of the way, and its military strength is far superior to ours. Even if we form an alliance, how can we win? The servant of the King of Silence said. The strength of the human empire lies in the physical technology of the real universe. As long as we avoid its strengths and attack its weaknesses, there is a certain chance of a comeback. The Eye of Terror and the Great Rift are dominated by the power of the subspace. Of course they can victory at the edge, but there is no way to go deep into it. If we are united and rely on these subspace rifts as a stronghold to launch harassment and attacks on various regions of the Empire, they will inevitably fall into chaos. The Silent King's processor calculates the benefits of the opponent's plan. Can avoid the doom brought by the lion. But it will give the subspace a chance to grow. The cooperation with these guys can only continue until the human empire is weakened. If the human empire is destroyed, I am afraid that these creatures polluted by chaos will bring about the doomsday. The Necron tier need to strike a delicate balance between the empire and the creatures of the warp. Let the two weaken each other, so that Necrons have a chance to come back. Both sides of the alliance have their own small calculations. But the covenant was reached quickly. Facing the threat brought by the human empire, they can only abandon their past persistence and choose to form an alliance. Otherwise, the human empire will make them all become dust of history and be swept into the garbage dump. The huge universe is like a wounded and struggling beast. It howled in agony, tormented by countless wounds infected by warp storms. From the battle of distant civilizations to the rise of the empire today, this universe has been burning with flames of war for countless years. It is nothing more than the difference between big and small wars. Thousands of years of plans were shattered by Guilliman, and that idiot Erebus summoned another guy from another world to challenge his status. What makes Abaddon even more intolerable is that the other party bears the name and appearance of his genetic father. This is a trample on him, and even more a trample on the former son of Horus. There is absolutely no possibility of forgiveness for such behavior. But his strength can't fight against the opponent. He needs a secret weapon, a weapon left over from ancient times to the present. Abaddon would give anything to get it. Even if it is tearing space and time, it will not hesitate. In the process, Abaddon rescued an ancient evil in the ancient ruins far away from the galaxy. He claimed to be a who was imprisoned in the battle of ancient civilizations. He had the authority of casting and was named Vashtor. In order to regain his freedom, they declared that he could serve Abaddon and find the artifact he wanted. The two parties reached a cooperation. Abaddon destroyed the cage built by the ancient civilization and released Vashtor. Vashtor promised to build Abaddon a brand new warship, the Ark of Omens. Find him an artifact that can defeat the Omnipotent. The Ark of Doom is extremely huge. It was casted by those ancient civilizations before the Civilization War. It has unparalleled power, can easily tear the structure of time and space, and can easily destroy stars. In addition, Vashtor also provided a way for Abaddon to assemble a new army. That is to let him use the evil iron of the warp to forge a puppet army. This proposal was quickly approved by Abaddon. The strength of the Empire and the decline of chaos are tightening the living space of the rebels. Guilliman's brainwashing methods are far superior to those of the Emperor and past rulers. There are fewer and fewer incidents of rebellion in the Empire. Only a few people who are dissatisfied with the Empire will secretly defect to the camp of the gods. There is also the repair of the network channel and the existence of a firewall. 0. Such changes have made the influence of the four gods on reality weaker and weaker. Their minions are only active in the Great Rift and those areas warped by the warp. It is no longer possible to fool those ignorant civilians and use sacrifices to enter the hinterland of the Empire as before. The Chaos Gods have paid more and more attention to the human Empire. The rise of human beings has made them feel threatened. However, it is not that simple to deal with the human Empire. In the past, they focused on seizing the supremacy of chaos, trying to seize control of the road leading to the universe of the heavens. Their powers are placed in the warp. The chaos of reality is just a small flavoring. The traitors supported can already bring enough trouble to the Empire. Who would have thought that the awakening of Guilliman would lead to the rapid rise of mankind, and they have not had time to adjust their views on the human Empire. Guilliman has led mankind all the way, regained lost ground, unified the galaxy, and started to march to other universes, ready to expand the territory. The Chaos Gods were also somewhat powerless for the rise of the human Empire for a while. Their power is not in the real universe, and they were finally sent to the minions of the real universe, and they were not the opponents of the Empire, so they were killed by the Empire. Without the help of the gods, and humiliated by the omniscient and omnipotent from another universe, Vashtor's proposal is undoubtedly a timely help for Abaddon. A powerful army will be the key to regaining his dignity. In the foundry of Ark of Ominous Omens, which covers a vast area, the sound of clashing iron and fire can be heard from time to time. The cultists of the Dark Mechanics are controlling the hideous equipment and producing parts. The captive slaves toil numbly under the whip of the overseer. Falling slaves are stuffed directly into the furnace as food and rewards for the furnace demons. Tendrils of wire, molten metal, and crackling energy spilled from every mechanical system of the bridge. They are like a huge mechanical spider web, with countless strands passing through the air and interweaving above the factory. Abaddon stood on the high platform, overlooking the busy factory. The oracle who is the host of Vashtor stands behind him. The gods of the subspace need a body to move in the real world. Vashtor is no exception. Even if he possesses powerful divine power and can easily extinguish a star, he still has to act according to this rule. Countless metal filaments are wrapped around the oracle's feet. These metal filaments connect every corner of the ominous arc. In a sense, this huge arc is Vashtor's body. Factories are not producing weapons, nor are they vehicles. Are the parts that make up the puppet army. A metal puppet loaded with terrifying and murderous weapons gained life after the assembly was completed. I went to where I should be. Their eyes glow red, and their dark bodies are covered with fine subspace patterns. Possesses the ability to think. They are not soulless machines created by humans in the Golden Age. There are no demons in it, so it is not considered a subspace demon vehicle. Vashtor seems to have mastered the secret of creating humans. Endowed those machines with soul and life, making them cold and ruthless killing machines. Very well, with this army, we can let that Angilimon know who is the real master of this galaxy. Abaddon showed a satisfied look. The last thing now is, what do you want to do? Give me a weapon to defeat the omnipotent. Such weapons are very rare, but this ruined universe is full of miracles. I know that the relics left by an ancient civilization may be able to satisfy you. That civilization has gone far on the path of truth, and they can create weapons that can harm all existence. Weapons. Vashtor said, what's even more amazing is that the ruins I know are not far from the Milky Way. Chapter 321 Ancient Ruins, for subscription. Standing on the high platform, Abaddon looked at Vashtor, who was speaking eloquently. The Predator's eyes are as deep as an abyss, possessing the ability to penetrate everything. Vashtor is a powerful god. It doesn't mean that he can deceive Abaddon. Abaddon, who can integrate many traitors, possesses wisdom no less than that of the Primarch. The Eye of Terror has countless warbands, each with their own ulterior motives. Only Abaddon could combine them into a usable army. What's more, he didn't inherit the arrogance inherent in every Primarch. He spent 10,000 years patiently defeating powerful enemies who could fight against him one by one. Disintegrated the defense of the Empire and created a situation in its favor. Abaddon thinks he has gone further than Horus, the father of genes in the past. He would not risk the vicissitudes of the warp and place the key to victory on the dark gods. Those guys are eager for Abaddon to conquer the entire galaxy, and even the universe, and dedicate more wars and deaths to them. But he didn't want Abaddon to win without begging for help, and he didn't want Abaddon to win under the enslavement of other dark gods. They are always trying to make Abaddon their disciple through mortal and demon puppets. Abaddon knew this well. He knows very well that if he wants to defeat the Empire, his enemies are not only the loyalists, but also the dark gods who try to use him as a pawn. When he witnessed the end of his genetic father, he secretly vowed that he would never become their pawn. Vashtor's little tricks can't fool the great marauder. Abaddon could see a sinister, grand ambition lurking in Vashtor's heart. The opponent must be planning to get something in the chaos of the galaxy. Allegiance to liberty is not the whole story. Realizing this, Abaddon smiled. But what does that matter? What does it matter if Vashtor is full of ambitions? This is the normal state of chaos. Betrayal, cunning, disorderly, vicious. As long as the other party can use it for himself, this is enough. When the sons of Horus turned their backs on the Empire, loyalty was lost. Hanzo, Huron, what is the difference between these guys and Vashtor? 1. They only join him out of fear and self-interest. When there are greater interests and fears, the so-called loyalty of these guys is very doubtful. Then let's go to that place, I can't wait to get that artifact. Abaddon said in a low voice, if it can really hurt all existence, I really want to use it to cut that bastard's body, let's see if it's really immortal. You will get your wish. Vashtor let out a mechanical laugh, and the oracle he regarded as the host was deteriorating. The flesh and blood body was transformed into metal, the nerves became cables, and the breath smelled of fire. Vashtor is changing this guy. It is always difficult for mortals to resist the power of gods, and they will change involuntarily. I hope so. Abaddon said in a deep voice. Letting Yog-Sothoth's minions and the imperial dog bite the dog, while he left to look for a chance to rise again, was definitely the most correct decision Abaddon had ever made. Finding Vashtor, the so-called god of forging, gave Abaddon's army a comprehensive upgrade. With the help of Vashtor, a large number of ships that had sunk in the depths of the warp were dragged out again and shaped into their warships. Some technologies that existed in ancient times were also taught by Vashtor to the followers of the Dark Mechanicum. Those sages who seek dark truths rejoice in the knowledge Vashtor shares. According to Vashtor's self-report, it is the embodiment of technology, dark craft, innovation, and invention in subspace. Any technological innovation will provide him with strength. If the Empire hadn't built a firewall, the technological innovation of the human empire would have made him extremely powerful. It's a pity that Guilliman's practice of building a firewall not only prevented the four gods from continuing to draw power from humans, but also prevented Vashtor. With the help of Vashtor, in addition to mass-produced puppet soldiers, there are various technological innovations. Renew Abaddon's Legion. Capable of fighting minions of the Empire and Yog-Sothoth. In order to enhance the navigation capability of the fleet, Vashtor built soul-inducing pillars on large ships, allowing the ships of the Abaddon Legion to have a faster speed and to quickly reach their destinations with the help of the chaotic subspace. Leaving Yog-Sothoth's minions and searching for ancient ruins, Abaddon gathered scattered rebel warbands, renegade chapters, and other strange forces along the way. They follow different gods and have different styles. The only thing they have in common is their hatred for the Empire. Abaddon showed great tolerance for their faith and loyalty. As long as they swear an oath against the Empire, they are acceptable. Among them are not only some nobles who are still resisting in the border areas, but also Alpha, Fallen Angel, and other members. Formed a very considerable force. Combined with Vashtor's puppet warriors, the power in Abaddon's hands is enough for him to recover the dignity he once lost. He vowed to show the man who pretended to be Horus the wrath of the Marauder if he got the weapon. The fleet entered the subspace again under the guidance of the light beam released by the soul-inducing pillar created by Vashtor. Use the warp to travel to ancient ruins beyond the galaxy. With a crack that exudes an ominous light is opened. With the help of the powerful ships cast by Vashtor, file in and go to the mysterious ancient ruins. Abaddon, who left the factory, came to the viewing platform of the Ark, where he could see the bright galaxy flickering. He was once an important player in determining the fate of the galaxy. But with the awakening of Guilliman and the arrival of Yog-Sothoth, he became a marginal role. But he was not defeated. Yog-Sothoth will pay the price of looking down on the little guys. The plasma engines used by the battleships are as bright as the suns, emitting a strange light, pushing the battleships into the subspace. Vashtor retrieved these ships from the warp, but did not completely clean up the pollution on them. Just used his ability as the of casting to gather those polluted ships together and carried out a comprehensive upgrade. This infusion of terror allows ship captains to exercise some degree of control over their ships. But the alien and demon infestation in those ships is far from over. Each assembled ship is incomparably huge, comparable to stars. Users need to use these ships while cleaning up the original owners of the ships. This is also a part of testing them. If you can't even conquer your own ship, what can you use to fight against the human empire? Abaddon stood on the viewing platform and stared at the metal giant beasts covered in flesh and blood. Driven by the engine, he sank into the radiant gap and entered the subspace. The warriors who served the dark god stood behind him, awaiting the command of the great Reaver. No one can defeat me. Abaddon said firmly, looking at the shining stars, no one can humiliate me. I have seen the Emperor and the Primarchs walk among the stars, and have seen them build the Imperium with extraordinary power. I have seen betrayal, father against son, brother against brother. I have been confused against the truth of the Emperor, and I have firmly despised the truth brought by the gods. Someone sees me as a traitor. Someone sees me as a loyalist in the dark. Nobody knows the real answer. I don't know either. The long 10,000 years have made me almost forget my original mission. The only thing I remember is my status as a sinner. 10,000 years ago, an angry lion fell under Luther's sword. Remorse and pain made us regain our sanity. We have committed unforgivable crimes. We have betrayed our race, our lord, and what we have sworn to protect. When the blood of the lion was spilled, I didn't taste the joy of victory, only the pain of repentance. The evil god's wild laughter echoed in the subspace, and it also echoed in my ears. They ridicule the ignorance of human beings. If I followed Coswain to Terra and died there, it would be such a happy thing. But there is no if in this world. We made bad choices. Doomed to bear the guilt for this. When the lion fell, my hometown, Caliban, which once raised me, also broke down. The tide of the warp turned into a terrible storm, sweeping everything. The Dark Watchers came from another time and space and took away the lion. I was thrown to a certain corner of the galaxy by the subspace wave, and it took a long time before I was able to return to the starry sky. I tried to return to the wreckage of Caliban, the Stonehold, and seek redemption there. The result made me despair. There is no redemption there, only hatred and enmity left over. The Dark Angel is torn apart. Lien was taken away by the Watchman, and Luther was imprisoned in the depths of the stone fortress. The surviving Dark Angels licked their wounds alone, hating those former colleagues who betrayed them. When I was lost, those Dark Watchers appeared again. They told me it wasn't all over yet. The Lion King will eventually return again. Humanity still has one last chance. When the horn of the final battle sounds, the ashes of the embers will burn again, sweeping up and igniting the entire universe. The heroes of mankind will return to participate in the final battle in the name of loyalty. The Wardens have entrusted me with a dark and unhonorable mission. That is to recognize the true nature of the struggle between humans and the subspace. Send the truth back to the Empire. Only by knowing why to fight can human beings have the possibility of victory. I chose to accept. To atone and redeem those mistakes. For a long time, the Emperor was placed on the Golden Throne by his most trusted War Master, and many Primarchs left the Empire one by one. Humanity has lost its guidance. Staggering forward, groping its way under the rule of a bureaucracy that has forgotten its past. I was also active at that time, avoiding the capture of the Dark Angels and completing my dark mission. At that time, I was not acting as loyal. To lure the rebellion of those who have fallen, to incite the ignorant against the Empire. Using the Dark Angels for my ulterior purposes. To succeed, kill loyalists who try to defend the Empire. There is no honor in such a mission, and it is doomed not to be forgiven. But this is the only way I can atone for the terrible crimes I once committed. The war between intelligent creatures and subspace has been going on for a long time. It is not an easy task to sort out the relationship and find the ultimate source. More importantly, those answers must be revealed at the right time. Too early exposure will cause human beings to fall into greater chaos and confusion. Many people will hate the subspace, thinking that it is the subspace that brings chaos and disaster. Such thinking is wrong. The nature of the warp is not evil, it is the hands that wield it. In a sense, we are the subspace, and the subspace is us. Both are unified and independent. Everything is meaningless. Gods, emperors, and the truth pursued by philosophers and the truth preached by priests are meaningless. Lorgar thought he had grasped the truth of the universe. If he would delve further, he would find that the truth of the gods is as false as the truth of the emperor. The so-called truth is that there is no truth. Those with Chinook gifts can see their own reflection in the warp, and can see the strong emotions of creatures transformed into forces that form part of the vast etheric ocean. Just like nature. After a person dies, he becomes part of the ecosystem. The dead body will be eaten, decomposed, and become nourishment for other animals and plants. Is nature evil? Of course not. Humans are only a part of nature, and returning to nature is a normal thing. The warp will eventually accept everything, the noble and the base. One thing many demon-corrupted people won't admit is that the whispers echo their own desires. Whispers of the warp are not evil, evil are real beings with malicious intentions. The warp is not something external and cannot create desire within us any more than fire can create fuel by itself. I have read Caliban's ancient, non-human books, and I have traveled to many abandoned ruins. Know many unknown secrets and truths. For example, the birth, destruction, and end of the universe. In the ocean of ether, the real world is born. The cycle of life in turn replenishes the barren subspace. The two form a perfect circle. Until the first beings longed for eternal life. Trying to use those powers to prolong a miserable life for himself. Create some meaning for your own life. They refer to themselves as gods, omnipotent, or some other nonsense name. If you want, people can glimpse the shadows of those existences from those ancient myths. I have been trying to search for more information, trying to find out how the mortal beings became those so-called gods. This kind of work is futile. The galaxy is vast, and the universe is also vast. But this kind of individual who transcends the life of the mortal world and incarnates as an eternal is hard to find. The closest thing in the galaxy to this state is the ruler of humanity, and to that one I served, the emperor. I thought about sneaking into the palace, observing the emperor's state, or learning some truth from the other party. However, Terra's tight defense prevented me from finding a chance. The imperial guards will never give me this chance. They will kill me and dismember my body before I shout out my purpose. I tried many schemes, and even plotted many rebellions to weaken Terra. These plans were ultimately thwarted by loyalists. The empire is going downhill, sinking deeper and deeper into the quagmire of war. People are more and more united by the emperor's side, fighting for the salvation that will not come. In addition to Terra's tight defense, those people from other routes are also blocking me. The battle in the dark places of the galaxy is very chaotic. Many people are making plans around the emperor. A group of former loyalists work to bring their monarch back to life. Some of them even went so far as to guide Abaddon to obtain the sword Drachanion. During the Battle of the Webway, the sword that sealed the end of the empire was taken away by the water thief's son, the Golden Jailer. As far away from the empire as possible. Give the emperor a chance to breathe and allow the empire to continue. But those people hope that someday in the future, Abaddon will complete the task of destroying the empire and use the magic sword to completely destroy the emperor's remnant body, thereby releasing the soul and making him one of the chaos gods who wield supreme authority. This is a crazy approach. There are many people working secretly to achieve this goal. In addition to making the emperor a god, there are many plans that are being secretly implemented. Some are promoted by imperial loyalists, and some are executed by chaos cultists. The first marshal of the Forbidden Army, Valdo, is also doing similar things. One of the former big three of the empire. In the era when the emperor was silent and Malkador left. He is the only empire creator who can still walk in the world. He also has his own secret mission. I don't know the details of Valdo's mission, but he should agree with me. Is looking for a solution to the chaos of the warp. After Guilliman recovered, the surviving empire miraculously escaped from the abyss of near destruction, and once again moved towards glory. I don't know how Primarch 13 did it. He even made the emperor completely give up the road of no return of becoming a god, and used his powerful soul to crash into the realm of the four gods, buying him more time. Such things are incomprehensible to those who know the truth. What kind of magical power does number 13 have, which is worthy of the emperor's big bet, entrusting the entire human race to him? I guarantee with my life that those so-called gods are as shocked and incomprehensible as mortals. The emperor is only one step away from becoming the chaos god who holds the highest authority. That is something that countless gods and demons dream of. Was abandoned by the emperor. Guilliman led the rise of the empire, allowing mankind to see hope for the future. But this is not helpful for my work. The emperor is gone. Guilliman has no intention of becoming a new god. Instead, use firewalls to enclose humans. Just when I thought things had reached a dead end, Abaddon brought me another surprise. That is Vashtar. The who was imprisoned in the War of Civilizations long before the Battle of Heaven. I smell the stench of that guy's ambition. It longs for the same authority as the four gods, and becomes the real protagonist in the eternal chaos. Perhaps it was this guy's ambition that caused him to be imprisoned and sealed. Anyway, I finally found a target that I can observe. I used the name of the fallen angel to infiltrate Abaddon's team. This thing is not very difficult. There are fallen angels seeking their freedom, seeking their imaginary way of salvation. There are also some fallen angels who have been completely polluted and formed war gangs to join forces with Abaddon and his ilk. I don't care about their loss, and even deliberately contributed to this result. Only when there is enough chaos, can I walk through it with ease, get what I want, and then retreat completely. If I'm lucky, I'll grasp some truths and gain insight into how life in the mortal world becomes an all-knowing and omnipotent chaos god who holds supreme and eternal authority. Having said so much, maybe you will be confused. Who am I? To be honest, I am also confused about who am I? Given this dark, heavy mission, my real name has been erased. I have been dealing with those weird things, which made me almost forget my original appearance and past memories. If you insist on asking my name, then I will tell you. I am the Hound, looking for clues hidden in the decaying universe. I am a shadow, wandering in unknown dark corners, watching every event happen. Loyalists and traitors alike will call me by another name, Lord Cypher. Don't try to find out where I am, and don't ask who I am. I am me, I am you, I am him. I am everywhere. I watch you. The hub city of the webway is majestic, stretching and bending from countless dimensions. Numerous turrets, weapon platforms surround magnificent city buildings. The high-speed passing fighter jets stirred the special mist of the webway, smashing the strange mist-like creatures that formed into pieces. The soldiers of the Empire are patrolling back and forth with weapons in hand. A weird scene is happening in the city. In front of the huge sculpture of the imperial double-headed eagle, the living who are regarded as enemies by the Empire gather here. Those monsters have distorted shapes, like nightmares born from ancient nightmares. They hiss like venomous snakes. The judges of the Empire stood not far away, chatting in low voices. Scenes like this make people wonder whether these judges have fallen. Only those who understand the inside story will understand that these living beings are completely different from the living beings that the Empire is fighting against. These inanimate people all have the brand of belonging to the Emperor of the Empire. Once they betray humans, they will be blown to pieces within the time of the Emperor's thought, even their souls. Maka is also a part of these demons. Looking at the sculpture belonging to Guilliman in the distance of the city, Maka let out a low growl of resentment. Before the Imperial Inquisitor noticed its abnormality, it shifted its gaze cunningly again. Stroking on the forehead brings a trace of burning sensation. Maka was full of resentment. One day, it will imprison Cherubel that in the devil prison of the Empire, and let him suffer all kinds of torture. In addition to Guilliman, Cherubel is the object it hates the most. If it weren't for that damned bastard, I would never have fallen to where I am today. Cherubel provided the summoning rune to Guilliman and summoned Maka. Since then, Maka has ushered in the most tragic demon life. In addition to providing intelligence to the Empire, they also have to be the training object of the Empire's psychers. What a shame, what a shame. The only happy thing is that after the Empire built a firewall to block the connection between the living and human beings, he can still get some food from the Empire. Those fools who try to betray the Empire will be stripped of their citizenship. Become food for demons such as Maka. In addition to this, there are also captive alien creatures, etc., which will be sacrificed to them, which can be regarded as an alternative reward. Maka scanned everything around him. They are grouped here for a reason. The order came from Korux, the brother of the Emperor of the Empire, the Lord of Shadows. This Primarch, like his other brothers, is responsible for an important matter of the Empire. Korux's task is to form a subspace intelligence system and ensure its normal operation. This intelligence organization collects all kinds of intelligence from the subspace for the Empire. Korux's appearance is very suitable for his ability. Silently, without warning, Korux just stood in the arena suddenly. When Maka noticed the majestic body in black armor, it almost made it jump in fright. Such abilities are frightening. Maka suspected that if the Lord of Shadows wanted to, he would be able to slaughter all the demons and humans here without knowing it. When the leading judge saw the Primarch, his pupil shrank. Even with the Imperial heart implanted, he did not notice the arrival of the Primarch in advance. He has the ability to make everything ignore him. Are you ready? Korux asked. Everything is ready, a new batch of lurkers has been selected, and they have been strengthened with brand marks and contracts. The leading judge said, according to several tests by the mechanician, there is no problem. What about inter-universe communication? It has been solved. The technicians have specially researched a communication system for us. It has been tested in Universe 01 and Universe 02, and communication tests have been carried out in the universes that several exploration teams have arrived. There is no problem. Very well, I don't want to see the failure like before again. Korux said. Maka listened very clearly from the side. Hate for Cherubel also deepened. The incident of Cherubel's escape made the Empire more vigilant, and injected more control marks and various devices into the demons who were about to be sent to other universes. Cherubel was the first demon controlled by Guilliman. Is also the most aggressive demon. Before the defection incident, no one thought that Cherubel, who seemed to follow the Emperor wholeheartedly, would defect when he entered a different universe. Without the slightest hesitation. Entering a different universe, he escaped while the Empire's equipment was still being adjusted. Cherubel entrapped many demons including Maka by himself. Making the Empire more vigilant against demons, no matter how well they behave, will not help. Let's go, send them to other universes. Korux said. Understood, my lord. A mechanical sage said. In the city, a huge mechanical device is already in operation. The gears edged with electromagnetic patterns rotate. Pale beams of light were woven together to form a beam that shot from the city into the depths of the webway, sinking into the vast mist. This machine can open the gap between the subspace and the real universe, and use the compatibility and repulsion characteristics of the two to throw demons into the depths of the subspace, and then send them to another universe. Maka watched the machine open, and a huge light gate emerged in the city. That is the embodiment of human ambition. They are trying to get their hands on the universe of the heavens. Like 10,000 years ago, the Empire will conquer every world and universe they see. And a demon like him will become the other party's spy, bringing back information about each universe for them. In front of the golden double-headed eagle, all the heavens and universes will burn. Maka has no ability to resist. He is bound firmly by the contract. Under the will of Korux, he walked into the huge door of light. Those universes that do not yet know their future fate will touch the Empire for the first time. Soon, they will usher in the judgment of fate. The stars in the sky are endless. However, it is impossible to fill that boundless void. Stars are sparsely embedded in the void. Leaves a large gap between each other. The gap between galaxies is particularly terrifying. It may be tens of thousands of distances away, and even hundreds of thousands of light years cannot see a single star. Those areas remain absolutely frigid. Not a trace of warmth. If an unlucky guy is thrown in such a place, it only takes a few milliseconds to deprive him of the heat that keeps him alive, turning him into a cold corpse. Places like this are supposed to be untouched. Even the craziest space traveler wouldn't waste fuel going to a place like this. However, today, after countless years, this icy void welcomes guests again. The dark space fluctuates. The light of stars from an unknown time ago is bent in the ultra-wide field of view. The real space vibrated violently, twisting and stretching at the same time, and finally was torn open like a gaping wound. The strange light flickered and extinguished like a flame, burning the outer shell of the real space. The material is stripped, and the gap between reality and illusion appears. Ether poured out of it, releasing eerie rays of light. A large number of flesh and blood warships rushed out of it. It's like a weird warship created in a nightmare. It is impossible to have a logically tight and reasonable realistic space. After a long time, the crack was closed again. The magnificent fleet that came from afar is suspended in the void. It was Abaddon and his party. Abaddon stood on the viewing platform, he could only see the dark void and the unimaginably distant stars. The ear-piercing siren sounded at this moment. Scarlet warning lights shone inside the ship. We are at the edge of the event horizon of the black hole, and we are only tens of thousands of kilometers away from entering the event horizon of the black hole. A technical priest hurried over, we have to change our course immediately. Once we enter the event horizon of the black hole, it is very difficult to leave. Trouble. Black hole is a kind of star death ending. After the thermonuclear reaction runs out of fuel, it can no longer support the heavy weight of the shell. Under the weight of the shell, the core collapses. Material is continuously squeezed toward the center point until it forms a star with infinitely small volume and infinite density, which becomes a so-called black hole. Because the gravitational force of the black hole is extremely strong, the escape velocity in the event horizon is greater than the speed of light. Once trapped, the possibility of escape is very slim. Even if there is a subspace, the huge gravity of the black hole will tear apart the ships trying to enter the subspace from reality. In a region far away from stars, there will be black holes. The only explanation is that someone deliberately built a black hole here. Abaddon didn't reply, he just turned his head to look at Vashtor, with doubts in those deep eyes. His hand was on the magic sword, if Vashtor dared to play any tricks. Abaddon asked him to try the pain of the former emperor being penetrated by Drachanian. This is just an illusion, the ruins are protected. Vashtor said. Is there really any device that can run for hundreds of millions of years? Said the sage of the dark mechanic cult on the side. Don't underestimate those ancient civilizations, their exploration of the path of truth is deeper than yours. Vashtor said. Then how should we find that ruin? Abaddon asked. Proceed to the center of the black hole. Vashtor's words silenced Abaddon and the crowd. Going to the center of the black hole, this kind of thing is simply courting death. If you don't have the courage to put all your eggs in one basket, how can you get the artifact you want? Vashtor saw Abaddon's hesitation. Don't lie to me, otherwise the price you have to pay is absolutely unimaginable. Abaddon watched Vashtor's eyes become dangerous. I never disdain to deceive others with lies. Vashtor said, if I want to entrap you, why should I build battleships and soldiers for you? Abaddon withdrew his gaze, looking at the holographic projection suspended in front of him. The black hole area in front of the fleet has been marked. The trajectory of the ominous arc turns red. Hasty warning runes kept popping up above the projection. Let the other ships stand by, we enter the black hole. Abaddon said. My lord, wouldn't that be too risky? The mechanical sage next to him said, once we enter the horizon of the black hole, we will be trapped and die inside. The flow rate of time will also change. It is very likely that we thought that only the past in a few seconds, tens of thousands of years have passed in the real universe. Don't talk too much, go in. Abaddon's words were full of majesty, making those who still wanted to persuade him tremble. No one wants to face the wrath of the marauder. Anyone who does that will end up bleak. Under Abaddon's order, the fleet stopped advancing. Only the Ark of Omen, the flagship, began to accelerate, broke away from the fleet, and rushed towards the black hole like suicide. Facing the loud alarm sound, all the technicians trembled. Some even closed their eyes in horror. The act of heading towards a black hole is tantamount to suicide. Infinite gravitational force will tear them apart, tearing everything into elementary particles. Abaddon also held tightly to the handrail beside him, staring closely at the approaching black hole. The speed of the ominous arc is constantly accelerating. Even if the engine of the arc has stopped accelerating, the huge arc is pulled by the gravity of the black hole and dragged towards its center. The alarm becomes more urgent as the distance approaches. When the arc entered the horizon, the climax came. An eerie silence and absolute darkness followed. It's like the calm after reaching the peak. Abaddon had an illusion of time stagnation. It's like being thrown out of time for a moment, frozen in a certain moment. This feeling comes and goes quickly. The light resurfaced. The darkness disappears. The observation deck is also lit up. The scene that greeted his eyes made Abaddon slightly open his mouth. The ancient ruins that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years appeared in front of him. It is hard to imagine what kind of race built such a building. Even if the gods and the myth came to reality, I am afraid that there is no way to build such a building. The ruins are majestic to an unimaginable degree. That is an orbiter built with a blue dwarf as its core. The gigantic Ark of Omen, which looks like a planet, appears as small as a grain of sand in front of that huge building. 9 continuously rotating rings form a structure connected end to end. According to the scanning results, the blue dwarf star has a radius of 27155,700 kilometers. To create an orbit around this star, one can imagine what kind of project it is. Gods can't do such a thing, only the creator can do it. So many materials can only be obtained by dismantling other planets or stars. Megastructure itself also has huge flaws. It must be able to withstand the gravitational force of the star evenly. A slight mistake can cause the giant structure to be torn apart by gravity and crash into the star. Is this the power of ancient civilization? A sage of the dark Mechanikus next to him stared at this majestic building dumbfounded. To be able to build such a building, it is not an exaggeration to say that civilization is a for all staff. The battle of civilizations affects the entire universe. In the era when many civilizations coexist, such a building is not a surprise. I have seen crazier civilizations, connecting countless star systems together to form a great wall of protection. Or create countless black holes, and build a barrier that divides even the subspace. In that era, only you can't think of it, there is nothing that terrible civilizations can't do. Vashtor looked down said calmly. Compared to the battle of civilizations, today's galaxy is nothing more than a small fight in a remote corner. It's really amazing, take me to find that artifact. Abaddon saw this magnificent building, and believed in Vashtor's words. Only this powerful civilization that can transform the universe at will can left behind weapons capable of fighting Yog-Sothoth. I can't wait to get that artifact and return to the galaxy to let them know that the Marauder will not be defeated by them. Chapter 322, Sanguinius Kills Drive Manhattan Indiana Seconds, subscription required. Modern astronomers can use the Hubble constant and the Doppler formula to calculate the age of the universe. The age of the universe is between 13.7 billion and 14.3 billion years. This is an unimaginable timescale. Not to mention a single human being, even a fraction of the evolutionary time of the entire race. If you start counting from a single cell, you can barely count it as a fraction. The inanimate who claim to be eternal can hardly survive such a terrifying time scale. In such a long time, who can imagine what kind of geniuses this universe has ever produced? Who can imagine how brilliant those civilizations have reached? The things submerged in time are even more bizarre and unbelievable than the wildest imagination of human beings. The ancient ruins left by the ancient civilization whose name has long been lost in the long river of time are still operating. The gigantic orbiter, driven by means unknown to Abaddon, whirled silently around the gigantic blue dwarf. Those metal creations shaped like planets are fixed on the orbiter and run according to the established trajectory. Abaddon boarded the huge orbiter with his confidant and Vashtor in a fighter plane. The closer they got to the orbiter, the more Abaddon and his party could feel their own insignificance. It can be clearly seen through the skin of the fighter plane. The outer surface of the orbiter is made of grey metal, reflecting bright starlight. The surface is etched with a gorgeous geometric pattern. After conducting an all-round analysis of the scanned data information, it was found that the substances that make up the grey metal are not within the scope of human cognition. The fighter plane entered the orbiter's penetration along the huge gap in the orbiter that was enough to pass through the entire planet. The huge orbiter rotates like a ring, slowly rotating with the blue dwarf as the anchor point. Each ring is in perfect proportion. What a majestic building! A wizard following Abaddon exclaimed. Abaddon agreed with this exclamation in his heart. He may spend his whole life, and it is impossible to build such a majestic building. The warplane placed Abaddon and his party on a huge protruding platform. There is no way to move forward any further. Some kind of mysterious power blocked the space, forming a quagmire-like space protection. The deeper you go into it, the more difficult it is to move forward. After entering the first ring, no matter how the fighter accelerates, the ubiquitous space tension will cancel it out. For this reason, they can only find the artifact in Vashtor's mouth on foot from the first outer ring. The fighter plane is docked on a huge platform. When Abaddon walked down, he found that the place was surprisingly vast. It is equivalent to the scale of the Emperor's Grand Military Parade in Ulaner in the past. The Mechanikus used countless manpower and material resources to level the entire planet and create a perfect parade ground. That was the pinnacle of the Great Crusade. Many primarchs worked together to destroy the Orc Empire. There the Emperor announced his withdrawal from the Great Crusade and declared Horus the War Master of the Great Crusade. Recalling that memory still made Abaddon feel a little throbbing. Soon, these emotions were suppressed by him again. What was in the past has become the past. There is no need to talk and recall. The quaint and lightless platform is connected to a huge grey corridor. The majestic scale makes people wonder whether the creators of this ruin are those titan beasts that only appear in mythology. In this place where technological creations cannot be used, the power of the subspace is not limited. Wizards use their power to distort the fabric of space-time, shortening the distance they have to travel. The majestic promenade is extremely dark, without any light, and can only be illuminated by the light source they carry. The first scene that catches the eye is those weird sculptures and murals, carved out of the image of the creator of the ruins. Wizards have done some research on it, and it's clear that the sculptures commemorate the heroes of their race, just like humans. The murals depict their history. In a world covered by 90% ocean, a civilization was born. Different from purely terrestrial races like humans, the main body of that civilization is an amphibious intelligent creature. They built cities in the offshore area and established the prototype of civilization. The ignorant civilization is like a baby, growing slowly with the passage of time, from the tribal age to the fishery age, then to the industrial age, and then the information age, the space age, and continuous development. During this period, like humans, they had differences, struggles, and various debates on social ideology. There are also various heroes appearing. They finally achieved a very brilliant achievement. Be able to build huge celestial structures, and tame the various rules of the stars and the universe for their use. However, in that terrifying war that spread to the entire universe, they are just duckweed that cannot protect themselves. Was easily subverted in the waves of the times. This majestic building is not so much a relic as a tomb they built for themselves. Those murals carry everything that happened to them. When intelligent creatures come here, they will know that such a race once existed. In the face of time, such a godlike civilization is so powerless. It is really sad to leave traces of race existence in this way. A sage of the dark Mechanikus shook his head and sighed. Every civilization thinks it is unique. They think that they are better than those predecessors who have been buried by time, and they can get rid of the established fate. In the end, they will finally understand their own powerlessness. Only the most primitive way can be used to leave traces of civilization in the universe. That's why people yearn for eternity. No one is willing to be forgotten. No one knows about his achievements. His kingdom is going to ruin. You know. Speed up. Abaddon interrupted Vashtor's long speech. Whether those guys die or not has nothing to do with us. Finding that artifact is our most important thing. Abaddon is ready for battle. According to past experience, he knows that such artifacts often have powerful guardians. The result is surprising, this ancient ruins does not have any guardians. The only special place is the teleportation rune at the anchor point at the end of the corridor. After activation, inject the power of the warp, and they will be able to teleport them to the location where other anchor points transmit runes. These anchors teleport runes, making Abaddon and others much faster. They quickly walked to the innermost ring area. Relying on the wizard's prophecy ability, he easily found the artifact in Vashtor's mouth. The process is mind-bogglingly simple. A trident shining with azure light. The runes etched on it are obscure, but possess mysterious magic power. It was placed in the majestic temple, before the statues of the gods who belonged to the family of the creators of the ruins. When Abaddon held it in his hand, the surprise in his heart was indescribable. Never thought that the artifact he wanted would be obtained in this way. The temple is full of records about the trident. The wise men of that mysterious race used their wisdom to find out the knowledge to fight against the warp gods. And use this knowledge to forge a weapon. In a mural, a mountain of dead bodies is depicted. An alien holding a trident stood on top of the pile of corpses, like a demon fighting in blood. The sculptor cleverly used the halo behind his head to announce that those corpses were gods worshipped by mortals. Unfortunately, this powerful weapon failed to restore the fragmented civilization after all. In the last scene of the mural, the priests put this weapon into the temple of the Tomb of Civilization, and regarded it as a funeral object, and also as a kind of inheritance that proved the achievements of civilization, telling future generations that they had achieved such achievements. The meaning of creating this tomb is to let the later races know their existence. For this reason, the designer did not design any traps and mechanisms. This approach avoids the damage caused by violently breaking the trap mechanism, thus preserving the complete historical murals. The designer has considered very well. There are no traps inside. Only the black hole outside. Only a civilization with a strong enough technological civilization can see through that black hole, so that it has the courage to go through and find this ancient ruin. It's a pity that they didn't foresee such a distant future after all. Vashtor assisted the savage Abaddon to easily break through the tricks they used to scare off weak civilizations. Abaddon had no intention of studying the history of this ancient race. He's just a savage chaos warlord. Got the artifact he wanted. He just wants to go back to the galaxy and let those guys know the Marauder is back. After leaving the Cancer Legion, Abaddon has been wandering the fringes of the galaxy. A lot of information is not timely. When he got the artifact and returned to the galaxy, he learned that Yog-Sothoth's clone was defeated by Guilliman. The Cancerous Legion was besieged by Calgar and suffered heavy casualties. The original good situation is all gone. The occupied planets have also been spit out one by one, and now they can only retreat to the Cadia fortress to avoid being taken back by the Empire. From the mouths of some cronies, Abaddon also knew that the Cancerous Legion was trying to win over many aliens who were besieged by the Empire. That's all. Abaddon sneered after hearing the news. In the beginning, the posture was so arrogant, humiliating Abaddon and Abaddon's subordinates in every possible way, mocking them for losing to the human empire because they were too weak. Now I still think how strong it is, but in front of the Empire, I was beaten and fled. Dorn and Calgar are mobilizing their forces and preparing to storm the Cadia fortress. The Cancer Legion has persuaded the Necrons and many aliens to form an alliance to fight against the Empire. Under the leadership, launched a fierce attack on the human empire. Emperor of the Orcs. Abaddon extracted keywords from the reports of his subordinates. Yes, Bonebreaker has become the Emperor of the Orcs. The subordinate said, the green-skinned orcs are constantly gathering, and it is very likely that an unprecedented chaos will break out. Abaddon was silent for a moment, then showed another cruel smile. The Eye of Terror does not need two masters. I hate that Calgar, but he has a good use now. Abaddon reached out and summoned the holographic projection of Cadia Fortress. After the planet fell, it was corrupted by the waves of the warp. Several demon princes are entrenched on it. But now, it should have been taken away by the cancerous army. I once swore that I would return the shame of the past to you. Abaddon said word by word, his fingers slid across the holographic projection, and a hidden subspace path became a red line floating on the holographic projection. Middle. Abaddon has mastered a brand new legion. But he didn't intend to consume it on the cancerous legion. Calgar is a good use case. The problem is how to hand over this information to the opponent. When Marvel, the leader of the Cancer Legion, sees the Imperial army suddenly appearing behind them, his expression will definitely be very exciting. Soon, Abaddon had a meticulous plan. That idiot Calgar will angrily follow the clues he gave and rush to the Cadia Fortress. When the Cancerous Legion suffered heavy casualties, it was time for him to take revenge. I hope you won't disappoint me. Abaddon looked at the trident beside him. I wasted so much effort for this thing, hoping to get the result I wanted. OUA star. The base camp of the Guardian of the Universe. At this moment, an unprecedented massacre is erupting here. Bruce and Superboy with ferocious smiles on their faces are slaughtering those blue-skinned, big-headed Guardians. Guardians created the Green Lantern Corps. But they themselves don't have much power. The source of power of the Seven Rings Legion, the emotional spectrum, also fell into the hands of Bruce. In order to fight against the invasion of the Empire, the Alliance sent Bruce and Superboy to OA Star for more help. Egged on by Barbados, Bruce has Superboy Prime on his side with ease. Know that Superboy Prime is as powerful as Golden Superman. Freezing the Pacific Ocean is a trivial matter. One breath can extinguish a star. The combat power is so strong that it explodes. How could the Guardian of the Universe be an opponent? Got the emotional spectrum, Bruce began to set about building his own army. Emotional spectrum represents the 7 emotional abilities shared by all life in the universe. Is also the creation force of the multiverse. The Green Lantern Corps can have such a powerful force because they can use the power of the ring and lantern to pry the emotional spectrum. Barbados taught Bruce another way to use the emotional spectrum. That is to collect the emotions of creatures, and use despair, fear, death, etc. to create demons. In this way, he has an immortal army. The war between the Alliance and the Empire will be the crux of this plan. This unprecedented war involving other parallel universes will inevitably lead to the death of a large number of lives. The despair and fear they exude before dying will be the best material for Bruce. Before leaving for OA, Bruce did one more thing. That is to leak information about the existence of the Injustice Alliance to the Empire. The reaction of the Empire is also as he guessed. The giant with white wings soon appeared near the headquarters of the Injustice League with his army. Chapter 323 Dr. Manhattan was instantly killed by Sanguinius. Subscribe. Sam stood by the porthole of the Imperial battleship, looking at the bright galaxy and the magnificent battleship. The holographic image in the strategy room can provide a more comprehensive, three-dimensional and intuitive view. However, Sam didn't like that. He still likes to see with his own eyes. Since the Imperial fleet set sail for a few days, he is already familiar with the scene, but every time he sees that magnificent scene from the porthole, he will still be overwhelmed by it. The light emitted by the conventional ion engine thrusters of hundreds of battleships is as dazzling as the sun. The huge ray of light pushes the astonishingly large steel giant to fly in the dark void. The length of Imperial battleships is generally between 10 kilometers and 15 kilometers, and the height is between 3 kilometers and 5 kilometers. It can be said to be an out-and-out behemoth. Each battleship is a moving floating city. In addition to the battleship as the main force, as an auxiliary, the smaller cruiser is also 3 kilometers to 5 kilometers in length. These warships are all equipped with brand new energy matrix and new weapons. Force field tentacles, Chinook matrix, void correction device and so on. These weapons are all newly developed by the Empire and can be installed on battleships. Specially suitable for Universe 02, it is powerful and can deal with superheroes with strange abilities very well. With such a powerful space fleet, destroying a world is just a matter of pressing a button. If James was still alive, he must have loved this scene. Thinking of James who died in the Battle of Robert Building, some sadness appeared on Sam's face. That was the only relative left after he returned. But still died in the war with the superhero. His line, "Fuck you superhero," is still talked about today. His heroic deeds are also sung by people, and they are regarded as the spirit of the new era. In the beginning, James' death was not commemorated. On the contrary, it is full of abuse, accusing Robert Company of fighting against superheroes and directly treating him as an evil villain. They are superheroes. How can Robert Company fight against them? This is a blasphemy of justice. I can't believe the guy who insulted superheroes before he died. How can there be such ungrateful people? Man, you know superheroes are always there to protect us. A woman holding up a protest sign finished speaking to the camera, and then chanted slogans to stop the atrocities committed by Robert Company. You know we all owe Superman a favor, how can he insult superheroes like that? To be the enemy of a superhero, don't you deserve death? When will human beings have a grateful heart? The heroes have paid so much for us, but they don't get a trace of gratitude. Such violent arguments continued until the Empire defeated the Justice League in the United Nations building and seized the dominance of the world before it changed. Under the management of the Empire, street crime cases declined, society was highly developed, wealth was distributed reasonably, and the gap between rich and poor was narrowed. In the true sense, everyone is equal. Those ignorant people who chanted James realized that the existence of superheroes is unreasonable and a cancer that hinders social development. Until that time, James was slowly rectified. It is even regarded as the benchmark and spiritual representative of rebelling against the old era. The siren sounded, and the loud voice came from the loudspeaker, echoing in every corner of the Imperial battleship. Sam's dangerous intuition trained in the foggy world was touched, and he subconsciously looked into the vast void. The ability he developed in the foggy world has not disappeared. However, the distance in the void is too far away. It is hundreds of thousands of kilometers at every turn. Sam can sense danger, but can't see anything. He turned his head and hurried to the nearest strategy room. The suspended holographic projection answered his confusion. The destination of their trip is the Prometheus galaxy. It is said that there is a wall of origin here. According to information provided by unknown persons, the rebels who tried to subvert the Empire gathered here. Prometheus is a typical binary star system. A blue dwarf star in its prime is the host star of the Prometheus galaxy. The star has a diameter of 14 million kilometers and has a radiation output tens of thousands of times greater than that of the Sun. Another red dwarf that is approaching its twilight age acts as a secondary star. Its light is much dimmer than the main star. The volume and mass are even smaller. The secondary star is tightly locked by the tidal force of the primary star. The distance between the two is 4,620 billion kilometers. For the average human mind, this is an unimaginable distance. But from the perspective of the universe, the distance between these two stars is already precarious. If the tidal force created by the blue dwarf is not strong enough, this binary star system will be destroyed in chaos. Two stars will collide with each other at a speed unimaginable by ordinary people, creating a cosmic catastrophe that would make even the gods turn pale. Prometheus has 3 planets, 1 Earth-like planet and 2 Jupiter-like planets, which move irregularly around 2 stars. The Prometheus galaxy is not a habitable place for humans. Radiation from the 2 stars blasted those planets to nothingness. What's more important is that the gravitational pull of the 2 stars pulls these planets, making them go back and forth over long distances, causing them to sometimes have winters without sunlight for several years. The rebels that the Empire has to deal with are on the Earth-like planet in the Prometheus galaxy. The reason why the battleship sounded the alarm was the detection of a powerful energy fluctuation. Sam saw a golden figure through the holographic projection generated by the observation data. That figure stood in the icy void, blocking the front of the Imperial fleet. With the help of the high technology of the Empire, Sam can see the appearance of the other party very clearly. His whole body was shrouded in golden light, and the cloak behind him was flying in a vacuum. The well-defined muscles look particularly strong against the tights. The S-shaped mark on the chest indicates the identity of the other party. Another Superman. Sam stared at the holographic projection and said to himself. He has heard some internal news, saying that the structure of this universe is different from the normal universe, and it has been artificially divided into parallel universes. It's like a breeding garden separated by walls. The appearance of this Superman undoubtedly confirmed the truth of this news. There are also superheroes in other parallel universes. It seems that Prometheus really has the so-called wall of origin. The appearance of Superman shocked Sam, the natives who belong to this world. He is suspended in the vast void alone, looking extremely small, and he wants to fight against the millions of empires with his own strength. Thinking of this, Sam felt that the other party was a little astonishingly arrogant. No matter how strong an individual is, how could it be able to stop the millions of legions of the Empire? In the next scene, what happened made Sam's eyes widen. That Superman's whole body was filled with brilliant golden light. Dazzling and divine. Like a coming out of a myth. Gold Superman's eyes turned pure gold. He unleashes all his energy, making his presence known to the Empire. Subsequently, the golden Superman flew at high speed in a vacuum. His speed is extremely fast. Even the auspicious bird can hardly find him. Only by using the Dimension Observer, can we see the trajectory of the golden Superman from a higher dimension. In the view of the Empire, the golden Superman flew to the side of the secondary star locked by the tidal force of the primary star. He stretched out his hands and pushed towards the void, and the star shook. This scene made Sam's eyes widen in disbelief. How could it be possible to push a star? Do you think it's a ball? Under people's amazed eyes, the golden Superman pushed the space structure where the stars are located. A shocking scene appeared. The secondary star locked by tidal force is pushed up by the golden Superman. Sam was almost terrified. Is this still a normal creature? On the surface of the terrestrial planet in the Prometheus galaxy, many heroes of the Alliance are also watching the feat of the golden Superman. Promoting a star is something even it can hardly do. The Prometheus galaxy was originally a stable binary star system. Golden Superman moved one of the stars abruptly by virtue of his own strength, ushering in the disorder of the gravitational field. The consequences of gravitational field disturbances go beyond throwing planets off course. It will also change the magnetic pole of the planet. The change period of the magnetic field is calculated in millions of years. It is as if the compass will always point north and south. When the magnetic poles are changed, the north and south of the compass will be reversed. Such magnetic pole changes are unobtrusive and pose no danger. After all, the cycle is as long as millions of years, and the life in it cannot feel the change of the magnetic pole at all. Golden Superman has shortened these millions of years of magnetic pole cycles to a few hours. For planets, such an approach is undoubtedly extremely terrifying. The core of the Earth shook, and magma spewed out along the cracks in the rock formation. Natural disasters such as tsunamis and strong winds have appeared on an unprecedented scale. Dr. Manhattan stood among many heroes, his body turned into dots of light. Outside the planet, Dr. Manhattan, who looks like a titan, appears in the void. His body is extremely huge, Just one finger is as majestic as a mountain range. The whole body exudes a blue light. Standing in the void with both feet, protecting the planet where many heroes are with both hands. The performance of the two heroes like the gods of the universe made countless heroes excited. The Silver Scarab and the others all showed excited expressions. Is there really anything in this universe that can fight against Golden Superman and Dr. Manhattan? One can easily move stars, and one can knead a planet that is about to fall apart. The performance of the two superheroes horrified the natives in the Imperial Army. The actions of Dr. Manhattan and Golden Superman are no longer ordinary heroes, but two cosmic gods. Malong also felt that his legs were weak at this time. It's scary. He participated in the Battle of Paradise Island and the Battle of Olympus, and now he has stepped into the starry sky again. He no longer has any doubts about the strength of the Empire. However, the performance of Golden Superman and Dr. Manhattan at this moment can't help but make him feel desperate. Can the Empire really defeat such an existence? Those guys are no longer considered normal creatures, right? Golden Superman pushed the huge star, rushing towards the position of the Empire's fleet. This behavior made many soldiers pale. If it weren't for the battleship in the void at the moment, it would be impossible to escape. I'm afraid they turned around and fled long ago. As a senior general, Mao Long's face was pale, and his hands on the railing were trembling. He can already imagine his own doom. The battleship will be run over by the Golden Superman pushing the star. He will be engulfed by the flames produced by the explosion, and his body will be vaporized in the high temperature and decomposed into the most basic particles. Just when the native soldiers absorbed by the Empire fell into despair, a figure flew out from the fleet of the Empire. Through the observation device of the ship, it can be seen that the pair of white wings are waving powerfully, allowing it to fly at high speed in a vacuum without any air. It stands to reason that wings can only function where there is air. The greater use of the wings is to rely on the buoyancy of the air to allow oneself to fly. The only explanation is that the pair of wings can pry the energy flow of another space in a way that the world does not know, so that the user can fly at high speed in the void. Mao Long has rarely seen that big man with wings. The identity gap between the two is too great to describe. He, the general, is considered a person of status to many ordinary people. However, at the macro level of the Empire, Mao Long's sense of existence was almost zero in the eyes of the big man. Those officers and technicians from the Empire called him Sanguinius, the great angel of men, the sword of the Emperor. When they say these names, they always have a kind of piety. Before, Mao Long could not understand that those people were all pious. At this moment, he finally understood why those people were so devout when they talked about Sanguinius. That big guy is like hope. When you fall into despair, pessimism, no confidence in the future, his presence will cheer you up. Even if he doesn't do anything, you will feel the power flowing through your limbs, giving you the courage to face those terrible things. Sanguinius has the speed beyond everything. All eyes are on him flying towards the Golden Superman that pushes the stars. Sanguinius didn't feel any coldness. His body can withstand the severe cold in the void. When Gillimon reshaped his body, he didn't take away the ability to fly, but enhanced it. When his wings are waving, not only can they have an impact in reality, but they can also use the etheric currents in the subspace to accelerate. Relying on the characteristics of the subspace, he can easily surpass the Flash, who was once the fastest in the Justice League, and take the title of the fastest. Sanguinius faced the propelled star, flapping his powerful wings in the void, allowing him to continue to accelerate, using the characteristics of the subspace, contrary to the common sense of the universe, breaking through the speed of light in the void. Photons gathered in his hands and turned into a bright light. The light turned into a spear that could easily cut through everything. The lethality of the spear is terrifying. Destroys the target's structure at the subatomic level. Even a neutron star can easily penetrate it. Dr. Manhattan, Dr. Fate, Silver Beetle and other superheroes also see Sanguinius flying in the void with their extraordinary senses. The other party has a strong and powerful body, wearing a golden armor, and that face has an indescribable sense of nobility. He must be defeated, Golden Superman. A superhero shouted, justice must prevail. The other heroes also shouted. They are all heroes from another universe. Abhorred the invasion of the Empire. A power that cannot even tolerate a hero is destined to be cast aside. They will defeat that damned Empire and save the world. Just like those big events before. The heroes of justice will eventually defeat the power and let the people usher in a happy life. Golden Superman also sensed the approach of the enemy. He stopped. The star was also dragged to a stop by him. Such power is frightening. A star. In the hands of Golden Superman, it is like a toy. Push it when you say push, and stop when you say stop. Golden Superman stood in the atmosphere of the star, and his strong body was washed by a steady stream of heat. Stars are gaseous planets, and the thermonuclear reactions inside will continuously generate huge energy. The difference in dimensions between the interior and exterior creates large-scale convective motions of gas. The atmosphere is divided into photosphere, chromosphere, and corona from inside to outside. Golden Superman is standing right in the corona, where the star's atmosphere is the hottest, with a temperature of 1.5 million degrees Celsius. There is a certain change in the temperature of the star from the inside to the outside. The temperature of the solar core is very high, but the temperature of the photosphere is very low, tens of thousands or even thousands of degrees Celsius. When it reaches the corona, the temperature will reach hundreds of thousands again, or even rise to the million level. The essence of temperature is particle motion. The higher the density of free particles in a certain space, the more intense the movement and the higher the temperature. It is not the distance that affects the temperature, but the density of free particles and the amount of thermal radiation received. The higher the free particle density, the more shortwave heat radiation it receives, and the higher the temperature will be. The high temperature of 1.5 million degrees Celsius can already turn gold, silver, iron, and other substances into gases, and fly freely, but it can't even burn the Golden Superman's cloak, and he is still hunting and flying in the void. He just stood in the corona, the gushing out of the stellar heat had no effect on him, like a spring breeze. Are you the commander of that dictatorship? Golden Superman used his thoughts to ask the flying Sanguinius. Are you the hero of that decaying alliance? Sanguinius asked in the same tone. Golden Superman frowned slightly and shook his head. Your stubbornness is beyond my imagination, but I don't want to kill you. As long as you are willing to surrender, I will let you go. Give up that dictatorship, any tyrant will eventually die. Will be overthrown. From ancient times to the present, there has never been a tyrant who was overthrown by a clown-like figure. Sanguinius had no intention of talking nonsense with the other party. Golden Superman also realized that he could not convince the other party. He no longer had any hope. Red lights appeared in both eyes, and two thick laser beams suddenly appeared, shooting at Sanguinius, intending to kill him with one blow. Golden Superman's laser is extremely powerful. He shot through a planet once, cutting it in half. This time, his laser beam didn't do what he wanted. The faint halo blocked Golden Superman's laser. The void shield that emerged diverted all of Golden Superman's lasers into the subspace. Unless the Golden Superman has the ability to subvert the entire subspace, it will be difficult to break through the protective shield on Sanguinius with brute force. Golden Superman saw the scene and increased the threat level of Sanguinius. It seems that there are still two brushes. The shot failed, but Golden Superman was not discouraged, he was still full of confidence in himself. Since his birth, no opponent has ever been able to defeat him without using kryptonite. The target has been locked. The reminder sounded in Sanguinius's mind. The data model about Superman has been established, and the anchor point is ready. Sanguinius threw the spear in his hand violently. His way of fighting is as simple as a primitive man. This scene almost didn't make Dr. Manhattan and others laugh. This is like the attack method of primitive people, and it will be used in the universe. Is the intelligence of the Empire so lacking? That Imperial commander with wings is just as stupid. Golden Superman has a terrifying physique that will not be injured even if he flies into the core area of a star. The Empire commander should have seen the Golden Superman standing in the corona with a temperature as high as 1.5 million degrees. Did he think he could kill Superman with a spear if he was strong enough? Many superheroes have shown confidence. Defeating that so-called Empire, and even counterattacking their base camp, is probably just a trivial matter. Being able to use such a primitive attack method, that Empire doesn't look like a powerful thing. Golden Superman also felt a little amused when he saw Sanguinius' actions. He thought the other party would have some surprising attack patterns. Who would have thought that was it? He flicked his cloak, straightened his body, and his strong chest set off even more dazzlingly. Let the other party see what an immortal body is. Golden Superman can already imagine the crisp impact of the spear on his body, and then shatter into several pieces. However, something unexpected happened to everyone. The spear passed through the Golden Superman's body without hindrance. It's as if the immortal body of Golden Superman, which is harder than steel and able to resist high temperatures of several million degrees Celsius, is made of tofu. Golden Superman had a look of astonishment on his face. His eyes revealed disbelief. Look down at the position of the chest. A cavity the size of a fist appeared there. His super healing ability seems to have failed. In fact, it didn't fail, but the location of the wound had a special energy, which was counteracting his self-healing ability and constantly expanding his injury. His cells were destroyed at the subatomic level, quickly deactivated, and could no longer heal themselves. This is impossible. Sanguinius didn't talk nonsense with him. A sharp sword appeared again in his hand. Slashed across the neck of the Golden Superman. Golden Superman's head flew up and separated. A headless corpse stood in the void, and the dark red blood spurted out thinly, condensing into blood-red crystals in the absolute zero void. Forcing the target survival probability to zero. Deconstructing the target soul data, and deconstructing the target concept data. The deconstruction is complete, the target definition is zero, the soul data has been deleted, the concept data has been deleted, and there is no possibility of resurrection. As the cue sounded in Sanguinius' mind, Gold Superman's body was attracted by the gravitational force released by the star he pushed just now, and fell towards the star. Sanguinius stretched out a hand and started the decomposition process. Superman's corpse turned into a little light and dissipated into the void. Superman's body can withstand high temperatures. It is not safe for bodies to fall on stars. Maybe someone will make a copy one day. It is best to completely decompose it into an atomic state. From the official contact between the two to the killing of the Golden Superman, the time did not exceed 10 minutes. The expressions on the faces of the heroes who were excited just now and felt that they were sure of winning were all stiff at the moment. Golden Superman was instantly killed in this way. How can this be? He is so powerful. Can do things that even God cannot do. But he died so tragically at the hands of the Imperial commander. The collapse of faith came so quickly. The failure of Golden Superman was an unimaginably heavy blow to many heroes. The strength of the Empire is not as weak as they imagined. On the contrary, it is outrageously strong. When they saw the Imperial commander who beheaded the Golden Superman wave his wings again and fly to their planet, all of them changed their expressions. Could it be that they want to repeat the mistakes of the Justice League? Under the siege of the Empire, the whole army was wiped out? Dr. Manhattan stood up. Blocked the path of Sanguinius. He still maintains the body of the giant titan, and his whole body exudes light blue light. The emblem on the forehead is also faintly glowing. The planet is held up by his huge palm. Dr. Manhattan's strength is beyond doubt. There are only a handful of people who can defeat him. However, at this moment, facing the arrival of Sanguinius, he is not very confident. The time ability was restrained by the opponent. Dr. Manhattan's major killing move was abolished in this way, leaving him seriously lacking in confidence when facing the Empire. You are stronger than I imagined. Dr. Manhattan used his mind to communicate with Sanguinius. You have all the power, why do you have to push each other so hard? You are the ones who started the war, and the Empire is just fighting. Sanguinius responded to Dr. Manhattan's question with his thoughts. Sound cannot be conveyed in a vacuum. For this reason, they can only communicate with the radiation waves released by their thinking. You are trying to rule the whole world. Dr. Manhattan said, why do you do that? Why do you want to break our peace? Why do you want to impose your will on us? Don't you impose your will on those who can do nothing? Don't your so-called hero organizations force this society to run according to your ideas? You call those who violate your ideas evil, don't you think otherwise? An oppression of the will. Sanguinius was not one of those ignorant populace fooled by words like justice, hero, good, peace. Any behavior can be whitewashed with those high-sounding words. Right and wrong based on values. In the worldview of superheroes, the Empire is wrong. The justice in their hearts is above all else. In the eyes of the Empire, heroes are wrong. The will of the Empire above all else. Contradictions between different ideas are irreconcilable. The confrontation between the two sides is difficult to resolve with words. No one is destined to be able to convince anyone. The Justice League launched the Battle of Robot Building, essentially to maintain their consistent values. They think what they are doing is justice. Even Dr. Manhattan thinks so. The two sides are destined to be unable to compromise. Dr. Manhattan sighed lightly, and then shot. He has the ability to control the quantum and the most basic particles of matter. Means that he can disassemble and combine anything with his own power at will. He tried to disassemble Sanguinius' body. The previous invincible attack methods failed on Sanguinius. The body of Sanguinius was created by Gilliman using the star gods, databases, and cutting-edge technological knowledge from the golden age of mankind. It allows Sanguinius to control every atom that makes up his body from the subatomic level, and has absolute control over his body. Unless Dr. Manhattan's will can overwhelm Sanguinius' will, his attack is doomed to be fruitless. Dr. Manhattan's ability comes from an unexpected quantum experiment. Before he gained the ability to manipulate elementary particles, he was just a little-known researcher. How could he rely on his will to overwhelm a warrior who dared to declare war on the gods? Seeing that the decomposition did not exert its previous power, Manhattan's heart suddenly sank. The two abilities he is most proud of are decomposition and time tracing. Now, both abilities are declared invalid. Other secondary means may be difficult to solve the opponent. I can't kill you. Dr. Manhattan withdrew his hand, his blue head looked down at Sanguinius. You can't kill me either, maybe we should sit down and have a good talk. That's not necessarily the case. Sanguinius looked at Dr. Manhattan, as if watching an arrogant king showing off his land. Dr. Manhattan frowned slightly. I am immune to all harm, whether it is poison, energy, magic, divine power, etc., these forces can't hurt me in the slightest. Our battle is doomed to be fruitless. If you are willing to waste time, I can fight with you until the end of the universe moment. Then do you know what 1 + 1 equals? Sanguinius asked a question that a kindergartner would answer. It's such a simple question. Before Dr. Manhattan finished speaking, a trace of horror and disbelief appeared on his face. You can't reach that level. The funny thing is, we just got there. Sanguinius held out a hand. The concept modification module has started. Building the target data model and deconstructing the conceptual data. Analysis progress 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 90%, 100%. The target is quantum life, immune to psionic energy, light energy, biological energy, dark energy. Block target quantum wave dynamics, modify target concept data, redefine target. Feeling the change in his body, Dr. Manhattan's face showed horror. No. He screamed, you can't do this. Sanguinius ignored him. Stretched out his hand and released a faint halo. Dr. Manhattan's titan-like body turned into dots of fluorescent light, dissipating into the dark universe. Dr. Manhattan, who was immune to all physics and magic, was redefined and completely dissipated. The faces of many heroes who had fallen into despair were no longer pale at this moment. Golden Superman and Dr. Manhattan are the finale on their side. Now they are being instantly killed by the opponent one after another. The Empire side is extremely excited. Mao Long and the others couldn't help cheering. Too strong. Killed the Golden Superman in a single face-to-face. Another meeting, Dr. Manhattan is gone. Mao Long completely forgot the embarrassment of being trembling with fright just now, and talked with the officer next to him about how bad the brains of these heroes must be to be stupid enough to fight against the Empire. Golden Superman and Dr. Manhattan lost. Many superheroes are in despair. The horror of the Empire is beyond their imagination. At this moment, they all hated Dr. Manhattan a little bit. Why bring them to this universe to die? The power of the Empire is obviously so terrifying, who can defeat them? Dr. Fate from another universe reacted the fastest. He knew that the alliance's failure was inevitable. Staying can't change anything. He immediately used his powerful magic power. The helmet of destiny emitted terrifying fluctuations. The origin of this helmet is astonishing. It was forged with the flesh and soul of a named Nebu, for which it possesses extremely powerful magic power. With the help of this helmet, Dr. Fate can become invisible, levitate, super strike resistant, time travel, magnetically controlled, memory erased, create hallucinations, immortal, invulnerable, foresee danger, immune to disease, and more. In addition to the helmet, he also has an amulet that can summon the power and minions of Anubis, and a cloak of fate made of mysterious and metal. His combat strength is second only to Golden Superman, Superman Supreme, Dr. Manhattan, and a few others. Witnessing the strength of the Empire, he was scared out of his wits at the moment. If you stay any longer, you will be crushed to death by the Empire like ants. He tried to create a super long-distance magic portal. However, a weird scene happened. His magic is like being driven into glue, it is difficult to drive. Not to mention creating a magic portal, it is difficult for him to release a small spell. Obviously, the enemy must have done something to prevent them from escaping. After realizing his situation, Dr. Fate's face became extremely ugly. In the sky, the warship of the Empire slowly entered the orbit of the planet. The light emitted by the engine is like the sun, making the planet in the dark winter extremely bright, just like the day. The faces of the superheroes standing on the surface changed drastically, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Dr. Fate looked at the sky desperately, only to see a spear of light piercing through the clouds, and in the bright light, a desolate mountain was moved to a flat bottom. In the original place of the mountain peak, only a piece of glazed flat land and billowing steam remained. This blow kicked off the Imperial offensive. I saw countless light spears, antimatter bombs, pulse bombs, etc. falling like a violent storm. There are so many skipping orders, alas, sad, sad, heartbroken, and sad. Chapter 324 Ratman Empire, for subscription. A large number of Imperial warships activated various devices to block the Prometheus galaxy. Established an anti-magic, anti-divine power, anti-space, and anti-dimensional prison. Trapped a large number of superheroes on the surface. After learning that Earth's Justice League had collapsed, Dr. Manhattan used his abilities to create an oasis for superheroes to rest on an Earth-like planet in the Prometheus galaxy, and also build a magnificent modernization in the oasis city. At this time, many superheroes are staying in that magnificent city. They came out of the building as Golden Superman pushed the stars. Witness the feat of the Golden Superman. I thought I would see the Empire being beaten to pieces and fleeing in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, the commander of the Empire killed the Golden Superman and Dr. Manhattan in seconds. There are also some superheroes full of rage, ready to face the minions of the Empire. They swore secretly in their hearts that they would let the Empire witness their unyielding spirit. The next move of the Empire shattered the delusion of those superheroes. War is not a contest. Military commanders will only consider how to win with the least cost. The Empire has absolute air supremacy. Under such an advantageous situation, it is absolutely impossible for the landing troops to directly parachute and start the surface battle with the superheroes. Carpet saturation bombing is often used to weaken the enemy's resistance before landing. The target of the Imperial bombing is the city where many heroes are located. Raging energy beams and bombs rained down. When the antimatter bomb hit the ground, it screamed and spewed out raging flames, flooding an area with a radius of over 1,000 meters. The annihilation flash formed by the collision of positive and antimatter made those heroes cry out in pain. Realizing the Empire's evil purpose, many members of the Green Lantern Corps took flight. They all wore green battle armor, forming a huge square formation. The Green Lantern Corps is the most powerful organization in the universe. They maintain the peace, order, and justice of the universe. Face the most frightening horrors and crises in the universe. Faced with the threat of the Empire, they immediately stood up. The green light rings in their hands shone brightly under the impetus of their tenacious will. Those rays of light are intertwined to form a giant energy shield that protects the entire city. Members of the Green Lantern Corps can control the Green Lantern Ring with their firm willpower and imagination, and embody energy into any object. Facing the indiscriminate bombardment of the Empire, they united together and embodied a huge energy shield to protect other heroes and the city. Atom Smasher, Plastic Man, and other heroes also took action one after another, trying to find a way to resist the indiscriminate bombing of the Empire. Unfortunately, everything they did was in vain. Even if the Mantis tried its best, it would be impossible to stop the car from moving forward, it would only be crushed to pieces. Look at those places without protective covers, and you will know how terrifying the weapons of the Empire are. The sky is falling apart, and the mountains and rivers are broken. The majestic mountains became fragmented. The steep canyon was smoothed out. The tower-like flames of the nuclear explosion shot up from every horizon, and the shock wave shook the whole world. The meandering energy flow is covered with burning flames, falling from the endless heights, releasing unimaginably high temperature flames, turning rocks into magma and the surface into glass. The continuous bombardment made many members of the Green Lantern Corps pale. The attack released by the Empire is enough to destroy the entire planet in a few minutes. It is not a simple matter to block it. The energy of the Green Light Ring is not infinite. The mental power of Legion members is not unlimited. The berserk attack of the Empire made the power loss rate in the Green Light Ring extremely terrifying. The energy of the ring that could be used for a long time will soon be exhausted. The energy consumption of the ring is second. What's even more frightening is that the mental power consumption of Legion members is the most terrifying. After persisting for more than an hour, a member of the Green Lantern Corps spit out blood with a puff. Continuously releasing the energy of the green light ring at a high intensity and maintaining the protective shield is a heavy burden for them, and it will continuously consume their spirit. Members of the Green Lantern Corps possess tenacity. It doesn't mean that their spirit can be wasted at will. The members of the Green Lantern Corps who vomited blood soon passed out. No longer able to maintain protective shield. The body in the green armor fell to the ground like a free fall, and was caught by other heroes. The defeat of the member of the Green Lantern Corps seemed to be some kind of signal. More and more members of the Green Lantern Corps exhausted their strength and fell to the ground. After losing so many people, the energy of the ring is almost exhausted. Problems soon appeared with the shield too. A gap is exposed. Failed to make up in time. The opportunity was seized by the captains of the Empire. Several light spears and shells fell from the gap. The moment it hit the ground, there was a big explosion. The terrible shockwave swept everything. The streets of the city were flooded with raging flames. Those heroes who had no way to resist the high temperature uttered mournful cries. The terrifying high temperature scorched their flesh and blood, and in just a few tenths of seconds, they turned them into charred black corpses that kept running away and exuded the light of embers. The gap was enlarged sharply, like a dam with a gap, which was washed away by the terrifying flood along the gap. The heroes have encountered an unprecedented crisis. Death swept across like a tsunami, eroding the majestic city built by Dr. Manhattan like a tsunami. The heroes gathered from various parallel universes died under the violent offensive of the Empire, and their bodies were reduced to ashes in the crazy explosion and raging energy flow. They tried to escape, but the Empire had already blocked all possibility of escape. Superheroes have superpowers related to space, magic, and divine power are all blocked. They have no escape, but passively bear the wrath of the Empire. Wearing a green light ring, Hammond stood on a building, overlooking the city that had turned into a sea of flames, with anger in his eyes looking towards the sky. The protective cover has been completely broken. The bombing of the Empire poured into the city without reservation. The heroes screamed in despair, their voices full of despair and panic. Hammond was trying to do something. However, the light of the ring flickered. Even if he can hold on mentally, the energy of the ring will be exhausted. The danger instinct in my heart was touched. Hammond raised his head and saw a strong light in the sky, which was the light spear released by the Imperial warship. If the estimation is not wrong, the landing point is where he is. Hammond's pupils dilated with fear. He tried to use the power of the Green Lantern ring to escape to safety. However, the green light of the ring flickered a few times and then went out. The ring needs to be charged. Without energy, it is useless. No, how can it be consumed so quickly? Hammond stared at the ring on his finger and fell silent, and shouted in horror. His voice was quickly drowned out by the explosion of the lance landing. Wait until the strong light subsides and the shockwave sweeps away. The place where Hammond stood was empty. Only one molten ring is embedded in the glazed surface. What's going on? The temporary lantern that can replenish the energy of the ring has lost its energy. A Green Lantern saw that the temporary lantern that was originally used for the Legion's expedition and stored the energy of the ring dimmed little by little, and his tone suddenly became panicked. Several other members of the Green Lantern Corps were also shocked. Without the help of the Green Lantern ring, there is no way they could have survived. Only the Guardians know the secret of the lantern, but now they are all on OA star. Another Legion member said in a desperate tone, "We are destined to die here." As if to fulfill his words, an antimatter missile fell near the tall building where they were. The shockwave from the booming explosion enveloped the entire building. Half of the building was directly destroyed and collapsed, and the rest was scorched black by the terrible high temperature. Those members of the Green Lantern Corps who wanted to recharge were wiped out in an instant. Only an inhuman alien member of the Green Lantern Corps, relying on his terrifying vitality, did not die immediately. He staggered out of the smoke of the building. The green armor has been fragmented. The whole body was scorched black. The skin of the whole body is carbonized. Every step he took brought him unimaginable pain. The member of the Legion looked at the sky with his one eye, and then knelt down feebly. Even if it has a powerful vitality far surpassing that of human beings, the alien could hardly survive with such a serious injury. Vitality is passing by little, but his one eye is still staring at the sky. The one-eyed eyes that slowly faded reflected countless bright lights in the sky. They fell to the ground like meteors, and they were bound to turn the entire city into hell. The Green Lantern Corps is done. Without rings, their combat power is ridiculously weak. Even the aftermath of the Empire's bombing was unbearable. Dr. Fate and the surviving heroes hurried into a deep, naturally formed underground passage, trying to escape the crazy bombing of the Empire. When Dr. Manhattan built the city, Dr. Fate happened to be involved in it, knowing that such a place has not yet been shaped and smoothed. The underground passage goes hundreds of meters underground, and it was originally planned to be used as a secret meeting room. The depth of hundreds of meters is used as a shelter, which is also a good choice. Unless the Empire wants to blow up the entire planet, a depth of several hundred meters is enough for them to escape the high temperature and bombing. We can wait here until the bombing is over. The Atom's voice echoed in the tunnel, and the vibrations continued to come from the surface hundreds of meters away from them. When the bombing is over, what do we do? Another hero asks, surrender to them. We came here to fight them, not come all the way here to surrender. Another hero retorted, let's keep fighting and let those Imperial lackeys know we won't compromise. Fighting will only lead to death, there is no point in doing that. A member of the Green Lantern Corps was shaking all over, and he also came from another parallel universe. Guardians have the ability to connect different universes. The Green Lantern Corps sometimes travels to other parallel universes to fight. This rarely happens. Nor will it be advertised with much fanfare. In order to fight against the threat posed by the Empire, the Guardians of the Universe dispatched members of the Green Lantern Corps from other universes to support this universe. A total of more than 8,000 members of the Green Lantern Corps from different universes were assembled, plus more than 7,000 members of the Green Lantern Corps from the local universe, forming an unprecedented crusade team. Such a powerful force is enough to destroy any force in a parallel universe. But who would have thought that the Empire would be so cruel? The Green Lantern Corps, who hadn't accomplished anything, suffered heavy casualties under the bombing of the Empire. Up to now, there are only a handful of members who survived. The current situation is very clear. It has been shown that the Alliance has no chance of winning. To fight is to die. Are we going to humiliately surrender to the human empire? Yes, they killed so many people, but we surrendered to the Empire in order to survive. How can we be called heroes if we are so cowardly? Then don't be a hero. What are you talking about? The debate between the two sides was extremely intense. Dr. Fate just wanted to say something to ease it up. But suddenly felt the shaking of the ground. The originally solid rock layer showed signs of fracture and moved. This scene made Dr. Fate's face change drastically, and he hurriedly took a few steps back. What's going on? Is the Earth's crust moving? As soon as these words came out, the debate between the surrender faction and the militant faction subsided. The surviving heroes look around, observing their surroundings with their superhuman vision. They came to a frightening conclusion. The crust is really moving. Run, or we'll be crushed here by the shifting crust. A superhero yelled in horror. Dr. Fate and others ran towards the way they came in panic, trying to escape. However, the crust is moving faster than they thought. The original tunnel collapsed, and a mass of tens of billions of tons pressed on top of their heads, rolling those unlucky eggs into it and crushing them to pieces. Some superheroes have powers related to the Earth. It stands to reason that they would never die from this kind of disaster related to the Earth. Unfortunately, today is not the same as in the past. The Empire not only blocked magic and divine power, but even the lanterns of the Green Lantern Corps lost their power. The earthly powers of those heroes all disappeared, and they became mortals again. The moving rock slab engulfs all the heroes. The crushing pain made Dr. Fate couldn't help opening his mouth and wanting to scream. The mud and rocks poured into his mouth and throat, along his trachea and esophagus into his lungs and stomach. Crushed his body and internal organs from the inside out. For the first time, Dr. Fate loathed his tenacious vitality so much. This made him suffer for a few minutes before he died completely. His body was crushed to pieces, as were his internal organs. Some heroes with very hard bodies and the ability to heal themselves last longer. However, this is not a good thing. The force of plate motion is so terrifying that the superheroes trapped in it feel as if they are being crushed by the mass of the entire continent, and then continue to grind back and forth. The powerful self-healing ability will only bring pain to those heroes. They will be ground to pieces until they can no longer heal themselves. Malong was amazed by the variety of weapons the Empire had. Golden Superman moved the stars, causing damage to the original gravitational field. Dr. Manhattan, by virtue of his own power, forcibly prevented the collapse of the planet. Now, Dr. Manhattan is dead. The disordered gravitational field has no one to restore it. The disintegration of the planet that was forcibly suspended was slowly disintegrating again. Under the operation of several mechanical sages, the force field device on the battleship released tremor radiation to pry the gravitational field of the planet, accelerate the transformation of magnetic poles, and intensify the disintegration of the planet and the movement of plates. In less than an hour, the planet's continental plates moved, moving in tens of minutes what would have taken billions of years to complete. Horrible cracks and majestic peaks appeared, and were reshaped into other landforms. The city built by Dr. Manhattan was crushed by plate movements and buried deep underground. The mechanical sages stopped their movements until there were no more buildings visible on the surface. Malong can see that everything on the surface of the planet has been changed beyond recognition, and there is nothing left. Those peaks, canyons, and great rift valleys are all new. The original landform has disappeared, been turned over, and buried deep in the ground. When everything is completed, the Empire's fighter planes take off from the deck of the ship, enter the atmosphere, scan the whole world, and look for the fish that slipped through the net. The pilots did not detect any signs of life. Mao Long and others were sent to the surface to conduct another detection with heavy equipment to ensure that there would be no omissions. They found some wreckage, but no signs of life from any living heroes. After recovering the remains of those heroes for research, Sanguinius issued an order to destroy the entire planet to ensure that no superhero would leave alive. In order to achieve this goal, the sages finally decided to finish what the Golden Superman didn't finish. They activated the space dimension matrix of the battleship, pried the star pushed by the Golden Superman, pulled it to the vicinity of the planet, and then retreated to a safe range. The destruction of the planet is extremely spectacular. When the star and the terrestrial planet are close to a certain distance, the planet will inevitably be attracted by the star's celestial gravity, and it will crash straight into the star. The gravitational field of the planet can no longer guarantee the integrity of the star, and the plate structure is completely destroyed. The planet is broken into countless pieces that fall into the star's atmosphere. The huge impact caused jets of countless hot particle streams. From a distance, it seems that countless brilliant fire trees have grown on the surface of the star. Sanguinius didn't pay attention to the rest. Instead, Titus and others were called and a meeting was held. The expansion speed of the Empire in this universe is somewhat unexpected. They have to speed up. Titus was assigned a new task, which was to get rid of the gods of Apocalypse and Genesis. Sanguinius sits in the Prometheus galaxy, where he builds a research base, studies the Wall of Origin, and deduces related technologies backwards. The technology obtained by the Empire from Universe 02 is relatively low level, and it is basically developed by using those superheroes. The quality is not so good, but the huge number makes up for this shortcoming. This kind of low-level technology is used to conquer different universes and subdue the local aborigines, but it has a very good effect. For example, there is a universe with reincarnation games. Such low-level technology can easily help the Empire open up the situation and win over a group of players who support the Empire. If one can thoroughly understand the principles and techniques of the Wall of Origin, the benefits will be considerable. It is even more useful for the Empire to attack other universes. In the far north, minions of the dark gods lurk in the depths of the boundless jungle. Nasty beastmen ravage towns on the fringes of the civilized world. In this land of suffering, brutal killings can be seen everywhere. The darkness submerged every creature like a tide. The unimaginably cruel fate imposed on every human being makes them move forward with difficulty. In this world of magic and swords, there is also an empire belonging to human civilization. An empire stretching from the verdant hills of Britannia in the west to the endless wastes of Kislev in the east. The huge kingdom is divided into different provinces. Its right to rule belongs to the head of the most powerful noble family, or a direct descendant of the province's founder. They often call themselves the Great Earl, the Great Prince, or the Elector. Their power is almost unlimited. Has the right to rule the province, the power to recruit troops and collect taxes. Jurisdiction over the big and small nobles, farmers, and slaves in the territory. In a sense, they are kings. More importantly, these electors also have the power to vote and compete for the supreme ruler, the emperor. This alliance-like relationship makes the administrative system extraordinarily bloated and inefficient. Farmers and slaves support a large number of nobles and soldiers. Life is very difficult. Electors will always try their best to expand their influence, leading to chaos and civil wars among the provinces. Further exacerbates the underlying survival costs. With the passage of time, the electoral system has become more and more in name only. Mistrust between the various provinces intensified and became more chaotic. Under famine, war, natural disasters, and the invasion of foreign enemies, the empire is already in a precarious state. If the nobles had not mastered powerful witchcraft and combat power, I am afraid they would have been overthrown long ago. However, this world is already like a powder keg, just waiting for a spark will ignite a raging flame. Middenheim is one of the 4 largest cities in the empire. This is a huge city built on the hills. It is not so much a city as it is a majestic mountain fortress. White Wolf Knights guard this place. Middenheim is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Even in the face of a desperate siege crisis, you only need to destroy the bridge entering the city to ensure your invincibility. This is the case now. After the White Wolf Knights and the Black Panther Knights failed to stop the undead army led by Earl Vlad in Sylvania province, Middenheim's defenders decisively destroyed the drawbridge, still besieged by legions of the undead. Count Vlad of the province of Sylvania is also one of the electors of the empire. The Earl allowed the cults of demons, necromancy, and the gods of chaos to spread in his territory. Even resurrected the dead bodies in the territory and launched wars on other provinces. It wasn't until they were invaded and several cities fell one after another that the rulers of other provinces of the empire knew that all the nobles in the province of Sylvania had been transformed into undead creatures, vampires. They commanded a huge army of skeletons and zombies to wage war against other electors. As the leader of vampires, Vlad has all kinds of weird abilities. During several battles, there is clear evidence that Vlad was killed by the imperial generals. But every time, Vlad returns from the dead and kills those who killed him. The army of the living continued to be defeated. Many nobles who resisted Vlad became more and more desperate. Middenheim was besieged by Vlad, the vampire count, and the surviving knights were unable to fight against the huge army of undead. Confirming that Middenheim's army could no longer stop him, Vlad ordered the looting of the entire Middenland. Kill those living people, resurrect them again and add them to your army. In addition to the undead army, those human routes also fled from the battlefield and became bandits in order to avoid cruel military punishment. They cruelly plundered those poor villages, used their swords to coerce the ragged farmers to hand over their winter grain, and raped their women. Those who resist will be killed. The cries of women and children begging for mercy. Men's desperate and angry growls. The sound of swords cutting through flesh and blood. Countless voices are intertwined to form hell. A brutal massacre is being staged in a dilapidated village. Didi has a strong body and agile skills. He once fought wild beasts in the forest. When he waved the crude fork in his hand, used for doing farm work, there would be a pop in the air. Several bandits were knocked to the ground by him, but there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he was full of despair. The swords of bandits are more lethal than the farm tools in their hands. The desire for women and food makes them more eager to fight than farmers. Farmers simply cannot unite. Especially when there is death on the battlefield, they crumble. The bandits swarmed and killed the farmers in chaos, kicked open the closed doors, robbed property, and captured the hiding woman. The man's screams kept ringing out. The severed hands and feet were scattered everywhere, and the chopped up corpses fell on the battlefield, and the blood that flowed out stained the muddy ground. A man had half of his face cut off, and the severe pain caused him to let out a shrill cry when he was on the verge of death. Please, don't hurt us. A woman begs for mercy from a robber who broke into her home. Didi despaired of this scene. Relying on his strong body and the fork in his hand, he was still trying to save something. The bandits rushed forward. They knocked off Didi's fork, and the sword slashed on his body, leaving shocking scars, even bone wounds. Udi thought he was dead. Fate changed dramatically at this moment. With a deafening sound, those bandits who wanted to cut him into pieces were turned into pieces in front of him. Flesh and blood splashed and landed on his face. Those bandits didn't even leave a complete body behind. The loud explosion made his ears ring and he couldn't hear anything else. Udi looks around blindly. He saw the moving giants of metal. They are tall, wearing heavy armor. The eyes of the helmet emit red light. Udi stared dumbfounded as they walked towards the village. The strange weapons in their hands continuously thundered and blazed. Those bandits were harvested by those metal giants in panic. Except for those who threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground and surrendered, the other bandits turned into broken corpses. The current empire is really unbearable. The sound of exclamation came. Udi followed the voice and saw a man in noble clothes riding a war horse. His eyes are extremely sharp, like an eagle flying in the sky. Udi feels that he has no secrets in the eyes of the other party. You, noble lord. Udi subconsciously knelt down. It is a felony for the farmers in the territory to see the noble master not kneel down. I'm not a nobleman, I'm just a passenger returning home. Dax dismounted and helped the strong farmer up. Udi sized up the man in noble attire in front of him. It is true that there is no arrogance and contempt of those nobles. Thank you very much for your help, my lord. If it wasn't for your guards, we might as well. Udi spoke again, but was stopped by Dax before he finished speaking. They are not my bodyguards. Dax explained, they are warriors serving the great emperor, and their status is still higher than mine. Remember, don't say similar words again, it is not a wise choice to offend them. Here the battle is over, go and see the wounded, maybe they can still be saved. And your wounds should probably be bandaged. After dismissing the strong farmer, Dax turned and walked towards where Valerian and the others were. Noble scholars are there too. The surviving bandits have already kneeled in a row. They are interrogating relevant intelligence. 6 months ago, we were ordered to go to Mindenheim for support. At first, it was okay. The leader of the White Wolf Knights, Jarek, personally killed Vlad and defeated the undead army. But after a while, Captain Jarek died and was transformed into a vampire. We saw that Mindenheim was about to lose its hold and ran away secretly. A surviving bandit told their story in detail. They came to support from other provinces. Who would have thought that Vlad would have the ability to be resurrected continuously? On the battlefield, Jerry, the leader of the White Wolf Knights, smashed Vlad's head with his own hands. When everyone thought the war was over, Vlad resurrected again, killed Jarek, and transformed him into a vampire. This incident made many soldiers terrified, and they no longer had the courage to fight against the undead army. They fled the battlefield, looting along the way in order to obtain enough food to return home. After losing the battle and looting along the way, you really deserve death. The noble scholar said, you have completely forgotten your mission. Mindenheim has already fallen, and staying here is a dead end, and the undead army has begun a massacre, turning the dead into undead. Even if we don't kill those people, they will die in the hands of the undead. Run away, no one can win those vampires. A bandit said, that Vlad will be resurrected constantly, and he can't be killed at all. Even if you have great power, if you leave now, you still have a chance to survive. That's right, run away, leave before those undead come here. Otherwise, it will be too late when they come. We just want to live. Shut up, coward. Stop looking for excuses for your cowardice and brutality. Dax, who came over, interrupted the bandit. Their original plan was to go to the village of the man who asked for help the local residents get rid of the scavens, improve some prestige, and facilitate the plan to establish an outpost in the future. Who would have thought that just halfway through, he learned that the vampire earl led the undead army to besiege the main city of Mindenland, Mindenheim. Scavens and vampires, this world is really full of disasters. Should we continue to move forward? Dax looked at Valerian, the undead army is coming menacingly, and we may run into them directly. The current leader of the Empire exploration team is this big guy in golden armor. This may not be a bad thing. Mindenheim is one of the largest cities in the Empire. If it can be controlled, its influence can radiate the entire Mindenland. The noble scholar said, what's more, our teachers are well known. Mindenheim fell into the hands of vampires and was recovered by us. According to the law of the Empire, we should enjoy the right to rule Mindenheim. Valerian was silent for a moment, then made a choice. Let's make some changes to our original plan. This world is still at the level of civilization in the Middle Ages, and it is not a big threat to us. As long as we guard against their witchcraft, there will basically be no major problems. Dax, I will give you assign a team, and you take them to solve the matter in that man's village. I will take the others to Mindenheim, get rid of the vampires, and gain the right to rule the city, so that a lot of trouble can be saved. Okay, Lord Valerian. Dax shrugged, saying that he accepted the arrangement, and hunting the Skaven was not difficult for him. I just hope that there are not so many rats, otherwise it will take a lot of trouble. Please take me with you. Udi, who had just received his medicine, ran over. Under the eyes of everyone, he walked up to Valerian. Udi is the strongest man in the village. But in front of Valerian and the others, he still looked very thin. Even compared to Dax, he is a bit thin. Dax was already a battle-hardened warrior before crossing over. He is not a weakling who has struggled in the foggy world for so many years. I can fight, and I am familiar with the road over there. I can show you the way. Udi felt the other party's gaze, and hurriedly explained his usefulness. Okay, follow us. Valerian turned and left after leaving these words, leave some healing medicine for this village, and let's go. Saving the village is just a matter of convenience. The purpose of Ryan and others was to go to the village where the man who asked for help was located, and help the local villagers deal with the Skaven. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen just after leaving the territory of noble scholars? The territory of noble scholars is in a remote corner of Midden, and the information exchange in this era is very closed. Many things happened for a long time before being passed on to the territory of noble scholars. In the beginning, people thought that Earl Vlad of Sylvania province only launched the war for expansion. Such things are not uncommon. Who would have thought that Vlad was actually a vampire, and also mastered the means to control the undead army? Several large cities were captured in a very short period of time, and even Middenheim was about to fall. Valerian led people to Middenheim, preparing to take the city from the vampires and building it into an outpost. Dax took a small team to the village of the man who asked for help, and repelled the Skaven. The captured bandits were also taken away, ready to be used as cannon fodder. Udi followed the team and left the village. He thought this team was just wearing strange armor and using strange weapons. After all, this world is full of witchcraft and extraordinary power, so it is not surprising that it is strange. When he saw the vehicles of those people, he realized that he had too little knowledge after all. Their vehicles are all cast from solid metal, with weird long tubes. Can hover in the air without wings. Udi and the captured bandits were startled by the levitating metal monsters. There will also be a roaring sound coming from the body of the metal giant. Ryan originally didn't want to use war units such as suspended tanks and gunboats. This is why Dax can ride a horse. They were going to walk to the man's village. After all, it's just a little Persian cave-in. For them, it's just a casual thing. Going to Middenheim, the distance is far away. If you don't use the vehicle, it will be a waste of time. Dax also wanted to apply for a vehicle. He had seen the power of these heavy tanks with his own eyes when he was in the Misty World. In this medieval world, it would be no problem to destroy cities and countries by himself. Ryan didn't pay attention to his request, but let him continue riding with the team to complete the task. The Skavens have always been the enemy of human civilization. Like other races, this race also has its own, the Horned Rat. With authority over famine, rebellion, and desolation. The Skavens will wage fanatical wars according to the will of the Horned Rat. Thousands of Skaven will pour out from that dark lair, killing enemies and plundering land in the name of Horned Rat. They are synonymous with evil and cunning. Cruel by nature, good at trickery and deceit. As long as they can obtain any small benefits, they will backstab all enemies and allies without hesitation. They believe that one day, the Supreme Ratman Empire will rule everything. All races will be their slaves and food. These evil things are rampant in every corner of the world. As Dax guessed at the beginning, the village of the man who asked for help was only plundered by a small group of Skaven. After confirming the location of the Skaven, Dax led the team straight to the opponent's base camp. Chapter 325 Slaughtering the Skaven, subscription required. The huge kingdom of the Skaven is located underground, and it is a huge global intercontinental underground empire with countless tunnels and passages. Those complex tunnel networks connect all parts of the world, extending from the glacier land in the north to the humid swamps and scorching deserts in the south, from the prairie and sea island countries in the east to the dense jungle in the west. The scope of activities of the Ratman Empire is much larger than that of humans, dwarves, elves, and many other races. The ruler of this huge underground country is the 13th Council approved by the Horned Rat. That is, the patriarchs of the 13 most powerful clans. In addition to the 13 councils, there are countless big and small clans in the underground kingdom. Together they rule this huge underground empire. When the Horned Rat issues an oracle, these kingdoms, large and small, will unite to wage war on the surface. According to the records left by some scholars who have been persecuted long ago, there may be strongholds of Skaven under every human town. Below those larger human gathering places are often large strongholds of Skaven rat people. Those cunning brutes cleverly link man-made tunnel systems, natural mines, sewers, caverns dug by other creatures, and subterranean networks they built, allowing them to easily access the surface. Countless slaves worked day and night, maintaining the operation of the Skaven industry. New tunnels appeared every day, connecting new places. Where humans can reach, there are traces of rat people's activities. There are traces of ratmen in places that humans cannot reach. They are everywhere, all over the world. Dax has extensive experience in fighting the ratmen. Of course, much of the experience is outdated. After all, 1,000 years have passed in this world. Few experiences survive 1,000 years and are still relevant. Fortunately, with the help of imperial technology, he and his team were still able to use those outdated experiences to teach the Skaven a lesson. The lair of the Skaven is just below the village where the man who asked for help is. Those cunning beasts hollowed out the walls, hollowed out the floors, hollowed out the paths under people's feet. They would come out at night to take away children and women who could not resist, and use them as slaves or food. They scratched the walls, terrorizing people in the dark. When Dax arrived, the whole village was already in great panic. Those ignorant villagers have been terrified. Some people with some assets chose to sell at a low price and fled the village in a hurry. Those who have no way to leave can only put a sickle for self-defense under the pillow, praying that bad luck will not come to them. However, even if they shut the door tightly, installing traps will not help. If they resist, they will invite even more terrible revenge. Those ratmen would always come quietly, killing those who resisted, gnawed them into inhumanity, and frightened those who still wanted to resist. The villagers looked at Dax and the others with contradictory emotions of anticipation and fear. They hope that Dax and others can solve the threat posed by the Skaven. and afraid that the Skaven who could not be wiped out would take more cruel revenge on them. Ambivalence caused them to escape Dax and his party far away. Only the man who asked for help did his best to assist Dax and others in their investigation. The investigation was not wasted much time. Dax and others used detectors to quickly scan a downward tunnel. It is located under the altar in the village. When the altar was removed, a wide tunnel appeared in front of people. The Ratman also built an irregular stone staircase for the tunnel. The stone steps are severely worn, and the middle part is almost an inclined plane. Walking down the stairs, the first thing I saw were scattered human bones. There are adults and children. What they have in common is the traces of animal bites on the bones. Seeing this scene, Dax felt angry. Those Ratmen. They have to pay for these sins. Below the stairs is a huge cave. Fluorescent plants are planted on the top of the cave, and the faint light shrouds the stone wall, providing illumination for everyone. The two warriors released several detectors, and then, led by Dax, headed toward the depths of the cave. The data sent back by the detector is processed to form a 3D stereoscopic image. The caves are intricate. Ratmen are much shorter than humans. But among the Skaven, there are also special and powerful units used to fight against other races. Such as the Ratman Troll, Heavy Shield Giant Rat. There are even giant mechanical units such as dimensional cannons and dimensional tanks. The tunnels they built for this purpose can generally be passed by humans. Dax and the others followed the map to the Skaven's lair. The Skaven reacted very quickly to the invasion of humans. Not long after going deep, I heard a roar coming from the darkness. After the Skaven guards noticed the human invasion, they quickly assembled and launched an attack. They rushed out of the darkness with primitive swords and muskets. Horrible creatures with humanoid bodies and huge ugly rat heads. Waving a weapon, roaring, rushed towards Dax and his party. There are also Skaven priests with staffs, howling ancient and dark spells in their language, casting vicious spells. Ratmen have their own civilization. They are good at learning and applying knowledge of other races. In the society of humans and dwarves, they learned the forging technology of muskets and tanks. Using dimension stones to create muskets and tanks that are more powerful than humans and dwarves. They also have all kinds of magic, the dimensional magic that uses the dimensional stone, and the dark magic that they learned from the horned rat. Plague spells and curse spells from cultists and more. The warriors activated their weapons. Jumping arcs around sword blades or spears. They chanted the name of the holy and all-knowing emperor of the empire, preparing to bring purification to the world. The impact of the explosive bomb is too great. A little carelessness will cause a large area of collapse, and it is very likely that Dax and his party will be buried directly. They don't have the same digging ability as the Skaven. At that time, you have to call for backup or be forced to abandon the mission. In such a narrow underground environment, using melee weapons is more convenient than bombs, and the killing efficiency is faster than bombs. Dax also turned off his long-range attack system to avoid damage to the tunnel. He drew his weapon, activating it. It was a power sword with a silver crossguard and a black pommel. Modified to be usable by mortals. The power sword is extremely sharp and can cut through the enemy from the molecular level. The azure blue light emitted by the blade illuminates the dark tunnel. Dax displayed the superb swordsmanship that he had honed for many years. The first Skaven who charged up had his weapon cut off by his sword. The rusty armor was also cut. The whole body of the Ratman was cut into 2 pieces, and after a while, blood spurted out. The second Ratman who rushed over was pierced by Dax's sword, then he picked it up and tore it open. The third Ratman who charged towards Dax was sent flying by a punch from the passing Primaris warrior, and the crisp bone cracking sound echoed in the air. The original cast warrior showed a killing efficiency far exceeding that of Dax. Left a trail of death behind him. Scattered limbs and gushing blood splattered everywhere. They are the strongest fighters of the Emperor. Existence itself is synonymous with killing and death. For the sake of the Holy Light, the all-knowing and all-powerful Emperor of the Empire, may he protect my soul. Dax imitated those soldiers and prayed. The number of Ratmen is extremely large. One step forward requires killing dozens of Skavens. The sound of killing echoed in the winding tunnel. The Skaven's screams before dying also echoed in it. Dax and his party fought a road with a powerful force that the Skaven had never seen before. Like a spear, it pierced the Ratman's underground town. The local Ratman clan tried to stop them, but no matter how many Ratmen they sent, they would all be easily crushed and slaughtered by the opponent. The dimensional magic released by the Ratman, and the muskets and cannons used are useless. Those human beings will release a faint halo, which will block the dimensional bullets and magic, and transfer them to the subspace. Such technology has never been seen before, and it is not magic. This kind of untouched method caused the Skavens to fall into despair. Their resistance is pointless. The pace of human progress is extremely firm. Soon, they will enter the underground towns and kill them all. Dax felt a little excited. The screams and blood of the Skaven gave him a sense of familiarity. His armor has been stained with countless blood. Not a single drop was his, it was all those Skavens. A strong Ratman troll rushed over. These fearsome creatures are beloved throughout the Skaven Empire. Usually used as an attacking unit. Rat trolls are heavily armored and have huge boils all over their furry fur. Mutant marks all over their skin, and their claws are as big as shovels. Each finger ends with dagger-length claws. Its mouth has huge fangs covered in saliva. Even on the noisy battlefield, their low roars can be clearly heard. Dax escaped the claws of the rat troll. Using the power sword in his hand, he cut off one of the opponent's thighs. When the mouse troll fell to the ground, Dax cut off another arm of the opponent with a sword. The thing covered the wound with its intact paws, lying on the ground and screaming in pain. Dax just wanted to chop off the opponent's head. Another roar sounded. The Ratman warrior rushed out of the darkness. Dax, unable to dodge in time, was slashed by the opponent's sawtooth scimitar, and a series of sparks appeared on the high-density alloy armor of the Empire, leaving no trace. The Ratman warrior was stunned for a moment. One blow from him is enough to cut down the giant tree. Why can't even leave a trace on the opponent's armor? Dax seized the opportunity and pierced the opponent's chest with the power sword in his hand. The Ratman uttered a terrible howl, and fell down dead, clutching his chest. Dax drew out his sword and walked to the side of the rat troll who wanted to crawl away again. Do you still want to live? Beast. The mouse troll made a painful sound, still struggling to crawl. The dark red blood was left behind. Stop dreaming. Dax slashed down with his sword, cutting off the opponent's head directly. The rat troll's head fell to the ground and rolled several meters on the battlefield. The dark red blood spurted out from the flat incision, mixing with the dull air of the cave. It was very pungent. Dax looked around, and those original warriors walked in front. Those ratmen are as fragile as ants in their eyes. Wherever they walked, fragmented bodies were scattered. Dax hurried up. At the end of the road, Dax saw a strange mountain, which is simply an underground town of garbage in terms of human aesthetics. The building materials they used were a mess. Wood, dung, mud, marble, sand, bone, gold, etc. are common building materials. Their buildings can be described as inferior. When Dax walked into the town, what worried him most was not the raiding ratmen, but the crumbling houses. The ratmen in the town were also vulnerable, and were slaughtered by Dax and his party. Blood and broken limbs littered the streets of the town. The last elite guard the temple and altar of the horned rat, ready to defend their faith. The ending hasn't changed much either. A gigantic rat troll was lifted up by the Primaris warrior, and then slammed into the statue of the horned rat. With a loud bang, the entire sculpture was destroyed. The ratmen were slaughtered by Dax and the others, and even those who survived had already fled. Dax searched the town and found a dimensional stone mine that was just about to be mined. Dimensional stone is a unique product of this world. At least no such ore has been found in the fog world and the Empire. Dimensional stone is emerald green and is the solidified form of chaotic energy. According to some ancient documents, chaos poured into this world along the gate of the two poles opened by the old sage. Was decomposed into 8 magical winds, permeating the whole world. The wind of magic is the source of power for magicians, wizards, arcanists and other groups in this world. However, not all chaotic energies will be broken down. Those knights and warriors who possess extraordinary power are closely related to those energies that have not become the wind of magic. Part of the chaotic energy that cannot be decomposed and cannot be absorbed by living things will condense into a solid. Some scholars believe that the warp stones were intentionally created by the old ones in order to use those warp stones to power their mysterious devices. Dimensional stones are not popular in the Order camp. Dwarves distrust the chaotic nature of warp stones. Elves use their own knowledge to make power stones instead of dimension stones. The Imperial Code states that possession and trafficking of warp stones is punishable by death. Of course, some dark magicians, alchemists, and ignorant fools will go after these things. Believe they can turn stones into gold, cure diseases, and even bring the dead back to life. The Scavens are the ones who demand the most dimension stones. Warp stones serve as currency in Skaven society. It is the power source of the Skaven's twisted magic, advanced technology. Can also be used in potions and devices in the field of reproduction. Use the uncertainty of dimensional stones to induce mutations in ratmen and obtain powerful warriors. In addition to the Skaven, the second is the undead creatures. Warp stones spawn easily wherever undead are or used to be active. These things are useless to humans, but they are treasures to ratmen and undead creatures. Dax picked up a dimension stone emitting green fluorescence. Various desires in the heart also sprouted. It stimulates the user's emotions. Individuals who have been in contact with the dimension stone for a long time will inevitably fall into madness and confusion. Dax looked at the mine opened by the ratmen. It was huge, and the captured slaves reinforced it to ensure that it would not collapse. According to the panorama obtained by the detector, there is an unfinished dimensional train track in this underground town. This kind of track is generally only used to connect places deemed important by the 13th Council. Obviously, this place has been targeted by the 13th Council. Dax regretted not keeping alive. Maybe we can get something out of those guys. It seems that some people are busy. Dax threw the dimension stone away and said to himself, I have to make a report and mobilize 2 vehicles that drill into the ground. To make the 13th Council pay so much attention, the scale of the dimensional stone veins here is probably not small. Chapter 326 The Ups and Downs of the Vampire Earl's Life. Subscribe. War is death's best tool. It always takes thousands of souls with ease. The sky is gloomy, and there is darkness between the sky and the earth. Only the occasional electric light can make the world bright for a short time. On a steep mountain road, the heavy rain washed away the scorching heat brought by the scorching sun a few days ago. In the rainstorm, a group of human soldiers are gathering into a battle formation to fight against their enemies. Fierce battle cries mingled with the sound of swords falling from shields. This harsh sound is intended to instill fear in an enemy who has no fear. Despite the shouts, drums, and stomps, there was no sound of steel clashing. This battle is no ordinary battle, but a war between the living and the dead. The sword slashed at the dead man's arm in the pouring rain. The occasional bruised blood was quickly washed away by the heavy rain. The ragged, battered dead scratched at the soldiers. The dead staggered under the power of witchcraft, slow but powerful. Already exhausted, under their attack, the numb soldiers staggered back, desperately avoiding their outstretched arms and suffocating hugs. The stench mixed in the air and poured in from their nasal cavity, making the stomach churn. They tried to cut off the hands and feet of the dead, and poked each other's heads. The soldiers fought with all their strength, knocking down batch after batch of dead. But they seemed to have no end, they are still coming. Fearless. The bodies of those severed limbs were still wriggling, trying to use their teeth to bite those soldiers. Hold on, brothers. The tall fisher slammed a zombie away with his arm shield. It was a woman with a rotting body wearing a dress that had become a strip of cloth. Half of her face has been eaten clean by maggots. The other half of the face became dry and smelly. That eye is rotten. The white eyeballs dangled back and forth in the eye sockets. Fisher stabbed the short sword in his hand into the opponent's head, and when he pulled it out, he brought out a series of foul-smelling brains, and then pushed the opponent back violently. The body unable to support fell into the tide of corpses. But the woman is still alive. She was still trying to reach out and grab the soldiers, to grab their feet. The number of zombies is overwhelming. The dead are hard to kill. Earl Vlad's army needs no logistics, no weapons. They don't know tiredness. Difficult to be killed outright. More importantly, their arrival will also bring some negative things, such as cold air and dark clouds covering the sky, which will increase the physical exertion of soldiers. Soldiers can knock those dead down many times. But the dead only need to knock down the soldiers once. As long as the soldiers fall, the dead will swarm on the soldiers, tearing and biting their struggling flesh with their claws and mouths, until they are transformed into a member of the undead. Fisher and others retreated while fighting. Their physical strength has been exhausted, but they cannot be avoided. The survivor residents who escaped from Middenheim are on their way to the nearest town. Once these dead passed through their line of defense and caught up with the helpless refugees, it would undoubtedly be a massacre. They must buy enough time for those fleeing. The fallen soldiers let out desperate cries. They were dragged into the tide of corpses, and their screams covered the sound of their flesh and blood being torn apart. Fisher felt a tinge of despair. The endless dead will eventually overwhelm everything. The fatigue on the soldiers' face was evident. The icy rainstorm is constantly taking away their body temperature. Undead don't need rest, but they do. Every soldier is eager to get a short rest, can change the soaked clothes, and keep warm by the fire. Some soldiers' lips have been turned purple from the cold, and their arms waving weapons have lost consciousness, as if they no longer belong to them. You have to leave here, sir. Lieutenant Callis said, this place can no longer be defended. You have to take some people out of here and go to Bayhee Town. So what do you do? Fisher asked. Some people have to stay to block these dead people, otherwise no one will be able to leave. Callis shouted, he was panting, and it was obvious that his physical strength was about to be exhausted. I can't just leave like this. Fisher said, we once swore that we would live and die together. It's a very lucky thing to be your brother, Fisher. But you have more important things, Middenheim has fallen, and you have to take those living people out of here. Let them live, don't let them fall into Vlad's hands. Karas patted Fisher's cold shoulder and said, let's go, we can't save Middenheim, at least we have to save those people. Callis pushed Fisher, turned around again and rushed into the muddy battlefield. He pierced the rushing zombie with a sword, and then rammed into another staggering corpse. Fisher clenched his fists, but he turned and left. Some soldiers also left with Fisher. The fall of Middenheim turned that city into hell. Vlad did not restrain his undead army, but let them slaughter in Middenheim. Those vampires pick virgins as delicious food. The fate of being selected and not being selected is equally tragic. Those who are selected will be used as food by vampires. Those who are not selected will be thrown among the zombies to be shredded. Fisher was an officer of the Middenheim City Defense Force. When he realized that something was wrong, he gathered the remaining soldiers and escaped with a group of survivors. The undead army has been chasing them. The sacrifice of his subordinates bought some time, allowing Fisher to catch up with the refugees with the surviving soldiers. Every survivor was extremely tired, running around for several days without a moment of rest, even the clothes on his body were all soaked, and his physical and mental strength had reached their limits. Fate did not favor these poor people. When they saw a town and thought they could finally rest, the undead pouring out of the town made them fall into despair. Vlad's minions are ravaging Middenland, bringing the dead back from beyond. The town has apparently fallen and is in the hands of Vlad's minions. Fisher's eyes are still sharp. He saw the pale-faced nobles wearing luxurious clothes on the city wall, and behind them, there was a mage wearing a black robe and holding a scepter. They are all Vlad's minions. Vampires and necromancers. Betrayed human beings and turned to the dark beasts. The vampires showed sinister smiles. They have been waiting for a long time, just to taste the despair of this surviving team. The dead let out a deep roar, the sky began to drizzle, and the air temperature began to drop, becoming colder and colder. A scream came. Fisher followed the sound and looked over, a woman holding a baby screamed in horror and fled from where he was standing. A moment later, Fisher saw a skeleton of the dead breaking through the soil and crawling out. The appearance of the skeleton caused panic. Someone is trying to escape from both sides of the road. The dead also came out of the jungle. They are everywhere. Fisher and his party fell into the siege of the enemy. All assembled, soldiers at the outermost, then men, women, children. Fisher shouted, don't panic, unite, don't run around. The tired soldiers raised their weapons and shields, and they gathered together to form a circular battle formation according to Fisher's order, and let men and women enter it. The vampires showed playful eyes. They don't care about these human actions. The more these ants struggle, the more excited they become. I don't know if it was out of play, or some kind of perverted idea. The deceased stopped when he was 2 meters away from the soldier. The densely packed dead surrounded the survivors like that, without launching an attack. The outstretched rotting arms and deep growls reveal their desire for living flesh and blood. Fisher saw familiar faces among the corpses. His lieutenant, Callas, and those brothers who stood behind them. Their bodies have been torn into disgrace, and the armor on their bodies is also stained with blood and shredded flesh. Fisher tries not to imagine how much they suffered before they died. He suppressed his anger, clenched the sword in his hand, and used every second of rest time to recover himself from exhaustion as much as possible. The vampires came from the town with the necromancer. They are very arrogant, like entering the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. It's really good food. A vampire's voice came from the ranks of the dead, making the timid survivors cry even harder. I smell deep despair and pessimism. This kind of blood tastes bitter and sweet, but it will make people have an endless aftertaste. I love baby's blood. The vampires commented as if they were food, making the anger in Fisher's heart even stronger, like a depressed volcano. These bastards. Even if he went to hell, he would take one of them with him. The vampires felt Fisher's anger and burst out laughing. They didn't fear Fisher, and even took pleasure in his wrath. Just as they were about to say something and mock this overreaching mortal, there was a roar in the sky. Immediately followed by the sound of breaking through the air. The weird voice made all the vampire nobles show surprised expressions. They looked in the direction of the sound. Their keen eyesight allowed them to spot several suspended and flying metal creations. Is it a magical creation? Which family's emblem is that double-headed eagle? The vampire nobles are somewhat familiar with those suspended metal creations. Like a steam airship used by humans. It just looks bigger, and there is no thick pipe emitting black smoke. Don't think that magic can defeat us. A vampire nobleman said contemptuously, wizards, beat it down. With the help of the wind of magic, alchemists can easily create floating airships. The vampire nobles felt that those metal ships should be the creation of alchemy. The necromancers who mastered dark magic raised their scepters, ready to release dark witchcraft to beat them down. Didn't wait for them to make a move. The mysterious object dragging the fire shot out from the flying metal monster and landed in the tide of corpses. The moment the mysterious object landed on the ground, it exploded with an explosion power that surpassed high-level fire attribute magic. The flames soared into the sky, and the powerful shock wave overturned the tide of hundreds of meters of corpses. The zombies at the center of the explosion have been gasified, and none of the mutilated corpses remained intact. The arrogance of the vampire nobles just now was frozen on their faces. The same is true for the necromancers, just holding up their staff like that, forgetting what they are going to do. They stared dumbfounded at the rising flames and blown zombies. Such power is much more terrifying than those dwarven artillery. How could it be so powerful? When a vampire nobleman spoke, his tone was trembling. Vampires have a life recovery ability that far surpasses that of humans. But in the explosion just now, no matter how strong the life recovery might be, it would be useless, and he would be killed instantly. No one had time to answer the vampire noble who asked the question. The ship has already docked above the survivors. Several figures jumped down from above. Accompanied by the sharp wind, those figures landed in the rumbling sound. The zombies near their landing point were blown away by the huge impact of the high-speed fall. Some were crushed to pieces. A golden figure caught Fisher's eyes tightly. Glowing golden full-body armor, even the head is buried in the helmet. Holding a huge war halberd, with blue arcs swirling around it, crackling. The fallen metal giants were very tall, more terrifying than the trolls Fisher had ever seen. What else do the vampire nobles want to say? It may be to speak harshly, or it may be to show your identity or win over. The other party did not give them this chance. The halberd in his hand slashed across, instantly cutting the rows of zombies into 2 pieces. That war halberd is extremely sharp, cutting iron like mud. The dead were cut into pieces like weeds. The vampire nobles showed horrified expressions as they watched the terrible killing. Some clever vampires turn around and try to escape. But he was forced back by the companion of the golden giant. They were equally powerful, wielding weapons of blazing arc that sliced through the dead and vampires with ease. These people showed unimaginable combat effectiveness. Vampires, necromancers, and the dead are chopped up and killed by them. Fisher's gaze couldn't even keep up with their speed. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the undead army that drove them almost to despair was hacked to death. Except for the kneeling vampire nobles and necromancers, all other enemies were killed. Broken limbs were scattered all over the place, and there was no complete peace. There is a vampire nobleman stupid enough to challenge the other. But he was split open by a blow, and even the magic inscription sword in his hand was cut off. The whole process was simple and neat, it seemed as simple as crushing an ant to death. The last crawling zombie was trampled to the head by the golden demon god, and the battle was declared over. Fisher stayed where he was and swallowed. The same goes for the other soldiers, who couldn't turn their minds around, and all stood there stupidly. They were all intimidated by the performance of those metal giants. There were only 3 metal giants, but they slaughtered tens of thousands of undead. Still in just 2 or 3 minutes. This kind of killing efficiency is faster than mowing grass. Just now, he was commenting on the survivors, and the blood-sucking noble knelt on the ground as if he was treating food, his body trembling uncontrollably. Those companions who dared to resist have been hacked to death. Killed with one blow, without even screaming. The necromancers kneeling on the ground looked at the 3 metal giants as if they had seen a ghost. When did mortal world have such a powerful character? In the realm of the gods, I'm afraid there will be no guy with such a ferocious combat power. Thank you for your help. Fisher's voice was a little trembling, but he stood up immediately and thanked the other party. Where are you from? Valerian took off his helmet, revealing that flawless face, communicating with the other party in fluent local language. Fisher looked at Valerian's appearance and was lost for a moment. Compared to these nobles, the giant in front of him is more noble. Obviously, the identity of the other party must be extraordinary. Middenheim, Fisher replied. Valerian glanced around the group of survivors, and asked tentatively, has it fallen? Has it been completely occupied by vampires? Fisher nodded. After Jurek, the leader of the White Wolf Knights, was transformed, many of the dead were also awakened by Earl Vlad's dark mage, and finally broke through Middenheim. There should not be many living people there. Are you going there? Valerian nodded, we need that city, you take them and move on, the town a little further away has not been destroyed by the undead. Fisher looked at the three metal giants, and thought of Earl Vlad's horror, and hurriedly persuaded him, you should not go to Middenheim, Vlad is protected by a strange witchcraft, and there is no way to kill him. If you go there, you will only lose your life in vain. Come with me and find a safe place to wait for the reinforcements from other electors. At that time, we will discuss how to deal with those monsters in the long run. Take care of them, Valerian said before turning and leaving. Fisher watched those metal giants take the vampire and necromancer away. A flash of light erupted from them and disappeared into the air. The roaring aircraft in the sky also accelerated and left this area. From the arrival, the war, to the end. The whole process only takes a few minutes, which is amazingly fast. When the aircraft disappeared into the sky, Fisher and the others felt like they had a dream, which was unreal. If it weren't for the remains of corpses scattered beside him, I'm afraid he couldn't believe that what happened just now really happened. Who are they? A soldier came up and asked. I don't know either. Fisher shook his head, however, I have a feeling that our turning point may have come. They may really be able to regain Middenheim. There are only 3 of them, how could they be able to fight against Vlad? That guy is immortal. The soldier next to him questioned. Fisher looked in the direction of Middenheim, gritted his teeth, and looked at the veteran next to him, you are responsible for taking them to the next town, I will return to Middenheim to have a look, if they regain there, we can also take the first place. Know the news in a short time. Will that be too dangerous? No, I am safer alone, and I can escape in time when I encounter those dead. After explaining those things, Fisher got on his horse and prepared to return to Middenheim to take a look. Few people know Vlad's true origin. Vlad has been active in this world when the first and most powerful necromancer, the master of all undead, the most powerful human mage ever, the of death, Nagish, rose up. In ancient times, there were several ancient kingdoms with a long history. Vlad was a nobleman of a powerful kingdom called Lania at that time. At that time, Nagish learned dark magic by virtue of his amazing talent, and created an elixir of life that could live forever. With the help of the elixir of life, in exchange for the support of the nobles, he seized the throne of his brother and created the 9 volumes of Nagish. The 9 volumes of Nagish is the supreme classic of the undead system, which records various powerful undead spells, and is also a powerful magic weapon. Being eager to rule the world, Nagish used undead spells to launch wars against other city-states, and finally defeated the United Countries and was forced to flee. In order to cover Nagish's escape, his loyal subordinate Akin was severely injured by the coalition forces and was secretly taken away by the king of the kingdom of Lenia to study the secret of eternal life. Lenia's queen, Neferata, also yearns for immortality, and secretly contacts Akin. Neferata is a beautiful woman of the generation, and Akin fell directly. Not only did he hand over the life elixir, but he also taught the undead spells with his own hands. After going back and forth, the 2 of them lit up a fire, and finally burned a green hat for the king of Lenia. The furious King Lenia poisoned Neferata, and Akin tried every means to resurrect him, making him the first vampire. Later, Akin killed King Lenia, and he was killed by the king's men. Nevrata, whose husband and lover both died, took control of the kingdom with the elixir of life, and transformed those cronies into vampires. Vlad is one of them. After the kingdom of Lenia was destroyed, Nerat and other vampires fled to Nagish's territory and joined the opponent's camp. During this period, Vlad acquired his most important artifact. A ring that can be resurrected infinitely. Vlad quickly discovered the problem. The ring of Nagish is a tool used to enslave vampires. In order to get rid of the opponent's control, he chose to live in seclusion after Nagish was backstabbed by the Ratman, trying to find a way to remove the negative effect of the ring and retain the infinite resurrection function. After succeeding, he changed his name again and wandered around the world, learning more dark magic. His journey ended in Sylvania. Vlad married his wife Isabella there. Inherited the title and territory of the old earl. Secretly transformed the nobles of Sylvania province into vampires, and eliminated those opponents who were unwilling to be loyal to him. When the time was right, he launched dark magic to wake up the dead, trying to seize greater power. Vlad stood on the tallest building in Middenheim, admiring his great masterpiece. The former leader of the White Wolf Knights, Jarek, stood beside him. Except for those who serve the vampires and the living who are still valuable, the other living people in the whole city are dead. Vlad mercifully let the Elector of Middenheim go. The other party knelt in front of him like a dog, begging for the right to live. This scene made him feel very good. Standing on a high place, Vlad narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the breeze blowing. What a pleasure! That power! Supreme power! Look down on all beings and control their destiny. Vlad raised his wailing sword, an eerie light wrapped around it. He chanted an ancient, evil spell. A strong wind blew up in the sky, and black clouds covered everything, making the whole city gloomy. Powerful dark magic spewed out from his body. Lightning danced on the tip of his sword. Soon, there was also a winding lightning in the sky, crawling like a snake. Lightning and thunder, countless dead howled. The earth shook. Vlad's spell also reached its climax, his voice was sharp and piercing like a scream. He draws power from nature and everything that grows around him, transforms it into his own magic, and infuses it into that terrible strange rune. The evil blade of the howling sword made the screams of the dead, releasing a strong evil breath. After the runes lit up one by one, Vlad plunged the wailing sword into the ground. The weird light centered on him and spread out in all directions. Resuscitation, he yelled. Flowers withered, trees withered. They were deprived of their vitality to support Vlad's dark magic. The dead of Middenheim staggered to their feet, the ground trembling at the loathsome touch of the undead. The dead crawled out of the grave one after another. Gathered together, forming an endless army of undead. The whole world will be in my hands. Vlad stretched out a hand and said intoxicatedly, I will use this legion to control the whole world. Jarek looked at the countless undead and nodded. Who can resist such a powerful legion? Vlad's wife Isabella also smiled, and her blood-stained fangs added a lot to her beauty. Vlad's men tried to flatter their lord. A skyfire falling from the sky made their compliments stuck in their throats. A flame hundreds of meters high soared into the sky, illuminating the dark sky. The whole world shook. The building was shattered in that terrible shock wave. Vlad and his subordinates were blown away by the shock wave and fell heavily to the ground. If it weren't for the strong vitality of the vampire, he might have died tragically on the spot. Vlad got up and looked at his tattered clothes, the corners of which had been scorched. There was confusion in the eyes of the vampire count. Who I am? I was there? What should I do? After a while, he came back to his senses. He climbed to a tower that had been turned into ruins, and saw the current situation of Middenheim. The scene in front of him made him unable to think of that glorious human city. The entire city has been destroyed. Fires were burning everywhere, billowing smoke. His innumerable army of undead, struggling in the sea of fire, was burned to coke and ashes. The ambition to conquer the world had just sprouted, but it was ruthlessly pinched off like this, which unleashed the wrath of God on Middenheim. Vlad stood on the ruins, looking at Middenheim in flames, the expression on his face changed several times. Just now, he was ready to seize the entire empire and accomplish his great cause. Now his legion has been completely reduced to coke and fly ash by the explosion and flames. In just a few minutes, Vlad experienced heaven and hell. Vlad felt like fate was playing a joke on him. When he was most proud, he erased everything about him in an instant. Vlad raised the wailing sword in his hand and looked towards the sky. Can turn a city into ruins, who else can do it except those gods in the highest sky? He just wanted to swear that he would spend the rest of his life taking revenge on the who fooled him. But accidentally saw those metal creations flying down from the sky. Perhaps the destruction of Middenheim had other secrets behind it. It is not the gods who do this, but those metal creations. Jarek, Isabella climbed out of the ruins and walked to Vlad's side. They were also in a terrible state, and their clothes had been scorched in many places. What happened? Vlad's wife, Isabella asked. I don't know. Vlad stared at the metal creations in the sky, they came quickly, and finally stopped over Middenheim. His strong sense of danger tells him that the comer is not good. Before he could make a decision on whether to evacuate or deal with the opponent, dozens of flashes lit up. A warrior wearing heavy armor came out of it, holding a huge sword. A hammer held by one of the warriors. That look made Vlad's eyelids twitch. That hammerhead was bigger than his head. If you were knocked on the head, you might not be able to find a complete piece. Vlad looked around, and finally set his sights on the leading warrior in golden armor holding a halberd. You are the vampire count, Vlad said, wanting to ask who the other party is. Before the question was finished, the soldier in the golden armor rushed forward. There is no intention of talking to the Earl. After all, Vlad has been fighting for many years, and he saw the opponent's body move. He just wanted to pick up his wailing sword to resist the opponent's attack. Before Vlad raised his sword, he felt as if he was flying. The sky was still spinning, and I even saw my lower body standing in the ruins. The opponent's speed was so fast that Vlad couldn't react at all, and was cut in half directly. Vampires such as Jarek and Isabella screamed. There Ryan spun, pierced the other end of the vampire, and directly crushed it using the power field. Other primordial warriors also rushed up, using the power swords in their hands, to chop those vampires to the ground. Before Isabella could react, her arm was chopped off. She screamed in pain. The other party showed no mercy, and punched her in the abdomen, making her scream stuck in her throat. Isabella's face turned from pale to bluish red, even a vampire can feel pain. The beautiful vampire fell to the ground and arched his body. Jarek was pushed to the ground, and with a bang, the bricks on the ground shattered. The whole head is embedded in it. Other vampires end up either being killed or captured. The von Karstein vampire family that captured Middenheim was controlled by Valerian and his party. These vampires have an advantage over ordinary people. But in front of the primordial warriors and the Forbidden Army, they are nothing. Taking Middenheim took the most time not fighting, but traveling. Valerian is not thrilled that he has captured Middenheim. He even doubted what he was doing. As the most outstanding creation of the Emperor, he fought against a group of ignorant guys in a world with only medieval technology. If such a thing is reported back to the Wanfa group, it will inevitably be ridiculed by several colleagues who can chat. The conditions in Middenheim are very good, and our outpost should be established here. Valerian issued a new order for the mechanical priests to establish an empire base in the ruins of Middenheim. He had to speed up, in order to complete the exploration mission required by the empire, and also in order to be able to go to the east to check the fragments of the emperor. The empire has special confinement techniques for witchcraft, shinix, magic and other unnatural creatures. Vampires are created by Nagash's necromancy spells and life elixirs. Are unnatural creatures. Just enough to use the special prison of the empire. Who are you? Isabella screamed as she was thrown into prison. She had a hard time accepting what happened. Just now, she was the vampire countess who made human civilized society fearful. Now, she is a sad prisoner with a missing arm. So abrupt, there is no foreshadowing and cushioning. No one answered Isabella's question. Those metal giants in helmets, don't care about them. The dead Vlad was also thrown into the cage, as if they knew the Count's resurrection ability. Besides them, there are several vampires and necromancers in the place of detention. Isabella tried to find out the identity of the enemy. However, the unlucky ones who were captured before them were not clear. Those people just asked about their identities and the situation of Middenheim, and then ignored them. They don't know where those steel warriors came from, and why they would intervene in this war again. Unable to find an answer, Isabella could only stare at Vlad's remnant body, praying for her husband to be resurrected soon. Udi was shocked by what he saw. So much so that in the next few days, he was out of his mind. The shock brought to him by those steel warriors was too amazing. The powerful undead army turned into fly ash within a few breaths. Earl Vlad, who made other electors despair, became their prisoner. The terrible vampire crisis was easily resolved. It makes people feel like they are dreaming. Udi got a task, which is to recruit those ordinary people and let them come to Middenheim. Maybe that's why those metal warriors were willing to take him. There have to be enough ordinary people busy with these little things. The elector of Middenheim was lucky to survive. Of course, he is no longer the elector, nor the ruler of Middenland. Witnessing the whole of Middenheim being reduced to ruins, and seeing the innumerable army of undead being wiped out with one blow, the elector wisely chose to become an ordinary person. That way at least I can survive. Fisher found a few horses lost during the previous retreat on the way, and rushed to Middenheim day and night. When the majestic fortress of Middenheim came into view, the overwhelming undead army had disappeared. The magnificent towers and fortresses have also been reduced to charred ruins. It's hard to imagine what kind of battle it took to create this appearance. The blasphemous blood emblem banner belonging to Earl Vlad has also disappeared, replaced by the golden double-headed eagle banner. It's the same as the emblems etched on the armor of those flying vehicles and those iron giants that Fisher saw on the way. For this result, Fisher has a sense of expectation. Those iron giants were amazing. They don't look like beings from the mortal realm at all, but rather like killing demon gods who came out of mythology. Retaking Middenheim from the vampires might not be too much trouble for them. Fisher rode close to Middenheim, further feeling the devastation caused by that battle. Middenheim's city walls collapsed in several sections, most of the buildings inside were destroyed, and there were charred corpses of the undead everywhere. The city is looking for someone to clean up and rebuild. Fisher felt that maybe he should bring those survivors back. They belong here. There is a rest stop somewhere in the different universe tunnel. Scarlet level alert, the rest stop has been blocked, and all employees are not allowed to enter without permission. Scarlet level alert, the rest stop has been blocked, and all employees are not allowed to enter without permission. Scarlet level alert, the rest stop has been blocked, and all employees are not allowed to enter without permission. The loud and harsh siren sounded. The sound of mechanical pistons kept ringing, the alloy door carved with complicated runes and electromagnetic lines fell, and the sizzle sound of the force field starting. The central control system closed different areas and turned to isolate employees in order to reduce casualties. Only half an hour later, accompanied by the powerful roar of the engine, white jump motorcycles galloped from the tunnel. Their speed is beyond imagination. With the help of space dimension, force field traction and many other technologies, these jet motorcycles are no longer simply flying, but continuous and instantaneous transitions. This is a huge burden for the driver, and only those elite fighters who have been carefully selected can control this kind of motorcycle. The motorcycles were parked outside the rest stop that triggered the Scarlet Alert. The sound of bolters being pulled and arcane weapons being activated continued. They are the emergency team tasked with resolving unusual situations. Chagatai jumped off his enlarged version of the jump motorcycle and stared at the rest stop in front of him. Call out all the monitoring data to see what kind of demon it is. Chagatai said. My lord, it may not be a demon. The subordinate whispered, it seems to be a strange object in the depths of the subspace. The relevant construction personnel did not dispose of it according to the containment procedures, and brought it back to the rest station, which triggered a Scarlet level alarm. Transfer related videos to my personal database. Chagatai said, build a data model and analyze the characteristics of the other party's rules. Chapter 327 Containment, for subscription. After Guillemon built the subspace firewall, contacting subspace is no longer a high-risk thing. The decline in danger has also allowed the Empire to have a large number of technical experts who specialize in subspace. The number of subspace research institutes established in the Empire is huge. Related projects cover all aspects. From the type, composition, and activity characteristics of the inanimate to the virtual mirror, the legacy of ancient civilization, the reading of subspace information, etc., there are many. Empire thus established a knowledge system of subspace. The research of countless scholars and technical experts has made this knowledge system comprehensive. In the past, people's cognition of subspace was more about Chinook power, weird creatures, and those eternal gods. Associated with the subspace, it represents a potential corruption crisis. In the past, when there were no good means of defense, the human empire resisted the subspace by relying on various superstitious and ignorant means. It's like the ancients resisted science. According to the crisis facing the empire at that time, that kind of thing can't be said to be right or wrong. Just expresses the chaotic and non-divided characteristics of the subspace. There is no good or evil. The warp is far from simple. Its secrets are endless. Anyone who dares to claim that it has fully understood the secrets of the warp is either a shameful liar or a poor lunatic. Countless universes are born, prosper, and perish. Countless beings left their reflections or traces in the warp. Countless secrets are broken every second, and countless secrets are formed every second. Who can see it all? After careful research, the technicians of the empire discovered that there are not only the inanimate and gods in the subspace. There are still many mysterious and unimaginable things. As the source of the endless universe, the warp also accepts the embers left after the death of those universes. It's like falling leaves returning to their roots. Those destroyed universes and civilizations are eventually absorbed by the subspace, becoming the nutrient for the next universe and civilization. Of course, not all embers will be digested by the warp. Some indigestible embers will fall silent in the warp, forming various objects that are strange to the creatures of the material universe. These items often have powerful rules, which can distort and ignore the physical rules of the real universe. It can exert powerful power, but it also has terrible side effects. For those civilizations who are ignorant and have not established a complete cosmology and subspace science, those items with strange powers are often regarded as fetishes. The Empire has naturally studied this. However, the real universe has its own rules of operation, and these rules isolate the subspace from the real world. Those weird items will occasionally fall into the real universe, but the quantity is rare, and generally it will not cause any major crisis. But with the advancement of the Empire's alien universe tunnel project, those strange items that should have been deposited in the depths of the subspace continued to appear in the tunnel, trying to use human beings to escape from the depths of the subspace and enter the real universe. The tunnel goes deeper into the subspace, and the appearance of strange objects becomes extremely frequent. The Empire is divided into harmless level, minor disaster level, light disaster level, severe disaster level, and blockade level according to the degree of harm of those weird objects. There is no cap on the blockade level, no disclosure, no discussion, and when necessary, even the memory of the participants will be cleared. The Empire's attitude towards those weird objects has always been to maintain non-subjective containment, and to deal with all kinds of weird things according to the principle of destroying those with subjective consciousness and maliciousness towards human beings. If it cannot be destroyed or contained, it will find a way to throw it into the depths of the subspace. The reason why they did not choose to completely destroy those weird items is also due to the high-level considerations of the Empire. With the advancement of the Different Universe project, more and more non-staff personnel are employed in the Different Universe Development Department. Non-staff personnel and regular employees have even formed a 50:1, 100:1 ratio. Most of the non-staff personnel are composed of local aborigines recruited by the Space Exploration Team, mainly responsible for intelligence collection, public opinion guidance and other work. The recruited non-staff personnel are generally mainly humans, and their combat effectiveness is relatively weak. Need the Empire to provide certain support, so that they can protect themselves in a complicated situation. The question is what kind of technology to provide to ensure the maximum benefit. The connection between different universes is weak, and the lifespan of the local indigenous humans is not very long. It is difficult for the powerful law enforcement agencies of the Empire to cross the subspace to form an effective deterrent to those guys. If the genetic modification of the Empire, technological creations, and other things are provided to those non-staff personnel, if they rebel, it will lead to the leakage of the Empire's technology. It is also easy to cause resistance from local forces, and even cause interference from cosmic forces. At that time, a powerful civilization is likely to guess the technological level of the Empire through the technological creations of the Empire, and may even carry out anti-invasion and anti-colonial measures against the Empire. It is indeed a matter of caution to send technology that can be used by all people to those universes that are beyond the reach of the Empire's influence. The Development and Management Department of the Different Universe chose a compromise method that can even use waste. That is to provide non-staff personnel with harmless and weird objects. On the one hand, it can reduce the risk of the Empire being discovered, and on the other hand, it can also create a little value for the weird items that frequently appear in the tunnels, reducing the loss of the Empire. Chagatai has always been in the Different Universe tunnel, responsible for the preparations and the establishment of a mobile protection system. Inspecting, processing, and containing those usable weird objects are naturally also projects that he needs to be responsible for. The most common crisis in the Alien Universe tunnel is the chaos caused by demon invasion and strange objects. The staff in the rest station are still sticking to their posts. Through communicating with them, Chagatai and his party quickly obtained detailed information about the crisis. Relevant personnel organize it into a document, send it to every member participating in the task, and then back up the original document in the storage. After the task is over, these documents must be submitted to other departments for evaluation. Risk Assessment Report. Heavy disaster level weird item. The appearance is a black cube structure 25 cm made of unknown ceramic material. According to the handling report of the emergency team at the rest station, lasers, force field compression, high-energy antimatter bombs and other means have been used to destroy them, but the expected results have not been achieved. The Rubik's Cube will mark every individual who sees it, no matter directly, or through video, photos and other means, it will be regarded as meeting the concept of seeing. After the marking is completed, the Rubik's Cube will appear in front of the marked person regardless of the space distance. If there are more than one number of people, multiple Rubik's Cubes will appear at the same time. The magic will ask the opponent to complete the Rubik's Cube game and adjust it to within a limited time, same face and same color. The finisher will survive and wait for the next more complex Rubik's Cube game. If the game fails, they will be controlled to become Rubik's Cube puppets. The puppets get different levels according to the number of clearance times. The higher the level, the more memories are retained. After being killed, the puppets will be resurrected at the Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube puppets can deceive and disguise, but they don't use lethal means. They just try to let more people see the Rubik's Cube, forming meme infection. Currently, the highest customs clearance record is 9 times, and the number of infected people is 1,530. The rest station has been closed, and the intelligent machinery has not been affected and is still operating normally. Seeing this, Chagatai frowned slightly. Fortunately, the rest station is a local area network, which means that it is not connected to other rest stations, nor is it connected to the Empire. Communication will only send preset information. It is this rigor that prevents the contagion of the Rubik's Cube meme. Otherwise, in the information-based world, it only takes a few minutes for a photo to spread across the world. The consequences are simply unimaginable. This is the target rule analysis report. A technician sent another data to Chagatai. The target has been coded, and the relevant coding information can be queried after going out, and the Rubik's Cube has been analyzed. The rules for this item are as follows. 1. Any individual who visually observes the Rubik's Cube will activate the Rubik's Cube meme and be marked by the Rubik's Cube. 2. In the case of a single person being marked, the marked person needs to accept the Rubik's Cube game 12 times in a row, and can gain control of the Rubik's Cube after completion. 3. If more than one person is marked, and there are still more than one marked person after 12 magic games, the Rubik's Cube game will start the 13th game until only one person survives and becomes its owner. 4. The person who fails the game will become a puppet of the Rubik's Cube, accepting the control and enslavement of the owner of the Rubik's Cube, and this slavery cannot be lifted. After the cube owner dies and the magic resets, those golems disappear and wait for the next collection. 5. After the owner is determined, no matter how many times the Rubik's Cube game is successfully passed, the owner will not become the owner. If you fail once, you will become a Rubik's Cube puppet. Only after killing the owner and playing the Rubik's Cube game can you become the owner of the Rubik's Cube. 6. Before the owner is determined, the Rubik's Cube puppets will constantly look for new targets to play Rubik's Cube until the owner appears. 7. The more times you pass the Rubik's Cube game, the more memory and IQ you will retain after becoming a Rubik's Cube puppet. When necessary, in order to expand the influence of the Rubik's Cube, the Rubik's Cube puppet will pretend to be a normal person. 8. The Rubik's Cube is not limited by spatial distance. As long as a creature sees it, it will appear in front of the opponent out of thin air. 102. This item has strong side effects. Every time it is used, it will absorb a certain amount of soul nutrients. It may cause the user to experience dizziness, abnormal noises in the ears, hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and fatigue. The situation is getting worse. Evaluation and judgment. The item of this severe disaster has a certain containment value, but it needs to be kept and monitored at all times. This item will lose its characteristics in areas that limit the subspace, such as the exorcism dead zone and the anti-subspace force field. Individuals with Shinik talent have certain immunity to its rules. The stronger the Shinik ability, the stronger the immunity. The Empire has a data analysis library for the subspace. With supercomputing power, it can analyze most of the weird items. Everyone adjusts to the radiation induction mode, and can only communicate by voice later. Don't look at posters, portraits, or graffiti about the Rubik's Cube. Our task is to eliminate all meme-infected people and recover the Rubik's Cube. After giving the order, Chagatai put on the helmet. It stands to reason that such items would not have any effect on him, but caution is the best thing to do. Walking to the gate of the rest station, Chagatai once again connected to the communication inside the rest station. Let all employees hold their heads in their hands and lie on the ground. Anyone who disturbs the operation will be executed directly. After saying this, Chagatai put his hand covered with armored gloves on the sensor panel. Using the authorization code to open the protective cover that blocked the entire rest stop. The figure of the mechanical piston and the hiss of the force field being turned off sounded. The rest station slowly opens a small door that allows special teams to enter. Chagatai took the lead and walked in. The team members followed closely behind and walked into the rest station. Chapter 328 Gilliman's Fanatical Believers in Different Universes, subscription required. The various systems of the rest station are still in normal operation, maintaining ventilation and temperature. The energy core has not been damaged either. Everything is still under control. Chagatai was not much surprised by this. The Empire designed several backup systems for the rest station. Make sure it can provide lighting and necessary living conditions in an emergency. Even if the core energy is destroyed, the rest station can maintain operation for a certain period of time. What's more, none of the systems have been damaged now. Rubik's Cube only wants to infect those ignorant people with its meme, and find out the user who can pass the test. The rest stop did not show any signs of battle. The walls of the corridor are still smooth and clean. These walls have certain anti-subspace characteristics and can withstand the impact of extraordinary power. But if you attack it, it will still leave traces. Before Chagatai entered the rest stop, a warning was issued, requiring everyone to stay where they were, with their heads in their hands, and no unnecessary movements were allowed. For this reason, work in the rest stop has been stopped. The secondary system has been shut down. Without the roar of machinery, the empty rest station is extraordinarily quiet. Only the sound of the ventilation system running. The footsteps of the Chagatai group echoed in the corridor. Each of them wore heavy armor with numerous runes engraved on it. The chaplain of the war group held a scepter and tied a prayer book with an alloy cover around his waist. Behind the tech sergeant is a servo skull suspended. Those skulls, which represent the purity of human beings, have extraordinary significance to the Empire. When they are suspended in the air with golden double-headed eagles, they can always bring a sense of security to people. Bright light filled the corridor. In order to cope with the many threats that may be brought by the subspace, the rest stops in the different universe tunnels are basically in a simple and clean style. Unlike the buildings of the Imperial City, there are so many sculptures and artworks of Imperial heroes. Only the portraits of the emperors and the updated codes of the rest stops will be hung in these places. Everything else is forbidden. Especially artistic things are strictly forbidden to be brought into the rest stop. Art makes people think, explore beauty and the spirit in it. Thinking is a good thing, and in most places, it should be encouraged. But deep in the subspace, thinking is not a good thing. Thinking creates confusion. Confusion breeds confusion. Confusion will lead to a gap in the mind. The crisis will follow. The explosive bombs of the soldiers have been loaded, and the combat system built into the armor has been activated. The released detectors are continuously transmitting the scanned data back. Thinker integrates those data into the map, so that the soldiers can clearly observe the location of each rest station employee. Chagatai walked in the front, with data flowing in his field of vision. Extraordinary minds run every part of this rest stop. Come and play the game and see how beautiful my poster is. The door of the room next to the corridor was suddenly opened. A female staff member with a cute smile ran out from inside. She held a poster with a printed Rubik's Cube and invited members of these special teams to play the game. Come and play the game, look at my poster, how beautiful it is. Take a look, it's really beautiful. The girl kept repeating. She waved the poster, hoping that the Iron Giants would take off their helmets and take a look. That girl still maintains a human form, and that sweet smile is enough to heal a painful soul. She has no feathers, no scales, no weird, wicked horns, and no disgusting, slimy flesh. The girl's eyes were very pure, without any malice. She just asked these warriors to play a game. It doesn't look like a creature that has been polluted. The girl ran, from the room to the steel giants. When she entered the dangerous range, there was a sound of breaking through the air. A short knife popped out from a soldier's wrist, and stabbed into the girl's body. Another fighter raised his bolter and blasted the girl's head off with one shot. The dark red blood mixed with the minced meat splashed everywhere, and it was shocking to fall on the ground. The whole process happens in less than a second. The two fighters tested the infected with melee weapons and bolt guns in turn. Infected people still maintain the physical fitness of ordinary people. Facing short knives and explosive bombs, their bodies are as fragile as tofu. Chagatai glanced at the shattered corpse, and there was no change in expression on the perfect face. He stepped over the girl's body and headed towards the depths of the rest station. Every time he reached a fork in the road, he would make a gesture of separation, allowing the team members to separate and go to different areas, speeding up the speed of strangling the infected. Slaughtering those mim-infested is not difficult for Primaris warriors. The Rubik's Cube did not increase the strength of those infected. Under their attack, those infected people are not much different from ants. Chagatai is connected to the central control system of the rest station, and uses the monitoring equipment of the rest station to locate those infected. And send those targets to different squads. The central control system has already recorded all the infection identities. What Chagatai and others have to do is to clean up all the targets that have been found and confirmed as infected. The rest stop is divided into dozens of areas. When the subspace MIM infection was discovered, the central control system activated an emergency procedure, using the alloy gates of the tunnel to separate all the employees, trapping them in different areas. Among them, the most infected people are the rest area. The worker who brought the cube back is in the rest area. At this time, the Rubik's Cube is still in his hand. The infectious ability of magic is too terrifying, as long as individuals who meet the concept of seeing will be marked. After the game fails, it will be transformed into a puppet. One can imagine what the rest area has become. In the area of the first infected person, hundreds of people have been transformed and become puppets of the Rubik's Cube. If the central control system hadn't blocked it in time, I'm afraid the entire rest station has fallen. Chagatai's plan is also very simple. Prioritize the treatment of the infected outside, and then go to the rest area to deal with the first infected person, and store the Rubik's Cube in the anti-magic device. Rest Station, Engineering Vehicle Maintenance Room. The Engineering Vehicle Maintenance Room is responsible for the repair and maintenance of tunnel engineering machinery. The scale of the tunnel is extremely large. Naturally, it is impossible to rely on pure manpower to do it. Instead, various construction machinery is used to complete the work of handling, welding, and development. The emergency team opened the door of the workshop with the authorization code. The technicians and several mechanical priests were all prostrate on the ground at this time, and even the machine slave stopped running and remained silent on the spot. A middle-aged man is dragged from the crowd by emergency teams. I am not infected. The middle-aged man who realized what was going to happen shouted in horror. He desperately tried to break free from the Primarch warrior's grasp. But he found that the opponent's hand was firmly controlling him like a hydraulic clamp, and there was no way to break free. Other people in the workshop were also frightened. Their bodies were shaking, fearing that they would be the next to be dragged out. Please, I'm really not an infected person. I still have a wife and a child. Don't kill me. The man kneeling on the ground cried, tears and snot. Bang. Without any hesitation. Chosen as Primaris warriors, each chapter trains recruits to renounce compassion and pity for the weak. Kindness and compassion are not suitable for the battlefield. That would not only bring about his own death, but also may involve his comrades and even the outcome of the entire battle. The man was half of his body shattered under the powerful impact of the bomb, and the whole ground was red. The scorched black body fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the workers were terrified, and all huddled together, fearing that the soldiers would wipe them out as well. Fortunately, that didn't happen. After the emergency team got rid of the infected person, they turned around and left. However, the control has not been lifted, and they still need to stay in their original location until the control ends. What happened in the engineering vehicle repair shop is not an isolated case. Chagotay's subordinates entered various areas, dragged out those infected people, and executed them. The sound of gunfire in the rest stop can be heard endlessly. Crying and begging for mercy will sound from time to time. Those people cried and said that they were not infected. But no matter how desolately they cry, only bombs and sharp knives will always respond to them. The IQ of low-level infected people is not high, they can only repeat short words, invite others to play games, and look at photos and posters with Rubik's Cube. This type of infection is easy to identify. They look normal, but their minds are confused. High-level infected people are much more difficult to deal with than low-level infected people. They have the wisdom and brains of life, and they are very smart. Behaved like a normal person. Based on feeling alone, it is impossible to tell them apart. When the emergency team arrives, they will also show panic, and other emotions. If it weren't for the monitoring system in the rest station to lock them in real time, no one would be able to tell that they were infected. They looked the same as usual. Except for the rest area, the infected people in other areas were quickly executed. Their related items were also harmlessly disposed of. After solving the peripheral problem, Chagotay took them to the rest area, preparing to contain the Rubik's Cube. If there is no normal person to observe the Rubik's Cube with the power of rules is like an ordinary Rubik's Cube, without any lethality. The work of recovering the Rubik's Cube is not difficult. Using the helmet to blur the Rubik's Cube can avoid the problem of seeing the Rubik's Cube. As long as the Rubik's Cube is not seen, the various abilities of the Rubik's Cube will not work. After checking the weapons, ammunition, and helmet again, Chagotay opened the door of the rest area with the authorization code. Behind him, the soldiers entered the rest area in 2 rows. The sound of explosive bombs exploding, the sound of weapons cutting into flesh, and the screams of those infected who can still think normally. The lounge area turned into hell. There were wreckage and broken arms everywhere, and the dark red blood was splashed everywhere, staining the floor and walls of the rest area red. The first infected person was also controlled. The Rubik's Cube was taken from his hand and put into the anti-magic device. My lord, we have successfully recovered the target. The subordinate's voice sounded through the communicator. Well done. Standing in Chagotay, he strode in. The miserable situation in the rest area made him frown, but he relaxed it soon. Seeing the Rubik's Cube in the anti-magic device, Chagotay felt something was wrong. The Scarlet level alert this time seems a little too simple. Of course, there is a certain relationship between the imperial technology and the preventive measures he established. It is really unreasonable for the Rubik's Cube, which can be regarded as a serious disaster, to be solved so easily. Warped items are different from demons. The former cannot kill like the latter, nor can they use exile to drive the opponent back. Those weird items only need a text and a voice to achieve their own infection. This is also why the communication in the tunnel will only use preset phrases, just to prevent those weird things from being spread through human words. Chagotay followed the feeling in his heart. He used his power to consult those complicated data, trying to find the source of his uneasiness. Rest stop data is a lot, but those are not a big problem to his superhuman mind. Every surveillance camera, every conversation, he can capture and analyze the data he wants. My lord, is it over? A man's voice sounded through the speaker of the rest station. The information of the owner of the voice automatically popped up on Chagotay's helmet display panel. The other party is the top executive of this rest stop. Yes, the weird item has been successfully contained, and the danger alert has been lifted. That's really great, my lord. The man said excitedly, then can you open the rest station? My god, we have been delayed for a long time, and today's project volume should not be completed. Chagotay narrowed his pupils, and seemed to think of something in his mind. He called up the surveillance screen from another perspective, opened the video, and said, sorry, according to the emergency regulations, this rest stop can only be opened after the inspection is completed. But hasn't that weird item been taken in by you? They can't cause any harm at all, sir. Please forgive us. If the project can't be completed, the higher UPS will blame it. The supervisor pleaded, release the blockade. We have to meet the target. I will consider this. Chagotay cut off the communication with the other party and opened the communication channel with other subordinates, report the situation, check the corpses, and check the abnormalities in the rest station. The targets locked by the monitoring system have all been killed. We are searching the entire rest station to find if there are any infected people that we missed. We found an anomaly in the information processing center. Someone stored some photos about the Rubik's Cube and set up automatic sending. It was detected that someone tried to escape from the closed rest station by using the supervisor password, but was rejected by the central control system. The teams kept reporting the intelligence they collected to Chagatai, which gave him a clearer understanding of the alarm incident at the rest station. There are high-level infected people mixing in the crowd, trying to spread the Rubik's Cube meme and expand the range of victims. What is even more irritating is that those advanced infected people are like normal people, they still retain the memories and personalities of their lives. Without professional equipment, they would never know they were infected. The supervisor of the rest station led 2 soldiers and hurried over from the control room. Tired and out of breath, as if he was going to die in the next second. "My lord, the blockade can no longer be continued, we still have our share of work to be completed." The rest station supervisor said loudly, "Unblock the blockade after cleaning, it doesn't matter. Are you an infected person?" Chagatai looked at the supervisor who was running over, wearing the uniform of the imperial double-headed eagle and said. As soon as these words came out, the soldiers next to them immediately picked up their weapons. A soldier directly controlled the movement of the rest station supervisor and made him kneel on the ground. "My lord, I am not infected, I am innocent." The supervisor turned pale when he heard this. The muzzle of the swarthy gun was pointed at him like that. If something is wrong, those guys can really shoot. He could even think of the scene where he was smashed by the opponent with a single shot. Too bloody, too brutal. Chagatai is concise and to the point, without any nonsense. "Check his memory." Chagatai said, "Check his personal database, as well as his personal items." "You can't do that," shouted the rest stop supervisor. He stood up, trying to break free from the fighter's grip. After all, he is just a mortal, so how could he be able to fight against the strongest artificial warriors in the Empire? Was pressed down again, and his hands were tightly controlled. A tech sergeant steps out. Technical sergeant has a strong original cast body and profound knowledge. At critical moments, they will be responsible for the construction of some important projects. In terms of academics alone, they may be no less than any scholar in the Empire. Tech SGT pulls out a memory reader. Like a ring, the ring wall is covered with complicated lines. He fixed the nerve signal conduction ring on the forehead of the rest station supervisor, and with a click, a small holographic operation interface also popped up. The technical sergeant started operating. The memory reader made a soft hiss. One after another, extremely slender silver nanowires slid out of the fixed ring. Many tentacles, like invisible silver nematodes, crawled along the head of the main pipeline of the rest station to his ears, eyes, and even the nerve interface at the back of his head. These slender nanometers are formed by stacking molecules, and if they are alone, they are too small to be seen. Only when there are enough of them can they be seen with the help of reflection. The nanofilament penetrates into the brain along the interface, and finally connects with the neurons of the cerebral cortex. The moment the nanowire pierced into the neuron, the rest station supervisor let out a low hum of pain. Countless light spots appeared on the operation interface. They are lit one after the other. The light point corresponds to the neuron in charge of the rest station, and being lit means that the neuron has been connected by the reader. Empire also has contactless memory readers. The working mode of the reader is to use the brain waves emitted by the human brain to read. With special training or modified brain waves, it is possible to infect and deceive contactless memory readers. Memories can also be forged. Using this mechanical neuron connection method can clearly detect the other party's true thoughts and brain conditions. The brain is composed of complex neuronal structures. Human thinking and judgment are also done through a complex network of neurons. Neural network is equivalent to the underlying logic code of human beings. Memory reader is to obtain the running results directly from the bottom layer. Ensure that the results obtained are not artificially modified. Attempts to modify memory and self-cognition will have no way out in front of this mechanical reader. Don't do that. The rest stop supervisor begged, but no one paid any attention to him. Not long after connecting, a red alert popped up on the interface. The target has been infected, self-cognition has been modified, self-logic behavior has been modified, and memory has been slightly lost. Seeing that the test result is the same as what I guessed. A hint of crisis rose in Chagatai's heart. He finally understood why this disaster was so simple. Containing the Rubik's Cube is not the most important thing. Stopping the Rubik's Cube meme from spreading is the key. The real scary thing about Rubik's Cube is the puppets with high IQ. Being able to clear multiple time-limited Rubik's Cube games, those people's own IQ and emergency response capabilities should be extremely good. They will not be as stupid as those low-level infected people, know how to use various tools, and can also figure out ways to deal with difficulties, helping the Rubik's Cube meme spread. The Empire has blocking measures for each rest station to ensure that in the event of an emergency, the disaster can be kept to a minimum. Each area has strict memetic inspection, sonic energy fluctuation detection and other complex detection methods. As soon as the Rubik's Cube entered the rest stop and began to infect other people, it was detected and emergency procedures were activated. The entire rest stop was also blocked. The director of the rest station pretends to be a normal person, hoping to deceive the authorization code to open the door, so as to spread the Rubik's Cube meme. Those things are really disgusting. A loyal servant of the Empire has been transformed into an enemy of the Empire. A soldier next to him sighed. There's nothing wrong with such a change. The director of the rest station, who realized that he had been exposed, no longer struggled in vain, but he didn't seem to give up, and seemed to want to persuade the members of the emergency team. When I and the Rubik's Cube when I was connected, I felt a sense of fulfillment, which was a kind of spiritual satisfaction. I was no longer alone, and even my former lover never gave me this feeling of soul satisfaction. I just wanted to share this wonderful feeling with everyone, so that they are no longer alone. Sad guy. Chagatai said, execute him and let the review team come over. Everyone here needs to be reviewed and evaluated for loyalty. Rest stop ushered in a big review. Technicians use mind reading, soul detection, and other means to test the rest station employees. It was found that in addition to the 1,530 dead, there were infected people who were hidden and not locked. It must have the meaning of the supervisor of the rest station. The infected are extremely cunning, trying to bypass the detection of the Empire through this disguise, and spread the MIM infection of Rubik's Cube. In order to hide himself, he chose to sell some of the puppets, making the relevant departments of the Empire mistakenly think that the alarm has been lifted, thus making a wrong judgment. Cleanup rules need to be updated again. To take the relevant situation into account, the review must be completed before the blockade of the rest stop can be lifted. Cleaned the infected people at the rest station and handed them over to the review team that came later, and Chagatai left with the device for containing the Rubik's Cube. Emergency mobile units have multiple strongholds, but the storage of the contents cannot be placed in the different tunnels, but can only be stored in the real plane. The Empire has only established containment storage centers in the three realities of the local universe, Universe 01, and Universe 02 that has just been opened. Rubik's Cube was sent to the containment center of Universe 02 by relevant personnel. The building where the containment items are stored is extremely large and has been cut into different partitions. Different partitions store different levels of weird items. Block-level weird objects are only allowed to be stored in local containment centers guarded by Grey Knights. The warp is full of secrets. Those weird and special creations also possess unimaginable abilities. The appearance of the weird creations is not uniform, ranging from the appearance of tools to the appearance of creatures. There are even some containments that resemble buildings. The only commonality is that they operate according to certain rules. As long as they conform to the rules, they can be controlled. The current largest containment in the Empire is a huge museum of biological specimens. There are all kinds of weird animal specimens inside. Those who stray into it, if they can't come out, will also become a member of the specimen. After solving the Rubik's Cube incident, Chagatai began to further improve the tunnel protection system. Under the will of Guillemon, the Empire is already preparing to increase investment in the different universe, and is committed to developing a different universe colony no less than the mainland within 100 years. Game Dungeon, Hongyi Mental Hospital has been completed. Copy task. 1. Investigate what happened in Hongyi Mental Hospital. Completed. 2. Find the missing frontline reporter, Mo Xiao Xiao. Completed. 3. Escape from the mental hospital. Completed. You performed very well in the dungeon, found the clues in a very short time, completed the level, and got a score bonus. The overall evaluation of the trial, A. Dungeon reward, 50,000 reincarnation coins, 1 B-level item, 2 D-level items, 7 C-level items, 1 reincarnation dust, 1 psychic talent fragment, 3 reincarnation game dungeon selection cards, 3 attributes bonus card, 5 bottles of healing potion, 5 bottles of antidote potion, 3 bottles of agility potion, 3 bottles of strength potion, 3 bottles of stamina potion, 3 bottles of spirit potion. B-level dungeon has a lot of odds and ends rewards. In addition to props, the most important thing is talent fragments. If you can collect enough talent fragments, you can get the talent. Talent is the same as player level. Divided into E, D, C, B, A, S and other talents. Can greatly enhance the player. Obtaining a talent fragment is definitely something to be thankful for. Davin didn't focus on it. He was still thinking about what happened in the dungeon. If he hadn't been able to feel that special imprint, he would have suspected that he was dreaming. After a while, Dawn regained his focus and checked his game rewards. Ice and Snow Crown, Class B props. Davin reached out and clicked on the hologram of the watch to view the detailed information of the props. It is said that in a certain place, there is a queen who has powerful ice and snow magic. With a wave of her hand, she can summon an ice and snowstorm and freeze everything in the world. However, one day, the queen found that the crown that carried part of her power was missing. Explanation 1. The crown can release 3 magic spells, Ice Storm, release an ice storm mixed with ice spear and ice sword to the designated target, which will consume the user's mental power according to the distance, intensity, and time released. Ice and Snow Giant, summons a 20-meter tall ice and snow giant. According to the environment of the ice and snow giant, the existence time consumes the user's mental power. Ice Wall, can summon an ice wall out of thin air, and according to the strength of the ice wall, the size consumes the user's mental power. Explanation 2. The crown will not send any warning to the user. The user needs to pay attention to his state at all times to determine whether to use the item. When the mental power cannot meet the consumption, the crown will automatically absorb the user's vitality as a supplement. Note 3. When using this item in a hot environment, the consumption will increase, and the power of magic will also decrease accordingly. It's not a bad prop. Darwin closed the detailed information interface and commented on the Ice and Snow Crown. The ability of the Ice Crown is very powerful among B-level items. Get some spiritual potions, and you can directly become a magus. Constantly summons Ice Storm and Ice Giant. Those enemies who can be defeated by brute force can easily pass through with this prop. But after witnessing Qiu Chen's power, he suddenly felt that the reincarnation game was a bit unbearable. It seems that those players have pleased the audience, and the rewards given by the other party. After going to the reincarnation space to receive his reward, Davin returned to his own world. The reincarnation space is separated by spatial dimensions, and the reincarnation spaces of players in different worlds are independent. After all, there are so many players, it is impossible to put them in the same space. As a B-level player, Darwin's successful clearance naturally attracted attention. Many people are guessing when he will become an A-level player. Once he becomes an A-level player, Davin's status will also rise to a higher level, becoming one of the rulers of his world. There are only a handful of A-level players in his world, and there are only 7 so far. A-level and then up is the unattainable S-level. It is said that those guys have already touched the realm of gods, and are called super players by the world. They are often the leaders of cross-world organizations. They are very powerful and can bargain with reincarnation games. Unlike low-level players, life and death are pinched by reincarnation games. I heard from some gossip that the conditions for promotion to S-rank players are very harsh. In addition to the strength to be achieved, one must also have a complete talent that can be upgraded to the highest level, and there are also requirements for skills, customs clearance evaluation, etc. S-level and higher, Dawn can't touch it. I heard that players at that level have mastered the secret of immortality, and are an important asset of the reincarnation game, enjoying a transcendent status and treatment. Davin rejected some players' dinner invitations and returned directly to his luxurious manor. He needs to sort out the information at hand and plan what he will do. After activating the barrier circle of the manor to ensure that no one can spy on it with props, Davin tried to issue an instruction in his mind to summon the proton detector Chu Chen gave him. Checking user identity. User has been authorized by Imperial Staff 007, data loading in progress. Welcome to the Imperial Information System. User, Darwin. Status, non-staff member of the Development Department of the Different Universe, has not yet been certified. A new cosmic background radiation has been detected, the dimension is being locked, and it has been confirmed that the world has not been explored. Please explore the area you are in, and the Empire will give corresponding contribution points according to the degree of exploration. You can use contribution points to exchange items, knowledge, blood, and other commodities in the exchange interface. A series of words appeared in Davin's eyes. Just suspended in the air like that. Davin looked into the mirror, and there was nothing in it except himself. It's as if the words don't really exist. Can only be seen by him alone. Imperial Intelligence System. Looking at the text on the interface, Dawn sat down again and tapped the table, but his heart was already overwhelmed. Such means are beyond current understanding. Already resembles the means of the gods. Clicking on the redemption page, what he saw made Dawn's eyes slightly focused. Potions, armor, weapons, and magic are all available. It's like a reprint of the reincarnation space exchange page. There are even rule props. Bloody dance, special word props, minor disaster level. A pair of shiny red high-heeled dancing shoes, with a long history, exudes an unusual luster. Function, release the red dancing shoes to an enemy, and the opponent will be forced to wear the red dancing shoes and start dancing. This process will continue to absorb the life of the target. After the target dies, the red dancing shoes will reset and return to the user's hand. Waiting for the next use. Any attempt to make the wearer take off the shoes will be attacked by the other party. Warning, not using the red shoes for a long time will cause the red shoes to develop rebellious emotions and try to escape the owner. If it is left for a long time, please feed it with blood every 3 days. Doll's Embrace, a huge, tattered teddy plush doll, dark brown all over, only the muzzle is white, has 2 ears that have been bitten off, 1 eye has been gouged out, and the other is a white buttons. Function, the doll will embrace the enemy's soul and pull it away from the flesh and put it into the furry body. This item is an instant death item, and it is eager to satisfy the unsatisfied hunger and thirst all the time. Warning 1, the use of this item will cause side effects such as tinnitus, dizziness, and illusion. The doll will transfer part of the harvested soul to the user, and there is a danger of personality being replaced if the item is abused. Warning 2, if you find that you have symptoms like split personality, please stop using this item immediately. Dawn checked the exchange items on the rules page, and was very surprised. That mysterious empire seems to be a superpower that can fight reincarnation games. Behind Kaihoken, there is probably a supreme power beyond the imagination of the world. Only those creation-level beings who possess supreme power can create these things. Looked at the rule props. Dawn looked at the potions again. Spirit, agility, strength, and other potions are all available. The number is not as many as reincarnation games, but it is also very comprehensive. There are also many technological armors, laser weapons, etc. Reincarnation game players have different focuses, such as technology, magic, comprehension, abilities and so on. Empire has a similar classification. There are everything from magic spells to practice methods. The number is not comparable to the reincarnation game. It is very likely that it is a force that has just begun to rise. It is enough, as long as it can overthrow this reincarnation game. Dawn thought in his heart. Thinking of the death of his parents and sister, he has a strong hatred for this reincarnation game. The reincarnation game is like a cancer, distorting everything about human beings. As time goes by, many people have become accustomed to the existence of reincarnation games, thinking that this is how the world works. Those advanced players even consciously maintain the reincarnation game and guide public opinion. Everything they have comes from the game. Whether it is to maintain their transcendent status or for the so-called evolutionary ascent, those advanced players will find ways to maintain the reincarnation game. Even if some people have realized that the reincarnation game is just a large-scale breeding farm, they won't care. As long as it wasn't me who died. After viewing the exchange interface of the Empire, Davin began to learn how to use the proton detector. This is an artifact, the best choice for collecting intelligence. The proton detector has its own intelligence, and Darwin only needs to issue instructions. It didn't take a little effort to master the trick. When he saw his blood vessels and bones from a high latitude, he was really taken aback. Soon, when he thought that no enemy could hide anything in front of him, he became excited again. With this, clearing the game will become very easy. After testing the proton detector, Darwin also had a plan for what to do next. He wants to completely control the world and build it into a base camp to support the Empire's cause of overturning the game of reincarnation. Those A-level players, either follow him to the Empire, or kill them all. Davin's eyes became dark. The fire of vengeance in his heart was burning brightly. Those players who think they are superior in the behind the scenes of the game, when they see the reincarnation game is ended, what an interesting expression will be. Chu Chen, who just came out of the dungeon, has some headaches. In front of him stood a white-haired girl wearing a one-piece black dress, sheepskin boots and a delicate and perfect face. She is small in stature but holds a huge long-handled death scythe, and her scarlet pupils are like rubies, revealing endless fanaticism. Great envoy of God, please convey my reverence to our Lord. I am his humble servant, the executor of his will, and the sharp sword he can drive at will. You shouldn't leave the world you belong to and come here to find me. Our work should be kept absolutely secret. Chu Chen said, everything is for that Lord. I have captured the entire world, my Lord, it now belongs to the only Lord. Please be sure to convey my request to the Lord and allow me to go to his kingdom. The girl said. Chapter 329 Bloody Harvest, for subscription. If a man has the power to conquer the universe. If his will can make the stars tremble and the sun go out. If he can make those so-called immortal and immortal beings terrified. Who can stop people from raising his throne to the sky and becoming a true god? Kiss of Death, World Destroyer Witch, Reincarnation Game SSSSS level player, Commander of Purifier Legion Shin Asakamai. An organization like the Salvation Society will inevitably give birth to fanatical believers in the Holy Emperor. This point has already been mentioned in several meetings. The technicians of the Empire even wrote it into the manual. Chu Chen has long been accustomed to those people calling himself an envoy of God. But he still didn't expect that the existence of the Salvation Society could give birth to such a sickly girl who is terrifying, beautiful, and fanatical. Kiss of Death, Black Witch, Unknown World, Killing Angel, these weird and titles belong to the girl in front of her. The reason why she has these titles is because the girl in front of her will often slaughter players who are in the same instance as her without warning. One of the things she did recently was to kill all the players in the entire world. According to some players who escaped, the whole world was soaked in blood, dead bodies and stumped limbs were everywhere, bloody, cruel, and terrifying. The girl chased and killed those players wielding the death scythe, which was bigger than her body, while laughing wildly, declaring that she wanted to purify the world. After hearing the news, Chu Chen was numb. He immediately felt that the news was fake. This girl is the first believer he recruited, named Asakamai. At that time, Asakamai was still a weak, poor girl next door. Belongs to the type who can cry for 3 days with one punch. When Kaihoken met Jian Shangxian, the other party was crying in the dungeon holding his brother's body. Her momentary act of kindness killed her brother who was dependent on her and had been working hard to take care of her. Chu Chen, based on the idea of guiding the confused girl, enlightens and guides her to join the Salvation Society. Be strong, child, this world is twisted and sinful, your crying will only make this world more crazy, and make those who created this world more proud. You have to learn to laugh, and learn to smile to make those fallen people chopped to pieces. Join the Holy Redemption Society, under the enlightenment of the Divine Light, the all-knowing and omnipotent Savior, embark on the road of redemption of the world. One day, His will redeem the world, your soul, my soul, and the souls of the world. Jian Shangxian, who was holding her brother's body, stared at Kaihoken who was like a magic stick. Tears hung on her delicate and perfect face, which could be broken by blowing bullets. Looking at it made people feel pitiful, and couldn't help but want to protect it. Who would have thought that in the past few years, the other party has changed from a weak girl to a sick and charming witch who kills people like hemp. She also acquired an extremely terrifying talent, the Angel of Killing. Angel of Killing, able to ignore dimensions, the concept of causing damage to all existence, and constantly restore one's own health, stamina, and mana from killing. Probably because of her brother's death and Chu Chen's enlightenment, Asakamai's character changed drastically, becoming crazy and cruel. Especially after obtaining the death scythe, she became extremely extreme. Once she did something, she would definitely kill someone. After becoming an A-level player, in the name of the Lord, he slaughtered the players in the entire world and seized control of a world. Compared with the confused girl in the past, today's Asakamai has become the epitome of killing and terror. The evaluation of the surviving players who have experienced a dungeon with Asakamai is that they would rather stay with the monster than stay with her. There are still certain rules for monsters to kill. This lunatic kills purely based on his mood. 1 second he was still smiling, and the next second he would chop you into 18 pieces. It is said that 18 yuan is 18 yuan, and it will be counted after cutting. Kaihoken is only a B-level player, which is even lower than Asakamai-shian's player level. Different from Asakamai-shian, who has devoted himself to the cause of the Empire and strives to upgrade in order to obtain information, his focus is more on recruiting players than upgrading. Empires have armies dedicated to war. Thinking of the berserkness of Titus in the past, Chu Chen has no motivation to upgrade at all. What's the use of being promoted to a high level? In front of those imperial fighters, it was nothing more than a question of how strong a knife was. Second knife? Impossible. Although Jian Shangxian's rank is higher than Chu Chen's, Chu Chen still has absolute confidence in subduing the opponent if he starts to fight. Watching Jian Shangxian, who ran from her own world to the world of Ya 1102402072 and asked to meet the savior, Kaihoken collected her thoughts and said, "I'm sorry, I won't convey any such words for you." "Why?" Qiangamaichen asked in a weeping voice. "I just want to meet the holy and great savior. I just want to stay by his side forever, forever." "Why not?" Jian Shangxian's voice was filled with a maniacal smile and morbid joy. She twisted her perfect, petite body like just fantasizing about that great, divine existence would make her reach an indescribable state. "Because I can't get in touch with the emperor." Kaihoken shouted in his heart. Even if someone like him traveled to a different world and was recruited by the empire, and could come into contact with the highest ranking figure in the empire, he was only known as the living Saint Lord Celestine, the emperor of the empire who is said to be holy above all else. Kaihoken is mostly seen in video materials. Looking at such a big man, looking at the heavens and the universe, how could it be possible for someone like him to be in touch? Chu Chen did not express his true inner thoughts. "Because our work has not been completed and our mission has not yet ended, what qualifications do we have to meet him? Only those souls who died to save the world will return to his kingdom after death and bathe in the eternal glory." "Glory." Chu Chen lightly raised the opponent's hand, and the golden and blue marks appeared on Jian Shangxian's slender and white wrist. "Can't you feel his will? He is watching you, Xian. His will is everywhere, his gaze is everywhere, he examines every soldier fighting for him, and watches every officials who serve his will. Only those servants who are loyal to their mission and dedicate themselves to the ultimate cause can stand by his side. Then when will the mission end?" Asakameishin impatiently waved the giant scythe in her hand, and she drew a huge black crack in the sky. Such a terrible scene made everyone nearby scream. The player who saw the crack in the sky also looked horrified. "If it falls on them, they will die with just one blow." "I don't know." Kaihoken said frankly, "Maybe the moment of death is the final end. Remember your mission, Xian. Before everything is over, our only reward is to be loyal to him, a sacrifice to him, a devotion to him. We are walkers in his way of redemption, extensions of his will." Hearing this, Asaka Shishin showed a trace of frustration. "I have prepared a world for him. He will see it." Chu Chen said, "But you still have to remain humble. Only in this way can you serve him better. A world is unimaginable for mortals, but it is insignificant for him. Imagine you conquered a world with just a little help. How many worlds were conquered for him by the armies that fought for him?" Kaihoken felt that he had the potential to be a master. Fudge people one said after another. Of course, most of the rhetoric was obtained from the population of the empire. They have an unimaginable fanaticism for the emperor. I firmly believe that the emperor will take them to conquer the heavens and the universe, and conquer every place that can be seen. Asaka-shin fell silent. Chu Chen thought she was persuaded, and just wanted to chuckle, but the other party said, "So, is one world not enough? Then I will continue to work hard, Master God Envoy, I will become his most outstanding subordinate, give him the most of the world. That way, his eyes will fall on me more." Asami-shin showed a charming smile, thinking of the favor that the Lord would bestow upon her because of her achievements, made her flushed and extremely excited. "In the name of the Lord, purify those dirty worlds." Kaihoken. Fuck, is there such a big difference between the brain circuit of a sick girl and a normal person? Let her have her way. As long as she doesn't make a fuss about seeing her lord, that's fine. Jian Shangxian walked away satisfied with the answer she made up in her head. She is going to enter the game again, use the fastest speed to upgrade herself to become an S-level player, and dedicate more worlds to the Great Lord. Dungeons are extremely dangerous for other players, especially after becoming an A-level player, many dungeons will easily enter a dead end without a solution. But for cheating players like Shin Asakamai who have proton detectors and a lot of props, the dungeon clearance is just a waste of time. What's more, she still has the protection of the Lord on her body. Kaihoken didn't stop Jian Shangxian either. Don't think that Jian Shangxian is a madman, and think that she is not smart enough. Asakameishin is currently one of the 3 players who have provided the most information among the players he has recruited. She will only show fanaticism to the mentioned by the Salvation Society, and she will be extremely cruel and cruel to other things. Who would have thought that the world-destroying witch, known as a lunatic, would be a fanatic of a certain god? After dealing with Asaka Shishin, Kaihoken took out a dungeon selection card. Ready to enter the game and recruit other players. When the Empire has fully grasped the origin wall technology of the 02DC universe, it is very likely that it will develop a device that breaks through the barriers of time and space in the reincarnation game. Allow the staff of the Empire to go to different worlds to recruit players without entering the game. At that time, the Empire will have some head-on confrontation with the reincarnation game. When the copy selection card came into contact with the watch, it turned into a little bit of light. The watch also vibrated at this time. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the qualification for the reincarnation game Dungeon Sacrifice Island game. The player actively chooses to start the game, and can independently choose the time to enter the dungeon. Go in now. Chu Chen said. The voice just fell. A ray of light emanated from the watch, engulfing him and soaring into the sky, submerged into the tumbling dark clouds, and disappeared into the sky. Seeing the light shining from the manor, many players have different thoughts. Kaihoken's rise is extremely fast, far exceeding that of ordinary players. Most of the time, he will take the initiative to enter the game, and the non-reincarnation game will pull him in after the break time is over. If this continues, the opponent will create a historical record for the fastest player in the world to be promoted to A level. It's best not to come back alive, otherwise it will really make you feel very distressed. This world is already crowded enough. The interior of a luxurious manor. Surrounded by several strong and beautiful men, the glamorous lady muttered to herself looking at the video sent back by her subordinates. What's the point of upgrading soon? It's not like we are stuck in A level and can't get up. A muscular and strong man who was being whipped with a whip said in a delicate voice. Pip harder. Hiss, I'm so excited. Kaihoken was unaware of the discussions outside. After the light dissipated, he had already appeared on a beach. The fishy sea breeze brushed over his body. The site is already densely packed with players. It is estimated that there are about 1,000 people, all of whom are B-level players. Is it another harvest? Chu Chen thought to himself. Bloody harvest is the official term of the empire. Food crops that have been cultivated to a certain level can no longer provide enough harvest, and will be harvested to make room for new food crops. The entire universe is a plantation field, and those players are all food crops grown. When they can no longer provide a harvest that satisfies the behind the scenes, they will be sent to a dungeon that is extremely difficult and will be harvested. Clear out the growing soil for other seedlings. This practice of the reincarnation game is called the Harvest by the Empire. Chapter 330 Recovering Cadia, for subscription. The reincarnation game is not a charity project. Its appearance is not to promote the great harmony of the universe. Anyone who thinks that reincarnation games can bring about evolution is just an ignorant, poor worm who doesn't understand the truth. Kaihoken looked around at the thousands of players beside the beach. There was a trace of pity in his scrutinizing eyes. The outcome of these players is already doomed. Island of Sacrifice, Island of Sacrifice. Who is enjoying the offering? Who will be the sacrifice? The biggest purpose of reincarnation games is to create people's misery and despair. The behind the scenes make a living out of it and draw strength from it. According to the sampling inspection of the Empire, in the reincarnation game, it is often those who are extreme, full of hatred, sinister and cunning people will go a little further. It's not that some players are smarter than other players. It's those players who can bring better harvests to those behind the scenes. This is the sadness of it. No matter how hard the players try, they are in the palm of the hand, being fooled and having fun. They will never be able to resist and subvert each other's rule. The suffering of the creatures in the world created those immortal beings. Chu Chen sighed slightly in his heart. Counting the universe where he was a traverser, he has traveled through 2 universes. The cruelty and corruption of the fog world, the original world also fell into the endless abyss after being pulled into the reincarnation game. Among the heavens and worlds, how many worlds are normal? How many worlds are able to enjoy peace and stability all the time? In the reincarnation game, are the sources of corruption such as fog creatures only found in these 2 worlds? How many worlds in the heavens and myriad worlds are controlled and enslaved? The road to confrontation is long and endless. Chu Chen found it difficult to see the end of this battle. Seeing humans raise the flag of rebellion is already a rare thing. The crowd also quickly realized that the originally quiet beach with only the sound of waves became noisy. 1,400 B-level players, this is crazy. Wearing ancient knight armor and holding a scarlet blood-like long sword, the man looked around with a terrified expression. Kaihoken glanced at the other party. It should be a player who took the ancient extraordinary route, knight. We are dead. The player dressed as a magician ran to the distant ocean like crazy, and tried to escape using the flying technique, but was blocked by an invisible air wall. Damn it, I heard that there were more than 2,000 A-level players who opened the 1,000-player dungeon last time, and only 4 escaped. The survival rate is less than 2 per 1,000, it's too scary. Knowing about using immunity. The other players also looked gloomy. As B-level players, they are no longer newbies. Naturally know the massacres that happen every once in a while. When the number of players in a certain stage reaches a certain number, a large copy will be opened. Simultaneously pull in thousands of players for survival challenges. The survival rate is extremely low, only 1 or 2 per 1,000. All players who fail to complete the trial will die. Bloody, cruel, and inhumane. Everyone's watch is vibrated. The information window appears in front of every player. Inside is the relevant information about the copy of the Sacrifice Island. Sacrificial Island dungeon has been opened. Background introduction. Sacrifice Island has the most beautiful beach in the world. The palms and vibrant natural ecology are loved by tourists from all over the world. The happiness index of tourists is extremely high, and the number of negative reviews is currently 0. The local area is as hospitable as ever, and plans to further introduce services such as zero-yuan accommodation and independent travel to enhance tourists' love for the sacrificial island. Travel daily. If it is said that the most beautiful beach in the world, it must be the beach belonging to the Sacrifice Island, with clear and transparent seawater and long and gentle sandy beaches. The temperature is just right all year round, and the clear water is a paradise for diving enthusiasts all over the world. There are strange chocolate mountains, the world's smallest miniature tarsia, underwater cliffs with a drop of nearly 3,000 feet, and a group of cute dolphins who are not afraid of people. In addition to the beautiful natural environment, the unique customs and habits left by the ancient nation also add a touch of mystery to this tourist attraction. The temples built by the sea people in the past are still preserved on this island, allowing tourists to fully experience the charm left by ancient customs. Choosing to travel to Sacrifice Island is definitely the best choice not to be missed in life. Now Pink Sea and Sacrifice Island are launching an event. Invite friends to chop a knife, Travel for free and win big prizes. Metropolis Daily, on July 6, a horrific massacre broke out in the famous tourist destination Sacrifice Island. More than 1,700 tourists were killed, and their bodies were dismembered. A lot of cold blessings, this incident has caused great panic, and relevant departments have intervened. Metropolis Daily, there has been no response to the Sacrificial Island case so far. According to clues provided by insiders, naval ships appeared in the waters of Sacrificial Island to expel all ships. Metropolis Daily, the death incident that broke out on Sacrificial Island has so far not had any results. Relevant departments do not allow anyone involved in the investigation to talk about it, and sent people to block the island and nearby waters. There are many versions of speculation among the people, and many people are saying that those people were massacred by the army. Military Bulletin, Sacrifice Island and the relevant sea areas with a radius of 500 nautical miles have been designated as military restricted areas, and ships without permits are prohibited from entering the relevant sea areas. Military Bulletin, the military restricted area of Sacrifice Island has been further expanded, and all people are not allowed to go to the restricted area. Military Bulletin, all personnel staying on the Sacrificial Island have been infected by the deadly plague. If you find anyone who has escaped from the Sacrificial Island, please call the police immediately. Task 1, please assist the Icelanders to complete the sacrifice. Mission 2, please escape from the Sacrifice Island. Tip 1, please don't offend the Icelanders and don't talk about them. Tip 2, darkness is dangerous, don't let yourself be in the darkness without light. Tip 3, the words of the Icelanders are true and false, please be careful to distinguish. Tip 4, stay in a house with light after the sun goes down. Tip 5, don't go to raves after midnight. Hint 6, some hints are wrong. I wish you a happy game. After reading the relevant prompts and background, Chu Chen directly started the dungeon analysis, released the proton detector, and collected relevant information. This kind of large dungeon with a low survival rate is an unimaginable crisis for other players. To Chu Chen, it was not worth mentioning. There is a backer behind him, so he speaks so hard. Unhappy? Go to the Emperor of the Empire to single out. Chu Chen just wanted to walk to the depths of the island, but found that there was a player who was faster than him. This made Chu Chen take a few more glances. There are people behind me who dare to be so confident. This guy is even more arrogant than me. Could it be that there are people behind it? Kaihoken observed the other party with the help of a proton observer. It was a handsome, slightly feminine man. The corners of the other party's mouth are still slightly raised, with a vague arc. There is a domineering arrogance in the eyes that everyone is stupid except me. That pair of cold eyes reveals my cruelty and decisiveness all the time. Kaihoken smiled. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant player. Reincarnation games, like time traveling, can always give people some illusions. I think that I will be proud above all living beings and become the immortal existence. Many people will realize after several severe beatings that they are just an ordinary member of the crowd. Of course, it is not ruled out that some guys are lucky enough to pass the level all the time. In that case, it will naturally encourage arrogance. Chu Chen walked towards the island while watching the other party. After walking for a while, I left the beach and saw a dilapidated concrete road. The road surface is dilapidated, and weeds have grown, showing desolation. Walking along the concrete road, you can see a reinforced concrete building on both sides of the road. Those buildings are also very dilapidated. Overgrown with weeds. The facilities and signboards are also rusty, and the words on them can't be read clearly. It looks like it has been abandoned for a long time. The only thing Kaihoken could see clearly was a Meiji convenience store that said it was open 24 hours a day. The signboard is placed inside the glass frame. Even after being desolate for so long, the words inside are just yellowed, not blurred to the point of being unclear. It was introduced in the background of the copy. Sacrifice Island used to be a tourist attraction, but because of a massacre, no one paid any attention to it, and it became a forbidden place that everyone avoids. These buildings must have provided services for tourists at the beginning. After being blocked by the military, the buildings were abandoned. The end of the road is an open and abandoned square with 3 or 4 forks. At the end of the road in the middle, you can see a majestic temple. From the pictures sent back by the proton detector, it can be seen that there are some buildings along the way that look like houses of local residents. The road on the right goes all the way, with abandoned buildings along the way, and an abandoned circular green park at the end. It was run down and dirty. The road on the left leads to the once asphalt and masonry business district. There are many shops, and the prosperity of the past can be vaguely seen. At the end is an abandoned hotel. Kaihoken observed the situation of the entire island through the proton detector. There are some places that you can't see. The first one was built inside the military base northeast of the island, and the proton detectors could only see the periphery. There are scattered abandoned tanks and cars everywhere, as well as various dried and rotting corpses. The center of the base is blocked by some warp force, some of which cannot be seen. In addition to the military base being blocked, there are also temples filled with mysterious power. Can't see what's inside. Chu Chen stood beside the fork in the road, thinking about where he should go. Obviously, there must be a lot of clues at the military base. After the homicide occurred on Sacrifice Island, the army moved in. Judging from the several notifications released later, it was obvious that something was discovered before it was blocked. If this information is not taken away in time, it should be in the military base. The problem is that the clue has something to do with him. Cheater players do not need to follow the game flow. Kaihoken walked in along the road where the Icelanders were, that is, the road leading to the temple. After the blockade, it stands to reason that the locals will also be resettled. Why there are still aborigines on the island is confusing. When approaching the buildings of the aborigines, Chu Chen smelled the stench from the air. Seeing those aborigines for the first time, Chu Chen felt uncomfortable in his heart. Those guys should no longer be human. They have strange, deep folds on both sides of their necks. The head is narrow and oblate, and the eyes are protruding, large, watery, and without eyelids. Nose flattened, forehead and chin receded. Ears look underdeveloped and small enough. Lips are long and thick. Rough and grey cheeks with thick and visible pores, and no beard, only some sparse yellow hairs curled irregularly. The hands that were exposed outside the clothing appeared to be very large, with obvious blue veins, and showed a blue-grey color like that of a dead person. These aborigines have a greasy feeling and a faint fishy smell. For the appearance of outsiders, the aborigines showed indifference. They are busy with their own affairs and don't care about outsiders. Chu Chen didn't bother them either, but went straight to the temple. The temple is very old. Many bricks look very historical. There are murals on the inner walls of the temple, which seem to be well maintained and should be repaired by the Icelanders. The things depicted on the murals are very distorted and weird, as if they were stretched and rolled together. Each image has swirls, as if it were some kind of divine emblem. The statue in the deepest part of the temple is also very strange. It looks like a huge stone eye composed of countless spiral patterns. Mentioned in the background, is a relic left by an ancient people. However, it did not talk about what gods are enshrined. Kaihoken rummaged around in the temple, trying to pretend to be trying to pass the level. Footsteps came from the door. The player you saw just now also walked into the temple. As always, it was that cold face. When he saw Chu Chen, his gaze turned cold, and then quickly retracted. He also looked at the murals and statues. Kaihoken evaluated the other party. Selfish, cold-blooded, and cruel, in order to become stronger by any means, does not meet the recruitment standards of the Empire. For this reason, he did not speak. Do you have anything to gain? The man asked. I can exchange information with you, and it is absolutely worth the money. No. Chu Chen shook his head. The man looked Chu Chen up and down, and spoke again. Equivalent exchange will help us pass the customs. I'm not interested in making any deals. Chu Chen walked out directly. Make deals with each other. How much leisure does he have to do such stupid things? So Xiao comes from a world that has just been pulled into the reincarnation game. He is the first batch of players in that world, and also the top player. Relying on his ruthless character, he has already killed many opponents. Watching the strange man walk out of the temple, he evaluated the possibility of killing him to obtain information. Considering that today is the first day, he endured it and decided that if there is no breakthrough in other places, he will torture the other party. The other party was the first to enter the temple. Judging from the way he looked around just now, he must have gained something. He originally wanted to use the exchange method in exchange for the other party's information. The other party's tone was so arrogant. If you don't eat a toast, you will have to drink a fine bar. So Xiao has absolute confidence in his own strength. Apart from those powerful props, he has always hidden a trump card, the A-level talent, Dreamland. Activate this talent, you can pull all the targets in the area into the illusion dominated by him. If the player dies in the fantasy realm, he will die in reality as well. It can be said to be an extremely powerful talent. So Xiao is confident that he can kill anyone in this dungeon with his own ability. In order to survive and become stronger, So Xiao doesn't mind using any means. Those who stand in his way have only one fate, and that is death. He is the kind of person who admires the reincarnation game and even enjoys it. For those guys who want to resist and overthrow the reincarnation game, he just wants to comment on a fool, and wants to kill the other party. All kinds of props with mysterious power can restore the player's mortal injuries and allow the player to be sent to various dungeon worlds for trials, all of which reflect the power of the reincarnation game. If the reincarnation game wants to be unfavorable to ordinary people, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Reincarnation game is a path of evolution, and players are a path of sublimation. Only those who are stupid will blindly resist the reincarnation game. So Xiao has already decided that when he becomes an A-level player, he will clean the entire world. Those who oppose reincarnation games will be killed. So Xiao rummaged in the temple for a while, turned and left without finding anything. Go to other places and look for clues to survive. He is the man who wants to become the strongest player. To grasp the power that transcends all, let all beings tremble under his feet. No matter what happens, he will do whatever it takes to pass the level. Never allow yourself to be dumped here and become a sacrifice like those weak garbage. He wants to live. Climb to the top of the player's pyramid step by step. He wants to go to the top. Chu Chen was wandering around the houses of the aborigines. While observing the players, looking for objects that can be recruited, while looking at those weird buildings. The aborigines went about their work in silence. Kaihoken will try to talk to them. Found that they didn't like to talk, but still answered his questions. From their scattered answers, Chu Chen got some information. They came here to live under the guidance of God. Speaking of abandoned military bases, their faces will show disgust and anger. If you ask them to stay overnight, they will readily accept it. They called the giant eye enshrined in the temple the spiral eye, and occasionally went to repair and worship, but their tone obviously didn't like the temple. Kaihoken chatted while summarizing relevant information. Some aboriginal people would invite him to participate in religious services at midnight. Chu Chen also readily agreed. Relying on the protective means on his body, as long as he doesn't trigger the official reincarnation of the reincarnation game, other crises are nothing to him. After agreeing to participate in the ceremony, Kaihoken's favor among the Aborigines increased dramatically. Many Aborigines warmly invited Kaihoken to their home for dinner. Chu Chen naturally agreed one by one, and promised to go there when he was free. The other players were stunned. What kind of social cow is this? In the horror copy of the reincarnation game, they can easily mingle. Those Aborigines are not human at first sight. That guy can do this, talking to each other without changing his face, without beating his heart, and even hooking his shoulders. Many players feel that they are too cautious. Actually, this dungeon is not that dangerous. So Xiao was also taken aback for a while. He was even more suspicious of what key props the opponent had obtained in the temple. Otherwise, how dare you communicate with those Icelanders like this, and dare to promise them to participate in the midnight ceremony? After thinking for a while, So Xiao took out a silver bug from his bosom, whispered a few words, and let it fly. The bug hovered not far from Kaihoken, synchronizing what it saw to its master. The proton detector sent an alarm to Chu Chen. Chu Chen just secretly included the other party in the cleanup list, and did not expose the other party. After chatting with the locals, Chu Chen planned to go to the commercial area of Sacrifice Island. The performance must be sufficient. Otherwise, you will be forced to pass the customs when you come up, and it is easy to be noticed by the officials. There are also some players active there. He is going to contact those guys in the name of gathering intelligence to see if there is any suitable candidate. The business district has been completely abandoned. The collapsed mansard roofs are connected together to form a jagged and wonderful skyline. The doors and windows of most houses are open, even if it is still daylight at this time, the scenes inside those houses cannot be seen, filled with darkness. Many houses are leaning dangerously or even unbelievably due to the sinking of the foundation. Those dark windows, people have a sense of fear, no one would like to enter those houses. When the abandoned houses are connected together to form an entire abandoned city, the feeling of terror will explode exponentially. Abnormal subspace fluctuations detected. Abnormal subspace fluctuations detected. The reminder sounded continuously. Chu Chen frowned, and the whole abandoned business district was enveloped in the atmosphere of subspace, which was not a good thing. A booming explosion sounded, blowing up several houses. The silent cry. The bloody flute. The two players called out the names of their props in turn and launched an attack. Their battle spread to a large area. The other players either avoid it, or wait aside, waiting for the two players to exhaust their physical strength, and stage a play of fisherman's game. Kaihoken also had to avoid the fight between the two. After observing the players in the business district, Chu Chen had nothing to gain. All are a group of players with the jungle concept that weakness is original sin. There is no need to recruit those players. The ideological consciousness is too low, and it is easy to betray for profit. Kaihoken set off for the abandoned military base. The military base has been damaged by players. They broke open the gate of the base with violence and went in to search for clues. However, what happened next made Chu Chen realize the pity of reincarnation game players again. The military base has a huge database. The problem is that this database has more than 16,000 random keys. Every minute, the key is reset, randomized again. It is impossible to guess the password of the database even by using the exhaustive method. Only after the input is correct can it be unlocked and the data in it can be read. If you destroy it violently, you will only damage the data files inside, and you will get nothing. Many Samsara players looked at each other. Looking at the password input interface displayed on the illuminated central control screen, everyone was dumbfounded. There are quite a few players who take the technological route, but their battle armor and aircraft are exchanged for everything, and they have not been systematically studied. How could such a complicated random key be hacked? In addition to having powerful props, reincarnation players are pitifully incompetent in other aspects. Kaihoken also knew very well that this was the purpose of the reincarnation game. In this way, the science of all the worlds is abolished, and those guys are willingly kept in captivity and become fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. How about, let me try it? An abrupt voice sounded, causing a trace of surprise in Chu Chen's heart. A thin and tall boy stood up. He didn't look very old, only about 20 years old. Protruding finger bones, messy hair and emerald green eyes. Also wears a pair of round glasses, giving people a nerdy look. The boy took out a data tablet that looked like he assembled it himself, and inserted the plug into the socket under the screen. 10 minutes later, the unlocking progress on the platform reached 100%. The screen also pops up a prompt that the password is entered correctly. This scene made the players excited, and they rushed over to check various information. Chu Chen walked towards the thin-looking boy. A scholar who can become a B-rank player. To be honest, Chu Chen thought it was a miracle. Your ability is outstanding. Chu Chen said. You are the second person to compliment me like this. Many people think I am a reincarnation freak. I prefer to study the principles behind something. The boy pointed to those who rushed to the computer, vying for control, thinking players who want to be the first to read the data, they prefer simple and direct violence. You are not suitable for this game, you should be a scholar and do all kinds of research quietly. There are no scholars anymore, all professions are dead, only players are left. People rely on reincarnation games, who will do these researches. So do you want to be a player who can do whatever you want, or do you prefer to stay in a quiet laboratory and explore the secrets of the world? This is naturally. The boy hasn't finished speaking yet. Was interrupted by a rude voice. Don't talk to him, Li Tuk, I've said it many times, Don't always use your pure head to think about those guys. A strong boy came over. From the upper body of the other party, you can see the terrifying muscles like a tower, and the whole person looks like it is made of molten iron. Hideous, centipede-like scars can be seen everywhere on the body. Even if he didn't become a player, his body could kill a cow with one punch. The boy pushed Chu Chen away. Don't make plans with him, he is covered by me. If you touch a hair on him, I will make your life worse than death. He didn't threaten me, Si. The boy called Light stopped his companion's behavior and apologized to Chu Chen. I'm sorry, he is my good friend. I can live until now, largely because of C's help. I see. It is really a miracle that a scholar and nerd like Light can survive to the B level. Among them, the guy named Si probably made a lot of effort. After chatting for a few words, Light and Si turned and left. Kaihoken watched them. Finally found two players who don't believe in the law of the jungle. Not succumbing to the values imposed by the reincarnation game, this is actually a kind of resistance. Chu Chen listed the two as recruitable targets in the intelligence system interface that only he could see. At night, Chu Chen decided to send out recruitment to the two. The loyalty of the natal galaxy to the Holy Emperor is something that the entire galaxy knows. When the people of the Empire talk about who is the most outstanding Astra Militarum regiment in the Empire, natal will definitely appear on the list of arguments. Before the children of natal learned to walk, they had already learned their loyalty to the Empire, to the Holy Emperor. Fighting and dying for the Emperor's great cause is what they consider the highest honor. The natal galaxy, which has always been busy, ushered in a big vacation today. Factories chose to shut down, and shops also chose to close. Only the port is still in operation, receiving far more ships than usual. Many people came from all over the galaxy and gathered in the natal galaxy. The reason why they travel so hard is simply for one thing. That is to witness the birth of the heroic blood. As the Empire continues to promote artificial wombs, more and more men and women choose pure love and leave matters of reproduction to the Empire. The development of science and technology will inevitably bring about the awakening of human nature. People will pay more attention to their spiritual life and weigh the burden and benefits their children bring to them. Empire provides lifelong education, medical care, pension, and other guarantees. People are becoming less and less dependent on their families. Birth and starting a family have become a burden that hinders oneself from improving the quality of life. Under such circumstances, the fertility rate plummets. However, population is extremely important to a civilization. In addition, the colonization of other universes by the Empire also requires a large population. Artificial wombs and social upbringing out of the mother's body have become the basic state policy of the Empire. Of course, there is nothing prohibiting people from having their own children. But today's birth is very different from the previous birth. Becoming a parent requires more than just a passing passion. Becoming a parent is no longer as easy as it used to be. Rather, it requires a complex certification assessment process. A pair of parents cannot be qualified to raise a child until the eligibility is confirmed. It is a felony to raise a child without passing the examination. In the Imperial Code, children are the inheritors of civilized society and belong to the entire civilized society, not individuals. Children do not belong to their parents, but to the entire civilized society. The Empire's protection of individual human rights is extremely perfect. From the moment the hatchling is detected, it has full civil rights. The Empire has laws banning abortion. Except for the Great Emperor who has the power to deprive others of their lives, any institution that has not been authorized and approved by the Emperor of the Empire does not have the power to deprive others of their lives. Even if a mother conceives a child, she is not entitled to deprive the child of her life. Depriving the life of an unformed child without reason is considered a crime of betraying humanity. People can choose not to have children, but they have no right to decide whether a child should come into this world. With the implementation of these bills, the proportion of children born naturally has decreased year by year, but some people still choose to raise a child that belongs to them because of love. Natal's abnormal behavior today is simply that the child born is the blood of a hero. Natal's loyalty to the Emperor is known to everyone and has been sung all over the world. Among them, the greatest achievement is Hawk, who has become the commander-in-chief of the Empire. From an ordinary worker to a high-ranking imperial commander who is qualified to stand beside the Emperor, Hawk's experience is legendary. And her wife is another legend, a female general from Sarah. The little girl who had witnessed the murder of her relatives and the destruction of her homeland, and was finally saved by the Emperor of the Empire. The girl who stood shoulder to shoulder with the great primarch of the Empire, Jagatai, and declared war on the traitors. Her achievements are not inferior to Hawk, and she is also a person who is qualified to erect a statue in Terra. The combination of two heroes and the raising of a child is enough to shake the entire empire. Countless blessings came overwhelmingly. Even the Holy Emperor himself expressed his blessing. When the cry of the child was heard in various loudspeakers through the communication network, the people who had been waiting for a long time gave out cheers, and they celebrated the birth of the heroic blood. This child is the son of Natal and Sarah. His soul and loyalty belong to the Emperor. May his glory shine on this child forever. Hawk's voice came out through the loudspeaker. This sentence made the cheering people even more excited. The voice of the planetary governor suddenly came from the loudspeaker, interrupting the cheers of the people. The Emperor of the Holy Empire has come to Natal. The Emperor of the Holy Empire has come to Natal. The Emperor of the Holy Empire has come to Natal. The news of the arrival of the most respected and holy Emperor in the Empire caused people to look at each other in blank dismay, and the original fanatical cheers suddenly became silent. All the screens broadcasting the children were switched to scenes in the universe. Like a sharp knife cutting through the void, a gap suddenly appeared on the surface of the physical universe. Golden blue rays of light overflowed from the cracks in the subspace, brighter than 1,000 suns, impacting people's perceptions. A majestic, celestial-like giant battleship flew out of the gap. The majestic flapping double-headed eagle forms its prow, and the hull is inlaid with a huge city composed of statues and temples. This is a celestial-class battleship beyond the limit of the world's imagination, far beyond the comparison of other similar ships. In the vast universe, there is only one unparalleled hero worthy of this battleship. The Holy Emperor's own ship, the Emperor Supreme, has arrived at the natal galaxy at this moment. Countless people who fell silent from the carnival burst into cheers again. Being able to witness the flagship of the Holy Emperor is already an honor that most people can't imagine. Behind him, groups of warships filed out. Any ship can easily destroy the world, destroy the stars, and bring countless deaths. At this moment, they turned into loyal guards, only to protect the safety of the Lord of Humanity. Guilliman sat on the mechanical throne. Below his throne, there are natal officials who were sent over. There is also Hawk and Andy who just gave birth, and the baby they are holding. Guilliman did not show the majesty of the past, but showed a rare smile. He got up from the throne, walked down the steps, and walked in front of Hawk. It looks like I've caught up and I'm not late. No matter when His Majesty arrives, it is an unimaginable honor for the people of Natal, and there is no such thing as being late. Hawk said excitedly, unable to hide his excited tone. The Emperor came for his son, what an unimaginable honor. Enough to go down in the family history. If he still has a family. Guilliman smiled without saying a word, turned to look at Andy, his other general. Andy is very smart, she understands her master's thoughts. Put her newly born child on the other's broad palm. The skin of the newly born baby will look wrinkled due to the long-term waiting in the amniotic fluid, which is not good looking. The eyes have been able to open. Those ignorant eyes stared at the giant in front of him. Young minds don't know what this moment represents. Lovely child. Guilliman kissed the child's forehead as his blessing. He is not stingy with rewarding his subordinates. Of course, there are many types of rewards. One is material and the other is emotional. The former is easier, a document that does not require the person to present, can give the other party money or land. The bond established like that will not be very strong, and the problems it brings will be left behind for future generations. With the rise of fiefdom families, the empire reproduces a complex chain of interests. The latter requires Guilliman's excellent political talent and interpersonal skills, which is more troublesome. For example, as it is now, he needs to come to the natal galaxy in person. The relationship established in this way is very strong. Rewards are based on emotion and will not have any impact on the real world. I wish him not to be harmed by any evil, and I wish him the courage to face the terrible enemy. Guilliman's voice was full of majesty, and the place where he kissed showed a faint golden blue mark, which disappeared again. The people of Natal and those who came from all over the galaxy to witness the birth of the child all cheered. The sound was deafening, sweeping through every corner of Natal. What's his name? Guilliman asked. I haven't named it yet, Your Majesty. Andy's tone was weak. In order to give birth to this child, she removed the previous mechanical prosthesis and used the Empire's cutting-edge technology to restore her flesh and blood. Your Majesty, please give him a name. Hawk said. Guilliman stared at the child and said with a smile, then it's called Asses. In ancient Gothic, it means a person who has the courage to face everything. That's Asses. Hawk said. The people were also very excited, shouting together the name the Emperor gave the child. They shouted the name of Asses, and gave the eagle salute to the great Emperor. Hawk took his child back from his lord. He stared at the child's ignorant eyes, showing love. The whole world is cheering for your name, Arthas. One day, we will die, and you will inherit our will and continue to fight for His Majesty and the Empire. Guilliman smiled. The Imperial Guard stood behind him, silent, watching this scene. Valerian's enthusiasm for the people is a bit unimaginable. But he still controlled his emotions very well, and did not make any criticism. May I take the liberty to ask, why did Your Majesty leave the sacred homeland? After the broadcast of the Emperor's blessing was cut and switched to the universe, Hawk carefully handed the child to his wife, and asked that he could not be seen in public. The question asked in front of him, if His Majesty wants to bless the child, he can declare that we will go to the sacred home, and there is no need to visit in person. Guilliman also had no habit of lying to his loyal subordinates. The Cadia fortress has fallen for too long, and it should return to the embrace of the Empire. Calgar has mobilized an army to prepare for a decisive battle with the traitors in Cadia. As the Lord of Mankind, I naturally have to sit in the fortress myself. Your Majesty is going to march in person? Why isn't there any news? Hawk was shocked. He had never heard the news that the Emperor of the Empire was going to march. If he knew, he would only be in the army at the moment. How could he stay here and wait for his wife to give birth? The expedition is not worth publicizing, but the victory is worth publicizing. Guilliman said, when the victory comes, the news will naturally spread. Please allow me to walk with His Majesty, the Nautilians are willing to be the vanguard in the battle to regain Cadia. Hawk said. Relevant military arrangements have been made a long time ago. It is a taboo to tamper with the layout of the frontline commander. There are still many opportunities in the future. Spend time with your wife and children. You will not have much time in the future. The enemies of the Empire are countless. You will have to fight more battles than you can imagine. Hawk put his hand at the position of his heart and made a sky eagle salute, saying like an oath, the people of Natal are fearless, as long as the edge of your majesty's sword points, it is the place where the people of Nadal fight. Nadal I will definitely sweep away all enemies for his majesty. The Naudilians will definitely sweep away all enemies for his majesty. The Naudilians will definitely sweep away all enemies for his majesty. Many officials in front of the mechanical throne also roared loudly and gave the Skyhawk salute on their chests. Chapter 331 Abaddon, let's see where you can go. Seeking subscription. You have proved it many times. Guilliman smiled brightly. Hawk stared at that noble face. It was a face that gathered all the miracles and lights in this world, enough for anyone to offer eternal loyalty the moment they saw it. Since the birth of mankind, no one has ever been able to create such a feat as the Emperor of the Empire. Even the great Emperor is the same. The achievements of the Emperor are also sung by the world. However, Hawk took the liberty of thinking that the great pioneer, the father of the Primarch, was still a little less than the current Emperor. The officials straightened their waists, and many of them had tears in their eyes, and tears of joy flowed wantonly along their faces. A strong sense of pride burned in the hearts of Hawk and many Nadal officials. Obtaining the approval of the Emperor is the goal they have been pursuing. At that moment, Nadal's persistence paid off. The corrupt old nobles of Nadal have brought sin into this world. They once rejected the salvation brought by Guilliman, and secretly resisted. Worse yet, they attempted to kill the Primarch, who was then only regent. That is an unimaginable felony. Every time they recall these histories, the Naudilians will look heavy. Nadal's ancestors committed a terrible crime. They must be more outstanding than others in order to wash away those shameful pasts. Nadal will still prove that we will never be afraid. Every Naudilian is ready to sacrifice. From the moment of birth, we are always ready. Hawk said. Very good. Guilliman said, besides the battle to recover Cadia, there are more dangerous battles. Get ready, Hawk. The Empire's wrath is about to burn, and the Holy Great Crusade will begin again. Your mission is not over yet. Get ready to fight, and let countless universes await the salvation of the Empire. Okay, Your Majesty. An impulse surged in Hawk's heart. Even though he had lived for centuries, he was still as passionate as when he left Nadal. Guilliman turned and walked back to his throne. When he was sitting on the throne, the screen that switched to other scenes switched to him again. For the human empire, for Your Majesty. Hawk raised his hand and shouted. All the Naudilians made the same gesture. The guests who came from afar shouted. Hundreds of millions of voices roared loudly, forming a terrifying sound wave that swept across the entire planet and even the entire galaxy. No one ordered them to do that. Doing so doesn't require any commands. The man who sits on the throne is their king. It is this man who shaped the present empire, made the stars bow their knees to mankind, and let all evil flee far away from the territory of human life. It is this man who leads mankind to a glorious and bright future. People think that he is more sacred than the word God. They shouted spontaneously, in order to show their loyalty and love to the Lord of Men. Many people were crying, just seeing the honor of the Emperor and being in a galaxy with him was enough to make them feel more satisfied than ever before. If not all human emotions will be absorbed by the firewall, I am afraid that the emotions of these fanatical people will set off a huge subspace storm. Guilliman smiled, and responded to the situation with absolute calmness and peace. His words echoed through the communication network and in all loudspeakers. Long life humanity! After all the officials were sent away, under the watchful eyes of countless people, the Emperor Supreme launched a huge force field traction, pushing the huge hull to the edge of the galaxy. A huge warp portal emerges at the edge. Strange witchcraft fire erupted from it, illuminating the dark void. The fleet sinks into it, and waits until the last ship also disappears into the crack. The excited people stopped. Their faces were flushed and their hearts were excited. It was unimaginable luck for them to meet the Emperor of the Empire. It is very likely that they will not be able to get this kind of luck again for many years to come. No matter what they achieve, it will never bring them joy beyond what they have today. In a dark void far away from the light of the stars, there is a huge void number 5 space transfer station suspended. Before the human empire had established a complete lighthouse navigation system, the ships of the empire could only use the astronomical torch from Terra to navigate the dangerous subspace. Warp navigation was far less stable than it is today. Every voyage is a dangerous adventure. People can only sail in relatively safe waterways, and they will leave the subspace every once in a while and return to the real world to rest. Civilian ships are far less arrogant than imperial military ships, and they can tear open cracks in the universe at will and enter the subspace. In order to ensure their own interests, merchants often choose areas that are relatively easy to enter the subspace as ports for temporary corrections. Those space transfer stations far away from the stars were born under such circumstances. Void number 5 was built a long time ago. The empire at that time had not yet been established. There was no lighthouse navigation system, and there was no star torch. Of course, the subspace was not as dangerous as it is today. Even without Geller's position, people can safely navigate in the warp. Around the space transfer station, there is something called the protection axis by the old captains. It is a safe haven built in the real space around the cobweb-like base. Those ships passing the channel will dock in the safe haven, and the crew will go to the entertainment area of Void 5 to have some fun. Information shows that Void 5 declined in the era of Long Night, and when the Empire was established, the space station became very prosperous again. Some savvy sub-administrators will even spend military money to enhance their weapons to defend the normal operation of the space station. That boom until the Great Rift event broke out. In that crazy, dark time, even with a whole team of navigators, and a ship equipped with the best Geller force field, entering the warp is an extremely crazy move. The warp at that time was like a pot of boiling oil, and ships that entered it tended to lose their way. Fortunate ones will appear thousands of light years away from the target. The unlucky ones disappeared without a trace, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Void number 5 space soon fell into decline at that time. No one dares to cross the Star Sea to come here. In order to reduce losses, the cargo ship and the naval supply ship also stopped communication. Only ships that need to hide their whereabouts still use this route. And these also affect the quality of the occupants of Void 5. Chaotic places attract only madmen. Those scholars who master the secrets of machinery and the operation of all things will only stay in a peaceful environment. Their abilities only work in a cooperative society. In a place of madness, they will only be the object of oppression. Excellent people are gradually leaving this empty spiral building with nothing but emptiness and echoes. When the Empire re-emerged, the lighthouse navigation system launched by Guillemon replaced the former Astronomicon. The navigation safety factor of subspace has been greatly improved. Ships have fewer and fewer accidents. The transfer station is also useless. Some transfer stations were transformed in time, transforming them into cheap immigrant spaceships. According to a certain trajectory, go back to hundreds of galaxies, and send those imperial citizens who want to leave or travel. Most of the residents are those who want to enjoy low-cost starry sky services. Although the space station is very slow, it has a complete ecosystem and a sound social system. Guests whose journey lasts for 1 or 2 years can still find a job, and they can still have a slight surplus after deducting the fare when they arrive at the destination. This immigrant ship transformed from a large space station is loved by people with insufficient budget. However, not all space stations will be transformed. Some space stations that are unmanned in the subspace will often be abandoned in the dark void, becoming a gathering place for smugglers, slaves, thieves, prostitutes, and black market merchants. Those space stations often become lawless places. Mortals who are easily seduced come to these places in search of the thrill they crave. Void 5 is such a space station. It has been dissociated from the social system of the Empire and has become a place where filth is hidden. Those shady goods will be traded here, laundered after complicated procedures, and placed in an imperial store. Some guys with desire in their hearts come here to enjoy the carnival and chaos, as well as the indulgence of desire that is prohibited by the laws of the Empire. All this corruption continued until the arrival of Calgar. The rage of the Master of Ultramarines set the entire space station ablaze. The Ultramarines shoot wildly at the fleeing Chaos Warriors, even if it means destroying the space station. Abaddon. Stand up, you coward, stand up and face me. Calgar continued to growl in anger. The huge fist pierced through the opponent's defense with ease. The huge Chaos Terminator slashed over with a battle axe in hand. Calgar turned around to avoid the blow released by the opponent with all his strength. Gauntlets surround crackling arcs. He squatted down slightly, and then punched a rising dragon fist from below. The huge fist smashed the Chaos Terminator's jaw to pieces. The opponent's head exploded instantly into a rain of blood mixed with metal fragments. The mutilated body is under the influence of excessive killing kinetic energy. He fell back to the ground with a force capable of crushing the spine. Calgar's movements were faster than the body that fell to the ground. At the moment before the corpse fell to the ground, the battle group leader adjusted his standing posture and turned half a circle. The 2 bolters under the gauntlet roared like thunder, unleashing a barrage of death on the Chaos Warriors around them. 2 more Terminators were torn apart on the spot by blessed bombs. A roaring power hammer slammed at him. Calgar deflected the opponent's hammerhead with a backhand punch. Another punch with the momentum of thunder. The Chaos Warrior died on the spot, and the shattered corpse flew out like a high-speed shell, knocking into the air several Chaos Warriors who wanted to pounce on them. Calgar stepped forward, nothing could stop him. He and his personal guards rushed all the way to the interior of the space transfer station. At the back, there are fewer Chaos traders. Some metal puppets burning green evil fire replaced them and became the main force to stop Calgar and others. Those puppets have limbs like humans, but there are 2 huge chimneys behind them, emitting strange blue light and smoke. The distorted mechanical structure emitted a terrifying light, and those green eyes were as pure as gemstones, but exuded terrifying malice. They have the same tall body as the original cast warriors, and the arms driven by strange energy have the strength comparable to the strongest transformation unit in the Empire. A Primaris warrior wearing power armor was blown away by those terrifying puppets with a single punch, and the whole person flew out. If it weren't for the powerful repair function of the heart of the Empire, I'm afraid he would be killed on the spot. Abaddon obviously got some brand new gadgets. Calgar notified the technicians to start the anti-magic stance, but it didn't work. The metal puppets didn't stop, and their strength didn't weaken in any way. What makes people even more troublesome is their unsolvable ability to reorganize. Calgar smashed them into pieces with ease with the gloves in his hands. Those fragments will soon melt into molten iron in a burst of green flames, and then become a metal golem again. Like there's no way to kill it. In the end, Calgar's deputy figured out a way to use the dimensional device to split their bodies and throw them in 2 different spaces, only to stop those metal puppets with infinite resurrection ability. After dealing with the metal golems, Calgar walked to the target room located by the scanner built into the armor. The plastic steel gate is firmly locked. Although the surface of the door is pitted and has mottled rust, it is thick enough to withstand the impact of a small nuclear bomb. Calgar can wait for his subordinates to use the laser cutter to open the door. But he chose the simplest and rudest way. That is to take a deep breath, take a half step back, activate the power fist and the auxiliary impact system, and then punch out suddenly. With a loud noise, the thick plastic steel door becomes twisted. Dazzling red alarm lights cover every corridor in the corridor with loud sirens. Calgar made another punch and knocked the entire gate flying, smashing the 7 or 8 traitors inside into a pulp. When he rushed in, the bullets roared like a torrential rain and roared through the air. Thousands of ammunition were unleashed in seconds. The bullets blocked by the energy shield piled up under Calgar's feet. A heavy-duty bolter machine gun with heavy armor and firmly grasping the ground with 4 brackets was facing the door, pouring ammunition, and the circulating fluid used to cool the barrel produced countless bubbles. One of Calgar's personal guards directly pulled the trigger of the plasma cannon in his hand, and a dazzling light ball flew by. The upper body and the heavy bolter machine gun of the cultist who pulled the trigger disappeared. The high temperature of the plasma photosphere directly vaporized, leaving only a puddle of molten iron and rising steam. The traitors in the room were quickly killed. No shadow of Abaddon. Just 2 Chaos Terminator and a bunch of traitors. Calgar could not help but let out an angry growl. Abaddon escaped several times, which made Calgar gritted his teeth with hatred, and regarded it as his own shame. After receiving the news of Abaddon's haunting, he regarded it as an opportunity to wash away his shame. With the help of the Empire's intelligence system, he quickly locked on Void 5. Unfortunately, the other party still escaped. That damned coward! Calgar growled like an angry lion. My lord, these seem to be star maps, another path leading to the Cadia fortress. The words of the personal guard made Calgar suppress the rage in his heart, and turned to study the things on the black iron table in the room. There are datasheets and some security communication cans scattered on the desktop, and there is also a huge map that looks like it is made of some kind of animal skin. Various symbols are used to represent galaxies on the map, and brown lines represent subspace roads, connecting various symbols. Cadia was marked out, and several lines connected it, including a route the Empire had never known. Bring someone alive. Calgar said. A personal guard walked over with a captured cultist. What is this? Calgar asked while clutching the map. I won't tell you anything. The cultist said, you guys who have been fooled by the tyrant, you will get nothing from me. A hard bone, break it. Calgar said. The 2 guards next to him nodded, dragged the prisoner aside, and summoned a think tank with mind-reading ability. It didn't take long for the captive to scream, full of pain and despair. 10 minutes later, a personal guard handed the read information to Calgar. P.S. To be continued. I can work hard to speed up the update speed. As for the water problem, alas, 1.9 million words, I can say that I have a conscience. I have been rushing to the plot, and will add some private goods, and the fights of the protagonist are all tricks and seconds, the harvest is not repeated. It may be that the transitional chapters are poorly written. I try to make a few funny and sickly characters. I try to make the beginning funny and the ending theme sublimated, so as to improve the reading experience of the old men. Chapter 332 The Final Battle of Armageddon, subscription required. Calgar took over the data board that recorded the interrogation information. Glanced at the stubborn cultist just now. The other party has fallen at the feet of the think tank responsible for interrogating him. His eyes turned white, his mouth was foaming, and his body was still twitching unconsciously. The faint glow projected by the rotating holographic projection in the room reflected on that guy's face. Can clearly see the expression of horror and despair on the face of the cultist. Even if he passed out in a coma, it didn't subside in any way. It looks like it was carved with a knife. Using witchcraft to read the soul of a living person will cause irreversible damage. In mild cases, the nerves are damaged, or even hemiplegia, and there is no ability to take care of themselves. In severe cases, the soul will be damaged, causing the whole person to go crazy. Is an extremely inhumane method. Calgar doesn't like this method very much either. But he was more concerned about Abaddon's whereabouts. That damned marauder has escaped his grasp several times. This incident was regarded by Calgar as a disgrace to his long military career. That guy's toughness made Calgar put his anger on Abaddon on him. He has given that traitor a chance. The opponent has no loyalty to the Empire in his heart. Even if you have failed, you still have to be so stubborn. To keep a secret for his master. Such a fool, Calgar has no need to show mercy to the other party. For these traitors who betrayed the Empire and regarded Abaddon and the Chaos Gods as their targets, any cruel means were allowed. Any kindness to these fellows is cruelty to the warriors who died fighting against the gods, and the ordinary people who were slaughtered by traitors. The datapad is very smart, it will automatically lock Calgar's pupil vision, and slide with his eye movements. It only took a few seconds for him to read all the information he read from the opponent's mind. The content inside made Calgar frown slightly. After that fellow Abaddon escaped from his hands, he pulled up a powerful army again and recruited some good players. Those strange iron and mechanical golems are the new legions forged by his new men. The combat power of those puppets should not be underestimated. A single punch could knock a primordial warrior into the air, blow up the heavy armor abruptly, and almost killed a primal warrior in an instant. What's even more frightening is their almost indestructible regeneration ability. Even if the subspace is cut off, it will not help. Can also be revived and strengthened. Now those metal mechanical puppets are cut and thrown in different dimensional spaces, which prevents them from being resurrected. Otherwise, it is estimated that they are still fighting those metal mechanical puppets. Abaddon must not be allowed to escape this time. Calgar said firmly in his heart. Every time he escapes, the guy pulls up a team again. Abaddon is immortal, the Empire is doomed to be restless. Keep reading. Is the purpose of these Chaos Traders to capture the Void 5 space transfer station? With the growth of the Imperial military power, the living space of the Chaos Traders was gradually compressed. The warbands of the Empire are generally overstretched. A battle group can easily pull out thousands of original cast warriors. Even with the blessing of the gods, the Chaos Warband is no match for the Primaris Warband. At one time, he was hunted down and encircled by the opponent. During the long-term siege of the Empire, many Chaos Warbands were in a very difficult situation. Lack of equipment, lack of ammunition, severe attrition, and no slaves for cannon fodder. What's more, it's not like it used to be. Lack of equipment to grab the industrial world of the Empire. If you lack weapons, rob the Empire's foundry. If there is a shortage of fighters, we will grab the genetic seeds of the Empire. If there is a lack of slaves, they will rob the world of the hive capital of the Empire. Take a trip and have enough food and clothing. Before the Imperial support arrived, they had already slapped their buttocks and left. But now the situation is different. As long as the Chaos Warbands launch an attack on the world of the Empire, those Primaris Warbands are like sharks that smell blood, and they will come to them soon. Send out 500 or 600 original cast warriors at one time, chasing and fighting. A small battle gang is only a few dozen people. There are more than a dozen people who are a little bit worse, or even a few. There are hundreds of original cast warriors of the Empire as soon as they come out. When I see them, I am as excited as a dog when I see bones. One ran faster than the other, for fear that those Chaos Warriors would be hacked to death by other companions before they could be hacked. Many war gangs are aggrieved. Mixed into a gift package of experience, who can bear this kind of thing? The more important point is that with the upgrade of the Empire's weapons and equipment, the local defense forces have also been upgraded. Various exoskeleton armor, automatic artillery, drone clusters and other equipment have become the equipment of regular troops. Chaos Warriors can't get much benefit from the defense system of the local defense force. There's a good chance that you will blow yourself up on the head. If you meet Katachan, Krieger, and other star militia regiments, it will be difficult to run away. Looting the Imperial world is no longer a matter of blood. It is a high-risk, low-yield loss-making business. If you are not careful, the entire battle gang will be wiped out. Under such circumstances, those Chaos War gangs are getting more and more bleak. They have nothing to ask for, they are fighting against the Empire purely for love and faith. Even Abaddon encountered such a problem. In order to get enough soldiers and slaves, Abaddon focused on Void 5, an illegal area far away from the Empire. In the laws of the Empire, all kinds of depraved behaviors that occurred on the Void 5 space station are strictly prohibited. Even if those guys were attacked, they didn't dare to speak up. Once the Empire is tracked down, the judges will clean them up immediately. Was taken captive by Abaddon's army, just as a slave. When discovered by the Empire, it was directly bomb greetings. To be more bleak, it is a normal operation in the Empire to pull directly to remove the lobotomy and make atonement as a slave. Right now, all the waterways leading to Cadia have been blocked, yet Abaddon actually holds such a path to provide support for the Cadia battlefield. Calgar frowned slightly, and soon relaxed it again. He suddenly realized that if the trail marked on the star map really existed, this could be an opportunity for the Empire. An opportunity to wipe out all the enemies of the Empire on the Cadia battlefield. The traitors can go that route, and so can the Empire. Orc Emperor, Bonebreaker. The Supreme Ruler of the Dead, King of Silence. There are other scattered aliens, even those who have not been wiped out. The Dark Eldar are also in Cadia. The rise of the Empire has forced the enemies of the Empire to unite and fight for a chance to survive. Obviously, the human battle to regain the galaxy will break out on the planet Cadia. Now, the Primarch of the Fist of the Empire, Dorn and the Primarch of the Dark Angel, Ryan have both rushed to the Eye of Terror because of the Cancerous Legion calling on enemies from all over the galaxy. In addition to the two Primarches, His Majesty has also left the human race. The sacred homeland of Cadia is on its way to the Cadia battlefield. If I can use this unknown channel to launch a surprise attack from behind when the enemy is busy responding to the frontal attack of the Empire, I will be able to catch the opponent by surprise. The enemies of the Empire will pay a heavy price. It may even be completely wiped out on the Cadia battlefield. The Empire will take this opportunity to completely unify the galaxy. This is an opportunity not to be missed. As the vanguard of the Cancer Legion, Abaddon will definitely go to the Cadia battlefield. As long as he is fast enough, Abaddon will be blocked in the Cadia fortress like everyone else. At that time, this big predator will be hard to fly. This time, I will never let you escape from my hand again. Calgar grabbed the star map and turned to go out. When he walked to the door, he glanced at the traitors, waved his hand and said, "Execute all the traitors, and let the mechanic order send someone to recover the Void 5 space transfer station." After saying these words, Calgar had already walked out of the room. Boom. 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 The sound of explosive bombs continued to sound behind him. Those traitors who turned their backs on the Empire and surrendered to chaos were executed one by one. The battle at the Void V space station is over. Calgar let a mechanician team stay, and will reclaim the property of the Empire Void V, to prevent it from becoming a hotbed of chaos again. The rest of the fleet plans to follow the guidance on the star map, go around the back of the Cadia battlefield, and stab the enemy's heart. Calgar, who returned to the flagship, also plans to accept the 4th original casting upgrade. As the right-hand man and right-hand man of the Emperor, Calgar always gets the best technology. The technology for the 4th original casting upgrade that had just been perfected was also sent to him immediately. Calgar wanted to grab Abaddon with overwhelming force. Step down that damned bastard, bring him back to Terra, hang with those traitors, and become the beautiful landscape of Terra. Even if the 4 gods crawled out of the subspace this time, they won't be able to keep you, Abaddon. Naked, Calgar, who was about to walk into the upgrade cabin, swore in his heart. The upgrade cabin was activated under the operation of the technical priest. Accompanied by a mechanical sound, the hatch slowly opened. Calgar raised his leg and stepped into it. The nano-mechanical arm holds him in place. The hatch then slowly closed. Calgar went into hibernation with anger towards Abaddon and the anger of being beaten by that fake Horus back then. When he wakes up, he will be reborn again. History should never be forgotten. To forget history is to betray the past and to abandon the future. Witness the truth, report the truth, record the truth. This is our mission. Reporter's mission. Those warriors are waging a visible war across the galaxy with genes, bombs, and spaceships. And we use words and cameras to fight another war. People will think that we are weak, that we can kill at will, that we have no power. Thinking like that is absurd and ignorant. Those short-sighted eyes cannot know how terrifying the power of words is. It shapes the entire race, it shapes the empire, it shapes the future. This force is hidden and powerful. Even those warriors were conceived from this power. Historians walk in the past with difficulty, recording those things that have already happened in past. They record the history of this moment for future generations. Tell them what happened. This is the meaning of the narrator. Many people cannot understand my words. How powerful words written on paper can have. It is not a rune with magic power. People like that can only recognize tangible power, but not invisible power. If a race has no history, they will not have cohesion, nor will they create any civilization. A race cannot draw strength from the past, and cannot look to the future. When was human civilization born? When the first ape man appeared. When building your first house. When the first fire was lit. Neither. Civilization was born when humans first learned to record history. With history, they united and established tribes and villages. This is the invisible power of history. If history is lost, the future will also be lost. Sitting at his desk, the famous narrator, Kaker, is finishing his autobiography. He has served the Empire for centuries, so he is an old guy. Fortunately, the life extension technology of the Empire is strong enough, so that he still has a healthy body and a quick mind to be competent for his work. In order to enhance his efficiency, Kaker installed a thinking aid brain computing device on himself. This device can help him think better and use those more accurate words more accurately. History is a rigorous matter that cannot tolerate distortions and mistakes. Otherwise it will bring wrong enlightenment to future generations. Human beings often make mistakes constantly. In essence, some people falsify history for their own selfishness. They glorify their mistakes. Later people have a sense of illusion. The beautified and distorted history will make people feel that the crisis at that time was not particularly serious. Even if you experience it again, it is within the range you can accept. This has led to humans constantly repeating some low-level mistakes that have been made many times. Mankind cannot learn any lessons from history. Who can get the right answer from a wrong source? Of course, as the history books of imperial enlightenment, it is allowed to be less rigorous, and some emotional guidance can be done. This is a helpless choice. Many people don't like to think. They just like to passively accept other people's views and then take them as their own. This point, Kaker has long been aware of. Humans are lazy creatures. Even if the Empire lowers the threshold for acquiring knowledge, it will be useless. There will always be a large number of people who are unwilling to take the initiative to learn and research that knowledge. These people prefer to waste their precious time on meaningless things. For many opinions, they also don't like to think, but like to be guided by others. As for those who want to actively seek the truth, they can naturally get the truth elsewhere. What Cockle does is put the truth out there. As he grows older, Kaker's understanding and insights into many things become more in-depth and thorough. He learned to strip away his subjective emotions, and used a bystander attitude to record the occurrence of every historical event. This approach earned him more praise. His description method gives people a sense of immersion that he was watching things happen at the time. After writing the last few words, Kaker put down his pen, leaned on the back of his chair and took a deep breath. His autobiography has been written until now, and it is already a very long story. What you have seen and heard over hundreds of years, your growth and mistakes are all written in it. Kaker, leaning on the back of the chair, emptied himself and gave his brain a chance to rest. He let his thoughts run wild like a wild horse. I'm thinking about what to eat after I'm busy. After a while, I thought about tomorrow's plans. At the end, the chaotic thoughts will always plunge into the abyss of memory, linking up those things that happened hundreds of years ago. Every time he recalled the things that had happened, Kaker felt like he had a long dream. Everything is constantly flashing like a movie. The 13 Primarchs, who were only regents at the beginning, woke up in Ultramar and launched an indomitable expedition to save mankind in Makraj. Countless heroes gathered there, vowing to regain everything lost for mankind. As a result, legendary battles broke out. Not long after the indomitable crusade started, the 13th Primarch signed the Chronicle Act and restarted the Imperial History Department. Allows scholars to board ships to record various historical events. Kaker thought of himself at that time. Nothing but hot blood. Ignorant, I just set foot on the ship to the endless starry sky. At that time, his parents were still alive and healthy. Is very supportive of his choice. Encourage him to do what he thinks is worth doing. Cockle is in the spirit of being loyal to the country. And many companions took the ship to the Vitria Galaxy. At that time, the Empire was not as powerful as it is today. The Tyranid Zerg was the Empire's confidant at the time, and it was also the nightmare of countless Imperial troops. During the dark years before the 13 original bodies awakened, several battles between the Empire and the Tyranids all ended with heavy damage to the Empire. There are only two outcomes for the Imperial army to encounter Zerg. One is eaten, the other is still eaten. The Terra Council at that time even planned to use the Extinction Order to isolate a star belt of ruins that besieged the Terra Zerg. Fortunately, with the hard work of heroes such as Call, the Living Saint, and Judge Grey, the sleeping 13 original bodies were successfully awakened. That is definitely their greatest exploit. Because the fate of human beings has been turned upside down by what they have done. Without the persistence of those people, I am afraid that the Empire would have been torn apart and become a carnival paradise for aliens and traitors. In the battle against the Tyranid Zerg in the Vitria Galaxy, many soldiers who went to the battlefield left a last letter in advance. Some military officers also asked Kager to take pictures of them as their posthumous photos. Cockle thought of the past and showed a wry smile. That battle was also really tragic, so tragic that it would be very pale and powerless to describe it with any words. The void line of defense fell, and the fragments of the starship fell like meteors, extremely dense. Every flash in the sky means tens of thousands of dead sailors. Countless fighters in the atmosphere and Tyrannos fight together. Pilots look through the cockpit door, wherever they look, there are countless Zergs. Desperate pilots drove the damaged fighters to launch suicide counterattacks again and again until they were torn apart by the Zerg. The surface was fought even more violently, with shining explosions and piles of corpses everywhere, including Zerg and humans. The knights were driving the mechs, charging towards the bug swarm amidst battle roars, and the moment they fell down, they started to self-destruct. The gigantic titan stood proudly beside the collapsed city wall, suppressed the swarm with weapons powerful enough to destroy the city, created opportunities for the evacuated troops, and was finally overwhelmed by the endless Zerg, ushering in its own end in a burst of mushroom cloud flames. Finally, even the defense line of the Hive capital was breached. Bloody battle broke out in every street, every building. Countless soldiers blocked the swarm's progress with their flesh and blood. Even the mighty warriors were overwhelmed, and there was no safe place on the entire planet. If it weren't for the Imperial Regent at that time, that is, the current Emperor of the Empire arrived in time. Cockle felt that he might die there with old Jan. When the news of the victory of the war came, he walked out of the trench, and there were corpses everywhere he looked. Burning embers were falling from the sky, and ruins were everywhere. The whole sky was covered by beacon smoke, it was grey, and only faint sunlight covered the surface. The pungent smell of blood made the air stink. There is no one who does not bear the grief of losing a loved one. There is not a single person who does not suffer from the price paid for winning. The Vitria battlefield was the first time Kager realized how terrifying the word war is. Countless lives were lost just like that. Lying on the icy ground, filling every gully. The blood that flowed out soaked the land. Those dead are not cold numbers, nor are they words that can be summed up in one sentence. Are living individuals. They have had other roles as well. It used to be a child who lay on his mother's lap and looked at the stars in the sky. Was a wife and husband who hugged their lover and swore an unswerving vow until death. Used to be a father and mother who were ecstatic for their children to come into this world. In order for human beings to be able to stand in the galaxy, they have no hesitation, one after another, resisting the enemy's attack with their lives. Kager also grew up from that time. He no longer feels that his academic status is more noble than those soldiers who can only tell dirty jokes. Those soldiers were not as learned as he was, not as educated as he was. They don't even have the ability to appreciate art and music. Their favorite fun is nothing more than watching handsome men and beautiful women make comments, making all kinds of vulgar jokes, and bragging about their deeds. But their courage made Kager ashamed. In countless nights, Kager would ask himself in his heart, do he have the courage to die for his belief? Kager was sad to find that he didn't seem to have one. If so, why is he still alive and not fighting like those brave men? After the Battle of Vitria, Kager learned to get along with those big soldiers. He also learned to make dirty jokes and tell exaggerated stories about the 3 days and 2 nights that the fallen soldiers and the noble lady had to tell. Cockle opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling illuminated by the lights in a daze, trying to free himself from the memories. At this time, the sound of electric current sizzled, and the communicator made a sound. An information interface is suspended in the air. A man in imperial uniform appears on the screen. The left half of the man's face has been replaced with a machine, and a mechanical prosthetic eye has also been implanted in the left eye, emitting a faint red light. His face is very serious. I don't know if it's because of the mechanical transformation that prevents him from laughing, or if it's just his personality. There is no emotion in the tone of speech. It is as mechanical as a machine. Reporter Kager, your request to interview the Primarch Lord Ryan has been granted. I hope you are ready. If you miss this opportunity, you will not have a second chance. Please believe in my quality as a professional reporter. Kager said, I am always prepared to record everything I think is worth recording. The man in the information screen nodded, the team to pick you up has set off and should arrive within half an hour. Cherish this opportunity. I will cherish it. Kager said. The man didn't say anything more. The information window is closed. Light dissipates in air. Kager stood up and stretched his muscles. Then I simply organized my things. Waiting for someone to take him to the location of the Dark Angel Primarch Lion. The room where Kager is currently living is the living area of the Imperial Celestial class battleship, Invincible Truth. In addition to the powerful firepower that can easily destroy everything, the Celestial class warship also has a huge size that is comparable to a planet, and the residential area alone has a size comparable to a city. It is obviously unrealistic to walk across such a huge starship. After waiting for a while, the doorbell rang. Cockle walked over to open the door, and found two Primaris warriors with black and white armor on their bodies. They showed proof that they were members of the team that brought Kaker to the past. Kaker took the equipment he could use for the interview and followed them out. The transport boat is ready at the nearest platform. There are also several original cast warriors waiting there. After Kaker was picked up on the transport boat, they also returned to the cabin. The transport boat took off directly and flew to the administrative center of the battleship. The giants were silent, just sitting around Kaker like that. Except for expressing their purpose at the beginning, they never spoke to Kaker again. Only the armor roared with every movement they made. Many people dislike being in close quarters with Primaris warriors. They are huge in metal armor, and ordinary people look very thin in front of them. The huge long sword and bolt gun also naturally give people a sense of fear. What's more, they rarely talk. A lot of normal people see them kill far more than they talk. Kaker would not. He had interviewed and contacted these Primaris warriors many times. Prima Forge fighters train hard, and their usual entertainment is either fighting or shooting, and there is no other project than fighting. To put it bluntly, in fact, they are not high cold, but ordinary people who can't talk to them at all. If the whole warband stays together for a banquet, it will be very noisy. Many fighters will talk about their deeds like a chatterbox. They will also brag like the big guns. Sometimes, when bragging is exposed, they will become angry and demand a duel. When the transport boat landed and the hatch opened, Kaker saw an extremely busy scene. Starfield army generals, battle group servants and machine servants, compilation mechanics and logistics support personnel came and went, all busy. Those primordial warriors led Kaker through various checkpoints all the way, helping him verify his identity. Sent him to the door of Lion Ryan's study. This is where the Primarch meets non-military personnel. After the notification was allowed to enter, the door of the study was opened. Kaker stepped in. Like the Primarch interviewed before, Ryan's room is surprisingly plain. The interior layout is simple, without any extra decoration. Data crystals and books are stacked randomly on the table. Ryan sat behind the desk and waited for him. Before Kaker walked in, he was still examining the holographic projection on the desk. It displays hundreds of small-scale wars. With his professional eyesight, Kaker saw at a glance that the projection was playing the Battle of the Makota Star sector. There is an important path leading to the Eye of Terror. After the fall of Cadia, the Makota Star region became the main road for the two sides to compete. The situation in the Makota Star area is very stalemate. Many worlds have been polluted and transformed by cancerous legions. The Empire is still struggling to open up. Many battle groups of the Empire have raided it many times. However, those traitors are like weeds, once they are harvested, they will come again. My lord. Kaker saluted. Lien nodded, turned off the battle projection about the Makota Star sector, and looked up at Kaker. Primarches are the most outstanding creations of the Emperor. Each has a flawless physique and an irresistible charisma. Kaker tried not to let himself look directly at the Primarch. Many people will cry or slur their speech after seeing the Primarch. Kaker didn't want to make such a mistake. You have submitted many interview requests to me, which makes me a little suspicious. If I continue to refuse, will you keep submitting until I interview you? Ryan reached out and motioned Kaker to sit on the chair in front of the table. I will continue to try for a while, and I will not give up until I confirm that it is really impossible to interview adults. Kaker said neither humble nor humble. Why are you so persistent? Ryan asked. I hope to record the story of the lion for future generations, a complete story, not a guess from the fragments. It's a long story. If adults are willing to talk, I am willing to spend time listening. Ryan was silent for a moment, and finally spoke. You can only record, you cannot make any modifications, and you must obtain my permission before making it public, or you can only publish it after I leave the Empire. I see. There is still some time before the next meeting, so let me talk about what happened when I was thrown into the starry sky from my father's laboratory and landed in the Caliban forest. When I climbed out of the broken cabin, I was already in the depths of the forest from the moment I had the memory. When a group of knights went deep into the forest to explore, they found me and brought me back to the human society. Their leader is exactly. Ryan stopped abruptly when he said this. Who is the leader? Kaker asked. After a while, Ryan spoke again. The leader is Luther, the new knight of the Great Knights, my mentor, my guide. The flagship of the Blood Angels chapter Holy Blood. Tears, as a son of the Holy Blood, you have served the Empire for a long time, from an immature recruit to a warrior with countless honors, your belief is pure and sincere, your belief is as firm as a rock, after the Blood Council your noble character and achievements have been recognized, are you willing to serve as the commander of the 10th Company of the Holy Blood Order? Wearing red armor, holding a scarlet chalice, and wearing a mask of Sanguinius, the Holy Blood Priest Cobro spoke, his voice without any emotion. If you refuse this honor and stand up and leave this temple, no one will blame you for it, Tears. If you are willing to bear this burden and swear that you will never live up to this honor, then stay. Tears didn't move, but knelt there quietly on one knee, waiting silently. It is absolutely impossible for him to give up this honor. This is the best reward for his bravery. Dante stepped down from his throne, and with a soft unsheathing sound, he drew the holy sword of the warband. The blade was as long as a mortal body, and was forged by the best craftsman in the Empire, a great Primarch, Fukin himself. Dante's sword is far superior to all ancient weapons. That Primarch is proficient in forging, combined with the advanced technology of the Empire, the forged weapons are very powerful. Vulcan is not stingy, he will cast his own artifacts for those warriors who think they are worthy. This already symbolizes a recognition. Only the most eminent warriors are given weapons forged by a primarch himself. The tip of the sword that was not activated rested on Tyr's shoulder. I, Dante, the leader of the Blood Angels chapter, hereby announce Tyrs as the commander of the 10th Company of the Blood Angels. Many warriors sang the Song of Baal to celebrate Tyrs. After the ceremony, Tyrs stood up. His face also emerged from the shadow of the candlelight into the light. The water seller in the past, the son of Yuji, now has the vicissitudes of life. Years of war left his face with hideous wounds. The battle group needs to go to the Cadia battlefield first to support, and the follow-up cleaning work of the Armageddon battlefield is handed over to the 10th Company. The Bone Breaker has escaped here and mixed with those damned chaotic evil things. With the 10th Company and the strength of the auxiliary army is enough to wipe out the Armageddon battlefield. Dante said, "This is also your first battle after being promoted to company commander, don't let us down. Never live up to the name of the Holy Blood." Tyrs said. A few hours after being promoted to chapter command, a fleet headed by a giant battleship was separated from the huge fleet and headed straight for Armageddon. The flagship of the Blood Angels chapter, the Holy Blood, entered the subspace with many other warships, heading for the Cadia battlefield. There will be a decisive battle between the human empire and many aliens. There is absolutely no possibility of the Holy Blood Angel being absent. Standing on the command bridge of the battleship, Tyrs watched the departure of the Holy Blood. The noisy bridge was filled with the voices of officers and technicians. The imperial double-headed eagle flag hangs high above the bridge. The glory banners belonging to the 10th Company are arranged next to the double-headed eagle flag. Some have faded with the passage of time, some are still as bright as just woven, and some even have dried blood. The previous company commander died in battle and met the greatest death with his bravery. Original forged warriors are just powerful, not absolute immortality. The powerful OAAA energy instantly vaporized him. Tyrs thus became the commander of the 10th Company. The battle group left, and Tyrs focused his attention on the mission. Clean up Armageddon, and then go to the Cadia battlefield to join the warband. It is said that the great emperor of the empire has set out from the solar system, hoping that he can catch up with the final battle. Before, the Blood Angels had been cleaning up the outer areas of Armageddon, uprooting the planets controlled by the Greenskins one by one, and crushing their fortresses. The orcs on Armageddon today are already crabs whose legs have been pulled out, just waiting for the final blow from the empire. Tyr's task is to complete the finishing touches and completely clean up the orcs and demons in Armageddon. Fleet is fast. Even if the empire does not have the webway to Armageddon, with the lighthouse navigation system, the speed of the fleet far exceeds that of the past. After reaching its destination, the fleet begins to return to reality. The spaceship that flew out of the subspace, the afterglow of the subspace still remained on the Geller force field. The force field-driven engine shines with dazzling brilliance, like a sun driving a huge battleship in flight. The void shield system starts slowly, taking shape amidst the trembling of the shield generator. A grey planet appeared in front of them. Was covered by thick clouds. Terrible wars erupted all over the surface of the planet. This world is being pushed to the abyss of death by a destructive force that exceeds its own recovery ability. The world is covered in wounds. Every area is scarred. Strange energies erupted all over the planet. The earth has been broken, and hot lava spreads and flows on the surface of the planet like a river. War has turned this world into hell. Armageddon was once the industrial world of the Empire. Then it was reduced to doomsday ruins due to the invasion of demons and orcs. The ecological environment of the planet has been seriously polluted. Toxins and radiation have poisoned this once industrial star. Ordinary people only need to take a breath of the unpurified air outside the hive city to inhale deadly toxins. Those toxins will slowly rot and melt the lungs. The surviving humans hid in the Armageddon hive, holding on to the planet for the Empire. The Armageddon stronghold is extremely majestic. Those towering buildings are protected by huge void shields. Giant weapons are scattered all over the tall city walls. All kinds of cannon muzzles are spread all over it, just like the sharp teeth on the mouth of a wild beast. At this time, the endless green tide is attacking the Armageddon fortress. From the detection device of the battleship, it can be seen that the orcs are very large. After possessing the Orc Emperor, the green-skinned orcs also experienced atavism. They are recovering their strength as weapons of murder. Chapter 333 The Emperor's Replacement Plan, for subscription. Green-skinned orcs are weapons left over from ancient wars. Possesses amazing fecundity, and also has its own technological genes. When encountering a powerful enemy, he can inspire his technological talents and use all kinds of discarded garbage to create weapons and vehicles. Also has amazing learning ability. Will absorb the enemy's technology in a subtle process, and then transform it into its own technology. What's even scarier is the Waiaic energy they possess. The essence of an orc is a fungal spore, a mobile carnivorous plant. They formed a system by themselves, and did not need to extract Chinic energy through the warp. As long as enough orcs gather together, a powerful Waiaic force field can be generated, and through the Waiaic force field, spells no less than subspace Chinic power can be released or interfere with the real world. Biologically, the more concentrated Waiaic energy will increase the size of the orcs, making them more powerful. In terms of engineering, Waiaic energy can make orc creatures ignore a certain degree of physical law restrictions, such as inappropriate size, serious overweight, lack of horsepower and other small problems can be ignored. Orc creations can be used as long as they conform to the basic laws of physics. Scholars have another terrible guess, that is, the Waiaic force field is likely to synchronize their genetics, so that they can get the experience and learn things accumulated by others without learning. This can also explain why after an orc learns to use weapons of other races, other orcs will also use those weapons without a teacher. They are the same race as the creators of the Eldar. Evidence for this truth can be found in surviving historical documents from both the Eldar and Necrons. Green-skinned orcs are biological weapons released by the ancient saints in response to the Battle of Heaven. They are pure races that serve war. Possessing a warlike mentality, orcs see it as fun and crave more battles. Able to use the scraps of the battlefield to tinker with the weapons and equipment they need. Green-skinned orcs also have a bug ability, that is, their reproductive ability that makes even the Zerg fear. The appearance of an orc on a planet means that countless orcs will appear on this planet in the future. Even if you kill the orc and burn the area, it won't do much good. All it takes is an orc's hair and dander to fall into the ground, or the spewed spores to meet the right conditions, and they will spread. Masses of mushrooms will grow from the surface, squeezing the local ecosystem. The root system under the mushroom will grow eggs, and the orcs will be bred in the eggs. Before the orcs are born, the spores will reproduce a complete ecosystem. First gave birth to a group of close relatives of the orc boys, such as the little grit and the two-legged hound. When the orcs come out, they will be able to use the fungal ecosystem to get enough food. The reproductive ability of green-skinned orcs can be said to be the strongest among the known races in the entire galaxy. As soon as they are born, they have strong muscles and great strength. After gaining status, it can continue to evolve, becoming bigger, greener, and stronger. What's even more frightening is that they also record a large number of engineering technologies in their genetic codes. No need to learn, let them know how to drive a tank to attack, how to take a starship to sail among the stars, and fight everywhere. The number of orcs in the galaxy is difficult to count, and some scholars speculate that they may be more than humans. The only disadvantage is that the orcs are not united. Various orc warlords also often fight among each other. The orcs only care about whether there is a battle, and never care who they fight with. It is also common for them to hit their own people. This situation has been greatly improved after Bonebreaker became the Orc Emperor. According to some Eldar seers, the long-lost orc beliefs, the gods of Gomao guided the Bonebreakers and began to make the orcs return to their ancestors, planning to make them regain the invincibility of the biological weapons of the past. That's why orc boys are now more exaggerated than ever. As a biological weapon capable of fighting against the star gods and necrontyrs, the war potential of the orcs is terrific. Once released, it will inevitably lead to terrifying battles. Tyrs stood on the command deck of the ship. The floating information window enveloped him. Flowing data gave him an accurate perception of the upcoming battle. Before he officially landed, he had to clear up all the orc ships in the void, or make a way out first. The orc fleet looks like the wreckage of a battleship, stitched and patched, and the large number of patches on the surface of the ship makes the battleship look very bloated. Relying on their own talents and unimaginable mechanical witchcraft, they welded the embroidered hulls dragged back from the celestial body ranch into ancient giant garbage. Those scrap iron that should have died could not die again, miraculously regained life in their hands. The orc battleship was billowing with black smoke, and the light from the plasma reactor shot out from the inside of the ship, looking as if it was about to disintegrate at any moment. It is a miracle that such a thing can work. Only in the hands of orcs can they function properly. On the void battlefield, there are only those orc ships. Tills didn't notice their huge, rusty clockwork war moons. Under the order of the Orc Emperor, the war moon of the orcs has already gone to the battlefield of Cadia, where they are preparing for an unprecedented wa'ak with humans. After Bonebreaker became the Orc Emperor, the speed of the birth of orc warlords exceeded the imagination of the Empire. The technology of the orcs also ushered in eruptions again and again. Many planets have found orc industrial foundries, as well as various mining and smelting facilities. Obviously, they already have the prototype of war creatures. They are billowing black smoke, providing a steady stream of weapons for the orcs. Those weapons look terrible, but their power should not be underestimated. Tyrs watched the orc ships that turned around and prepared to face the Empire, and gave orders to the ships. Use light particle shells to destroy their shields, and then use antimatter to destroy them. The orcs attacked decisively, trying to seize the opportunity on the battlefield. Countless orc warships fired at the Blood Angels fleet at the same time. The space is instantly filled with straight lines of lasers, parabolas of torpedoes, and chaos left by explosions. Void battlefields usually start at an interval of tens of thousands of kilometers. Various energy weapons and bursts of atomic shock waves exploded in the void between the two fleets. Electromagnetic shocks produce long-lasting auditory hallucinations. It is impossible to distinguish the authenticity of everything in front of you. The orcs accelerated all the way, ready to fight the Empire at close range without fear of death. After Bonebreaker became Emperor, the accuracy of the orcs has improved, but it is still very touching. The orc ships looked tattered, but the firepower they released was extremely terrifying. Countless artillery, plasma pulse launchers, and laser launchers projected overwhelming firepower, converging into a barrage so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it, covering the fleet of the Empire. The Empire had far fewer ships than the orc fleet, and they did not fire back. Under the terrifying firepower of the orcs, they remained silent. Just opened the void shield, transferring all the firepower of the orcs to the subspace. The void shield technology of the Empire has been fully upgraded, and the attacks it can withstand have increased by more than an order of magnitude compared with the past. Few alien warships can break human warships. Even if it is damaged, there is no serious problem. Many ships have backtracking devices, which are very buggy. It can be said that it is inherently invincible. Tyrs kept the fleet silent. Wait until the fleets of both sides get closer to a certain distance before ordering to lock the target and release the attack. The force field projector throws the shells created by the strong interaction force. Use the force field boost to accelerate the projectile to near the speed of light in a force field of just a few hundred meters. The void bloomed with incomparable brilliance. The fired shells rubbed against the particles in the void due to their high speed, releasing powerful radiation, causing a strong light effect. The cannonball accelerated to the speed of light through a brilliant trajectory in the void. Because it is very close to the speed of light, the mass of the shell is greatly amplified by the relativistic effect. The lethality caused by a shell is far more terrifying than that of light spears and cannons. The void shield of the orc ship burst out with strong light, transferring the light speed shells into the subspace. The powerful impact also caused the void shield to overload, and the shield generator installed on the surface of the battleship spontaneously ignited. The void shield on the orc ship that resisted a light speed shell flickered a few times, and then went out completely. The orc ships are suspended in the air, without protection measures. The big techs beat the orc maintenance boys and asked them to repair the equipment that was emitting black smoke and electric sparks according to their orders. The efficiency of the orc boys is impressively slow. Before they started to set off, the second wave of attacks followed closely behind. After the first wave of shells overloaded the void shield of the orc ship, the second round of shells was accelerated to half the speed of light and thrown out. The second wave of shells did not reach the speed of light. But those shells are still powerful. Strong interaction materials can arrange molecules closely together, and their hardness far exceeds that of many alloy materials. The shells in the second round are also quite different from the shells in the first round. In addition to using strong interaction force materials, the core of the second round of shells also has antimatter bound by force fields. The orc ship without a void shield was smashed to pieces by the accelerated shells like tofu. Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge, patched orc ship was directly torn apart in this barge of death. The shell hit the plasma reactor precisely. After the position of the energy pile was penetrated, it first turned into a red-hot state, and then was swallowed by the plasma flame. Under the silent explosion and enveloped by flames, the hull of the energy pile turned into millions of tons of metallic magma emitting dark red light and erupted. In this tragic destruction, it turned into countless fragments and flew in all directions. Even if the energy pile is not hit, the shell only needs to hit the armory below the deck, and it will cause a series of explosions. Antimatter shells will also release annihilation flames upon contact, engulfing the entire ship. Several orc ships were destroyed in this way. Accompanied by the lasing fuel and ion arcs, countless orc corpses were ejected from the interior of the ship, and the scene was very similar to the scene where fungi sprayed spores outward. The Imperial fleet maintains a ruthless killing posture, and the formation of the fleet has not changed from beginning to end. The orcs' attack could do nothing but leave rippling marks on the ship's void shield. Every salvo of the Imperial ships will destroy the orc ships in pieces, turning into countless fragments and flying in the void. The orcs' void defense was quickly pierced. There are countless fragments floating in the void, as well as a large number of orc corpses, creating a death ring. They rotate, are attracted by the planet's gravity, fall into the planet's atmosphere, or reach equilibrium and rotate around the planet. The other ships turned around and continued to clear up the broken copper and iron of the orcs. Tears summoned the battle brothers of the 10th Company and gathered in the teleportation hall. Use the teleportation device to teleport all combat brothers to the battlefield. A dazzling white light flashed. Tills felt the same sense of spatial dislocation as always. As if the whole world is distorted in front of you. I didn't feel the movement of the position, and even the time stopped flowing. Wait until the glare fades and everything recovers. They are no longer in the teleportation hall, but in the midst of a wave of crazy greenskins. Countless green-skinned orcs were confused by the hundreds of human warriors who suddenly descended here. But soon they threw away the confusion in their hearts, roared at Tears and the others, and rushed towards these soldiers. Rusted armor is fastened with straps and screws to the limbs of mighty orcs, holding weapons of astonishing scale. The other orc boys shot at them with well-maintained weapons. Crush them! Tears roared, in the name of the Emperor, in the name of Holy Blood, victory belongs to us. The battle brothers of the 10th Company of Blood responded to their commander. Unleashes antimatter bombs in one uniform salvo. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and the antimatter bomb released an annihilating shock wave. The orcs in the periphery were blown away, and the high-temperature flames vaporized all the orcs in the center of the explosion. The soldiers defending the Armageddon hive saw the teleportation flash, and also saw the flames from the antimatter explosion. Like a mini-nuke, towers of flames shot up into the sky, blowing all those orcs away. Those Primaris warriors are getting more and more crazy. A veteran, through the detection device of the exoskeleton armor, parachuted to the center of the battlefield with the fighting style of the Blood Angels, and was stunned for a moment. The other soldiers were also shocked. The artillery fire moved away from the area where the Blood Angels were located, and turned to attack the orcs in other areas. When positive and antimatter are annihilated, the impact of the explosion is far greater than that of nuclear bombs of the same mass. Using antimatter bombs in such close combat, it is absolutely impossible for a madman to think of this kind of fighting method. The Blood Angels used this tactic unscrupulously with their advanced armor and tyrannical Primaris body. In the past, these Emperor Angels were quite normal. At least they will not detonate a nuclear bomb at close range. Since the Great Emperor took the place of the previous emperors and further strengthened them, turning them into Primaris warriors. Relying on their own strength, these guys started all kinds of brutal tactics. Just jumping down from an altitude of 10,000 meters, without even turning on the propeller, has become a routine operation for the primordial warriors. Now, it is even more close-range anti-nuclear explosion. After a while, I dare not even think about it. Tears didn't know the shock and complaints from the friendly troops in the distance. The Blood Angels of the 10th Company cleared a large amount of open space with a round of explosive bomb volleys. Tears directly activated the power battle axe and rushed out. The Heart of the Empire is activated, loading him with the ability of Black Fury. This is the unique innate ability of the Blood Angels, which can be freely controlled with the help of the Heart of the Empire. After releasing Black Rage, the Blood Angels' combat power will be horribly increased. Tears felt endless anger rising from his heart. There is infinite power surging in his body, and he can fight until the end of time. The desire to kill filled every cell, and he couldn't help roaring. The way he swings his battle axe looks like the Singed Yen demon in ancient Oriental mythology. Where the blade of the axe goes, it is difficult for the naked eye to reach. Wherever it passed, there were only wreckage and broken arms. A giant orc with mechanized muscles rushed towards him. The mechanical orc was twice the size of Tears, with a huge cable extending from his back and connected to the horned helmet on his head. Half of the face has been modified with rough machinery, and the steel jaw is hideous and terrifying. Thick black smoke spewed out from the two huge pipes behind it. A claw that is bigger than normal is mounted on the arm. When the big guy started running, the ground shook like a moving mountain of metal trash. Those orcs who failed to escape in time were trampled to pieces by it. The orc's purpose was clear, and it leaped past its companions, crackling the air with startling arcs of activating claws. Just one sharp claw, and a terrifying claw the size of an ordinary person fell towards Tears' position, with great force. Tears launched a teleport, appeared in the air, and avoided the opponent's blow. When it landed, he swung his tomahawk and chopped off the opponent's mechanical arm. After landing, he swung his battle axe and chopped off the legs of the giant mechanized orc. Then strode forward, chopped off the opponent's head, and stomped off the huge head with one kick. Tears' deputy, Gadolin, used his scepter to knock an orc leader away and let out a roar. In the name of the Holy Emperor. Gadolin raised his scepter. His eyes released a dazzling light. The power from the highest heaven surged in his body. In the past, this kind of Shinik spells often had a certain risk of corruption. Are noticed by those hungry beings eager to devour the minds of mortals. Only when the human emperor built a firewall, the psychers could safely release various spells. Think tanks also ushered in their highlight moment. With their strong spirit, they turned into mobile turrets on the battlefield. Qin burst out a large number of powerful spiritual spells in a short period of time. Terrible flames were released from his hands, and the psychic flames formed a terrible impact, knocking away all the orcs who tried to approach him, and let out a mournful cry. The other battle brothers roared, too, the servo motors inside the armor roaring as they ran. Tomahawks, long swords, and heavy hammers hacked those orcs. The body of the orc is incredibly strong, able to withstand 3 times the damage of the kill standard. The fury of the orcs is unusually ferocious, and it keeps rushing towards the Blood Angels with its primitive savage rage. The Holy Blood Angels rushed forward, slashing hard with a melee weapon in one hand, leaving behind wreckage and pieces of flesh, while holding a bolt gun in the other hand and shooting wildly. Tower-like flames would explode into the sky from time to time. Rise. Tears saw the key to solving this war. Countless strong orcs surrounded a terrifying giant beast. Wearing armor, the height is more than 10 meters, wrapped in thick armor. The helmet has horns, inlaid with rubies, and an orc pattern holding a weapon. The behemoth is equipped with a huge cannon and sharp claws, and 2 thick pipes are installed behind him, billowing black smoke. In front of that giant beast, those orc leaders were as weak as a child. The guards around the giant beast are equally powerful. Their size far exceeds that of other ordinary orcs. Much taller than the primordial warrior, holding a weapon bigger than a human. Get rid of it. Tears roared, get rid of that orc warlord. Gadolin once again released the power belonging to the highest sky, and violent thunder fell from the sky, knocking those orcs into the air. The other Blood Angels also roared. Their fangs were exposed, and their eyes turned red and then black. They all used the Heart of the Empire to spark a black rage. Gadolin howled like a terrifying beast, and the exposed fangs made him look like a demon from hell. The light released by the scepter in his hand became more and more brilliant, unleashing the attack of the supreme sky, knocking down the orcs in droves. Other warriors are also advancing bravely, splitting the raging tide of orcs, and wading through the sea of green-skin flesh. Tears roared, and continued to slash with the battle axe in his hand. With the help of his companions, nothing could stop him. Those strong orcs were cut down by him, cutting a road abruptly. Countless giant orcs fell under the blade of his axe. More orcs rushed over while laughing strangely. Didn't care about the countless orc corpses behind Tears. Wave after wave of orcs rushed at them, pounding the Blood Angels. But nothing can stop the Son of Blood. They formed spears and pierced the waves. The tip of the spear was their company commander, Tears. Tears raised up, and the tomahawk from bottom to top, tore apart a giant orc equipped with tearing claws and breathing fire in its mouth. So far, there are no obstacles in front of him. He rushed in front of the giant beast. The other party has a steel head, with huge teeth like thick tree branches, and those dark red eyes are full of evil and cunning. Blood rage. Tears murmured, sending instructions to the Heart of the Empire. Howls resounded throughout the battlefield, and Tears' completely black pupils made Tears look like a demon from hell. Infinite power flows. His strong and powerful muscles surged with anger. Tills jumped up while running, and the battle axe in his hand also entered an overloaded state. He slashed at the opponent's ugly, ferocious head with an axe. The orc warlord also let out a roar, and its voice echoed on the battlefield, making the orcs scream excitedly. Green Waaiaic energy covers its body. It raised its hand and used its mechanical arm to block Tyr's slash. The invincible battle axe failed at this moment. No mechanical arms capable of cutting down orc warlords. The faint green shimmer lags the killing field of the battle axe, rendering it ineffective. The axe blade failed to tear the orc warlord's armor. The other hand of the orc warlord slapped Tyr's, and the heavy force caused the sound of bone cracks and armor shattering in his resisting arm. After disengagement, the armor is repaired by nanobots, and the arm is also restored under the powerful restoration force. Tyr's glared at the opponent with his black eyes, gripping the battle axe tightly and preparing for the next attack. The orc warlord rushed over with heavy steps. Tyr's also rushed over and entered an overloaded state. He vaguely touched the limit of the second original casting upgrade. In his field of vision, the flow of time slowed down suddenly. He could see that every step of the orc warlord was extremely slow, and the whole world entered a state of slow motion. The falling dust in the sky is slowed down. Till saw a weakness. On the left side of the orc warlord's waist, he rushed over, only a little faster than the others. Wait until the time flow returns to normal. He and the orc warlord have passed by. His helmet had been torn off, and there was a terrible wound on the right side of his face, and white bones could be vaguely seen. The orc warlord let out a roar. The next second, he clutched his abdomen and became staggering. In the end, he knelt down directly, and the weapon in his hand supported it so that it did not fall down. The waist was cut open, and the green intestines flowed out along with the blood. Tyr's turned to the kneeling orc warlord with a tomahawk in hand. The other party stared at him, scarlet eyes full of anger. Go to hell, alien. Tyr's swung his tomahawk fiercely, and chopped off his head directly. The frenzied orc frenzy calmed down strangely. Tyr's let out a roar. The orcs who originally wanted to besiege turned their heads in fright and started to run away. That scene was extremely spectacular. Countless orcs fled under the pursuit of hundreds of blood angels. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the holy blood angel is, the number of people is limited after all. After chasing and killing them for a while, they had to give up this inefficient killing mode. Even if they can kill 1,000 orcs alone, it is useless to the huge wave of orcs. Those orcs were running around. They may go through a long period of melee before deciding on a new warlord leader. Tyrs will not give them this chance. He will sweep away all orcs and warp plagues on Armageddon in one fell swoop, and bring the planet back to the glory of the great Emperor. The Emperor Supreme sailed smoothly in the subspace. Even though the waves of the subspace are so turbulent, it remains motionless. There is nothing in the subspace, the remnants of past memories and the embers of civilization remain in it. Those decaying buildings can be seen everywhere, some even built by humans in the past. All traces left by civilization will be reflected in subspace. To some extent, subspace can be said to be the most equal existence. No matter how insignificant civilizations are, the subspace will open their minds to carry their birth, rise, prosperity, and destruction. The inanimates entrenched in those ancient buildings, watching the huge imperial ships pass by and howling. But the huge double-headed eagle made them feel jealous. Recently, there have been more and more things about the disappearance of demons. There are rumors that the Empire is abducting and selling demons from the subspace, and selling those unlucky ones to other universes as slaves. The danger of attacking human ships is too great. If you meet some crazy businessmen, it's hard to say who is the prey. Coupled with the fact that humans have built walls, many of their previous methods are useless. Before bewitching, cheating, tricks, etc., are useless. On the Supreme, the majestic mechanical throne still stands there. There is no one on the throne. Only the conscientious imperial guards are guarding the empty throne. At this time, Guilliman is staying under the mechanical throne. The huge reception room accommodates many important figures in the galaxy. Sitting at the throne is naturally the most honorable human lord of the galaxy, the great emperor of the empire, Guilliman. Then there are several important leaders of the Death Army, Eldral, Ifran, Thousand Faces, etc. In addition, there are several prophets from the Harlequin drama troupe. The of Laughter of the Eldar, Selego is here. On the human side, there are Sicarius, the latest assassin Grand Mentor Kessim, the judge who has undergone life-extending surgery and has become young again Vinzenhorn, and the Grey Knight Grand Mentor Manjago. The previous assassin Grand Mentor has chosen to leave, and now he is sleeping in the wall area. The Empire's current technology has been able to make flesh and blood immortal. But many souls do not support their immortality. Flesh and blood can sustain, their weary souls are overwhelmed. Traitors and Imperial loyalists are slightly different. The soul of the traitor has long been decayed, but it is maintained with the help of the gods and subspace, and will be pulled into the kingdom of the gods after death. The price is naturally dominated by the gods. The tragic point is to become a chaos egg. The souls of the loyalists of the Empire will return to the wall to sleep after death, waiting for the right opportunity, and will be awakened again. In fact, not all of the elders lived as long as Eldrar, and lived longer than those gods. Many Eldar will also be coming to an end. For this reason, the test of eternal life is not only a test of the biological body, but also a test of the soul. Only a soul that is tough enough and strong enough can live forever. Guilliman is preparing to recruit a group of heroic warriors. And the cursed warriors created by the previous emperor formed a legion. Form an army that can fight in the subspace. Besides, who said that death is the end of the mission? At least I still have a soul, so I have to keep working hard no matter what. This is a reward for loyalty. How many people did not have this kind of access before? This heroic spirit project is still under preparation, and related technologies still need to be perfected. Guilliman didn't tell anyone either. Instead, do it quietly. Everyone gathered here, and the discussion was naturally not about eternal issues. It is about the gathering of many enemies of the Empire on the Cadia battlefield. After Bonebreaker became the Emperor of the Empire, he was no longer a brainless OAAA. In order to fight against the Empire, he did not hesitate to cooperate with the Cancerous Legion and the Necromancer dynasty. Prepare to fight against the threat posed by humanity together. For this reason, an unprecedented terrorist force has been assembled on the Cadia battlefield. Once a war starts, it will inevitably bring about an extremely tragic war. Guilliman also had to make multiple preparations. Avoid too many casualties in the Empire, which will affect the follow-up plan. The current army size of the Empire is already very large. But Guilliman still has many plans in the coming time. The Empire wants to conquer not only other universes, but also other galaxies. To be honest, this force is simply not enough. Tens of billions of people are thrown into a universe, and the water can't even splash. Can reduce losses, it is better to reduce losses. Promote the application of time retrospective devices. Use the database to upgrade the equipment of the Empire again. Use the 4th original casting upgrade to fully upgrade those qualified fighters and increase the high-end combat power of the Empire. In addition to these, another aspect of preparation is to find ways to disintegrate the alliance formed by the enemies of the Empire. The space necromancers are here to be dealt with by King Suotai. Let him win the support of those dynasties, let them abandon the dark and turn to the bright, and join the great cause of galactic prosperity of the human empire. And the green-skinned orcs. Is this all the information that the old ones used to study biological weapons? Guilliman looked at the data displayed by the data crystal in front of him, and at the same time looked at Selego, who was wearing a clown mask. Yes, Your Majesty. Selego said respectfully. The green-skinned orcs have been a threat for a long time. My father thwarted them once in Ulaner, but they have made a comeback. Their reproductive ability is too strong. Unless every world is burned, it will be difficult to control the flood. Green-skinned orcs. Guilliman said, we can't waste time and energy on how to fight against orcs. Killing one will grow tens of thousands, which is really a headache. With the current strength of the Empire, no matter how many orcs there is no way to shake the foundation of the Empire. Sicarius said confidently. Indeed, those greenskins really can't pose a threat to the power of the human empire. Nadas, the prophet of the spirit race, also agreed with Sicarius' point of view. During the Great Crusade, humans once defeated the orcs and destroyed their empire, but in the end they made a comeback. It is not difficult to wipe out the orcs once or twice. The problem is how to eradicate the orcs. Key to the problem. That's right. Guilliman said, it's not difficult to defeat the orcs, the difficulty is how to prevent them from making a comeback. Can the empire just suppress the green-skinned orcs again and again? What if the empire declines again? Those orcs will inevitably die again. Be as big a concern as it is now. The empire is led by His Majesty, and there is absolutely no possibility of decline. Mangajo said. Guilliman smiled, and asked in a tone that couldn't guess what kind of emotion it was. But what if one day I'm gone? Manjago was stunned for a moment, but before he could recover, Guilliman continued. Problems are always to be solved. If the present people don't solve them, should they be left to future generations? Don't always trust the wisdom of future generations. They have their own problems to solve. Guilliman browsed through the data crystal. The stored data is all the knowledge that the ancient sages developed and edited various spiritual creatures. It also includes how to shape a subspace and other knowledge related to gods. This knowledge was not even available to the Eldar Empire in its heyday. It is conceivable how terrifying the technology of the old sages has reached. Had it not been for internal and external troubles, the outcome of the Battle of Heaven would have been very different. The Star God was beaten up by the old sage. The Necrontyr was also beaten by the old ones for a while. If it weren't for their subspace plan to backfire on themselves, the two little wretches who have been beaten repeatedly would probably continue to be beaten violently. Guilliman wants to obtain the knowledge of the Black Library, but also wants to see if there is a way to completely solve the cancer of the green-skinned orcs. There is a vast amount of knowledge about the green-skinned orcs, which is countless times larger than the transformation data of the Astartes. Even Guilliman, after reading these data knowledge, was a little amazed and felt a pain in his head. These superhuman demigods of the Astartes are only improved on the basis of human beings. The green-skinned orcs are real laboratory products. The ancient saints directly used the characteristics of animals and plants to create a race. There are many fields involved. In addition to the realistic biological genes and physical technology, it also involves the theology of the subspace and the mechanism of emotional power. It can be said that the two are not on the same level. Then what is His Majesty doing? Elder Prophet asked. This matter can only be solved at the source, which is why I asked the God of Laughter to bring all the data crystals and books about the ancient holy biological weapons from the Black Library. The orc is a forged biological weapon. There is no right or wrong with a sword, its value depends on the wielder. Your Majesty, you want to control the orcs? That's impossible. Evelyn shook her head. As the leader of the Death Army, she had a lot of dealings with orcs. They are chaotic, brutal, and impulsive. The cost of controlling them may be greater than eliminating them. The orcs are absolutely obedient to their warlords and emperors. Nowadays, so many orcs go to the Cadia battlefield. This is why we don't need to control every orc. We only need to control their emperor. Controlling the Bone Crusher? That guy is a lunatic, it won't bend its knees. Guilliman smiled when he heard everyone's doubts. If the Bone Breakers cannot be controlled, then we will replace them with an orc emperor who can be controlled. As soon as Guilliman's words came out, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Change to an orc emperor. Is it possible? Can it really be done? Your Majesty. Surprise also appeared on the face of the Imperial Guard Valeno. This idea is too crazy. Change an emperor for those barbaric, rude orcs. How to do? Kill the Bone Crusher and replace him? If it was so easy, the Empire would not have such a headache facing the mighty Orc Empire during the Great Crusade. I have read some information, and it is feasible. In order to prevent the orcs from losing their war leader, the ancient saints will become confused and unable to continue fighting. They will transfer the Wa'ak energy after the leader's death to other powerful orcs. Those orcs will pass in battle, the winner will become the leader of the war, and other orcs will obey unconditionally. We only need to let another orc get enough Wa'ak force field, and then let him kill the original orc emperor. There is a certain chance to replace him, to become the new orc emperor. Chapter 334 Uncle Wufo, for subscription. Guilliman's learning ability can be said to be terrifying beyond imagination for other people. Even at the level of Selego, it is extremely terrifying. Just obtained the detailed information of the ancient sage's research on orcs, and he was able to extract the information he needed from the vast amount of information. And use this to come up with a solution to the Cadia battlefield. Everyone looked at each other face to face, and they could see the shock in their eyes. Guilliman's idea is crazy, but if it succeeds, the Empire will have a terrifying biological weapon. The battle strength of the orcs is obvious to all. Although they are no longer comparable to humans at this stage, they still have an advantage over races such as Necrons and Eldar. Fast reproduction, less dependent on logistics. If the biological weapon of green-skinned orcs can be obtained, several sub-universe cultivation bases will be created directly, and the most powerful green-skinned orcs will be selected as the imperial cannon fodder. When the war comes, just open the entrance to the sub-universe there. Imagine an overwhelming green-skinned orc swarming out, converging into a terrifying green scourge. Have no fear, no pain, enjoy war and death. Where else can you find such a cannon fodder race? The most important thing is that it is cheap and solid. It can grow when thrown in the desert, it can grow when thrown in the sea, and it can grow wherever it is thrown. One orc is buried in spring, and the whole planet is harvested in autumn. Is it really possible? Selego looked at the human emperor. If other people said such things, he would only be ridiculed by him as wishful thinking and unrealistic. But the man who said this now is a man who has created countless miracles, is about to unify the galaxy in a true sense, and is about to start the war of conquest of different universes and other galaxies. Said he was wishful thinking? It's better to think about whether you are ignorant or not. Theoretically yes. Guilliman replied while flipping through the information in the data crystal. All kinds of knowledge left by the ancient saints support this approach. They have designed it perfectly and considered various situations, such as this in the event that a biological weapon goes out of control, substitution can be made to remedy it. Sicarius asked in confusion, the question is how can we find an existence that is both obedient and able to withstand enough Wa'ak strength? At present, the number of orc warlords is rare. It is very difficult to find such an existence. Do we want us to contact them one by one? So our purpose will be exposed? The Bonebreaker is not a fool. He is very cunning, as long as we show a little clue, he will definitely find us. Should we catch some orc leaders to train them? Cultivate? Can those guys cultivate? Following Guilliman's train of thought, everyone started discussing. Even if it is theoretically feasible, it is still very difficult to actually implement it. Just because they chose here, they got stuck again. To promote this plan, I don't know how many difficulties there are. Seeing everyone frowning, Guilliman laughed. Before going to the Cadia battlefield, I also went to the natal galaxy once. Do you know the identities of the two who conceived the offspring? Hogue, the commander of the Astral Legion on the battlefield of Armageddon, coordinated and led the Imperial Astral Legion to severely damage the many orc armies rushing to the battlefield of Armageddon. After the Bonebreaker escaped from Armageddon, many of the Astral Legion also transferred. He was awarded the Medal of Honor, and returned to the natal system, announcing that he would have a son. Andy, the main leader of the Sarah Legion, participated in the Battle of Armageddon, followed Hawk back to the natal galaxy, and announced that he would give birth to a child. Valeno told the two people's duties. He has a very good memory, and the things he has seen will be engraved in his mind like a knife and will not be forgotten. Does this have something to do with them? The elder prophet Natal asked, excuse me for my ignorance, do you plan to make them emperors of orcs? Naturally not. When they announced that they would have children, I looked up their achievements, and found an interesting place. In the several battles of the Sarah Legion led by Andy, she did not find any local orcs. The leader or the warlord, the opponent fled the battlefield very cunningly, and appeared in another battlefield. At that time, I was a little curious and found a very interesting thing. This orc warlord who escaped has actually fought against humans many times. He has appeared in the siege of the orc warlord Arsonist, the Vigilante War, etc. As long as this orc thinks it's not right, he will run away. The amazing thing is that he can always survive, and the next time he appears, he will gain a higher status and a larger size. By the time of the Battle of Armageddon, he had already become a small warlord and controlled a group of powerful orc legions. When he realized that Andy's legion would bring him destruction, he still fled. Guilliman waved his hand and turned on the holographic projector, and a huge and ferocious orc appeared in the projection. Muscular and huge, the body is inlaid with various steel plates, the two fangs are like those of a giant elephant, and the eyes emit a fierce red light. This cruel look doesn't look like he will run away. After my research, I think this orc has no orc morality at all. Guilliman showed the photos taken on the battlefield, all of which were extracted from the images of past wars. See it clearly. This guy has used Blood Axe, Evil Moon, Evil Sun, and other emblems of different clans, which means that he doesn't care which clan he is at all, as long as which clan has sweetness, he belongs to that clan. Hearing Guilliman's introduction, the faces of everyone looking at the projection changed subtly. Is such a thing really an orc? How can a greenskin be more shameless and cunning than a demon? It looks tough, but it's still a master of escape. You shouldn't judge people by their appearance. Guilliman heard everyone's discussion and nodded. When he found out about this guy, he thought the same way. I thought it was because I didn't know enough about greenskins. Now it seems that he understands the greenskin, but the problem is that the greenskin is not within the scope of people's normal understanding. Is His Majesty going to choose him as a replacement for the Bone Breaker? Selego asked. Guilliman nodded. Yes, such a green-skinned orc who is afraid of death and capable, isn't our best target. Guilliman stood up and picked up the data crystal. Of course, before that, we have to study everything about orcs as soon as possible, and master the methods of making them and controlling them. If we can support this orc to replace the Bone Breaker, maybe there will be surprises in the Battle of Cadia. In the vast subspace, a majestic orc fleet is sailing. Each ship is fully patched. Such a ship would be able to navigate the warp if the Imperial Treasury officials saw it. They will all wonder if there is a problem on Mars, asking for money and supplies in the name of shipbuilding. UFO, who was staying in the largest battleship, lifted a grot with 2 little fingers in boredom. The opponent's thin arm was thinner than one of his fingers. Boss. The grot cried in a thin voice. Cry louder, make me have fun. Uver looked at the grit in his hand, and said viciously. At this time, an orc boy ran in. Boss, boss, Dagobah said we are here. When we arrive, we will arrive, what are you doing shouting so loudly? Uver threw the grit in his hand casually. Did he say he saw Xiamai's spaceship? Yes, there are 70 or 80 ships. Uver's eyes widened at the orc boy's words. 70 or 80 shrimp boats, damn, I knew the Bone Breaker wanted to kill me, so he sent me to die. UFO greeted his orc emperor in his heart. Oh my god, that big blue and big guy is so fierce that his men are dying, so many brothers are dead. Boss, turn around quickly, we still have time to go. That's right, let's go quickly, it will be too late. You have to survive to have a chance to be the biggest big guy. Maybe because of Uver's character, the orc kid around him has become almost like him. Uver coughed twice, ready to order a U-turn. Send to die? Non-existent. For the sake of the great Mao Ershan, he must retain his usefulness. Boss, it's not a boat for good shrimps, but a boat for bad shrimps. These words made UFO, who was about to give an order just now, almost suffocated to death by what he was going to say. Damn, you won't finish talking in one breath. UFO knocked the orc boy away with one punch, then stood up straight, and let out a low growl like a wild animal. Send the boat out for me, who dares? If you stop Mr. UFO, just give me a blast. Put on the loudspeaker and tell those bad shrimps that Mr. UFO is here to save them, this bunch of trash. The orc boys drove the mechanic boys back to their posts. The huge and bloated orc ship broke the curtain of subspace and reality, and entered the realm of the real universe. Abaddon watched them coming with an expression of disgust. Chapter 335 Acting aggressively is good for physical and mental health, subscription required. Abaddon sat back on his throne, watching the orc ship from a suspended projection. He wanted to give the order to attack. The best way to get along with green-skinned orcs is to turn them into corpses. Abaddon killed many orcs. During the Great Crusade, he followed Horus and the Emperor to destroy the Orc Empire. The disgust for these green-skinned creatures has been etched into his bone marrow. But Abaddon was full of worries. Now is not the best chance to fight the Cancer Army. Once the Greenskin Army is attacked, it will inevitably attract Marvel's blame. When the time comes, how should he respond? What's more, starting a war rashly will also bring casualties to oneself. After weighing the pros and cons, Abaddon sighed and chose to endure. He brought only part of the army back to avoid arousing Marvel's vigilance. The rest of the army was handed over to Vashtor and several other leaders of the Black Legion. He came back with a remnant soldier, pretending to be defeated by the Empire and had to flee back. Abaddon did not see Horus, the clone of Yog-Sothoth, but only his spokesperson, Marvel. It seems that the fact that idiot suffered a big loss at the hands of Guilliman is true. Thinking of this, Abaddon still felt a little happy. Before he boasted that he and the entire Black Legion were trash, so they suffered successive losses in the hands of the Empire. Guilliman really treats people equally when it comes to slapping faces. The Cancerous Legion gets the same treatment as the Black Legion. Thinking that every time I boasted in the past, I would be slapped in the face by Guilliman. The feeling of wanting to eat people, presumably the Cancerous Legion also has a deep understanding at this time. For the return of Abaddon, the head of the Cancer Legion, Marvel did not welcome it very much, and even showed a look of disgust in the video communication. Just after mocking Abaddon with his front foot, he suffered a big defeat at the hands of the Empire with his back foot. Even the avatar of the great Yog-Sothoth was severely damaged by the opponent. This kind of naked face-slapping behavior made Marvel feel so angry that he almost went crazy when he thought of it. I feel that the reason why Abaddon came back is to mock him. To be honest, Marvel has an obsession with wanting to kill Abaddon. This guy doesn't look like a good thing who is willing to be inferior to others. As long as you find an opportunity, you will definitely betray. Considering the lack of manpower nowadays, the Empire is coming again. Marvel still didn't do it in the end. After discussing with several other Legion leaders, they decided to keep Abaddon and let him defend the Agri Galaxy. Abaddon naturally had no objection to such a task. He is very familiar with that place. At that time, even if there is a big defeat, they will be able to escape in time. He took his remnant soldiers to Agri, and waited until that reckless Calgar knocked out his enemies in one fell swoop, so that he could reap the benefits of the fishermen. Abaddon couldn't help being excited about his strategy. Calgar's IQ is simply pitiful. He didn't realize that he was being played by the applause. To be honest, it's just Calgar's ability. If Guilliman hadn't been helping him all the time, he would have been killed by himself countless times. With a small plan, let him lead the Imperial army to become his own sharp sword of revenge. Abaddon was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He might be more satisfied without the arrival of these orcs. His heart was full of disdain for that wasteful Yog-Sothoth. It's not too shameful for an omniscient and omnipotent to be mixed up like this. Even if it is a clone, it is the same. It's so miserable that you have to unite with the aliens to fight against the Empire. Of course, this kind of contempt can only be said in my heart. The Cancerous Legion and the possessed Horus are still very terrifying. They can't defeat the terrifying army of the Empire, but they can easily crush him to death. Proper forbearance is still needed. When the time is right, he'll stab that damned idiot to let him know that no can humiliate him. Abaddon stood up and strolled on the sacrificial platform in front of the throne. The only source of light for the high platform is the neon 8-pointed star that runs through the floor. The neon lights also reflected chains and runes adorning the ceiling in the distance. Illuminates a pale object shrouded in rotting robes. Bundle with wrap protection tape and hold securely in the grooves around the edge of the room. These are oracles, whispering and hissing corpses. It is difficult to hear the faint breathing of these sacrificers. These corpses are bound with spirits from hell, exuding the power of the warp. This is the latest means of communication that Vashtor has provided him. This means of communication enables the two sides to exchange information in real time, which strengthens Abaddon's control over the Black Legion, and also gives him more confidence in backstabbing the Cancerous Legion. We have received a message. The officer in charge of monitoring the information receiving device stood up. The officer wears a dirty military uniform. Hair has been shaved, exposing a bald scalp. The chaotic octagonal runes were carved on that broad face. Standing in front of Abaddon, his whole body was trembling, as if he was approaching something extremely terrifying. What message? Abaddon suppressed his anger against the alien, and looked at the servant in front of him. It's the message sent by those orcs. They ask us to get out of the way immediately and let their ships pass, otherwise they will crush us. When the servant said this, he was even trembling, afraid of the big predator would kill him in an instant. What? Abaddon slammed his fist on the brass rim of the war table. Some enemy threat signs on the holographic warfare sand table fell down with a pop. The officer who reported became even more frightened, shaking like a sieve. Are they serious? Let me make way for them, for the bugs, trash. Abaddon let out an angry growl. His eyes were already bursting with anger. Staying in the same galaxy as these damned orcs was already the biggest concession he could make. Now that damned green-skinned barbarian is asking himself to make way for him. The body of the big predator was trembling slightly, and he was almost swallowed by the anger in his heart. At this time, a strange scream sounded. Looking at the sound, it was a machine slave connected to the data cable that screamed piercingly. New information has entered Abaddon's ship. A flicker of static electricity appeared in the air, and they outlined a huge information window in the air. Does not look clear, flickering. Abaddon knocked again sharply before the projection stabilized. A huge, ferocious orc face appeared in the distorted holographic image. Go away, bad shrimp, or I will use a big gun to punch a big hole in your head. Abaddon looked at the orcs in front of him, let his fleet get out of the way, and now he is still outputting on his face. His face was extremely gloomy, and he gritted his teeth. He really wanted to use his magic sword to pierce this orc's heart, cut off the other's head, hang it on the ship, and let the other party know the fate of provoking him. When he thought of the Cancer Legion, of the humiliation at the hands of that false Horus, Abaddon controlled his anger. After the Cancerous Legion is resolved, it will be too late to kill the orc with a sword. We already have our own defense, if we mobilize it, it will bring a lot of problems. Abaddon said. We don't care about you bastard-raised shrimp, get out of the way, and get out of the way of Uncle Uver. Or I'll punch a big hole in your head, Waik. The orc warlord laughed loudly. Abaddon knew that these guys were crazy. They don't care about strategy and defense. In the minds of those fungus guys, there is nothing but a fight or a fight. One day, I will kill you. Abaddon thought to himself. Hurry up, or I'll start firing. Are you an ugly monster who wants to challenge Lord Wufo? If not, just get out of here. This place is protected by Master Wufo. Abaddon looked at the orc warlord. Know that now is not a good time to do it. The best time is to wait until the cancerous army is resolved. When the time comes, he will make this damned green-skinned barbarian pay the price he deserves. Move the ship and let them pass. Abaddon said word by word. I know you shrimps are gutsy farts, and you don't dare to fight me fist to fist. The orc warlord cut off the communication. Abaddon turned blue and white with anger. With one punch, a servant on the side was embedded in the wall, and the other servants rushed to wash the unlucky guy down with water. The body has been completely broken. It can be seen how terrible Abaddon's anger is. Huge ships shifted their positions, giving way to those bloated orc ships. Boss is amazing. Those bad shrimps dare not resist you at all. Long live Uver boss, Waik. Many orc boys surrounded UFO, shouting excitedly. Ufra also laughed. When we see good shrimps, we can't beat them, so we can only run away. We are not afraid of these bad shrimps. Boss is wise, said an orc villain. That's really nice. UFO slapped it flying, but no matter how nice it is, I can't touch my favorite big gun. Uver looked at the giant gun in his hand that could be loaded with shells, and wiped away the saliva left by the orc boy just now. He knows a lot of kids are looking at his big gun. After all, it is big, long, hard, and powerful enough to make the enemy shout no. Putting the big gun on his waist, Uver moved around, kicking away all the orc boys who couldn't walk away in time. Get ready to land, we have to go search and see if there is anything good. But the surface is the territory of those bad shrimps. Those guys are ganged up with us. Are you going to attack them? Asked a machine tyrant boy. Hearing a fight, the orc boys cheered, hitting the iron pipes or the floor around them with their guns and machetes. They're all allies, so what if we use their stuff? UFO said, I use his stuff, because Uncle UFO thinks highly of him. Let the boys airborne, don't go to the stronghold of Zaimai, maybe they really know how to fire, don't worry about other places, just search them clean for me. UFO burst into a smile, full of conceit and ferocity. Now, get out and work for me, search the entire ground, and then stuff those farts into the mud and plant them. We want to completely occupy this planet, and use the fastest time to make this planet full of Waik. Uffer is not one of those idiots who only know how to fight. He prefers to populate every world with orcs. The more orcs there are, the more Waik he will be, and the stronger he will be. No matter how powerful the shrimps are, there is no way to eliminate all the orcs. This is also the reason why Uver always runs away, but gets worse and worse. He will plant orcs wherever he goes, making every place he sets foot full of orc fungi. To bring down one orc, there are tens of thousands of orcs. Ufer will even throw orcs on planets controlled by other races, plant orcs, and run away after planting. Make full use of the orcs' bug-level reproductive ability. Under Uver's landing order, the orc ships rushed out a large number of orc aircraft, just like fungal sacs ejecting countless fungi. The aircraft rushed through the atmosphere, and the high speed caused the surface of the aircraft to rub against the atmosphere violently, forming flames. From the ground, it looks like meteors falling to the ground. The piercing sirens resounded in the giant fortress built by the Chaos Warriors. While they are planning a defense against an unknown enemy, Abaddon stopped them. Fighting a war of attrition with the orcs here is undoubtedly the most stupid thing. That will only delay my business. Abaddon, who suppressed his anger, contacted the orc warlord again, trying to discuss an explanation. We also want to build a base. Uver said with a sly smile, we don't believe in your technology, look at the things you repair, it's really inferior, you should paint all the cannons red, so the firepower only then can it be better, and a lot of good things must be installed before it can be done. Look at you have nothing, you are bare, such a fortress can't stop those good shrimps, let those smart mechanic boys teach you how to build a big and fierce one. Hearing this, Abaddon only felt his throat sweeten, and was almost so depressed that he spit out a mouthful of old blood. Can you see the buildings of your orcs? If it can be repaired without collapsing, that is I. Does it work? That pile of rubbish, the Empire hasn't come yet, it is estimated that a large part of it will have to be smashed to death. Realized that any communication between himself and the other party would only drive him mad. Abaddon chose to give up communication and asked his men to withdraw important equipment to the fortress, allowing the surface to be searched by the orcs to build a garbage city. Ufer and others used garbage to build their fortress. The fort looked much better than anything Abaddon had seen before. I thought that the matter had come to an end, and while waiting for the Empire to strike, the two sides should be able to get along amicably for a while. That's the truth. While other parts of the Cadia battlefield were fighting in full swing, the place where they were remained strangely calm. The Empire seems to have given up on their route. It turns out not to be. Soon the stubborn stone of the Empire, Dorn arrived with a fleet of terrifying scale. The orc army opened Abaddon's eyes again. He swore he had never seen such a shameless orc. Even though Abaddon's resentment towards the Cancer Legion is great, a proper performance is still required. And the Empire fired 2 shots, then turned and retreated strategically. The orcs didn't play, and saw the Imperial ships appearing on the edge of the galaxy. They activated the energy device of that huge garbage city. Huge flames and anti-gravity arrays below provide levitating thrust, propelling a majestic garbage city high into the sky. Then I wanted to run away. Yes, run away. The tyranny and toughness shown before are gone. Drag the created city directly to escape. Abaddon, who originally wanted to change the direction of the battleship to meet the enemy, was stunned. He didn't even want to make an appearance, so he just retreated. Since when did the orcs have such a brain? When did you become so shameless? He also planned to fire 2 shots, and then let the orcs fight to the death, and escaped by himself. Now, his plans are all disrupted. They are heading out of the galaxy, and they have detected subspace fluctuations, and a crack is opening. The ship personnel on the side said loudly. It has been detected that the fluctuations in the subspace have leveled off, and the Empire is blocking the subspace. It is expected that it will be completely blocked after 7 hours. My lord, we also have to evacuate as soon as possible, and enter the warp space far away from the galaxy and where the Empire has no influence. We can't meet the enemy. The orcs left us and fled. The Empire is blocking the warp space again. Staying here will only become lambs to be slaughtered. I have never seen such a shameless and cowardly orc. Several legion commanders said that Abaddon quickly thought of a brilliant solution. Can get revenge on that damned orc warlord, but also stop the Empire and let himself go away intact. Abaddon showed a cruel smile. Focused artillery fire on the propulsion unit of the largest orc warship, paralyzing it. His order was quickly carried out. The Chaos Warrior ships unleashed a barrage of barrage, targeting the orc ships that were originally allies. Orc ships, intent on fleeing, were unaware that their allies would do such a thing. Uver's mind is only thinking of putting all the energy into the propeller to make himself run faster. Empire, can't beat it. Can't beat it. Void Shield is at its weakest state. The Empire is still outside the galaxy, there is no need to put energy on the Void Shield. Abaddon allowed many ships to focus their fire, breaking the fragile Void Shield, destroying the engines of the Orc flagship and several other warships, as well as the metal garbage city built by looting. When the battleship swayed, Uver was still confused. It wasn't until Tech Boy came to tell him what happened that he didn't know he was attacked. Mother Zipai, how dare this group of precious dragons attack Lord UFO, fight back, and give me a fierce counterattack. Ufer jumped into a rage and ordered a counterattack. Abaddon was very cunning, and after the fight, he opened his attack distance. His ship has taken some hits, no big deal. Then, he accelerated the ship and fled to the outside of the galaxy. Looking at the escaping bad shrimp warship, UFO gritted his teeth angrily. Boss, what should we do? Our ship is broken. The orc kid on the side screamed, those good shrimps come here. Retreat to the other ships that are still intact, we have to escape as soon as possible. Uver watched the flashing hologram, the red representing the Empire getting closer. We can't waste any more time, we have to evacuate as soon as possible. A bright light shattered Uver's hope. The Empire released impact weapons that were the size of fighter jets and looked like water droplets. They slammed into the orc ship with its engine still intact at sublight speed. Although it was blocked by the enhanced Void Shield and did not cause any damage, it also successfully prevented Uver's escape plan. The Void Shield consumes a lot of energy to transfer those terrifying impact forces to the subspace. The remaining energy is not enough to continue accelerating. Uver's ship slowed visibly to the naked eye. Looking at the dense light spots of the holographic projection, they are all released impact weapons and void fighters. The plan to abandon the fleet and escape with his henchmen also failed. Realize that if you stay in the void, you may die. Go back to the surface, boys, we are on the surface to meet those damned shrimps. UFO looked at the ship of the bad shrimps that was about to escape the detection range, and was so angry that he punched the already dilapidated control console. Don't let yourself go back alive, or he's going to put that in his big gun and blow it apart. He's right there, witnessing everything about me. In the study room of the Primarch in the Invincible Truth, Ryan closed his eyes slightly, as if just remembering that person would cause unbearable pain to that tough and powerful soul. Kaker sat in front of the Primarch, listening to the ancient story. From the story of the Dark Angel Primarch, it involves ancient honor, ancient betrayal, and also involves the dark past and the secrets of chaos. It reflects everything about human beings. The betrayal of weakness, the distortion of honor, the shattering of hope, and the hopeless redemption. It all starts with Caliban. During the arrival of the Emperor and his angels, the mutation and corruption of the Chaos Realm cursed Caliban, turning it into one of the deadliest worlds of death in the entire galaxy. Dreadful beasts haunt the deep forests of Caliban. Nothing is safe in that horrible place, and one wrong step in the woods could cost you your life. Among them, those terrifying giant beasts are the most terrifying. Each Caliban behemoth is unique. No behemoth is the same. Some are like a giant reptile, some are like a mammal, and some are like bugs. Of course, there may be a mixture of the above. One behemoth might attack you with teeth and fangs, a second with tentacles and beaks, and a third will kill you with horns and hooves. When you've dodged those dangers, another one will rush out and spit caustic poison on you. If you have to find something in common from these giant beasts, it is that they must have been shaped based on Caliban's nightmare. Those behemoths are huge, muscular, amazing in size, extremely ferocious, intelligent, and possess cunning that far surpasses that of human beings. Cockle recorded relevant information about the destroyed world. The world that gave birth to the Dark Angels chapter. He took me back to the Grand Knights, taught me how to practice the sword, and taught me to learn the script of Caliban. I learned very quickly. It only took me a few months to rival their most learned scholars. The strongest swordsmanship in the entire Knight Order. Luther is my mentor, but I have far surpassed him. At that time, he still didn't have any jealousy, but was happy for everything I had achieved. I took control of the Grand Knights and broke the Caliban Knights for many years. It is no longer just a tradition to choose knight candidates from the heirs of nobles, as long as those people can prove that they are qualified to be knights, they can learn how to become a knight. Reformation is always painful. Many people are against me, but Luther is always on my side. His support inspires me. My ambition may be innate, or it may be that the Emperor created us. Pre-programmed. When the great knights came under my control, I started to conquer Caliban. With my personal charm and power far beyond ordinary people, I easily persuaded them to join my cause. Only one knights are the exception is the Knights of Sirius. They refused to join our ranks and issued a warning. What kind of warning? Kaker asked. The behemoth is Caliban's defense. What's the meaning? Kaker showed confusion and incomprehension. In the next story, I will reveal this secret. Ryan stood up, he walked to the porthole of the study, and stared through the porthole at the countless buildings on the Invincible Truth, with his back to Kaker. Caliban has always been polluted by the power of chaos. There is a prisoner there, the Serpent of Destiny. Some people call it Ouroboros, an abomination. The Dark Watchers set a seal there, and seek the keeper, Lord Cypher. Lord Cypher led the serious knights to seek another way to rescue Caliban. The giant beast mutated because the prison couldn't block all the power of the evil thing. The overflowing power created those terrifying giant beasts. The reasons for this they cannot elaborate, for any talk of the existence of false gods would have strengthened them in an age when there were no walls to protect them. The serious knights oppose the killing of giant beasts, because they are afraid that after the death of giant beasts, the overflowing power will affect humans. I chose another path, destroyed the serious knights who had different opinions, inherited their knowledge, and continued to guard prisoners' mission. I thought I could bring true salvation to Caliban, but in the end I found out that I was wrong. Arrogance destroyed me and destroyed Caliban. After the Emperor came, the command of the First Legion, the power was handed over to me, and Luther and many knights joined the knights to become my right-hand man. My control over the Legion is too domineering and authoritarian, and I do not allow any doubts. I enjoy the honor of the soldiers fighting battles alone. The world only knows the Lion Ryan, but no one knows about Luther and others. Until the Sashaluo incident, the ruler of the local planet expressed his willingness to surrender, but secretly prepared a nuclear bomb to assassinate me. Luther found out about this, but he didn't tell me immediately, probably because he resented me for enjoying all the honors alone. It may also be out of jealousy and ambition. But he was not cruel enough after all, and he returned to the hangar not long after to dismantle the nuclear bomb. When I learned about this, I felt unprecedented anger, but I did not have any reflection, but regard Luther's actions as a stain on my honor. If other brothers know that my subordinates tried to kill me, it will trample on my image. I told everyone who knew about this to go back to Caliban, where they trained recruits. Even those who were only involved in dismantling the nuclear bomb were sent back to ensure that no one knew the secret. Kaker remained silent. He bowed his head and wrote. When the fragments of the past are completed and become the complete truth, people will clearly see the pain and suffering behind the sacred legend. Nothing is truly pure and pure. Anything that looks beautiful is rooted in unbearable and dark. Human beings grow up in pain, but later generations beautify these pains. I admit that at that time I regarded honor as extremely important. I carefully protected the image I created, just like other primarchs kept their secrets. Each primarch has a secret of his own fear. We are shaped into we are demigods with human souls. We are greedy for glory and recklessly squandering the powers bestowed by the Emperor, thinking the world should work the way we imagine it to. The Sashro incident should have aroused my thinking, but I didn't. At that time, I thought that the fault of this incident was not my fault. Luther and others should be loyal to me without complaint and fight for me. Now, after 10,000 years, when I woke up from that long sleep, I always doubted myself. At that time, I still didn't care about those soldiers of the Legion. I really regarded them as my children, brother, comrades. What is the meaning of loyalty? I ignored their emotions, ignored their voices, stubbornly grasped power, but could not learn to listen. My father gave me a demigod body, unparalleled strength, but forgot in order to leave a gap where I can feel the pain of mortals. I expelled my mentor, cruelly deprived those loyal fighters of their honor, and sent them back to Caliban, just to preserve my image. However, this was not the end. After a while, I did even more cruel things to those warriors who were exiled by me. I made them lose all honor, and let their loyalty be humiliated in front of their brother legions. This is a thing that hurts them more than killing them, and I did that, brutally taking it away in the name of their genetic father. They loved me like that, more than anything in the world, even if I let they die, and they don't hesitate to do it, and I'm so cruel, doing that to them. What kind of thing? Kaker asked. This matter is about another person, a name forbidden to be discussed by the Empire. Who? Horus. Sacrifice Island. Eerie blood moons loom above the velvety night with smiling faces. There is no star, only a moon. Darkness enveloped the island, and eerie sounds echoed in the air. Players will hear the voices of friends and family who have passed away if they listen carefully. They gently called the player's name, as gentle as water, penetrating into the player's heart little by little, prying open the hard shell, and touching the soft heart. Those voices whispered hatred, whispered betrayal. Said the sins of the people next to them, their greed and ambition. The gentle voice bewitches players to act first. Kill your companions in the most brutal way. Pull out their guts and hang them up. Pull out the bone again, and put it in a twisted and weird posture. Sometimes someone will look crazy and use props to other players, taking advantage of their unpreparedness. You all want me to die, you all want me to die, so you can't blame me. I just want to live, live. Why is this? Why do I have to live in such a ghost world? I don't want to be a player, I don't want to kill people, but I don't want to be a dog for others, I don't want to die, so please go to hell, go to hell. The house closest to Kaioken made the player scream. It looked like a lunatic with a nervous breakdown, his roar was like a wild beast driven into a corner, helpless and full of aggression. The cruelty of players in the real world is not without reason. The pressure they are under is beyond the imagination of non-players. Betrayal, calculation, killing. The most unbearable and despicable behaviors will happen in the game. In despair and loneliness, fight those unspeakable monsters alone. In this game, the friendship that can be entrusted to the back is more precious and rare than top-level props. They bear everything, but they can't tell it. They are afraid of showing their weaknesses, and they are afraid of being the target of other players' fools and fun. They are like lonely beasts, using fangs and claws to declare that they are not to be trifled with. Kaihoken sat on the tea table by the window. The light in the room would be swallowed by darkness if it didn't shine far. Those weird creatures hid outside the light, making rustling sounds. The silver bug that watched him was flying around the tea table at this time. Props from reincarnation games are very magical props for ordinary people who have little knowledge. But for the Empire, it is to fool people. Surveillance bugs, users can use this item to monitor the target, and the range of use of the item is 20 km. Such a large range of usage is enough to cover regular copies. For players, this is a good prop. Chu Chen's evaluation is that this prop is better than a drone. It is fancy, but it is not as good as a simple industrial assembly line product. Of course, the target of the bug is small enough, which is still better than the drone. Used to explore some weird rooms, weird areas, small things are quite useful. He didn't directly kill the bug that watched him. Instead, it can create enough illusions to deceive the opponent. Watching these pretentious players collect information, speculate on game mechanics, and from time to time put on an expression of "don't touch me," or "kill your whole family," it's still a lot of fun. If he is willing to spend some money, he can also hack into the copy, modify the data of this silver bug, and take control of it. Chu Chen is naturally not interested in doing such a thing, he just wants to tease the other party and have some fun. It has always been Chu Chen's principle to show some tolerance to those who are about to die. Both Light and SI were holding props, looking warily at Chu Chen who was showing off his tea art. Kaihoken didn't care, but was making tea methodically and following the steps. Wait until the last step, he poured the green tea into the teacup, and then said, "Sit down, in such a late night, drinking a sip of hot tea is also a good enjoyment. Do you think we're going to drink tea from someone who broke into our room rashly?" SI tensed up like a beast about to attack. His words were low, with a suppressed anger. "If it were me, I wouldn't either." Chu Chen said with a smile, "But this is the most suitable and sincere way of talking that I can think of. Even if you don't drink, it's okay to sit down and chat. We're not interested in chatting, the best way to express our sincerity is to get out of here now." SI said. "Are you really not interested? You must know that you will die here. Even if it is not for yourself, you should also consider your friends. It will become a sacrificial existence. We will figure out a way to pass the customs, you don't need to worry about this. You can't pass the level, because I will pass the level tomorrow. After I pass the level, do you know what the remaining players will become? You are lying, how can a normal player collect clues in one day? I never said that I am a normal player." Chu Chen took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "One day to observe you, one day to clear the dungeon, otherwise, if it takes too long, it will affect the performance." "Who are you?" Light asked, "Who would take a customs clearance copy as performance? This matter is very complicated. For people like you who have not studied much, it is an incomprehensible thing. You can think that I am a member of a player organization, and I am recruiting you now. The prepaid remuneration is in this time in the dungeon, you will be taken away alive. Although I am a player, I am also a PhD with degree certificates in multiple disciplines." Light said. When Chu Chen heard this, he couldn't help complaining. Light is indeed a wonder among players. Who will go to the doctorate exam after becoming a player to get a degree certificate? That's not what those people who can't become a player do. No matter how good the technology is, can it compare to Walai's own? Kaihoken showed a smile. "Since you are a doctor, do you know what the structure of the universe depends on? Which genetic information data cannot be changed, and which can be changed? How should the flow rate of time be divided? How much energy loss will be generated between dimension increase and dimension reduction? When cutting the universe space, how to avoid the serial collapse of other space structures? If you can understand these, I will tell you the truth. Otherwise, even if I tell you, you won't understand. I am confident that I can understand. You use quantum theory to teach the priests of the tribal era, are you sure you can teach them? You have confidence, but I don't." Chu Chen smiled. His knowledge was forcibly implanted by the Empire, so he only knows a little superficially, and still teaches others. But it doesn't affect his pretentiousness. The opportunity is rare. In the future, when people enter the imperial system and become colleagues, they will become more knowledgeable, so it will be difficult to fool around. Now I can still maintain a strong style, and it is also good for the body and mind to dress more. Now is not the time to talk about this. SI stopped Li Te from continuing to speak, then turned to look at Chu Chen and said, "What do you mean? You said you can pass the level, what proof do you have?" "Of course, I have already grasped the truth about this sacrificial island. Do you think I can pass the level?" Chu Chen said.